Chapter 1 The Awakening of Menial, The Stealthy Shadows. Faster. Ario Alukinto Field Whip. Linba, with his robust physique were resembling an Iran tower, Lumdaver Thiel Redian Transiof Timanile quarters, glaring menacingly at Hungengendwuze. Thet wolfed him were drenched in sweat, yet here hand scontinuto sort through him mountainof spiritual herbs, as if the wary oblivious to Lin Bass bellowing. Around them, fellow menial disciples, like Huanqiang and Lin Miao, cast cautious glances in their direction. There is fled with a mixture of sympathy and trepidation. Every onek knew that Lin Bahad sathis sights and thesatwanacomers, waiting patiently for them to filter. Hongyang and Wuzu were rethimist peculiar among this batch of newly arrived menial disciples. They hailed from humbly origins, devoid of fan illustrious backgrounds, and had yet awakened their spiritual roots for ordinarius. Yet, Forius and Sunk known, elder son of Tsek Thad made an exception to accept them as disciples. Thought they were if Teloish drank, their statashad spark had considerable speculation among theathers. More importantly, it was from a redthetherth twilight off gods, some individuals with extraordinary ability swood gradually awaken, and Thesatwa might very well be among them. Toakinsic powers, onomist venture to the awakening grounds locate Deathybak mountain of Tsect. That place, Rickon spiritual energy, could stimulate the latent abilities within. However, the vigilant Twachoflin beleft Thongai and Gondviews with Nupertuna Titoriach the backmount. Thede Libierden of menial tasks left the mutter exhausted, barely affording them a moment to catch their breath. Moreover, the awakening grounds were a currently monopolized by the outer disciples, led by Zhao Feng, making it impossible for menial disciples to approach. Many speculated that Hongyang and Wuzi would attempt to slip away Anada said when Linba was distracted. Yet, Theiko said the opposite. Under Linba's scrutiny, they displayed extraordinary diligence, eventing gone additional tasks, causing Linba to gradually lower his guard. Seeing their earnest efforts, Linba deadened satisfaction, thinking to himself that Thesatwo had finally learned Hirlison. Hiana Dan settled into a shady dairy for a brief nap. Up and witnessing Linba dozing off, the surrounding menial disciple scasting Sias Glan seized Hongyang and Wuze. Wang Qiang cautiously approached, whispering, "Are you out of Ormans?" This willingly make Lin Bammer suspicious Sophia. Hongyang and Wuzi exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into faint smiles. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Bass slumbered, they weaved like completed their tasks and quiet made to their way towards the back mountains gave. However, just as they were about to leave menial quarters, Lin Mia suddenly appeared before them, timidly asking, "Where are out we going?" Hongyang and Wuzi halted, exchanging worried looks. Lin Mio's timid voice and tackled down her spines. They recognized that Talthoff Lin Mia was timid and meek, she possessed a heart. If she were a toin form Lin Beibao their player plans, they would undoubtedly face severe punishment, and their aspirations for awakening their powers would be dashed. Gazing into Lin Mia's concerned eyes, a flicker of hesitation crossed Hongyang's mind. Heckin template Ted fabricating gain excusto deflect their inquiry, but upon seeing her innocent face, he ultimately abandoned the idea. He understood how deceiving such a kind-hearted girl would weigh heavily on his conscience. Wu Zhe, possessing a meticulous mind, stepped forward and spoke soft light to Lin Miao. "Lin Miao, we have a something very important to do, something thought concerns our future and event the future if Team Tyree sect. Can you help us keep it a secret?" Lin Mia paused, confusion evident in her face as he struggled to comprehend Wu's words, yet she could sense a theseriousness on dearness in his tone. She glanced between Hongyang and Wuziba, fortunately noting Gond whispering, "I wouldn't say a word." Both Hongyang and Wuzi exhaled in relief, casting grateful looks at Lin Miao. With her head bowed, Lin Mia quietly walked away. As they watched her retreating figure, a warm surge of emotion filled Hongyang's heart. In this realm rife with deceit, the presence of such a pure-young kin soul felt immensely precious. Having navigated their first crisis, they continued their sprint towards the cave at the back mountain. They treated cautiously, evading patrolling disciple and the overseers. The back mountain cave was a forbidden area of T-sect, accessible beyond Lato disciples with permission. Asked the lowest rank head menial disciples, if they were to trespass into this forbidden territory and be discovered, the consequence would be array. Wang Qiang watched here departing figures from a distance, anxiety knowing them. He realized that he odds were stacked against Hongyang and Wuze, yet the felt powerless to intervene. All Haku Dao oscillant lie pray for their safer return. At last, the arrived near the back mountain cave. However, tot here dismay, they discovered that the cave entrance was guarded by a group of footer disciples, led Benonio Thirth and Zhaofeng. Zhaofeng, talent imposing, exit an overwhelming gura, clearly far superior in strength to them. The surrounding gooder disciple strutted with arrogance, looking down upon them and Isle disciples with disdain. Hongyang and Wuzi had been thethicate, watching Zhaofeng and discohorts with heavy hearts. They knew that, with their current abilities, they could not approach the cave, let alone intertoken their powers. What should we do? Hongyang whispered, his voice alist with anxiety. Wuzafuro Dedisbro, his gaze flickering gashbender resolution. He glanced at Zhaofeng and his group, then back at the cave, and suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in his eyes. Whispered, "I have a plan." "I have a plan," Wu Zelower did his voice, conspiratorially leaning towards Hongyang to succinctly outline his strategy. Upon hearing this, Hongyang was momentarily taken aback, but soon, excitement gleamed in his eyes. They exchanged an awing look, silent lie affirming their agreement. Hongyang took a deep breath, quietly canneling the faint power they had just awakened within him. These inner guy flowed like a gentle stream within him, imparting gan and precedented sensation. Heffel this presence a gradual diminish, his body blending seamlessly with the surroundings, becoming near-lie imperceptible. These washes awakened ability veil off breath. Though it couldn't lie temporarily obscure his presence at this moment, it served a savital safeguard in this perilous environment. "Are you ready?" Wu Zai inquired softly. Hongyang nodded, and Thet Wolf Tim crouched low, using the dense foliage discoverous the cautious lie made their way toward the depths of teeth. Zhaofeng stood at the cave entrance, imperiously directing the surrounding gooder disciples. "Stay alert. This back mountain cave is supreme location, rich in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivation. Any one caught slacking off will face a wrath." The outer disciples didias early, their faces plastered with obsequiousness. "Rest assured, Brother Zhao will fulfill her duties," a scronuter discipiagerly offered epitaph Sirchultia, saying, "Brother Zhao, you've worked hard haviak up to our throat." Zhaofeng accepteth it with a satisfied nod, entirely oblivious to that loner lie, undetectable figure is stealthily slipping past them, making their way into the depths of the cave. Deep within the cave, the spiritual energy was abundant, and the air was imbued with a faint, refreshing fragrance. Hongyang and Wu's advanced cautiously, fearful of disturbing anything. After a prolonged trek, they finally arrived at the spacious cavern. At the center of the cave stood naturally formed stone platform, emanating gaginal glothitins to lead us in zo fun paralleled comfort. "This is it," Wuzu whispered, suppressing his excitement. "Legend has it that this is the most concentrate area of spiritual energy in the sect, the most suitable place for awakening its powers." Eagerly, they approached the stone platform, sitting cross-legged in preparation for their awakening. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the cave, shattering the tranquility. Hongyang and Wuzi's eyes full open, their faces drained of color. The exchange of glances, both recognizing the profound fear reflected in each other's eyes. "What's happening?" Hongyang gasped in a trembling whisper. Wuzi shook his head, his expression gravious strained to listen to the commotion outside. "Thekla more grunerer, more distinct. It sounds like Linba." Wuzi's complexion shifted as spoke. Chapter 2: The Secret Awakening in the Cave. A narrow escape from discovery. "It's Linba, and Brother Liu." Wuzi's face turned pale, his voice barely a whisper. Linba, the overseer of Team and Isle Division, was a cowardly bully, greedy and ruthless. Brother Liu, a neuter disciple, was of arrogant, viewing menial disciples as mere insects. If they were discovered, the consequences would range from a severe bidding to expulsion from the sect, obliterating their chance of awakening their abilities. Hongyang inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. Heklo set his eyes, concentrating as strange energy surged from within him, radiating outward. These was his preliminary awakening gave the ability to sense. Hekud vaguely perceiveth the situation outside, the kaveth the outline off, several figures gradually came interviewed. It was Linban Brother Liu, accompanied by a few manile disciples, striding toward the cave with menace and intent. It seems Thaveson said the fluctuation synth the spiritual energy hair, Hongyango Penetices, his stone grave. Wu Zhe, frantic, paced anxiously. What should we do? Thiskave Sosmal, there is nowhere to hide. A glance at the stone platform glowing softly in the center, Hishiar tracing with urgency. That platform was the Keto awakening their power sieving now would mean forfeiting this opportunity entirely. The footsteps outside the cab grew increasingly closer, mingled with Linba's arrogant shouts. Search thoroughly. I refuse it, Obeli Evathese a twirl little brass scanfly. If I catch them, I shall surely skin them alive. Lu Shixing's voice carried on tough disdain Linguansher. Wagata such lengths fort were mere reservant disciples. Once is spread thwart the Churaspirler Bshivin covered here, they will undoubtedly come out on Tyrone. The accompanying servant disciple skimmed eagerly, their tonus dripping with flattery and obsequiousness. Lu Shixion gistrally stood. If these atwo dare to hoard spiritual herbs, their punishment will be doubled. Let us have a to Zathan. Listening to the increasing commotion outside, Woozafulton the verge of collapse. It's over. It's over. We're finished. Lin Bei will surely torture us to death. Although Hong Yang was equally anxious, he maintained a semblance of calm. Heskin the surroundings, searching for a glimmer of hope. The cave was not largely part from the stone platform in the center. Thule swore a barren and devoid of hiding spits. At that moment, Hong Yang's gaze fell upon an inconspicuous corner behind the stone platform. There appeared to be a protruding rock, slightly different from the surrounding walls. He hurried over to examine it closely, discovering fine cracks in the surface that suggested it could be moved. Wu Zhe, Komio Viren help, Hong Yang whispered urgently, a spark of hope painted in Jinhe's eyes. Wu Zira shed to his side, and Tagathur pushed against their rock. After a dull scraping sound, it slowly shifted, revealing an aerospace. Quick, get inside. Hong Yang shoved Wu Zi into the opening before following closely behind. Just as they concealed themselves in the cramped space, Lin Bon distant Rajberthan Dave. Eh? Where is everyone? Linba looked around in confusion. Lu Shixing approached at the stone platform, sensing their spiritual energy and revealing a greedy expression. What abundant spiritual energy? There must be treasure. Lu Shixiang, could there really be spiritual herbshura? Onoff to subordinate tesservant disciplesist, ingratiatingly. Lu Shixing scoffed dismissively, spiritual herbs? I think not. Perhaps a methin Jevin more precious. Ash spoke, his gaze swept around the cave, finally resting on the inconspicuous rock behind the stone platform. Hidden in the cramped space, Hong Yang and Wu Zedard not breathe, their hearts racing gas they listened to the conversation outside. Suddenly, Wu Zi grasped Hong Yang's arm, pointing silent Lido's Muller gap deeper within the space. Hong Yang and Wu Zi held their breath, curling up tightly in their confine editing spit. Outside, Lin Ba's coarse voice mingled with Lu Shixing's sincere laughter, creating a dissonance that battered her frayed nerves. Lu Shixiang, is the red truly nothing amiss sheer? I can't shake feeling. Lin Ba rubbed his hands together, and Geophunius see creeping into his stone. Though greedy, he was aware of thought areas within the sectory off-limits, especially a Cavarician spiritual energy, which might be connected with a higher-up soft sect. Lu Shixing cast a scornful glance at Linba. Linguansher, you are far to automate. The Sismar ya cave with slight lyricer spiritual energy. What is the Rito fear? Even if there are treasures, it discovered them first, so you will not losi out. Lin Bask re-dignited at Lu Shixing's words, and the fear in his heart began to dissipate, replaced by avarice. You're right, Lu Shixiang. I was overthinking it. Heifer Setala, his stone growing gressolet. Shall we venture inside? Lu Shixing nodded. Arrogant lion stepped forward. At that moment, hesitantly halted, his gaze returning to Therok behind the stone platform. Wait, Hess squinted, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. The trock seemed in Watautoff place. Lin Ba followed Lu Shixing's gaze, bewildered. What is wrong? It is just an ordinary rock, isn't it? Ignoring Lin Ba's question, Lu Shixing approached Therok, gent light a ping on its surface. I'd emitted a dulthid, suggesting jatwasalit. The accompanying servant disciples, witnessing this, eagerly flocked forward to curry favor. Lu Shixing's sight is indeed sharp. This rock must have a hidden significance. Perhaps Hosatwo little brats are hiding behind it. Lu Shixiang, let mesma shitapin, a bur lyservant disciplero led epislievs, re-dido striketh the stone. However, Lu Shixing grazed Ishan Distafum. Holden, Heppendered for armament before saying, the size after la restricted area of T-sect should no tact trecklessly. If Weller telder Xiaofeng, shall face the consequences. Elder Xiaofeng, a renowned powerhouse within the sect, Wazel saw the guardian of this region. Up in hearing his name, Lin Ba's complexion turned ashen. He quickly stepped back, waving his hand anxiously. Lu Shixian just right. Weshold no take risks, if when Delder Xiaofeng, we. Seeing Limba's palpable air of Xiaofeng, Lu Shixian felt hard of satisfaction. Hecha cleteratively. Ling Guanshi, fret not to know how to handle this. He said, on some orgasm Ragnarok, a glint of cunning in his. Hiding in their confined space, Hong Yang and Wuza felt their hearts received the overreared the conversation outside. The understood that Lu Shixian gad not, given up he was merely zeking gammer perdin approach. Wuza suddenly grasped Hong Yang's arm again, pointing toward his malar gap deeper within the space, silently mouthing there. As they'd beta their next move, Hong Yang and Wuzi began to awaken their abilities within the small space, a noonage light radiating around them. Crouched in thekram ped crevice, sweat soaked their clothing. The sound soft Lu Shixiang's footsteps, Lin Bei's sycophantic tones, and the heavy breath soft to subordinate, disaples real to clear, striking their nervous like a hammer. There, Wuze struggled touter, pointing toward narrow gap that barrel yallowed in person topaz. That appeaning was dark and foreboding, akin to a passage to an unknown abyss, evoking a sense of dread. Hong Yang understood Wuzi's intent thighs was their finality. Clenching his teeth, he was the fierce to crawl through. Thespis was tight, Therarok scraping against the skin painfully. Wuze followed closely behead, both of him feeling their way forward in the darkness. At that moment, Azure Joe formed coursed through Hong Yang, as if a slumbering dragon was awakening within him. Simultaneously, Wuze felt festering sophistibilities, a peculiar energy swirling around him. They exchanged a glance, seeing Shakanda glimmer of fear reflected in each other's eyes. Their powers were finally awakening. Mesmerizing light erupted around them, vibrant tandrium-like. Though partially obstructed by their small space, Fain Trey still seeped through tech racks, standing out starkly in the dim cave. Lu Shixiang, look! Oni observant subordinate, discipline exclaimed, pointing at Therox Grevis, there seems to be light. Instantly, Lu Shixiang gan Lin Ba's attention was drawn to it. Lu Shixiang narrow edices, a glint of intrigue flashing gay cross his gaze. Indeed, something gissimus, smashitapin? Lin Bei's excitement surged Sharabidishan Stogther, urging, quick, smashitapin. Thetriasaurs must be ours. The subordinate disciples rolled up their sleeves, Tulsin hand, re-dido striketherok. Hidden gent the crevice, Hong Yang and Wuze felt their hearts leap into their throats. At that critical moment, Wuze's quick reflexes led them to grasp a fist-sized stone, which had deftly wedged into the light timid gap. Theglo vanished instantly, plunging the cave back into darkness. Eh? Where did it go? The subordinate disciples scratched at the shading confusion. Lu Shixiang furrowed his brow, stepping closer to Therok for a meticulous inspection. Heknak heeding it, saying, this isn't trite haramost bezomethinjan side. Header Ned to Linba, Ling Guanshi, are you certain Herura no hidden chambers or secret passagera? Lin Ba's facet turned pale with fright. Lu Shixiang, literally did not know. Ini Verderetto approached this place. Lu Shixiang snorted calmly, it seems we must cure Elder Xiaofeng. Upon hearing the name Elder Xiaofeng, Lin Bond the subordinate disciples trembled in fear. Elder Xiaofeng's reputation was known throughout he sect. If he learned at Heyhud trespassed into a restricted area, the consequences would be unthinkable. Lu Shixiang grieved in the sight of theaterer. He understood that invoking Elder Xiaofeng's name would intimidate them. Turning towards Thera Crevice, he called out, friends within, ye advise ye auto come out in your own. If Elder Xiaofeng is disturbed, you shall find dight difficult in his gate. Within the crevice, the fluctuations of Hong Yang and Wuze's spores intensified. Thana Lu Shixiang gad not, given up he was more limiting his time. Wuzu whispered, it seems we must complete our awakenings we flee. Hong Yang nodded it, and Thet will close said these, channeling thyrabilities well might. The radiant color syrup to Dance Marie, even more dazzling and perilous hand before. Wuzi seized Hong Yang's arm, urging urgently, hold door breath theory coming. Outside the cave, Lu Shixiang spatial of Warrington. Hepist back and forth, his gaze menacing, resembling a leopard poised to strike. Lin Banada Dan bowed, carefully observing the expression Sanmuds around him. Fearfulafin sitting thire off this distinguishy du tersect disciple. Thesaviral accompanying disciplis dared not breathe word, their anxiety to manifesting, they fixate don the seemingly inconspicuous. Brother Lu, doi ao think those atwabrats might have per Rashidin side. Onofta followers whispered, histony lay said would a mixture of trepidation and schadenfreude. Another disaplequiclikimden, it's quite possible. This gave us orient foreboding what knows what strange occurrences might await Woodhin. Silence, Brother Lu barked, causing Fet Watwa immediate falsolent, startled. Hefike this gaze upon the crevice, contemplating grim lie these a two servant, disciplis deredto de fiv, these ex prohibition sand, trespass and to forbidden territory shakadacity thina. Even if they had not met here demise within, they would surely pay the price. Go, fetch the explosive talisman it should be the sect, Brother Lu commanded coldly. Lin Bass' complexion shifted, Andy Uridly interjected, Brother Lu, the explosive talisman possesses some inspower what if it collapses the cave? Are you questioning my judgment? Brother Lias gaze washer passablade, piercing thruff Lin Ba. Lin Ba trembled in fear, hastily waving hands, no, I wouldn't dare. Is shall retrieve iditance. To turn ed to instruct tonoft he accompanying disciples to fetch the explosive talisman, inwardly lamenting thesatwo servant disciplis shave truly brought me great trouble. Inside the cave, Hong Yang and Wuzi found themselves in the precipice of awakening. Multicolored lights flickered as if breathing, illuminating their faces with a sacred and enigmatic glow. They could distinct licenseth a surgeon's energy within them, akin to a volcanute hevergeferuption. Yangzi, I feel as thof me powerous about o spiralu tof control. Wu's voice quivered, tinged with both excitement and fear. Hong Yang firmly grasped Tushin and resolutely replied, do not be afraid, Holden, we will certainly succeed. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the cave, followed by Lin Bay's obsequious voice Brother Lu, the explosive talisman a share. Brother Lu to thetalisman, a glint of fruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He fiket he explosive talismanto theroc crevician sneered. Listen, those inside, ignorantian of final opportunity. Either call me out neuron, or beredu said tusha salon fave. Within the crevice, Hong Yang and Wuza felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from outside. Their heart sinking. The understood that Brother Lu did on murder. What should we do? Wuzi skid anxiously, sensing the tislay tint power swirry on thebring co-corruption. Hong Yang took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. He grasped Wu's arm firmly and declared, let's risk it all. Just as Brother Lia prepared to detonate the explosive talisman, a brilliant light erupted from their crevice, illuminating the entire cave. Hong Yang abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with brilliance. Chapter 3. The Awakening of Powers. A crisis transformed into opportunity, a dazzling brilliance pierced through the darkness like a blade, swiftly followed by a powerful wave of energy emanating from the depths of the cave. Lu, the senior brother, let the explosive talisman in his hand fall in response, gazing perplexedly at the source of the light, a tinge of unease rising within him. What on earth is happening? Lin Ba stepped forward. His tone laced with flattery. Senior Brother Lu, could it be that this cave is about to collapse? Lu paid no heed to Lin Ba's inquiry. He squinted, intently sensing the energy fluctuations. This force is astonishingly potent. Could it be that some rare treasure of heaven and earth is about to emerge? At this thought, a flicker of greed flashed in his eyes. Senior Brother Lu, we should proceed with caution. Lin Ba cautioned, but before he could finish his sentence, Lu forcefully shoved him aside. Get out of my way. Don't obstruct me, Lu barked, his eagerness to delve into the cave palpable, in the depths of the cave. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe were locked in a tight embrace, feeling the surging power coursing through their bodies, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Yangzi, I feel like my body is about to explode. Wu Zhe's voice trembled, tinged with both pain and exhilaration. Hold on. Hong Yang firmly grasped Wu Zhe's hand, resolutely stating, we will succeed. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from outside the cave as a massive rock was kicked away, and Lu's figure appeared at the entrance. Humph, so it is you two little lackeys. How dare you hide here and slack off? Lu sneered, his eyes brimming with contempt. I see you are tired of living. Lin Ba quickly followed, a sycophantic grin plastered on his face. Senior brother Lu, these two little brats really do not know their place, daring to defy your orders. He pointed at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Speaking with arrogance, you two, get out here and bow to senior brother Lu in apology. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged determined glances, resolute in their decision. They understood that today, evasion was not an option. Rather than groveling in submission, they would fight with all their might. Lu advanced step by step, the overwhelming pressure nearly suffocating Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. They pressed closely together, drawing strength from each other's warmth. Senior brother Lu, these two lackeys seem a bit off, Lin Ba noted, sensing the unusual aura emanating from Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, a hint of apprehension creeping into his heart. Yet Lu dismissed it with a scoff. Merely a death throes struggle. Just as Lu was on the verge of discovering their awakening powers, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe simultaneously completed their transformation. An unprecedented surge of power erupted from within them, sweeping through the cave like a flood unleashed from a dam. What is this? Lin Ba exclaimed in terror, his eyes widening as he felt an oppressive force engulfing him. Lu was equally stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, murmuring, "This is impossible." Hong Yang was engulfed in roaring flames, the intense heat distorting the air around him, illuminating his face like a war god descending from the heavens. Wu Zhe, on the other hand, was encased in a thick layer of icy armor, exuding an aura of chilling cold, his breath crystallizing into white mist, his gaze sharp as a blade. The sudden turn of events left Lu and Lin Ba utterly dumbfounded. Lu's previously disdainful expression froze, replaced by disbelief and shock. As a top disciple among the outer sect, he prided himself on his strength, never once considering the lackeys beneath him. Yet now, these two insignificant beings had unleashed such terrifying power. How could he possibly accept this? Lin Ba was paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling, nearly unable to stand. He had relied on Lu's authority to bully the lackeys. But now, these once oppressed individuals possessed strength capable of crushing him, instilling a deep sense of dread. This is impossible. Lu staggered back, panic evident in his eyes. What kind of monsters are you? He recalled the legends circulating within the sect about the awakening of powers. Could it be that these two lackeys had awakened formidable abilities? Lin Ba, trembling, cowered behind Lu, pointing at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, stuttering, as senior brother Lu. Hong Yang slowly rose to his feet, flames dancing around him, seemingly intent on incinerating everything in sight. Senior brother Lu, he spoke coldly, laced with mockery, didn't you intend to teach us a lesson? Now, we offer you this opportunity. Wu Zhe also stood, the ice armor making cracking sounds, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare on Lu. What happened to your arrogance just now? Why the silence now? Lu's face turned pale as he felt the formidable pressure radiating from Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Realizing he was no match for them, he forced himself to maintain composure, his bravado faltering as he stammered, "Don't act recklessly. I am an outer sect disciple. If you dare to lay a hand on me, it would be a violation of sect rules." Sect rules? Hong Yang scoffed. When you oppressed us, did you ever consider the sect rules? Now, we merely return the favor. Wu Zhe advanced step by step, a chilling aura emanating from him, causing Lu to feel as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. Senior brother Lu, weren't you just demanding we bow and apologize? Now, I offer you a chance. Kneel and plead for mercy, and perhaps I might spare your life. Lu observed Wu Zhe's relentless advance and then glanced at Hong Yang. Engulfed in flames, he realized he was cornered. With no escape, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he suddenly produced a talisman from his robe. "Want to kill me? Not so easily," Lu roared, shattering the talisman in his grasp. A talisman crackling with lightning appeared in Lu's hand, and without hesitation, he crushed it. Blinding lightning flooded the cave, and the violent energy fluctuations caused the very ground to tremble. "Thunderbolt talisman! You will pay with your lives!" Lu shrieked, his face contorted with rage. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe felt the overwhelming energy surge, their expressions turning grave. "Zizi, be careful," Hong Yang shouted, shielding Wu Zhe behind him. The ferocious power of the lightning surged forward like a roaring dragon, imbued with a destructive aura, barreling towards Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. The flames surrounding Hong Yang erupted violently, forming a fiery barrier in an attempt to withstand the onslaught of the tempestuous lightning. However, the power of the Thunderbolt talisman exceeded his expectations. The flame barrier shattered almost instantly, and the lightning struck Hong Yang with unrelenting force. With a muffled grunt, Hong Yang was sent flying like a broken kite. Crashing heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, Wu Zhe, witnessing this, was filled with alarm. He rushed to Hong Yang's side, helping him to his feet. "Yang Gu, are you all right?" Hong Yang's face was pale, breath ragged as he struggled to respond. "I'm fine, just cough cough. The power of this Thunderbolt talisman is too strong." Seeing Hong Yang injured ignited a fierce blaze of anger within Wu Zhe. Slowly rising, his icy armor crackling ominously, he glared at Lu with a chilling resolve. "Senior brother Lu, how dare you harm my Yang Gu? You will pay the price." Lu, witnessing Hong Yang wounded by the Thunderbolt talisman, was elated, laughing arrogantly. "Ha ha, lackeys will always remain lackeys. Even after awakening powers, they are still no match for me. Now, both of you shall die." Lin Ba, snapping out of his stupor, rushed to Lu's side, fawning, "Senior brother Lu, how magnificent! These two lackeys are doomed." Lu, brimming with self-satisfaction, approached Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, looking down upon them with disdain. "Now, do you have anything to say?" Hong Yang, struggling to stand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with defiance and rage. "Even in death, I will drag you down with me." Flames roared back to life around him, fiercer than before, as if determined to incinerate everything. Wu Zhe also rose, his icy armor crackling, a cold fury radiating from him. "Today, it is either your death or mine." As Lu and Lin Ba sensed the formidable aura emanating from Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, a flicker of fear ignited within them. They had not anticipated these lackeys, despite their injuries, could unleash such tremendous power. Just then, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe felt an even more potent presence rapidly approaching from afar. An aura both commanding and oppressive, sending a chill down their spines. "This is bad, it's Elder Sun." Lu's complexion changed dramatically as he exclaimed. Lin Ba, equally terrified, turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. "Elder Sun is renowned for his strictness. Should he discover that we are engaging in private conflict here?" Both Hong Yang and Wu Zhe can sense the overwhelming aura approaching. They exchanged tense glances, their hearts laden with unease. "Elder Sun's presence draws near," Wu Zhe murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the cave's entrance. Chapter 4. The Elder's Investigation and the Ingenious Strategy to Overcome Adversity. The light at the cave's entrance gradually became obscured by a towering figure. Elder Sun had arrived. Clad in a gray robe, his countenance was stern, exuding an air of authority that demanded respect. Following closely behind him were several inner disciples, each exhibiting an arrogant demeanor, their eyes disdainfully sweeping over the surroundings. "What is the matter?" Elder Sun's voice resonated, deep and commanding, imbued with an undeniable gravitas. Upon seeing Elder Sun, Lin Ba instantly donned a fawning smile, hastening forward to gesture towards the cave's direction, embellishing his words. "Elder Sun, while on patrol, I discovered unusual sounds emanating from this cave. It appears that some menial disciples are lurking here, engaged in some unsavory business. I implore you, Elder, to investigate." The inner disciples trailing Lin Ba echoed his sentiments. "Indeed? Elder, these menial disciples have always been unruly. They might be pilfering the sect's resources." "Humph, menial disciples are indeed nothing but worthless scum." One inner disciple scoffed, casting a contemptuous glance at the fallen Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. At these words, Wu Zhe felt a tightness in his chest. He anxiously looked at Hong Yang, only to find him remarkably composed, standing still with a serene gaze fixed on the approaching Elder Sun. This unusual behavior sparked a flicker of confusion within Wu Zhe. Elder Sun's piercing gaze swept over Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, his eyes sharp as blades, seemingly capable of penetrating their very souls. He sensed the faint remnants of extraordinary energy emanating from them, causing his brow to furrow slightly. "What are you two doing?" Elder Sun's tone was frigid, carrying a hint of pressure. Seeing this, Lu Shixiang hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Elder Sun." These two menial disciples refused to be disciplined. They dared to confront a disciple. "I merely administered a slight reprimand." "A slight reprimand?" Elder Sun interrupted with a disdainful snort. "It seems more like bullying the weak. The sect's rules strictly prohibit private disputes among disciples. Are you aware of your transgressions?" Lu Shixiang's face turned pale as he quickly knelt and pleaded, "Elder, please forgive me. I acknowledge my mistake." Lin Ba followed suit, kneeling with feigned sincerity. "Elder, please see clearly. These two menial disciples provoked us first. I could not stand idly by." Elder Sun's gaze once more settled on Hongyang and Wuza, sensing the elusive traces of extraordinary energy lingering around them, deepening his curiosity. These two menial disciples, clearly marked by the signs of extraordinary energy, appeared paradoxically weak, truly peculiar. "Do you possess awakened extraordinary energy?" Elder Sun inquired solemnly. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Wuza's heart raced, and he nervously glanced at Hongyang, who took a deep breath, slowly responding, "Elder." He paused, his demeanor calm to the point of indifference. "We were merely practicing." These simple 3 words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Wuza's eyes widened in disbelief at Hongyang's calm admission. Lin Ba's expression shifted to one of confusion. He had anticipated Hongyang to panic and deny it, perhaps even grovel for mercy, yet he remained unfazed. Elder Sun's keen eyes lingered on Hongyang for a moment, as if seeking to unravel his inner thoughts. He perceived the faint traces of extraordinary energy emanating from the two. Yet it was exceedingly weak, nearly dissipating. Within the cave, there were no signs of any extraordinary energy surging forth. Could it be that he was mistaken? At that moment, a novel form of extraordinary energy quietly circulated within Hongyang. This energy was neither offensive nor defensive. Rather, it was a unique ability that subtly altered the flow of the ambient atmosphere. The instant Elder Sun stepped into the cave, Hongyang activated this power, cloaking the residual traces of extraordinary energy and their recent practice, creating an illusion of tranquility. The cave appeared barren, save for a few scattered stones. Elder Sun surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed in concentration. He sensed something amiss, yet found nothing to substantiate his instincts. "Practicing?" Elder Sun echoed Hongyang's words, skepticism lacing his tone. What could 2 menial disciples possibly practice? With a demeanor neither servile nor overbearing, Hongyang replied, "Respectfully, Elder, we are merely attempting to practice some fundamental breathing techniques to strengthen our bodies." Elder Sun scrutinized the two, yet ultimately discerned no anomalies. He snorted derisively, "Menial disciples ought to toil diligently, rather than indulge in unrealistic fantasies. Should I catch you slacking off, you shall face severe consequences." With that, Elder Sun turned to leave. Lin Ba, realizing the opportunity to chastise Hongyang and Wuza was slipping away, felt a pang of frustration. Just then, Lu Shixiang, unwilling to relent, interjected, "Elder Sun, these 2 menial disciples are acting suspiciously. They might truly be engaged in some illicit activities. Perhaps we should conduct a more thorough investigation." Lu Shixiang's tone bore an undertone of provocation, casting a scornful glance at Hongyang and Wuza. His words displeased Elder Sun, who halted and shot Lu Shixiang a cold glare. "Lu Shixiang, are you questioning my judgment?" Elder Sun's voice was frigid, imbued with an unmistakable authority. Lu Shixiang's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He hastily knelt, stammering, "I would not dare. It is merely that I find this matter suspicious. These 2 menial disciples are usually idle. Yet today they are hiding here, which is indeed dubious." "Dubious?" Elder Sun huffed dismissively. "I have been here investigating for quite some time and have found nothing amiss. You, an outer disciple, dare to speculate recklessly?" Lu Shixiang's face paled further. He felt the immense pressure emanating from Elder Sun, as if a mountain bore down upon him, stifling his breath. Unable to defend himself, he repeatedly kowtowed in supplication, "I acknowledge my error. I shall never act so presumptuously again." Elder Sun, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, "Enough. Considering it is your first offense, I shall spare you this time. Should you meddle again, I will not be so lenient." With that, elder son disregarded Lu Shixiang and exited the cave. Lin Ba, left with no choice, cast a venomous glare at Hongyang and Wuze before reluctantly following elder son's departure. As light poured back into the cave. Dispelling the darkness within, Hongyang and Wuze exchanged glances, both sensing a shared relief. "That was close," Wuze exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I didn't expect Lu Shixiang to be so troublesome." A slight smile graced Hongyang's lips, a glimmer of cunning illuminating his eyes. "This is just the beginning," he murmured, his tone laden with an enigmatic significance. He understood that evading elder son's scrutiny was merely a temporary reprieve. The real challenges lay ahead. Lin Ba would not rest until he exacted revenge. The two exited the cave, slowly descending the rugged mountain path. The mountain breeze caressed their garments, bringing a refreshing chill. Wuze, still harboring concerns, turned to Hongyang and whispered, "Hongyang, do you think Lin Ba will?" Hongyang patted Wuze's shoulder, speaking with unwavering resolve, "Do not worry. We shall face whatever comes our way. Now that we have awakened our extraordinary abilities, we must embrace the responsibilities that accompany them. Regardless of the trials ahead, we shall confront them together." Upon returning to the menial disciples' quarters, they immediately felt a shift in the atmosphere. The once raucous area was now eerily quiet, with all the menial disciples regarding them with peculiar glances, some filled with curiosity, others with envy and hostility. Lin Ba lounged in his designated spot, leisurely sipping tea from a cup. Upon observing Hongyang and Wuze's return, a sardonic smile crept across his face. "Ah, the two geniuses have returned," Lin Ba said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "So, how was your clandestine practice in the cave?" The surrounding menial disciples murmured amongst themselves, having heard that the two had been secretly cultivating extraordinary abilities, only to be discovered by Elder Sunday. Is it true? Even the menial disciples can cultivate extraordinary abilities? Who knows, perhaps Lingguan is intentionally making things difficult for them. Hongyang and Wuze paid no heed to the surrounding discussions and approached Lin Ba directly. "Lingguan, may I inquire what tasks await us today?" Hongyang asked calmly. Lin Ba set down his teacup, his gaze icy as he stared at Hongyang, and slowly replied, "Today, your task is," he paused, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, "to clean all the restrooms of the sect." Chapter 5. The trials of the menial disciples. Cleverly overcoming adversity, the surrounding menial disciples gasped at this task. The sect's restrooms were numerous and filthy, making the cleaning exceedingly laborious and time-consuming. This was clearly a deliberate act of humiliation. Wang Chang tugged at Hongyang's sleeve, a worried expression on his face as he whispered, "Honggu, this is too much. How long will this take?" The other menial disciples nearby echoed his sentiments, some even whispering with glee, "See, I told you they offended Lingguan and would face dire consequences. This will be entertaining. These two clueless fellows will surely end up begging for mercy." Hongyang's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, anger blazing within him. He raised his head abruptly, about to retort, when Wu Zhe grasped his arm. Wu Zhe subtly shook his head, signaling him to endure. "Lingguan, we shall commence at once," Wu Zhe replied with calmness, pulling Hongyang to turn away. Once outside the menial discipline area, Hongyang shook off Wu Zhe's hand, suppressing his fury as he said, "Wu Zhe, why did you stop me? This is clearly an affront to us. Why should we swallow our pride?" Wu Zhe sighed, patting Hongyang's shoulder. "I understand your frustration, but we are merely menial disciples now, lacking the means to resist. Lin Ba is backed by Elder Sun, and we cannot afford to offend him. Enduring a moment of humiliation will bring peace. Let us complete the task first." Hongyang remained indignant. "Endure? If we continue to endure, they will only escalate their cruelty. After finally awakening our extraordinary abilities, must we allow ourselves to be bullied like this?" His fists tightened, knuckles paling, the fire of his anger refusing to be quelled. Wu Zhe furrowed his brow, recognizing the truth in Hongyang's words, yet he knew that confronting them head-on would lead to greater suffering. "Hongyang, I understand your discontent, but we must remain composed. Now is not the time. We need to consider our options carefully." Hong Yang was about to retort when his gaze fell upon a water bucket not far away. Taking a deep breath, as if making a decision, his tone softened. All right, Wu Zhe, I will follow your lead. Let us complete the task. He picked up the bucket and tools, striding toward the restroom, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. Wu Zhe watched Hong Yang's retreating figure, a faint sense of unease stirring within him. As if something were amiss, he shook his head, suppressing his doubts, and picked up his tools to follow suit. Lin Ba sat in the menial discipline area, smugly sipping his tea, as if he could already envision Hong Yang and Wu Zhe in a state of utter disarray. The sycophants around him chimed in with flattery. Lin Guan? You are truly formidable. Those two boys will surely be unable to endure such hardship and will soon beg for mercy. Lin Ba scoffed. Humph, daring to offend me must come with a price. I shall see how long they can hold out. As soon as he finished speaking, an uproar erupted outside. What is going on? Lin Ba frowned, setting down his teacup and striding toward the exit. Hong Yang, carrying the water bucket, appeared to head toward the restroom but actually took a detour to a secluded corner. He inhaled deeply, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, with hands slightly outstretched. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward. Before long, the scattered filth throughout the sect began to converge as if drawn by some unseen force, swiftly gathering toward a designated spot. Hong Yang's extraordinary ability was not merely to manipulate water but to control all things. He could sense subtle energy flows and convert them into control. This moment, he was silently cleaning the sect's restrooms using this ability. Under his command, the refuse moved with the precision of well-trained soldiers. Rapidly and orderly completing the cleanup task, Wu Zhe followed closely behind Hong Yang, initially puzzled, but soon he discerned Hong Yang's intent. A spark of surprise flickered in his eyes, and he began to harness his extraordinary ability as well. Wu Zhe possessed the power of acceleration, enabling him to elevate his speed to the extreme, even temporarily manipulating the flow of time. He darted like a phantom between the restrooms, swiftly eliminating difficult stains. The two worked in perfect harmony. One controlled, the other cleaned, achieving remarkable efficiency. What would ordinarily take an entire day was nearing completion within an hour under their adept handling. Other menial disciples were still laboriously cleaning, only to discover that Hong Yang and Wu Zhe had finished their tasks effortlessly. They stared in astonishment, filled with confusion and disbelief. Wang Chong was particularly dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, armed with only basic tools, completed such a daunting task so quickly. Did they possess some secret weapon? Meanwhile, Lin Ba lounged in the menial discipline area, indulging in tea, his heart swelling with pride as he envisioned Hong Yang and Wu Zhe prostrating in submission. Yet, a commotion shattered his daydream. Lin Guan, they have already completed it. A panting menial disciple rushed in, pointing toward Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, disbelief etched across his face. Lin Ba sprang to his feet, his teacup crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces. His face turned ashen with rage as he stormed outside, only to find the restrooms clean and tidy, with Hong Yang and Wu Zhe at ease, igniting a volcanic fury within him. How did you manage this? Lin Ba gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with suspicion and anger. Hong Yang shrugged, feigning innocence. Lin Guan, we simply followed your instructions and completed the task. Wu Zhe added with a faint smile. Indeed, Lin Guan, we worked diligently and earnestly. Is there anything wrong with that? Lin Ba trembled in fury, pointing at the two, bellowing, you must have cheated. You certainly used some underhanded means. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged a knowing glance, a glimmer of cunning in their eyes. Hong Yang spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Lin Guan, you are unjustly accusing us. We completed the task according to the rules. If you don't believe us, feel free to inspect. Lin Ba conducted a thorough inspection but found no evidence of cheating. His anger escalated, yet he was rendered powerless. He glared fiercely at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe before storming off. Casting a menacing remark, you two had better watch yourselves. As they watched Lin Ba's retreating figure, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged smiles, aware that this confrontation was merely the beginning. It seems we must tread carefully. Wu Zhe murmured, his gaze falling on a shadowy figure lurking in the distance. Lin Ba returned to his quarters, enraged, sweeping everything off his desk in a fit of fury. The speed at which Hong Yang and Wu Zhe completed their tasks was astonishingly unnatural. He was convinced they had employed some nefarious means, yet he could not find evidence. Damn those bastards! How dare they play me for a fool? He growled through clenched teeth, slamming his fist onto the table. A short, portly man with a fawning demeanor cautiously entered the room. Lin Guan, please calm your anger. It's not worth it to quarrel with these two little scoundrels. As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the shattered pieces. What do you know? Those two are clearly intent on opposing me. I will make them suffer. Lin Ba roared, his fury nearly boiling over. Yes, Lin Guan is right. Those two truly are unaware of their own insignificance. The portly man chimed in, however, Lin Guan, do not rush. We can take our time dealing with these little scoundrels. Opportunities will present themselves. Meanwhile, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe returned to the dilapidated quarters where the other menial disciples resided. The gazes directed at them were filled with awe and confusion, whispers circulating among them. How did they manage that? They completed the task so quickly. They must have used some special method. Otherwise, how could they have finished so fast? I hear Lin Guan is furious. He probably won't let them off easily. Listening to the discussions around them, Wu Zhe furrowed his brow slightly. It seems we've truly offended Lin Ba this time, he said softly, a hint of concern in his voice. Hong Yang patted Wu Zhe's shoulder, grinning. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it. We've done nothing wrong. Can he really devour us? Though he spoke with bravado, Hong Yang understood that Lin Ba would not let this matter rest easily. Wang Cheng approached them, a look of unease on his face. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe, you both acted too impulsively this time. Lin Ba is not someone to be trifled with. You must be cautious in the future. Thank you for the warning, Wang Cheng. Hong Yang expressed his gratitude, stating that they would remain vigilant. Wang Cheng's words heightened the alertness of both Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. They understood that in the servant quarters, they were at a disadvantage and must exercise utmost caution to avoid falling into Lin Ba's trap. The following day, the servant disciples gathered in the courtyard as usual, awaiting their assigned tasks. The atmosphere was heavy, with everyone burdened by concerns for the fates of Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. A short, stout man strode arrogantly to the front of the crowd, speaking in a mocking tone. Some individuals, believing themselves to be clever, think they can act with impunity, unaware that there are those they cannot provoke. He cast a sidelong glance at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The surrounding servant disciples were silent, afraid to utter a word. At that moment, Lin Ba appeared. His expression grim, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd, ultimately landing on Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. A chill emanated from him, causing the temperature around to plummet. He spoke slowly, his voice low and threatening. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe, you two, come with me. Chapter 6. When conspiracies entangle, the counterattack shines forth. Lin Ba's ominous command hung over Hong Yang and Wu Zhe like a death warrant. They exchanged glances, both filled with apprehension, yet could only silently follow Lin Ba into the unknown. The servant disciples watched their departing figures, akin to two lambs led to slaughter, whispers of sympathy and fear filling the air. The stout man, meanwhile, wore a smug expression, spitting at their backs. Fools! Upon reaching a secluded courtyard, Lin Ba halted, turning to glare at them coldly. Do you know why I brought you here? He asked, his tone chilling, akin to a serpent poised to strike. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe remained silent, cautiously surveying their surroundings. The towering walls, the tightly shut gates, and the stifling atmosphere all contributed to their unease. Oh, playing mute? Are we? Lin Ba mocked, clapping his hands, as the sound echoed. A dozen burly men emerged from the shadows of the courtyard walls, each bearing fierce expressions and glinting weapons. They encircled Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, forming an impenetrable barrier. Witnessing this scene, both Hong Yang and Wu Zhe felt a sinking sensation. They realized they had fallen into Lin Ba's trap. Lin Guan, we have prepared everything you instructed, one of the burly men said respectfully to Lin Ba. He nodded in satisfaction, then pointed menacingly at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Growling, teach these two ignorant brats a lesson. so they understand the consequences of crossing me. The henchman grinned maliciously, closing in, weapons gleaming menacingly, ready to strike. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe stood back to back, fists clenched tightly, prepared to fight to the death. They understood that the odds were not in their favor, but they would not surrender easily. Just as the situation appeared dire, news suddenly came from the servant quarters, stating that an important task required Hong Yong and Wu Zhe to go alone. This unexpected news raised their suspicions. Something felt amiss. Lin Ba's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by the announcement. After a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand, signaling the henchmen to halt. "Consider yourselves fortunate this time." Lin Ba glared at them fiercely. "I will let you off the hook today, but if you dare provoke me again, you will regret ever being born." With that, he turned to leave, and the henchmen dispersed accordingly. Nevertheless, Hong Yong and Wu Zhe did not let their guard down. They knew this was merely the calm before the storm. They exchanged determined glances. "Let us see what this task is," Hong Yong said in a low voice. The two hastened towards the servant quarters, only to catch sight of a familiar figure sneaking away in the opposite direction. "It's him," Wu Zhe exclaimed. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe quickened their pace towards the servant quarters, but at the corner, they spotted the stout man furtively retreating. "IDS him," Wu Zhe hissed, a flash of cold light in his eyes. They exchanged glances, their minds racing with realization. A diversion? Rather than proceeding to the servant quarters, they silently followed the stout man. He jogged along, completely oblivious to his pursuers. He arrived at a secluded courtyard and pushed the door open. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe exchanged knowing glances before stealthily entering. Inside the courtyard, Lin Ba stood with his back to them, hands clasped behind him, seemingly waiting for something. The stout man approached Lin Ba, bowing and whispering a few words. Upon hearing, Lin Ba's face broke into a triumphant smile. "They've arrived." Lin Ba's voice dripped with mockery. "I thought you two would be too afraid to show up." Hong Yong and Wu Zhe stepped out from the shadows, their expressions grim. Upon seeing them, Lin Ba's smile widened. "Oh, you really dare to come. It seems you truly do not understand the meaning of danger." He clapped his hands, and once again, a dozen burly men emerged from the shadows of the courtyard walls, surrounding Hong Yong and Wu Zhe. "Today marks your end?" Lin Ba laughed triumphantly, as if envisioning their torture to death. Fury ignited in the eyes of Hong Yong and Wu Zhe. Faced with Lin Ba's taunts and threats, they yearned to charge forth and tear him apart. However, Hong Yong did not allow his rage to cloud his judgment. He suppressed his anger, calmly surveying the surroundings. He noticed that although the walls were towering, there was a pile of rubble at the corner that seemed climbable. This was an opportunity. Lin Ba observed them, a smirk on his face. "What? Afraid? It's not too late to beg for mercy now. I might consider leaving you with intact corpses. Who is afraid?" Wu Zhe roared, his figure flashing as he charged directly at the nearest henchman. Lin Ba was taken aback, clearly not anticipating Wu Zhe's proactive attack. Before he could react, he saw Wu Zhe's form surrounded by a series of afterimages, akin to a phantom, evading capture. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed as several henchmen fell to the ground. Caught off guard by Wu Zhe's assault, Lin Ba's expression shifted from shock to horror as he realized that these two servant disciples were far more formidable than he had imagined. "Who are you?" Lin Ba's voice trembled with fear. Hong Yong ignored Lin Ba, signaling to Wu Zhe before he leapt onto the pile of rubble in the corner. Planning to escape? Not so easily. Lin Ba bellowed, commanding the remaining henchmen to charge at Hong Yong. "Wu Zhe, cover me!" Hong Yong shouted while climbing. Wu Zhe swiftly positioned himself before the henchmen, his speed like lightning, his attacks fierce and relentless, preventing the henchmen from getting close. Just as Hong Yong was about to scale the wall, Lin Ba panicked completely. He rushed to the wall's edge, extending a hand towards Hong Yong. "Stop!" But before he could finish, Hong Yong had already vaulted over the wall, disappearing from sight. "Damn it!" Lin Ba stamped his foot in frustration. On the wall, Hong Yong reappeared, looking down at Lin Ba with a cold smirk. "Lin Ba." His voice was icy as frost. "The game has only just begun." With that, he leapt down from the wall, vanishing into the night. Wu Zhe moved like a specter, weaving through the crowd. His ability, Phantom Step, activated. trailing multiple afterimages behind him to confuse his opponents. Each flash was accompanied by muffled thuds, the sounds of Lin Ba's henchmen being taken down. The dozen burly men brought by Lin Ba found themselves utterly defenseless against Wu Zei's swift strikes. Collapsing like harvested wheat, Lin Ba's expression transformed from mockery to astonishment, then to sheer terror. He had never anticipated that these ordinarily timid servant disciples possessed such formidable strength. He had assumed that his henchmen would easily handle them. But he had gravely underestimated them. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Lin Ba roared in frustration, watching as his men fell, filled with fear and anger. At that moment, Hong Yang leapt down from the wall. Landing firmly on the ground, a faint golden glow surrounded him, and a powerful aura erupted from within. Lin Ba, your good days are over. Hong Yang's voice was as cold as ice, carrying a bone-chilling intensity. Lin Ba trembled at the sight of Hong Yang, who appeared as if descended from the heavens, realizing he had stepped into a trap. Don't come any closer, Lin Ba stammered, fear evident in his eyes. Now you know fear? It's too late. Hong Yang advanced step by step towards Lin Ba, each stride akin to treading upon Lin Ba's very heart. The newly awakened ability of Hong Yang. The golden light that enveloped him not only significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities, but also allowed him to convert the energy from absorbed attacks into his own strength. Just earlier, while on the wall, he appeared to be evading, yet in truth, he was absorbing the energy from the assaults of the thugs. Now, he had transformed all that energy into his own power, causing his strength to surge dramatically. With a single punch, the golden light blazed forth, and the formidable force sent the remaining thugs sprawling. Lin Ba, terrified, collapsed to the ground, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Spare my life. Spare my life. I will never dare again. Hong Yang exchanged a glance with Wu Zei, refraining from immediate action. Lin Ba, you have committed countless misdeeds and oppressed the servant disciples. Today, you shall pay the price. Hong Yang's voice was icy and merciless. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please, let me go. Lin Ba cried out, tears streaming down his face. Hong Yang scoffed. I might spare you, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? I will agree to any condition as long as you let me go. Lin Ba hastily replied. You must publicly acknowledge your wrongdoings before all the servant disciples and promise never to trouble us again. Hong Yang stated. Lin Ba hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the glint of cold light in Hong Yang's eyes, he ultimately nodded in agreement. The next day, Lin Ba publicly confessed his sins in front of all the servant disciples, vowing never to oppress them again. This news spread rapidly throughout the servant quarters, and all the servant disciples viewed Hong Yang and Wu Zei with newfound respect. Upon returning to their residence, Wu Zei remarked with amazement, I never expected we would truly succeed. Hong Yang smiled. This is merely the beginning. After their reputation spread within the servant quarters, it caught the attention of the outer disciples. A few outer disciples stood at a distance, observing Hong Yang and Wu Zei's residence, one of them whispering, It seems this year's outer assessment will be quite intriguing. Chapter 7. The outer assessment begins. A new challenge awaits. The morning sun illuminated the martial arena outside the sect, and an atmosphere of tension permeated the air. The outer assessment represented a coveted opportunity for all servant disciples to ascend. A necessary path toward greater realms. Today, hundreds of servant disciples gathered here, each eager to showcase their abilities. Hong Yang and Wu Zei stood at the edge of the crowd, feeling the weight of various gazes upon them, some laced with envy, others with disdain, and many filled with anticipation. They understood that since they had taught Lin Ba a lesson, their reputation among the servant disciples had soared, but it had also attracted some unwelcome trouble. Look, there are Hong Yang and Wu Zei. I heard they made Lin Ba kneel and beg for mercy. A sharp-nosed servant disciple pointed at them and whispered, Humph, they merely rely on their numbers. Their true abilities may not be impressive, another burly disciple scoffed. This was Chen who, a cronies of Lin Ba. Behind him trailed several intimidating figures, clearly not there to offer goodwill. I think their chances in this assessment are slim. Elder Zhang is notoriously biased and will certainly not let them off easy. The murmurs surrounding them reached Hong Yang and Wu Zei's ears, Yet they paid no heed, merely observing their surroundings. The first segment of the assessment was a strength test, presided over by Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang was short and rotund, with a shiny face and small, shifty eyes that betrayed his cunning nature. He sauntered over to the testing stone tablet and loudly announced the assessment rules. This strength test would rank participants, with the top 50 advancing to the next round. Now, let the assessment commence. With Elder Zhang's command, the assessment officially began. One by one, servant disciples approached the stone tablet, channeling their full strength into a mighty strike. The tablet displayed varying values, some high, others low, eliciting gasps and discussions from the onlookers. Hong Yang noticed that some disciples closely affiliated with Elder Zhang discreetly received small vials from him before their tests, applying the liquid inside to their hands. The results from these disciples were exceptionally outstanding, indicating clear cheating. When it was Qianhu's turn, he approached the stone tablet, casting a sinister glance at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, before delivering a powerful punch. The tablet registered an astonishing number, drawing cheers from the crowd. Qianhu truly is formidable. No wonder Elder Zhang favors him. Qianhu held his head high in pride, defiantly gazing at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Elder Zhang scheduled Hong Yang to perform last, while Wu Zhe was placed in the middle. Before Wu Zhe's turn, he cast a worried glance at Hong Yang. The prolonged wait would not only drain physical strength but also impose psychological strain. Seconds turned into minutes, and finally, it was Hong Yang's turn. He took a deep breath and approached the stone tablet. Elder Zhang feigned a smile and said, "Hong disciple, do your best." Hong Yang ignored Elder Zhang's condescending tone, understanding that this assessment was not merely a contest of strength, but also a test of will. He silently activated his ability, preparing for a full-force strike. That moment, Qianhu suddenly charged from the crowd, delivering a vicious kick to Hong Yang's ankle. "Kid, get down!" The sudden ambush from Qianhu caught Hong Yang off guard, causing a sharp pain in his ankle, and he nearly stumbled. Laughter erupted from the crowd. While Qianhu and his hulking companions reveled in their triumph, Elder Zhang pretended to rebuke. "Qianhu, no mischief. During the assessment, you must not interfere with others." Yet a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes. Just then, a slender figure quietly approached Hong Yang, offering him a handkerchief and softly saying, "Go for it. I believe in you." Hong Yang paused, looking up to see Li Yao. Her eyes held a hint of shyness and admiration, making her all the more enchanting in the morning sunlight. A warmth spread through Hong Yang's heart, filling him with renewed strength. He accepted the handkerchief, gently wiping the sweat from his brow, and gratefully nodded at Li Yao. Her cheeks flushed a soft pink as she quickly retreated into the crowd. When it was Hong Yang's turn, he did not rush to display his strength as anticipated. Instead, he closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Surprising those around him, Qianhu scoffed. Putting on airs, Elder Zhang grew impatient. "Hong Yang, can you perform or not? If not, step aside and don't waste everyone's time." Hong Yang continued to ignore them, silently attuning himself to the surging energy within him. Although Qianhu's ambush had injured his ankle, it ignited his fighting spirit. He took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze radiated determination. Just as everyone expected him to concede, Hong Yang suddenly sprang into action. He grasped the testing stone tablet, unleashing his full power. A torrent of strength surged forth from within him. The numbers on the tablet began to fluctuate wildly, quickly surpassing all previous scores and continuing to rise. The surrounding air seemed to freeze as all eyes widened in disbelief at this spectacle. Qianhu and his brutish companions were expressions of shock, and Elder Zhang's face turned ashen. "How is this possible?" Qianhu muttered in disbelief. The numbers on the tablet ultimately settled at a staggering figure, shattering the strength testing records for servant disciples. Hong Yang slowly lowered his hand, casting a calm gaze at Elder Zhang, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Elder Zhang, how did I perform?" The numbers on the tablet burned into the eyes of Elder Zhang and Qianhu like a searing brand. "How is this possible?" Qianhu murmured in disbelief, his face contorting in dismay. He had presumed that Hong Yang's injury, coupled with his own underhanded tactics, would ensure Hong Yang's failure in this assessment. Yet now, not only had Hong Yang succeeded, but he had also set a new record, transforming Qianhu's previous arrogance into sheer ridicule. Elder Zhang's complexion shifted from ashen to a deep shade of purple, gritting his teeth as he managed to utter, "Hong Yang, your score is valid." He had initially aimed to suppress Hong Yang and elevate Chun Hu, but his plans backfired, leaving him in an untenable position. The surrounding servant disciples erupted in exclamations of astonishment, their gazes towards Hong Yang filled with awe and envy. Li Yao's face flushed with excitement, her hands clasped tightly as she cheered for Hong Yang's remarkable performance. Seeing Hong Yang shine so brightly ignited the flames of jealousy within Chen Hu. He leapt forward, pointing at Hong Yang and shouting, "He cheated! He must have cheated! How could a mere servant disciple possess such strength?" Chun Hu's incitement quickly garnered support from some nearby, who had already harbored dissatisfaction towards Hong Yang's excellence, now seizing the opportunity to vent their frustrations. Yes, he must have cheated. How could someone injured suddenly unleash such overwhelming power? We demand a retest. The emotions of the junior disciples swelled, plunging the assessment venue into utter chaos. Some disciples, who had previously held admiration for Hong Yang, were swept away by the tide of voices. Beginning to doubt his accomplishments, faced with the crowd's skepticism, Hong Yang maintained an air of calmness. He cast a disdainful glance at Chun Hu, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smirk. "Chun Hu? Are you so afraid to admit your defeat that you resort to such despicable tactics?" Chun Hu, stung by Hong Yang's gaze, felt a tremor in his heart, yet he stubbornly retorted, "You, stop pretending. We all saw it. You didn't exert your full strength just now. You must have employed some underhanded methods." Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a commanding voice resonated from the outskirts of the crowd. "What is going on? Why is it so noisy here?" Following the sound, they beheld an elder clad in a gray robe, his hair and beard completely white, slowly making his way forward. He was Elder Qin, the one responsible for this assessment. Elder Qin's piercing gaze swept across the scene, an invisible pressure instantly enveloping the entire area. The once boisterous crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on Elder Qin. Approaching the assessment stone tablet, Elder Qin scrutinized the numbers inscribed upon it, then turned to Hong Yang and inquired sternly, "Hong Yang, did you cheat in your performance just now?" Hong Yang stood tall, replying with dignity, "Disciple did not cheat. All is based on my own strength." Elder Qin nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Chun Hu. "Chun Hu, why do you question Hong Yang's results?" Chun Hu stammered, unable to meet Elder Qin's eyes. "I just think his results are too unbelievable." Elder Qin snorted coldly, "Unbelievable? Do you think I cannot discern whether a disciple has cheated?" Chun Hu trembled in fear, hastily kneeling. "Disciple dares not?" Elder Qin disregarded Chun Hu further, turning to the crowd and declaring in a firm voice, "Hong Yang's results are valid. No one is to question them again. Now, we shall proceed to the next assessment." He paused, casting a meaningful glance over the gathered crowd, his tone shifting to one of gravity. "The test of ability control begins." On the assessment platform, various intricate mechanisms glimmered coldly in the sunlight, heralding the severity of this trial. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged knowing glances, both understanding that the true challenge was just beginning. Wu Zhe patted Hong Yang's shoulder, whispering, "Let's go. It's our turn." Chapter 8. The Perils of Ability Control Testing. Overcoming challenges with wit and valor. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe stood side by side on the platform, while the surrounding junior disciples whispered among themselves, most bearing expressions of schadenfreude. This ability control test was notoriously difficult. It was said that less than 10% of participants succeeded last year. A slight, scrawny junior disciple murmured, "Indeed, and I heard that Steward Zhang intentionally increased the difficulty today, just waiting to see Hong Yang make a fool of himself." Another disciple chimed in, casting a glance at the grinning Steward Zhang standing below. Senior Sister Su stood at the forefront of the crowd, arms crossed, scoffing. Overestimating himself, does he really think he can pass? Prepare to be eliminated. Li Yao stood beside her, anxiously watching the two on stage. Clenching her fists in silent prayer, Brother Zhou patted her shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Don't worry, both Hong Yang and Wu Zhe are not ones to give up easily." Elder Qin stood atop the high platform, his gaze sharp. Observing the activity below, he began to speak. "This assessment tests not only the strength of your abilities but also your control. The mechanisms are numerous, Any misstep could lead to failure. Now, begin. Hong Yang took a deep breath, channeling his internal energy as a warm current flowed into his hands. He cautiously managed the output of his abilities, attempting to manipulate the first mechanism before him. A rotating metal disc that moment. Qianhu, accompanied by a few lackeys, pushed to the front, loudly proclaiming, "Hong Yang, give up. Do you really think you can pass? You'd be better off going back to feeding pigs." As they spoke, they secretly unleashed a disruptive aura, trying to interfere with Hong Yang's control. Suddenly, Hong Yang felt his abilities becoming chaotic. The previously stable output began to fluctuate, and the metal disc's rotation became erratic. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he gritted his teeth, striving to maintain control. Wu Zhen noticed Hong Yang's distress and whispered, "Hong Yang, what's wrong?" Hong Yang shook his head, muttering, "Someone is interfering with me." Wu Zhe's eyes narrowed, scanning the crowd before quickly pinpointing Chun, Hu and his cohorts. He cursed inwardly yet felt helpless, silently cheering for Hong Yang. Steward Zhang observed Hong Yang's struggles from below. A cold smile creeping across his lips, he secretly adjusted the difficulty of the mechanisms, making the already complex system even harder to manage. Hong Yang sensed his control slipping further. The metal disc's rotation grew increasingly unstable, teetering on the brink of escape from his grasp. The surrounding jeers grew louder, piercing his ears like needles. Just then, Hong Yang abruptly ceased his output. "Has he given up?" Qian Hu exclaimed triumphantly. "It seems he has reached his limit." Senior Sister Su sneered in derision. Wu Zhe looked at Hong Yang, worry flashing in his eyes. Hong Yang remained silent, taking a deep breath, and then, to everyone's astonishment, he retracted all of his energy. The metal disc lost control, screeching as it threatened to collide with the edge of the mechanism. Chun Hu and his followers erupted in laughter. "Huh? I told you he couldn't do it. What a grand embarrassment." Chun Hu guffawed, slapping his thigh in amusement. Senior Sister Su chuckled mockingly, her eyes filled with scorn. "What a waste of time. I thought he might have some skill." Even Li Yao, who had been worried, could not help but bite her lip, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Could it be that Hong Yang truly intended to give up? Brother Zhou furrowed his brow, filled with doubt. Hong Yang was not one to surrender easily. There must be a reason behind his actions. Just as the crowd assumed Hong Yang had conceded, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a spark of determination igniting within. A wave of purer, more potent energy erupted from within him, surging forth like a dragon awakening from slumber. This power was more refined, more domineering, exuding a pressure that sent chills through the onlookers. They were astounded to see Hong Yang's eyes gleaming with radiant golden light, and around him, shimmering lines of energy could be faintly perceived. Was this the partial awakening of his abilities? Zhou Shixiang gasped in astonishment, disbelief etched across his features. He was privy to certain secrets regarding the awakening of supernatural abilities. Only a select few exceptionally gifted individuals could ignite dormant, higher-level powers during their training, thereby achieving a qualitative leap. With the enhancement of partial ability awakening, Hong Yang's previously unruly power branches now flowed obediently under his control. Like docile sheep, his hands moved with remarkable swiftness, weaving complex runes of supernatural energy that coalesced at his fingertips into a radiant beam, aimed at the final mechanism. With a click, the mechanism responded and sprang open. A profound silence enveloped the arena, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Then, thunderous applause and cheers erupted. It was a success. Hong Yang had indeed triumphed. It was utterly incredible. He had awakened a portion of his abilities. Even the usually aloof Elder Qin nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Qian Hu and his entourage appeared pallid, resembling wilted eggplants, their spirits visibly dampened. Wu Zhe also successfully completed his test. Stepping up to Hong Yang and giving his shoulder a hearty pat, exclaiming, "Well done, my friend. I knew you could do it." Hong Yang smiled in response, likewise. However, just as the crowd celebrated the impressive feats of Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, a sharp voice shattered the joyous atmosphere. "Elder Qin, I suspect they have cheated." Sister Su, her face a mask of resentment, approached Elder Qin, pointing an accusatory finger at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, declaring that their method of controlling their abilities deviated from the norm, likely employing some illicit technique. The moment her words left her lips, an uproar ensued. All eyes turned to Elder Qin, awaiting his judgment. With a slight furrow in his brow, Elder Qin cast a deep gaze over Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, then glanced at the defiant Sister Su. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Sister Su, do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claim of their cheating? Su's expression stiffened. Her accusations stemmed from jealousy and resentment, and she had no evidence to present eye. I have no evidence, she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Zhou Shixiang stepped forward, speaking with righteous indignation. Sister Su, your claims are unfounded slanders. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's prowess is evident to all. Their success is a result of their hard work and innate talent, and you have no right to tarnish their achievements. Liao also rose in support of Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, countering Sister Su's unreasonable outburst. The atmosphere turned tense, thick with anticipation. Elder Qin raised his hand for silence, his gaze once more landing on Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, his expression laden with significance. He began to speak. Chapter 9. The moment of decision in the assessment, a resurgence of might. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe, your performances have indeed surpassed expectations, yet Sister Su's doubts are not entirely unfounded. Your methods of utilizing your abilities do diverge from the ordinary. However, I am more inclined to believe this is a manifestation of your talent. Elder Qin's voice was somber, his eyes piercing. There is no evidence to suggest you have cheated, hence, her doubts are invalid. Sister Su's face turned ashen, her lips pressed tightly together as she shot a resentful glare at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe before begrudgingly retreating to the sidelines. Zhang Zhisher whispered a few words into her ear, and a glint of malice flashed in her eyes. The final round of assessments was about to commence. Elder Qin's voice rang out once more, tinged with a note of warning. This round of assessment will test your comprehensive abilities, and the risk factor is exceedingly high. Proceed with caution. Your lives are paramount. The crowd shuddered at his words. The content of the assessments varied each year, but one constant remained: high risks accompanied high rewards. Successfully passing the assessment would grant them entry as outer disciples, along with superior training resources and elevated status. Failure, however, could result in severe injuries or even death. Liao looked at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe with concern. Her hands clenched tightly together. Be careful. Zhou Shixiang patted their shoulders, offering encouragement. I believe in you. Go for it. The surrounding servant disciples buzzed with chatter, some expressing admiration for Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, while others mocked them. Ift, mere luck, one servant disciple sneered. Let's see if they can maintain their fortune in the final round. Right? They seem all bark and no bite. Who knows, they might end up trembling in fear. Another chimed in. Qian Hu scoffed with arrogance, as though he could already envision Hong Yang and Wu Zhe in a state of utter disarray. Zhang Zhisher stood nearby, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe remained unfazed by the surrounding murmurs, taking deep breaths as they fixed their determined gazes on the entrance to the assessment arena. There, a palpable aura of danger loomed, akin to a lurking beast awaiting its prey. The assessment venue was a dense jungle, fraught with treacherous terrain and lurking perils. Tio heightened the challenge. The sect had deliberately set up various traps and powerful beasts within the forest. Other servant disciples rushed eagerly into the jungle, eager not to lag behind. However, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe did not hasten. They stood at the entrance, meticulously observing their surroundings. Something feels off, Wu Zhe murmured. Look at the arrangement of those trees and shrubs. They seem overly orderly, not quite like a natural formation. Hong Yang nodded in agreement, sensing an unease as well. He crouched down to scrutinize the traces on the ground, discovering faint footprints and trampled grass. Someone has been here before, Hong Yang stated gravely. Moreover, it appears they intentionally set up some things. Wu Zhe's expression shifted. Could it be a trap? Hong Yang did not respond but instead picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it deep into the jungle. As the stone flew a short distance, it suddenly triggered a hidden mechanism, and a sharp spike shot up from the ground, obliterating the stone in an instant. Indeed, traps exist, Wu Zhe exclaimed. Hong Yang's expression grew serious. He realized that this assessment was far more perilous than he had anticipated. He turned to Wu Zhe, speaking with gravity, "Stay alert. We proceed." The two moved cautiously into the depths of the jungle, each step taken with utmost care. Suddenly, Hongyang halted, sensing a dangerous presence closing in. "Wait," he said, gripping Wu Zhe's arm and pointing at what appeared to be an ordinary tree ahead. Just as Hongyang spoke, the seemingly mundane tree began to tremble violently, and a gaping fissure split open along its sturdy trunk, from which a gigantic spider emerged. The creature was pitch black, its 8 eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, and its venomous fangs dripped with a viscous substance, sending chills down their spines. "An 8-eyed demon spider," Wu Zhe gasped, recognizing it as a second-level beast, equivalent to a mid-tier outer disciple. The spider emitted a piercing shriek and lunged at Hongyang and Wu Zhe. The two had anticipated this and swiftly evaded its attack. Hongyang conjured a ball of flame in his hand and directed it at the 8-eyed demon spider. The flames struck its body, sizzling upon impact, yet caused minimal damage. "Its shell is incredibly tough. The flames have little effect," Wu Zhe warned. He waved his hands, manipulating the nearby vines in an attempt to ensnare the spider's movements. The 8-eyed demon spider adeptly evaded the vine strikes while launching a jet of venom toward Wu Zhe. Hongyang reacted swiftly, pulling Wu Zhe aside just in time. The venom splashed onto the ground, corroding a deep pit. "Thanks," Wu Zhe expressed his gratitude with a glance at Hongyang before diving back into the fray. The two engaged in a fierce struggle against the 8-eyed demon spider, the outcome hanging in the balance. Other servant disciples watched from a distance, too intimidated to intervene. Qian Hu lurked at a safe distance, reveling in their misfortune with a cruel smile. Zhang Zhisher observed the battle with keen interest, a sinister grin playing on his lips. He had orchestrated this entire scenario, placing the 8-eyed demon spider here specifically to eliminate the perceived threats posed by Hongyang and Wu Zhe. The battle raged on for an extended period, with Hongyang and Wu Zhe gradually feeling the strain. The spider's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, leaving them battered and bruised. Just then, Hongyang felt a surge of formidable power erupting within him. His eyes transformed into a fiery crimson, radiating an intense heat. Wu Zhe looked on in astonishment at Hongyang's transformation, feeling an unprecedented sense of pressure. Simultaneously, Wu Zhe sensed a change within himself. His hands morphed into sharp claws, and a layer of hardened scales enveloped his body, greatly enhancing his speed and strength. "We've awakened new abilities," Hongyang exclaimed with excitement. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with fierce determination. They charged once more at the 8-eyed demon spider, their attacks now sharper and swifter. Hongyang's flames had evolved beyond ordinary fire, now infused with a golden glow, amplifying their potency. Wu Zhe's vines became more robust, easily ensnaring the spider's movements. The 8-eyed demon spider let out a haunting wail, ultimately collapsing to the ground under their combined onslaught. "We did it," Wu Zhe exclaimed with excitement. Hongyang also smiled, but his grin quickly faded as he sensed that this was merely the beginning. "Wait," Hongyang abruptly seized Wu Zhe, who was about to stride into the depths of the jungle, and pointed ahead. "What is that?" In the direction Hongyang indicated, there lay a region shimmering with an otherworldly glow, as if the very air had warped, emanating a disquieting resonance. Cautiously, the two approached, discovering it to be a rift in space, from which the faint roars of beasts echoed ominously. Could this be a passage to the lair of monstrous beasts? Wu Zhe's expression turned grave. The previous encounter with the 8-eyed demon spider had already drained them, and the thought of facing an even more formidable beast sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Hongyang's eyes as he clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him. Perhaps this was our chance to prove ourselves. Before he could finish his thought, several figures burst forth from the rift, resembling leopards but adorned with sharp wings and covered in scales that gleamed with a metallic sheen, exuding an oppressive aura. Tier 3 beasts, the iron-winged leopards. Wu Zhe gasped, realizing that these creatures possessed speed and attack power far beyond that of the 8-eyed demon spider. Even late-stage outer disciples would struggle to contend with them. 3 iron-winged leopards let out piercing shrieks and lunged toward the two. Without hesitation, Hong Yong and Wu Zhe unleashed their newly awakened abilities. Flames erupted around Hong Yong, forming a wall of fire that repelled the leopard's assault. Meanwhile, Wu Zhe transformed into a blur, swiftly maneuvering behind the leopards. His sharp claws rending their scales and sending blood splattering. The battle was fiercely intense. Leveraging their newfound powers, Hong Yong and Wu Zhe fought valiantly against the three iron-winged leopards. Both bore new wounds yet showed no signs of fear. Instead, their fighting spirit blazed brighter. The onlookers were utterly captivated by this thrilling confrontation, holding their breath in silence. Sister Sue's face darkened ominously. She hadn't anticipated that Hong Yong and Wu Zhe would prove so formidable. Capable of contending with Tier 3 beasts, they had truly accomplished the impossible. Brother Zhou's eyes brimmed with shock and admiration. He hadn't imagined these two mere servant disciples could unleash such tremendous strength. Elder Qin slowly approached, a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. Hong Yong, Wu Zhe, you have passed the final round of the assessment. The crowd erupted into a buzz of astonished murmurs, with servant disciples displaying expressions of awe as they looked at Hong Yong and Wu Zhe with newfound respect. Yet, some outer disciples wore complex expressions, particularly Sister Su, standing beside Brother Zhou, whose face was a mask of displeasure. She forcefully shook off Brother Zhou's hand and stepped forward, her voice trembling with emotion. Elder Qin, I have objections. These two are mere servant disciples. How could they so easily pass the assessment? There must be some foul play. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe felt a tightening in their chests. Aware that Sister Su would not relent, yet they did not expect her to challenge them at this moment. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, all eyes fixed on Sister Su, awaiting her next words. With reddened eyes, she pointed at the bloodstains on Hong Yong and Wu Zhe, her voice choking with emotion. They are in such disarray. They must have employed some forbidden means, otherwise, how could they have defeated 3 iron-winged leopards? I implore the elder to investigate. Several outer disciples echoed her sentiments. Indeed, Elder Qin, there must be something amiss. How could 2 servant disciples possess such power? Li Yao gazed at Hong Yong and Wu Zhe with concern. Though she lacked understanding of cultivation, she recognized that Sister Su's accusations could spell trouble for them. Brother Zhou furrowed his brow, wishing to speak but unsure how to persuade Sister Su. Hong Yong clenched his fists. A surge of anger welling within him. Just as he prepared to retort, he was restrained by Wu Zhe, who subtly shook his head, signaling him to remain calm in the face of the crowd's skepticism. Elder Qin did not dismiss the claims as he had previously. Instead, his expression grew solemn as he slowly spoke. Sister Su's words do carry weight. To ensure the integrity of the assessment, I shall review the records of the entire process. The declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. Even Hong Yong and Wu Zhe were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated that Elder Qin would take Sister Su's doubts so seriously. Elder Qin turned to the attendant responsible for the assessment records, speaking in a low, commanding tone. Attendant Zhang, present all records at once. Attendant Zhang's face turned pale, his lips quivering as he furtively glanced at Sister Su. Then lowered his head, slowly approaching the record stand. His complexion was ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He reached the stand, hands trembling as he searched for the records, yet found nothing. His gaze darted nervously, occasionally glancing at Sister Su, his dread deepening. Attendant Zhang, what are you doing? Elder Qin's voice was low and authoritative, tinged with impatience. Attendant Zhang trembled, stammering, Elder, the records they seem to be missing. Missing? Elder Qin's tone turned even colder. Such a crucial document could not simply vanish. How could this happen? Attendant Zhang fell to his knees, shaking uncontrollably, unable to lift his gaze to Elder Qin. He understood that if the records were not found, he would face severe repercussions. Sister Su smirked at the side, reveling in her triumph. Just then, Brother Zhou stepped forward, a faint smile gracing his lips as he held up a crystal orb. Elder Qin, I possess the complete records of the assessment. All eyes converged on the orb in Brother Zhou's hands. Attendant Zhang shot his head up, eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Sister Su's countenance turned ashen. She had not anticipated that Brother Zhou would have such a contingency plan. Brother Zhou handed the orb to Elder Qin, respectfully stating, I was concerned that unforeseen events might occur during the assessment, so I took the liberty of recording the entire process with a memory crystal. Please review it, Elder. Elder Qin accepted the orb, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into it, causing it to illuminate and project a vivid image. The scene depicted Hong Yang and Wu Zhe engaged in a fierce battle against the 3 Iron-Wing Leopards, showcasing their seamless cooperation and strategic use of their abilities to deftly counter the leopards' assaults, ultimately defeating them one by one. The video clearly illustrated the combat sequence, every movement and glance imbued with power and ingenuity. They had not resorted to any forbidden techniques, but had triumphed through their own strength and coordinated efforts. As the footage played, silence enveloped the arena. The servant disciples felt their blood surge, eyes filled with admiration, while the outer disciples were expressions of complexity, astonished by the formidable prowess displayed by the 2 servant disciples. Sister Sue's expression grew increasingly grim. She realized she had lost, and utterly so. After viewing the video, Elder Qin's demeanor softened considerably. He turned to Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe, his voice rang out again, this time filled with affirmation. Your performance has been exemplary and meets the standards of outer disciples. He paused, scanning the crowd before solemnly declaring, regarding the matter of the missing assessment records, I shall investigate thoroughly and will not tolerate any negligence. With that, he fixed his gaze on Attendant Zhang, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Attendant Zhang trembled, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Elder Qin then turned to Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, a smile breaking through. Congratulations, from this day forth, you shall be recognized as outer disciples. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with joy. They understood that this was merely the beginning of their journey in cultivation, with greater challenges awaiting them in the future. As Hong Yang prepared to express his gratitude to Brother Zhou, he noticed Brother Zhou smiling mysteriously, leaning in to whisper, Someone has asked me to remind you to be cautious. Elder Qin's voice resonated throughout the martial arena, resounding with conviction. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe, your performance has been outstanding, and you have officially passed the assessment to become outer disciples. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe clenched their fists with exhilaration, their hearts pounding fiercely. They exchanged glances, each reflecting joy and disbelief in the other's eyes. From humble servant disciples to outer disciples, their immense efforts had finally borne fruit. Surrounding servant disciples erupted into fervent applause and cheers, rejoicing in the success of the 2. Li Yao, brimming with excitement, leapt up, waving her arms in their direction, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Ji and Chun, who stood aside, their faces ashen. They had originally schemed to eliminate Hong Yang and Wu Zhe at this moment, only to find themselves thwarted by their own machinations. Elder Qin's gaze was piercing as it swept over the 2, carrying an undercurrent of warning. Though they felt a sense of resentment, they dared not speak further under Elder Qin's imposing presence. Silently seething and marking this grievance against Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Sister Su, on the other hand, appeared pale, unable to fathom that Hong Yang and Wu Zhe had truly succeeded, which filled her with profound frustration and jealousy. After Elder Qin announced the results, he turned and departed the training ground. Brother Zhou approached Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, patting them on the shoulder, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Congratulations, you are now officially outer disciples. He paused, his expression growing serious. However, the competition among outer disciples is far more intense. You must work even harder. We will strive to do so, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe replied in unison. Brother Zhou flashed a mysterious smile and lowered his voice. Remember my previous words, be wary of certain individuals, for they may not let you off easily. With that, he cast a significant glance at Sister Su and Elder Zhang before turning to leave. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe felt a shiver run through them. They understood that Brother Zhou's warning was not unfounded. Becoming outer disciples signified their entry into a wholly new realm, filled with greater challenges and dangers. They composed themselves, bidding farewell to Li Yao and the other servant disciples, and made their way toward the quarters designated for outer disciples. Along the path, they felt the curious, probing gazes of the surrounding outer disciples, some inquisitive, others scrutinizing, but mostly filled with hostility and indifference. Upon reaching the entrance of the outer disciples' quarters, A stifling atmosphere enveloped them. The courtyard was eerily silent, nearly devoid of life, save for a few fallen leaves dancing in the wind. Producing a rustling sound, Hongyang and Wuza exchanged glances, each sensing a hint of unease in the other. "Something feels off here," Wuza murmured. Hongyang nodded, pushing open the courtyard gate. "Let's take a look inside." The gate creaked ominously, as if forewarning them of what lay ahead as they stepped into the courtyard. Their footsteps echoed sharply in the stillness. Suddenly, several burly outer disciples emerged from the shadows, blocking their path with unfriendly glares. "You must be the new arrivals," one began, but abruptly halted, his gaze fixating on the outer disciple badges adorning Hongyang and Wuza's chests. His expression shifted slightly. "Outer disciples?" Another outer disciple noted their badges, bewilderment lacing his tone. How did they become outer disciples so quickly? Hongyang and Wuza sensed the tension escalating, uncertain of the cause behind the intense animosity directed at them. "You?" Hongyang began to inquire, only to be interrupted by a derisive laugh. From the depths of the courtyard, Sister Su emerged, a mocking smile etched upon her face as she sauntered toward them. "Well, if it isn't the two newly minted outer disciples. Have you forgotten the rules of the servant quarters so soon?" Hongyang furrowed his brow, perplexed by Sister Su's hostility. "Sister Su, we—" "Silence!" Sister Su's voice rang out sharply. "This is not the servant quarters. You cannot act with impunity here." The outer disciples behind her joined in, unleashing a chorus of derisive laughter. Wuza tugged at Hongyang's sleeve, signaling him to remain calm. He sensed that the atmosphere was far from ordinary. The hostility from these outer disciples seemed rooted in something deeper than their recent ascension. "Sister Su, we only wish to—" Hongyang attempted to explain again, but Sister Su dismissed him with a wave. "What do you wish for? To usurp our place?" she sneered. "The outer discipleship is not a haven for just anyone. You two had best keep a low profile, or else—" Her threat hung in the air, unspoken yet unmistakable. Hongyang and Wuza were ushered into a dilapidated dwelling, more akin to an abandoned warehouse than a home. The walls were mottled, the roof leaky, and within lay only a rickety wooden bed and a table. The air thick with a musty odor. Brother Zhou found them, an apologetic look on his face. "I apologize, brothers. Outer disciple accommodations are assigned by seniority to as newcomers. This is where you must stay for now." Though Hongyang and Wuza felt dissatisfaction brewing within, they recognized Brother Zhou's good intentions and refrained from voicing their grievances. "Brothers, the resources for cultivation among outer disciples are also limited. As newcomers, you may receive fewer resources." Brother Zhou said, somewhat hesitantly. Indeed, when they received their allocation of cultivation resources, they discovered only a small vial of low-grade elixirs and a few poor-quality spirit stones, barely enough to make a dent in their urgent need to enhance their strength. "This is far too little," Hongyang could not help but exclaim. Brother Zhou sighed. "There are many outer disciples, and resources are scarce. It is simply unavoidable. Make do for now, and I will strive to secure more for you in the future." Other newly admitted outer disciples also complained about the scarcity of their allocations, their words laced with discontent and anxiety. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged glances, each recognizing the futility of their situation. They understood that in this harsh world, survival necessitated continual enhancement of their capabilities. As night descended, the dilapidated quarters fell into silence. Hongyang sat cross-legged on the bed, clutching the meager spirit stones, his brow furrowed in thought. Wuza leaned against the table, his gaze flickering, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Wuza stood, moving beside Hongyang and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Hongyang," he whispered, "we cannot simply sit idly by." Hongyang met Wuza's determined gaze, a spark of hope igniting within him. "What do you have in mind?" Wuza's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "We will seek an alternative path." While other new outer disciples lamented their meager allocations, filled with dissatisfaction and trepidation, Hongyang and Wuza shared a knowing smile, their eyes shimmering with a unique resolve. They did not join the chorus of complaints. Instead, they remained unnaturally calm. "It seems everyone is quite displeased with these resources," Hongyang remarked quietly, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Indeed," Wuza replied, "but we are different from them. Precisely, Hong Yang's eyes sparkled with insight. Rather than complain, we should carve our own path. Closing his eyes, Hong Yang focused, channeling his unique abilities. An unusual wave of energy radiated from him, scanning the environment like a radar. This ability allowed him to perceive the flow of energy around him, even uncovering hidden secrets. Suddenly, a smile crept onto Hong Yang's lips as he opened his eyes. "I found something intriguing." They stealthily departed from the crowd, following Hong Yang's guidance to a secluded courtyard. This place appeared long abandoned, overgrown with weeds and peeling paint, utterly unremarkable. Most disciples passing by merely cast a disdainful glance before hastily departing, never suspecting any secrets might lie within. Yet, Hong Yang's abilities clearly sensed a faint energy fluctuation deep within this courtyard, weak but remarkably pure, as if concealing a hidden truth. They pushed open the dilapidated courtyard gate, a musty aura greeting them. The yard was even more desolate, with only a small stone room standing solitary within. Hong Yang approached the stone house, pushing open the heavy stone door. The door emitted a jarring screech, as though resisting its own opening. Once the door swung wide, a rich spiritual energy surged forth, starkly contrasting the desolation outside. This stone house was, in fact, a concealed small-scale cultivation chamber. The chamber, though modest in size, was meticulously arranged. Embedded within the walls were stones radiating a gentle luminescence. The ethereal energy they emitted was far purer than the inferior spirit stones allocated to them. At the heart of the chamber lay a small spirit-gathering array. Slowly rotating and drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, appeared Fortune, smiled upon us. As Wu Zhe surveyed the chamber's arrangement, an excited smile gracing his face. Wasting no time, they immediately commenced their cultivation within the sanctuary. Hong Yang activated his techniques, absorbing the surrounding pure spiritual energy, feeling his strength steadily rise. Meanwhile, Wu Zhe sat cross-legged, eyes closed in concentration, seemingly attempting to break through some kind of barrier. Time slipped away, and the chamber was suffused with a dense wave of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Wu Zhe, far more potent than before. He opened his eyes, brilliance flashing within them, and an expression of exhilaration spread across his face. "I've broken through." Hong Yang shared in his joy, aware that this was merely the beginning. With this secret cultivation chamber, they would possess greater opportunities to enhance their powers and establish a foothold in this competitive world. "It seems we have uncovered a shortcut to formidable strength," Wu Zhe remarked meaningfully to Hong Yang. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached from outside the chamber. The rich spiritual energy enveloped Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, both immersed in the joy of their cultivation. The energy waves from Wu Zhe's breakthrough gradually subsided. He clenched his fist, savoring the surging power within him, excitement spilling over. Who would have thought this modest chamber contained such pure spiritual energy, vastly superior to the spirit stones distributed by the sect? Hong Yang nodded in agreement, channeling his unique abilities to sense the flow of energy around them, a hint of amusement gracing his features. "It appears our choice was indeed wise. Rather than complain, we should actively seek opportunities." They continued their cultivation, solidifying their respective gains. Time passed silently in the tranquil chamber until a slight noise shattered the serenity. Hong Yang furrowed his brow, keenly detecting the anomaly. "Someone is coming." Wu Zhe immediately halted his cultivation, casting a wary glance toward the stone door. The footsteps drew nearer, accompanied by hushed conversations, clearly indicating more than one visitor. "Damn it, how did they find this place?" Wu Zhe muttered under his breath, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Hong Yang's expression hardened. He swiftly rose and approached the stone door, pressing his ear against it to listen intently to the sounds outside. By the sound of it, there were at least 3 individuals, all of considerable strength. "What should we do?" Wu Zhe stood as well, energy coalescing in his hands, prepared for battle at any moment. Hong Yang took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "When soldiers come, we will fight. When water comes, we will hide the earth. We have worked hard to find this chamber, and we cannot let it slip away easily." The footsteps outside came to a halt, followed by a series of knocks. "We know you're in there. Come out quickly." Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged glances, seeing unwavering resolve reflected in each other's eyes. Ignoring the shouts from outside, they silently readied themselves for combat. Seems they do not intend to come out willingly. A cold voice rang out from beyond the door. Then don't blame us for being rude. With a resounding crash, the stone door was forcefully flung open by an overwhelming force, and 3 men clad in outer sect disciple robes stormed in. Their eyes glinted with malice as they fixed their gaze upon Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Greed evident in their expressions. Oh, look at these 2 newcomers. They've stumbled upon quite the treasure. The tallest of the men, bulky and brutish, sneered with disdain. This chamber now belongs to us. You 2 can leave. Another slender man chimed in, his eyes glimmering with avarice. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe remained silent, coldly observing the unwelcome intruders, energy gathering in their hands as a fierce battle loomed. You are asking for trouble. The tall man bellowed, launching the first attack, a powerful wave of energy surging toward Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. They swiftly dodged, unleashing their own unique abilities, engaging in a fierce clash. The chamber erupted with energy, debris flying as the battle for dominance commenced. However, at that moment, Hong Yang suddenly felt an unusual wave of energy emanating from outside the chamber, one far more potent than any preceding it. Sending a shiver through him, his expression shifted, and he whispered to Wu Zhe, "Be cautious. There are more outside." No sooner had he spoken than several figures appeared at the entrance, effectively sealing off their escape. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe found themselves ensnared within the chamber, trapped with no way out. Wu Zhe's complexion turned pale as he muttered, "This is a serious predicament." Hong Yang clenched his fists, determination flickering in his eyes as he spoke gravely. What do they intend to do? Chapter 12. A struggle for resources in the chamber, unleashing unique abilities within the chamber. The residual energy waves reverberated through the air, debris littering the ground. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe stood back to back, warily eyeing the figures blocking the entrance. The outside light was obscured by their silhouettes, casting the chamber into deeper shadows. The oppressive atmosphere nearly suffocating. What do we do now? Wu Zhe's voice trembled slightly, his grip tightening around his weapon, perspiration seeping from his palms. He was but a bottom-tier disciple among the outer sect. And faced with this sudden upheaval, fear surged over him like a tidal wave. Stay calm, Hong Yang replied in a low tone. He scanned the figures at the door, searching for any potential escape route. The imposing tall man and the scrawny one from before stood at the entrance, their faces twisted into malevolent grins, as if victory was assured. Behind them loomed several outer sect disciples, each exuding formidable auras. Clearly not to be underestimated. One of the stocky disciples pointed at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe with an air of arrogance, mockingly proclaiming, "Oh, aren't these the infamous waste duo of our outer sect? What, planning to resist?" Another tall, thin disciple joined in the derision. Do these 2 really think they can defend the chamber? Such delusions. The tall man sneered, stepping forward, a powerful pressure enveloping the entire chamber. You 2 brats dare to seize our belongings? You must be tired of living today. Let me show you the consequences of offending us. Wu Zhe's face grew even paler. He instinctively glanced at Hong Yang, despair etched in his eyes. He understood they were truly cornered this time. The disparity in strength between them and their adversaries was insurmountable. Victory seemed impossible. Hong Yang inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. He knew that panicking would only hasten their demise. He surveyed the surroundings, seeking any glimmer of hope for escape. Where is senior brother Zhou? Why hasn't he arrived? Wu Zhe murmured, his tone laden with helplessness. They had previously called upon senior brother Zhou for assistance, hoping he would arrive in time. But now it seemed he might not make it after all. Don't count on anyone else. No one can save you today. The tall man mocked, gradually raising his hand, a dazzling light coalescing in his palm. The overwhelming energy causing the chamber to tremble. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Hong Yang suddenly spoke up. Wait. Everyone paused, turning their gazes toward him. I have a suggestion. Hong Yang's voice was surprisingly calm, as if he were unaware of the perilous edge upon which he stood. Let us have a contest. If we win, you will let us go and cease your coveting of this chamber. If we lose, he paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and stated deliberately, you may do as you wish. The tall man exchanged glances with the others, amusement flickering in their eyes. Oh, a contest? How do you propose we compete? The tall man asked, intrigued. Hong Yang's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Quite simply, he replied slowly, his gaze landing on a stone platform in the center of the chamber. We will see who can remain on this platform the longest. The crowd was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. The stocky disciple clutched his stomach, tears nearly streaming from his eyes as he guffawed. Ha ha ha, did I hear that correctly? You want to compete on who can stand on this broken platform the longest? What kind of contest is that? The tall, thin disciple joined in the mockery. Looks like they're scared and trying to buy time. But alas, even if you could stand there forever, we would never let you go. The tall man chuckled, but soon his laughter ceased, a glint of interest appearing in his eyes. Interesting. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Very well, if you wish to play. I shall indulge you, but let me make it clear, if you dare to employ any underhanded tactics, you will bear the consequences. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged resolute glances, each recognizing the determination reflected in the other's eyes. They approached the stone platform and sat cross-legged at its center. Begin, the towering man issued a command. The stone platform appeared rather unremarkable, yet when Hong Yang and Wu Zhe seated themselves upon it, a peculiar wave of energy emanated from the stone, enveloping their bodies in an instant. This energy fluctuation went unnoticed by the others. Only Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, immersed in its midst, could truly feel its presence. The energy was wild and chaotic, akin to countless tiny needles incessantly assaulting their bodies and meridians. Within mere moments, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Observing the anguish etched on Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's faces, the assailants grew increasingly smug, convinced that they were merely feigning distress, unable to withstand the energy on the stone platform. Ha! I told you, this stone platform is no ordinary place. Now you know the severity, don't you? The short and stout disciple exclaimed gleefully. As time ticked by, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's faces grew increasingly pallid, sweat cascading down their brows like beads. Nevertheless, they gritted their teeth, resolutely refusing to succumb. Initially, the assailants were entertained by the spectacle, but as the moments dragged on, their patience began to wane. How long has it been? Why haven't they collapsed yet? The tall and lean disciple muttered impatiently. The towering man furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The energy fluctuations on the stone platform, though formidable, should not have allowed two outer disciples to endure for so long, unless they possessed some extraordinary means of resistance. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's bodies suddenly erupted with radiant light, two powerful energy waves emanating from them, intertwining to forge an even mightier force that illuminated the entire chamber. The assailants stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Slowly, Hong Yang opened his eyes, which gleamed with intensity. Rising to his feet, a formidable pressure radiated from him, nearly suffocating the assailants. Now, it is our turn. Hong Yang's voice was cold and laced with lethal intent. He extended his hand, pointing at the towering man. You go first. The brilliance surrounding Hong Yang intensified. The previously gentle energy now surged like a raging river within him. He felt an unprecedented power awakening and expanding, as if striving to break free from the confines of his body. Clenching his fists, he relished the tumultuous strength coursing through him, his eyes alight with exhilaration. The towering man was the first to react, his expression darkening as he barked, "Stop with the theatrics. Let's see what you're truly capable of." In a flash, he lunged towards Hong Yang like an arrow released from a bow, his sword slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Faced with the onslaught of the imposing man, Hong Yang did not flinch. A confident smile graced his lips, just as the sword was about to pierce him. A sudden surge of light erupted around him, an invisible force sending the towering man flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock and terror. What is this power? He struggled to lift his head, gazing at Hong Yang, who was bathed in light, his voice trembling with disbelief. Hong Yang offered no reply, instead slowly raising his right hand in his palm. A golden flame blazed fiercely, radiating an aura of terrifying heat. This was his newly awakened ability, the flame of heaven's destruction. Burn the heavens, Hong Yang declared, and the flame in his palm transformed into a fire dragon, roaring as it lunged towards the towering man. The man's eyes widened in horror, attempting to flee, only to find himself utterly immobilized. The fire dragon engulfed him in an instant, his anguished screams echoing throughout the chamber. The other assailants were paralyzed by fear at this sight. He actually killed the boss, the short and stout disciple stammered, his face ashen. Run! The tall and lean disciple shouted in panic, turning to flee. The remaining assailants scattered in all directions, terrified of being consumed by Hong Yang's flames. Meanwhile, Wuza also sprang into action. He moved with agility, weaving like a specter through the chamber. His hands danced in the air, conjuring streams of water that coalesced into sharp ice blades, striking down the fleeing assailants one by one. His awakened ability allowed him to manipulate water, not only for offensive maneuvers, but also to create illusions with vapor to confound his foes. The chamber erupted in a cacophony of screams. The clash of weapons and explosive bursts of energy, painting a chaotic yet intense tableau of battle. Ultimately, through the combined might of Hong Yang and Wuza, all the assailants were subdued. Brother Zhou watched in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the formidable prowess displayed by Hong Yang and Wuza, particularly the shocking power of Hong Yang's newly awakened ability. They actually won, he murmured to himself. The news of this battle swiftly spread throughout the outer sect, with the names of Hong Yang and Wuza resounding as the focal point of discussion. Have you heard? Hong Yang and Wuza actually defeated Boss Liu and secured the resources in the chamber. Is that true? Boss Liu is notorious for his ruthlessness in the outer sect. Absolutely. I witnessed it myself. Hong Yang awakened a new ability. It's simply incredible. However, this news also reached the outer sect's affairs office. A gray-robed elder, seated in a chair, listened intently to his subordinate's report, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Hong Yang, Wuza, he murmured, rolling the names over his tongue as his fingers rhythmically tapped on the desk. It seems these two youngsters are not to be underestimated. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. Go, summon Brother Song. Chapter 13. An unexpected encounter in the mine. A reverse strategy unfolds as the gray-robed elder's words faded. A burly young man with a resolute countenance pushed the door open, clasping his fists in greeting. Elder Wu, you called for me? Brother Song, the elder inquired, his tone seemingly casual yet laden with significance. I hear you've been quite close to two newly initiated outer disciples lately? Brother Song's heart sank at the implication, realizing Elder Wu was referring to Hong Yang and Wuza. He quickly replied, Elder Wu. Both Hong Yang and Wuza possess extraordinary talents and remarkable strength. Indeed, I have been associating with them. Elder Wu nodded slightly and continued, the sect has recently discovered a resource mine, but the situation is complex and requires reliable disciples to investigate. Take Hong Yang and Wuza with you. Understood, Elder, Brother Song acknowledged, setting off promptly. Before long, Hong Yang, Wuza, and Brother Song arrived at the entrance of the resource mine. The mouth of the mine loomed dark and foreboding, reminiscent of a monstrous abyss. A chill and damp atmosphere enveloping them, sending shivers down their spines. Zhu Xiaodi trailed closely behind Brother Song, his complexion pale and legs trembling slightly. Sister Yi cast a concerned glance at Hong Yang and Wuza, softly advising, the situation inside the mine is uncertain. You must exercise caution. Rest assured, Sister Yi, we will be vigilant. Hong Yang reassured her, patting his chest with feigned ease, though he understood that this venture would not be without peril. Shortly after entering the mine, a clamor of footsteps echoed through the narrow passage. Flickering flames illuminated the approaching figures, the leader being a burly man with a face full of brutish features, none other than the notorious head of the external sect's Ma gang. Trailing behind him were a dozen or so of his lackeys, each one exuding an intimidating aura. If it is the two newly minted geniuses. What brings you to this mine to seek your fortune? The Ma gang leader sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Zhu Xiaodi cowered behind Brother Song, trembling in fear. Even Brother Song's expression grew grave. He understood the formidable nature of the Ma gang, particularly their leader. A late-stage expert in the outer sect, Ma gang. This mine belongs to the sect. Your occupation here is rather excessive, Brother Song asserted, attempting to uphold the sect's interests. Excessive? The Ma gang leader erupted in laughter. As if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, and this mine. Might makes right. If you know what is good for you, you'll skedaddle. Otherwise his eyes glinted with malice. Don't blame us for being ungracious. The atmosphere grew tense, an impending conflict seemingly unavoidable. Everyone anticipated that Hong Yang would react furiously, either arguing with the Ma gang or launching an attack. Yet, to their surprise, he approached the Ma gang leader with a cheerful demeanor. Proposing, let us collaborate. We can work together to exploit the resources of this mine. Wouldn't that be splendid? This unexpected overture left everyone speechless. Brother Song and Sister Yi exchanged astonished glances, while Zhu Xiaoti's eyes widened in disbelief as if witnessing the impossible. Even the fierce Ma gang members were momentarily taken aback, exchanging puzzled looks. The Ma gang leader, initially thinking Hong Yang had succumbed to fear, was ready to gloat, but upon hearing this proposal, he frowned, contemplating. What scheme is this young man concocting? Could there be some ulterior motive? Sensing the leader's hesitation, Hong Yang pressed on, Boss Ma, you must know that the depths of this mine are fraught with peril. Attempting to mine alone would likely prove futile. How about we join forces to confront the perils within the mine? This way, we can enhance our efficiency while ensuring safety, truly a win-win situation. He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice, speaking with an air of mystery. Moreover, to my knowledge, there resides a formidable guardian beast deep within the mine, a creature of extraordinary power. Relying solely on your caravan or our small group would likely prove insufficient. Only through collaboration can we significantly increase our chances of acquiring the resources hidden within the mine. Hong Yang's words were well-founded, causing the members of the caravan to ponder deeply. Though they were fierce and domineering, they were not devoid of intelligence. Previous attempts by other factions to enter the mine had ended in failure, with some even losing their lives in the process. The dangers lurking in the depths of the mine were indeed formidable. Instilling a sense of caution in them, the caravan leader contemplated for a moment, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he weighed the pros and cons. A burly man with a thick beard stepped forward. Speaking in a deep voice, Boss, this fellow is undoubtedly up to no good. With so many of us, why should we fear the guardian beast? Let South charge in and drive them away. The resources within the mine will be ours, another diminutive member of the caravan echoed. Indeed, boss, do not listen to this fellow's nonsense. With so many brothers, how could we be afraid of just a few of them? Listening to his subordinates, the caravan leader felt his resolve wavering. While he was wary of the dangers within the mine, he was also reluctant to relinquish the resources at hand. Noticing this, Hong Yang's lips curled into a subtle smile. Aware that a rift had emerged within the caravan, precisely the outcome he desired. Boss Ma, Hong Yang spoke again, his tone sincere. I recognize your strength, yet the dangers lurking deep within the mine should not be underestimated. Rather than engaging in mutual destruction, why not pursue a cooperative endeavor? By uniting our efforts, we can not only secure more resources but also minimize casualties. What is not to gain? His words caused the members of the caravan to fall into contemplation once more. Some who had initially supported a direct assault began to hesitate, for no one wished to meet an untimely demise. The caravan leader gazed at Hong Yang, then at his subordinates, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. Just as he was about to make a decision, a shrill voice pierced the air. Boss, do not heed this fellow's ramblings. He is clearly attempting to deceive us. The speaker was a short, rat-like member of the caravan. He pointed an accusatory finger at Hong Yang, his voice laced with malice. This fellow is shifty. He clearly harbors ill intentions. If we cooperate with them, we will undoubtedly be betrayed. Hong Yang's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the rat-like figure, an aura of menace quietly emanating from him. This sudden shift in atmosphere seemed to solidify the air around them. The rat-like figure, taken aback by Hong Yang's glare, instinctively retreated a step, hiding behind the caravan leader. What is this? Are you looking for a fight? The caravan leader stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the rat-like member. his tone brimming with bravado. Though he was apprehensive about the dangers lurking within the mine, he did not wish to appear weak before his subordinates. So what if we fight? Wu Zhe also stepped forward. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Hong Yang, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he stared down the caravan members. While he did not possess Hong Yang's impulsiveness, he would not tolerate being bullied. The tension between the two parties escalated. The atmosphere charged with anticipation. Brother Song and Brother Zhu tightly gripped their weapons, poised for battle at any moment. That moment, the previously silent Sister Yi stepped forward. She approached the crowd, producing an ancient scroll, which she slowly unfurled. Gentlefolk, let us calm our tempers for the time being. Sister Ye's voice was melodious yet carried an undeniable authority. I chanced upon this ancient manuscript, which details the conditions of this mine, including the presence of the guardian beast. The caravan members, initially dismissive, began to shift their attitudes upon witnessing the terrifying depictions of monstrous beasts and their detailed descriptions within the scroll. The scroll detailed a guardian beast known as the Flame Crystal Beast, a creature of immense power capable of wielding fire, under whose claws several formidable warriors had perished. Is this truly the case? The caravan leader's expression darkened. While he was fierce and domineering, he was not ignorant. The scroll's credible content compelled him to reconsider the possibility of collaboration. The other members of the caravan began to murmur amongst themselves, with those who had previously supported an aggressive approach now wavering. While they were indeed greedy, they also valued their lives. No one wished to die in vain. Boss Ma, do you now believe? Seeing the caravan members' attitude soften, Hong Yang seized the moment to press his advantage. By cooperating, we can secure greater resources and reduce casualties. What's not to gain? The caravan leader pondered for a moment, ultimately nodding in agreement. Very well, I consent to cooperate. Just as both parties prepared to discuss the details of their collaboration, a deep, resonant roar suddenly emanated from the depths of the mine, akin to thunder rumbling, deafening all present. The ground began to tremble slightly, as though some colossal entity was approaching. This is bad. The guardian beast has been awakened. Sister Yi exclaimed, her face paling. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of gravity in the other's eyes. The members of the caravan also changed countenance, for although they were fierce, they could not help but feel fear in the face of true danger. The roar grew louder, more distinct, echoing as if from the very depths of the earth, causing everyone's eardrums to thrum. The ground trembled more violently, debris cascading down, and the air within the mine grew increasingly heated. It's here, Brother Song called out, tightening his hold on Brother Zhu. Stay close to me. Chapter 14. The Battle of the Mine against the Fiendish Beast. Wisdom and valor conquer the malevolent roar. The roar grew ever closer, as if the furious cry of some immense creature was surging forth from the depths, resonating painfully in the ears of all. The tremors intensified, rocks cascading down, and the air in the mine became scorching hot. It has arrived, Brother Song exclaimed, gripping Brother Zhu even tighter. Brother Zhu's face turned pale, his teeth chattering as he clutched tightly at Brother Song's clothing, his eyes filled with terror. Suddenly, a fiery red figure burst forth from the depths of the mine, enveloped in a wave of intense heat, appearing before them in an instant. It was a massive flame crystal beast, its body adorned with crimson scales that shimmered like flames, radiating a blinding brilliance. With sharp claws and fierce teeth, it fixed its menacing gaze upon the crowd, continuously spewing forth scorching flames. Is this truly the flame crystal beast? One of the caravan members stammered, despair evident in his voice. The power of the flame crystal beast exceeded their wildest imaginations. Even the mere aura it exuded was suffocating. What shall we do? We are no match for it. Another member of the caravan cried out in panic. The caravan leader's face turned ashen. He had initially believed that their numerical advantage would afford them some measure of strength against the guardian beast, but it now seemed they had grossly underestimated the power of the flame crystal beast. In contrast, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, while also feeling immense pressure, exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, their eyes burned with fervent battle intent. Sister Yi cast a worried glance at the two of them, whispering, "Be cautious. The flame crystal beast is formidable, though not engage recklessly. Despite knowing that both Hongyang and Wu Zhe possessed powerful abilities, she could not suppress her concern in the face of such a mighty foe. The flame crystal beast let out a thunderous roar, initiating its assault. Its enormous paw swung down with a wave of searing heat, crashing into a nearby boulder. Boom! The boulder was instantly reduced to rubble. Debris flying as dust filled the mine. Several unfortunate members of the caravan were injured by the shockwave, collapsing to the ground in agony, which only heightened their fear and dampened morale. Hongyang and the others swiftly evaded, narrowly avoiding the attack of the flame crystal beast. Its strength is overwhelming. We must find a way to restrict its movements, Hongyang declared solemnly. I will draw its attention. You all find an opportunity to strike at its weaknesses. Wu Zhe stated, his eyes glinting with determination. No, that's too dangerous, Sister Yi urgently interjected. However, Wu Zhe had already dashed forward, his speed akin to a specter, instantly appearing before the flame crystal beast in a flash. Wu Zhe conjured an ice-blue longsword from thin air, its blade aimed directly at the beast's head. The flame crystal beast roared in fury, opening its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of searing flames. Ice shield! Hongyang shouted, a gigantic ice shield materializing before Wu Zhe, blocking the flames. With a sizzling sound, the surface of the ice shield began to melt rapidly, yet Hongyang continuously infused it with his powers, maintaining its form. Seizing the moment, Wu Zhe maneuvered to the side of the flame crystal beast, striking fiercely with his sword. The beast reacted swiftly, its massive tail sweeping through the air like a steel whip. Wu Zhe was caught off guard, struck in the chest, and sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Wu Zhe! Hongyang cried in alarm, his heart racing with anxiety. Beside him, Brother Zhu, pale with fear, clung tightly to Brother Song's clothing. Trembling uncontrollably, Beast, you seek death. With a thunderous roar, Brother Song clenched his fists tightly, his muscles rippling with intensity. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the earth-shattering fist, and a visible wave of energy erupted from his fists. Striking the flame crystal beast with tremendous force, upon impact, the enormous creature staggered back several paces, letting out a pained howl. The members of the caravan, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly dumbfounded. They had not anticipated Brother Song's immense power. Previously, they had regarded him with disdain, but now they were compelled to reassess their perceptions. Seizing the moment, Hongyang felt a surge of determination. He swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, muttering incantations under his breath as a powerful force of ice began to coalesce around him. Icebound for miles, he bellowed, causing the temperature to plummet. The ground rapidly froze, extending towards the flame crystal beast's feet, which hindered its movement. Wu Zhe, clutching his chest, struggled to stand, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. Drawing a deep breath, he once again charged towards the flame crystal beast. Ice sword, he shouted, his long sword radiating with brilliant light, a sharp blade of energy slicing through the air, aiming directly for the creature's eyes. The flame crystal beast emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its colossal body trembling violently before it finally collapsed to the ground. Both Hongyang and Wu Zhe collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their clothes drenched in sweat. Although they had triumphed over the flame crystal beast, they had expended a significant amount of energy, their bodies aching and weak. Brother Song approached them with concern, asking, "Are you both all right?" "Just a bit fatigued," Hongyang replied, shaking his head and forcing a smile. "We owe it all to you, Brother Song. Had it not been for your intervention, we would have surely—" Wu Zhe expressed gratefully. Brother Song patted Wu Zhe on the shoulder. Chuckling, "We are all fellow disciples. There is no need for such formalities." At that moment, however, the leader of the caravan approached with a sinister demeanor, a glint of greed in his eyes. "You have all worked hard. We shall take custody of the flame crystal beast's core." No sooner had he spoken than his henchmen brandished their weapons, surrounding Hongyang, Wu Zhe, and Brother Song. Their avaricious gazes fixated on the enormous carcass of the flame crystal beast, particularly the radiant core nestled within its head. "What do you intend to do?" Brother Song stepped forward, shielding Hongyang and Wu Zhe, his eyes narrowed in fury. The caravan leader let out a cold laugh. "What do you think? We are here to claim our rightful reward." We discovered the flame crystal beast first. Had you not meddled, it would have already been ours. Nonsense. It was we who fought valiantly to defeat the flame crystal beast. Yet you wish to reap the benefits without effort. How shameless, Wu Zhe retorted, his spirit undiminished despite his weakened state. At that moment, Sister Yi quietly approached Hongyang and whispered, I saw the caravan members lurking behind the rocks earlier. They must have planned to seize the flame crystal beast's core all along. Upon hearing this, Hongyang's expression sharpened, formulating a strategy in his mind. He feigned weakness, coughing lightly before addressing the caravan leader. Very well, you may take the core. We simply wish to leave this place. The caravan leader, sensing victory, felt a surge of triumph, believing that Hongyang and the others were genuinely intimidated. He laughed boastfully, those who know how to yield are wise. If only you had done so sooner. Brothers, go and extract the core. Though the flame crystal beast lay defeated, its immense body still exuded a palpable aura of dread. The caravan members cautiously approached, wary of any sudden movements from the beast. Suddenly, Hongyang shouted, Now is the time. He sprang to his feet, thrusting his palms forward as an invisible wave of energy enveloped the flame crystal beast. Spatial confinement, to their astonishment, the massive creature was suspended in mid-air, utterly immobilized. A perfect opportunity. Brother Song seized the moment, unleashing his earth-shattering fist directly upon the creature's head. Wu Zhe, despite his pain, swung his sword towards the beast's vulnerabilities. Sister Yi and Zhu Xiaodi also joined in, unleashing their most formidable attacks. The flame crystal beast emitted a chilling roar, struggling fiercely to break free from the spatial confinement. A powerful wave of energy radiated from it, warping the very air around them. With a resounding crack, the confinement began to fissure. Not good. It's about to break free. Hongyang's expression shifted alarmingly. At that moment, the flame crystal beast finally broke its bonds. Roaring in fury, its eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Instead of attacking Hongyang and the others, it abruptly turned its rage towards the caravan members, its crimson eyes fixated on them as it charged forward. Hooves pounding the ground, the caravan leader's smile vanished, replaced by horror as he shouted, Run for your lives! Chapter 15. Taming beasts for resources. A fearsome presence shakes all foes. The flame crystal beast surged towards the caravan members like a mountain, its furious roar causing the ground to tremble beneath them. In a panic, the caravan members scattered in all directions, their once proud formation rendered utterly ineffective before the beast's wrath. Swords and blades clashed against the beast's impenetrable scales, merely sparking harmlessly, failing to inflict any significant damage. In stark contrast, each swipe of the beast's claws and lash of its tail claimed multiple lives. The air was filled with the sounds of agony and despair, a heavy scent of blood saturating the atmosphere. Hongyang and his companions watched from a distance, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Brother Song glanced anxiously at Hongyang. Should we not intervene? Zhu Xiaodi, cowering behind Sister Yi, appeared pale and trembling. Though Sister Yi felt a twinge of fear, she mustered her composure to reassure Zhu Xiaodi, Fear not. We have Hongyang and Wu Zhe with us. The caravan leader, witnessing his men fall one by one into the crimson abyss, realized that if this continued, they would all perish. In sheer desperation, he knelt before Hongyang and the others, his voice hoarse and frantic. Heroes, please save us. If you are willing to help, we shall offer you all our resources. The remaining members of the caravan also knelt, their eyes filled with terror and supplication. They, who had once been arrogant and domineering, now resembled lost dogs seeking refuge. Hongyang did not respond immediately. He surveyed the fallen caravan members and the enraged flame crystal beast. His mind swirling with thoughts, he understood that intervening now might save these men's lives, but it would also mean confronting the wrathful beast. Taking a deep breath, he stepped towards the flame crystal beast. Wu Zhe, alarmed, seized his arm. Hongyang, are you out of your mind? What do you intend to do? I will attempt to communicate with it. Hongyang replied calmly. Communicate? Wu Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. With this beast? Are you jesting? Brother Song and Sister Yi shared Wu Zhe's astonishment. They had never heard of anyone being able to converse with a flame crystal beast. Zhu Xiaodi, terrified, backed away even further, fearing the beast's gaze. Yet, just as everyone believed Hongyang was doomed, something extraordinary occurred. The flame crystal beast's onslaught gradually ceased, its blood-red eyes fixated on Hongyang, as if sensing something. Hongyang extended his hand cautiously, approaching the beast. A soft golden glow emanated from his palm, a manifestation of his unique ability to communicate through the mind. This light was not visible to the naked eye, but resonated on a spiritual level. He drew closer to the flame crystal beast, mentally whispering soothing words while releasing waves of benevolence. The air around them seemed to freeze, every breath held in anticipation, lest they disrupt this delicate equilibrium. The flame crystal beast's crimson gaze remained locked on Hongyang, steam billowing from its nostrils like twin pillars of fire. Its massive claws scraped the ground, emitting a low rumble that betrayed its inner turmoil. Yet, it refrained from attacking again, seemingly captivated by the strange energy radiating from Hongyang while cautiously observing this daring human who approached it. It seems it is genuinely listening to Hongyang. Zhu Xiaodi, hiding behind Sister Yi, stammered in awe. Brother Song and Sister Yi held their breath, witnessing this unprecedented spectacle. An outer disciple communicating with a creature of strength rivaling that of late outer disciples. It was utterly unheard of. The caravan leader, kneeling in despair, felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. If this young man could indeed tame the flame crystal beast, perhaps they still had a chance at survival. He fixed his gaze on Hongyang, fervently wishing for a miracle to unfold. Hongyang continued to project waves of goodwill, sensing the beast's fury and sorrow. Through their mental connection, he gradually unraveled the reason for the flame crystal beast's rage. The caravan members had unknowingly trespassed into its lair and harmed its offspring. "Your child was hurt?" Hongyang tentatively inquired, simultaneously conveying this sentiment through a mental wave to the flame crystal beast. The massive form of the flame crystal beast quivered slightly, emitting a low, mournful whimper, its eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. It lowered its head, nudging Hongyang's palm with its colossal cranium, as if seeking solace. "I understand. I shall assist you in locating your child." Hongyang gently caressed the beast's head, his tone both resolute and tender. The flame crystal beast seemed to comprehend his words, its previously ferocious aura gradually subsiding, replaced by a demeanor of docility and attachment. I lay down obediently at Hongyang's feet, resembling a gigantic pet dog. This spectacle left all present utterly astounded. Brother Song, Sister Yi, and Zhu Xiaodi gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene, as though caught in a dream. Even the members of the caravan, who knelt on the ground, momentarily forgot their pleas for mercy, their mouths agape, eyes filled with shock and fear. "How is this possible?" the caravan leader muttered, feeling as though his entire worldview had been shattered. Hongyang rose, patting the flame crystal beast's head, before turning his gaze toward the caravan members. His eyes bore no trace of pity, only a chilling coldness. "Now, it is time to settle the score." Hongyang's act of taming the flame crystal beast completely shattered the psychological defenses of the caravan leader. Jealous flames burned fiercely within him, his inherently greedy and ruthless nature laid bare. He ground his teeth, the blood vessels in his eyes nearly bursting with rage. "I am the master here. This flame crystal beast and the resources within this mine belong to me," he bellowed, disregarding the terror in his subordinates' eyes. "Attack, kill them, and reclaim the flame crystal beast and resources." The caravan members exchanged glances, already intimidated by the flame crystal beast's might, their fighting spirit extinguished. Yet, under the leader's command, they begrudgingly steeled themselves for another assault on Hongyang and his companions. Overreaching, Hongyang snorted coldly, gently patting the flame crystal beast's head. Receiving the command, the flame crystal beast let out a deafening roar. A surge of searing flames erupting from its maw, forming a wall of fire that instantly engulfed the foremost caravan members. Cries of anguish echoed, and the remaining caravan members, witnessing this, were struck with terror. Abandoning their weapons and fleeing in panic, the caravan leader, too, was paralyzed by this sudden turn of events, staring at his fallen subordinates, his eyes filled with dread and despair. Thinking of escaping, too late. Hongyang's gaze was icy as he commanded the flame crystal beast to pursue the fleeing caravan members. The flame crystal beast, agile and swift, caught up with the deserters in mere moments, its massive claws striking them down one by one. Brother Song and Sister Yi seized the opportunity, rushing into the mine to begin gathering resources. Wu Zhe took charge of the perimeter, ensuring no unforeseen incidents occurred. Under the intimidation of the flame crystal beast, the mine posed no further threat, and they quickly amassed a sufficient supply of resources. "All right, let us return," Hong Yang remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he observed the bountiful haul. He patted the flame crystal beast's head once more, and it followed him obediently, akin to a loyal guardian. The group departed the mine, laden with riches, their silhouettes elongated by the setting sun. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of cold, watchful eyes on a distant peak surveyed their every move. The flame crystal beast and those resources. A man clad in black with a sinister countenance whispered, a glimmer of greed dancing at the corners of his mouth. "It seems we must make our move." He slowly drew a long sword from his waist, its blade shimmering with a ghostly blue light, an oppressive aura of malevolence emanating from it. Chapter 16. The perilous return journey. Unleashing powers to overcome the crisis, the dying rays of the sun cast long shadows on the mountain path as the group embarked on their journey home, filled with the joy of their bountiful harvest. However, this joy was short-lived. As night fell, the air grew increasingly heavy, an inexplicable sense of unease enveloping each individual. "Wait!" Wu Zhe suddenly halted, scanning the surroundings with heightened alertness. Sensing something amiss, the silence surrounding them was eerie, the usual sounds of chirping insects and birds completely absent, leaving only the rustle of leaves in the wind. Brother Song also sensed the anomaly, gripping his long sword tightly as he whispered, "Be cautious. There may be an ambush." Sister Ye's complexion paled slightly as she leaned closer to Brother Song, while Zhu Xiaodi, trembling with fear, cowered behind Hong Yang. Hong Yang patted the flame crystal beast's head, softly reassuring, "Do not fear. We are here." Though his tone was firm, anxiety gnawed at his heart. As mere outer sect disciples with limited strength, facing a formidable adversary would likely spell disaster. No sooner had he spoken than a group of black-clad, masked figures emerged from the woods like specters, surrounding them completely. Each of these individuals exuded a formidable presence, clearly not ordinary bandits. "They are indeed coming for us." Wu Zhe sighed wryly, understanding that they were in deep trouble. The leader of the black-clad figures, a tall man wielding a glistening long sword, spoke in a frigid tone, "Surrender the flame crystal beast and all your resources, and I may consider sparing your lives." Brother Song's expression turned grave, realizing the adversaries were well prepared and far stronger than they were. He whispered to Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, "Hong Wu, I will try to hold them off. You two take Sister Yi and Zhu Xiaodi and escape first." Sister Yi immediately protested, "No, Brother Song. We must all leave together." Hong Yang shook his head, resolutely stating, "Brother Song, we will not abandon you." Despite knowing he was merely an outer sect novice facing evidently superior foes with little chance of victory, he refused to flee in the face of danger. The leader of the black-clad figures sneered disdainfully, "You overestimate yourselves. Since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless." His comrades brandished their weapons, exuding a suffocating aura of menace. With a fierce battle imminent, Hong Yang inhaled deeply, channeling his powers to their utmost. Wu Zhe prepared for combat, determination etched in his eyes. In that critical moment, Zhu Xiaodi, who had been hiding behind Hong Yang, suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the group, his voice trembling yet resolute. "You shall not harm my brothers and sisters." This unexpected display of courage left everyone momentarily speechless. The timid boy they knew had transformed, radiating an inexplicable strength from his small frame. Hong Yang and the others felt both touched by his bravery and anxious for his safety. The leader of the black-clad figures, clearly amused by Zhu Xiaodi's boldness, scoffed, "What a little brat! Do you dare to block my path? Get lost." With a wave of his hand, a sharp sword energy surged toward Zhu Xiaodi. "Zhu Xiaodi!" Hong Yang exclaimed, rushing forward to rescue him, but it was too late. In that crucial instant, a brilliant light erupted from Zhu Xiaodi, and the sword energy was forcefully repelled. As the light faded, Zhu Xiaodi stood unharmed, his eyes filled with determination. Everyone was astonished, including Zhu Xiaodi himself. He was unsure what had transpired, only feeling a surge of powerful energy instinctively protecting him. What just happened? Sister Yi gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. The leader of the black-clad figures also froze, astonished that this seemingly inconspicuous child could withstand his attack. His expression darkened as he coldly declared, "It seems you possess some ability, but that will not change your fate." Combat erupted instantaneously, as the masked figures lunged at Hong Yang and his companions like ravenous wolves. Their coordination was flawless, their strikes vicious, and the air filled with the clash of blades and the scent of bloodlust. Hong Yang and his allies defended themselves while searching for weaknesses in their opponents. Under Hong Yang's command, the flame crystal beast charged into the fray, unleashing torrents of scorching flames that disrupted the enemy's formation. However, the masked figures appeared to have anticipated this, producing specially crafted net-like weapons woven from a peculiar metallic thread that could withstand the flame crystal beast's flames, quickly ensnaring it and restricting its movements. "Damn it!" Hong Yang exclaimed in a surge of anxiety as he witnessed the flame crystal beast ensnared. Brother Song was also embroiled in a fierce battle. Despite his considerable strength, he was outnumbered and had sustained several injuries. Fighting while retreating, he attempted to shield the others, only to find himself encircled and unable to escape. Sister Yi utilized her agile footwork to evade enemy attacks, skillfully using her magical artifacts to distract them, buying time for her companions. Yet, her strength was limited, and she began to falter. Wu Zhe faced the brunt of the pressure, confronting the leader of the black-clad figures, whose power far surpassed his own. Each clash bore down on him with immense weight, and his body was already marred with wounds, blood streaming forth. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, determination blazing in his eyes. "You think you can resist with your ragtag group?" The leader of the men in black sneered menacingly, wielding his long sword with increasing ferocity. Each strike aimed to be lethal. Wu Zhe, unable to dodge in time, felt the blade slice through his arm. Blood gushing forth, he staggered back, his face pale and his breath rapid. Witnessing Wu Zhe's injury, Hong Yang's heart burned with fury. He roared, poised to charge into the fray, when suddenly he heard Wu Zhe's low warning. "Hong Yang, be careful." At that moment, a radiant glow erupted from Wu Zhe once more. The light enveloping him was reminiscent of the dawning sun, blindingly bright, as the brilliance faded. He appeared transformed, his previously slender frame now brimming with strength. The long sword in his grasp hummed, as if responding to its master's metamorphosis. "Is this a new ability?" Sister Yi marveled, hope shimmering in her eyes. Wu Zhe offered no reply. Instead, he gripped his sword tightly, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, locking onto the masked assailants surrounding them. In the next instant, he sprang into action. His speed was astonishing, his figure becoming a blur as he wove through the enemies. With each swing of his sword, a fierce wave of energy followed, toppling the masked figures who fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Seeing this, Brother Song felt invigorated. He swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. As a complex array rapidly unfolded beneath his feet, the formation radiated a soft golden light, ensnaring a portion of the masked assailants within its confines. The trapped foes struggled in terror, unable to break free from the array's grip. What an opportunity! Hong Yang's eyes glinted with determination as he zeroed in on the leader of the masked men. Taking a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of his power, accelerating towards the leader like an arrow released from its bow. The leader, caught off guard by Hong Yang's swiftness, raised his sword to block, but it was too late. Hong Yang's fist collided brutally with his chest, sending him hurtling backward to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. The other masked assailants, witnessing their leader's injury, were instantly thrown into disarray, their offensive faltering as their morale plummeted. "Now's our chance, let's finish them," Hong Yang bellowed, plunging once more into the enemy ranks, using fists and feet alike with deadly intent. Wu Zhe and Brother Song followed closely, launching a fierce assault on the remaining masked figures. The scales of victory seemed to tilt in favor of Hong Yang and his companions as the masked assailants retreated in disarray. Just then, a powerful aura emerged in the distance, far more formidable than any of the previous foes, akin to an ancient beast, exuding a suffocating pressure. What is happening? Is there an even stronger enemy? Sister Ye's complexion changed, a foreboding sense rising within her. Hong Yong and the others halted their actions, warily gazing in the direction of the approaching presence. As the formidable aura drew near, a mysterious figure materialized before them. Cloaked in black robes, his features obscured, he radiated an aura that instilled immense pressure upon Hong Yong and his companions. "It seems the true battle has only just begun," Brother Song murmured, gripping his sword tightly. The man in black slowly raised a hand, pointing at Hong Yong and his allies, an invisible weight descending upon them, making it nearly impossible to breathe. His hoarse voice echoed in the air. "Surrender the flame crystal beast, and I shall spare your lives." Chapter 17. Encountering a strong foe, the wise and brave strive against adversity. The man in black descended slowly, his cold eyes scanning Hong Yong and the others like a serpent. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, oppressive and suffocating. Sister Ye's face turned pale as she clutched Zhu Xiaoti's arm tightly, her knuckles blanching. Zhu Xiaoti trembled in fear, cowering behind Sister Yi, scarcely daring to breathe. "What an overwhelming aura!" Brother Song swallowed hard, his grip on the sword trembling slightly. Having ranked among the top 10 in the outer sect competitions, he prided himself on his strength, yet before the man in black, he felt utterly powerless, like an ant facing a dragon. "The flame crystal beast? Are you referring to this little creature?" Hong Yong feigned composure, raising the flame crystal beast in his hand. The creature seemed to sense the danger, writhing uneasily in his grasp, emitting low whines. "Hand it over." The man in black's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. From the forest behind him, a dozen masked figures emerged, encircling Hong Yong and his companions. Though these assailants were not as powerful as the man in black, they emanated the peak strength of outer sect disciples, evidently his subordinates. "Just you?" Hong Yong scoffed, knowing full well that retreating unscathed today was highly improbable. Yet he would not yield easily. The man in black ceased his words, slowly lifting a hand as a dark energy coalesced in his palm, forming an enormous black energy sphere. The sphere exuded a chilling aura, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. "Be careful," Brother Song shouted, swiftly shielding Sister Yi and Zhu Xiaoti behind him. The man in black hurled the energy sphere towards them with ferocious speed, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the energy sphere detonated, the shockwave flinging Hong Yong and his companions backward. Hong Yong coughed up blood, feeling as though his internal organs had been rearranged. Wu Zhe and Brother Song fared little better, sustaining significant injuries. Sister Yi and Zhu Xiaoti, though shielded by Brother Song, were still affected, their faces pale and breaths ragged. The flame crystal beast let out a mournful cry, flung away by the blast, sustaining several wounds, blood oozing from its body. Easily dispatched, the man in black coldly regarded the fallen Hong Yong and his companions, his tone dripping with disdain. He advanced step by step towards the flame crystal beast, seemingly intent on seizing it. Hong Yong struggled to rise, but found himself utterly drained of strength. He watched helplessly as the man in black approached the flame crystal beast, his heart swelling with unwillingness. "Will I truly surrender just like this?" Clenching his teeth, Hong Yong felt a surge of indomitable resolve. "Don't go any closer." Zhu Xiaoti's voice was barely a whisper, laced with tears. He shrank behind Sister Yi, trembling all over, eyes filled with terror. "Let's just give him the flame crystal beast." I don't want to die." "Silence," Hong Yong roared, forcing himself to stand, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "We fought hard to obtain the flame crystal beast. How can we so easily relinquish it? Moreover, even if we surrender it, they may not spare us." Wu Zhe, supporting Brother Song, stood up as well, his face pale but his gaze resolute. "Hong Yong is right. We cannot retreat. Even in death, we must fight to the end. Are you all insane?" Zhu Xiaoti's voice quivered. "They are far too strong. We are no match for them, coward." Hong Yong glared at him. "If you're afraid, then leave. Don't drag us down with you." "I'm not a coward." Zhu Xiaoti's voice grew even softer, yet a hint of stubbornness crept in. I just don't want to die at a tea." That moment, Sister Yi, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. "Hong Yong, Wu Zhe, You are both right. We cannot give up. Her voice, though still gentle, bore an unprecedented firmness. Everyone was taken aback, surprised that the usually gentle sister Yi would say such words. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in her eyes. I have a plan. She surveyed the dense forest and rugged rocks surrounding them. We can utilize the terrain here. She detailed her bold and risky plan to the group. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's eyes lit up, and even the timid Zhu Xiaodi forgot his fear, a flicker of hope illuminating his gaze. Though Brother Song harbored some concern, he ultimately nodded upon seeing Sister Ye's determined expression. All right, let us proceed. Hong Yang slammed his fist into the ground, fire igniting in his eyes. According to Sister Ye's strategy, Wu Zhe and Brother Song would divert the attention of the man in black and his minions, while Hong Yang would stealthily maneuver Zhu Xiaodi behind them. When the man in black focused his attention on Wu Zhe and Brother Song, Hong Yang would launch a surprise attack, setting a trap using the surrounding environment to ensnare the masked assailants. Are you ready? Hong Yang took a deep breath, looking at Wu Zhe and Brother Song. They exchanged determined glances and nodded resolutely. Let us begin. Wu Zhe sprang to his feet, his long sword emitting a clear ringing sound as it pointed towards the man in black. Come, let me see just how strong you really are. The man in black snorted derisively, a glimmer of contempt flashing in his eyes. You overestimate yourselves? He raised his hand, dark energy swirling once again. With mere ants like you, do you dare to challenge me? Wu Zhe and Brother Song were undeterred by his menacing presence. They coordinated seamlessly, one attacking and the other defending, their sword energies intertwining to deflect the man in black's onslaught. Brother Song's swordplay was stable, as solid as a mountain, blocking all of the man in black strikes. Wu Zhe's technique was agile, like a swimming dragon, perpetually seeking the man in black's weaknesses, poised to counterattack. The surrounding masked minions, witnessing this, began to shout in a frenzy, "Boss, take care of them quickly. These two insignificant fish dare to challenge the authority of the leader. O leader, allow them to witness your might." The cacophony of shouts, the clashing of swords, and the sounds of energy colliding intertwined, creating a scene both chaotic and intense. Hidden in the shadows, Hong Yang focused intently on the figure clad in black. Searching for the opportune moment to strike, he held his breath, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, silently reciting the plan devised by Sister Yi. Zhu Xiaodi cowered behind him, clutching his garment tightly, trembling uncontrollably yet daring not to utter a sound. The moment when the black-clad figure was forced to take a slight step back by the combined assault of Wu Zhe and Brother Song. Hong Yang sprang into action. Like an arrow released from its bow, he surged forth, the dagger in his hand glinting ominously as it aimed directly at the back of the black-clad figure. The figure seemed to sense the disturbance behind him and abruptly whirled around, a shield of dark energy forming in his hand to block Hong Yang's attack. Seeking death, the black-clad figure roared in fury, striking back with a palm aimed at Hong Yang in the nick of time. Hong Yang's body twisted in an uncanny manner, evading the assault. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, catching the black-clad figure off guard as he plummeted into the trap that Hong Yang had meticulously set. Now is the time! Hong Yang shouted that Wu Zhe and Brother Song seized the opportunity, launching their attacks simultaneously, two fierce waves of sword energy hurtling towards the trapped figure. Sister Yi also joined the fray, her whip dancing like a serpent, ensnaring the legs of the black-clad figure and restricting his movements. Although trapped, the figure's power was not to be underestimated. He howled in rage, dark energy erupting from him, shattering the surrounding trees and rocks. At that moment, a surge of immense power welled up within Hong Yang, his eyes turning golden as he radiated a blinding light. His extraordinary ability had awakened once more. Feeling the tide of power within him, Hong Yang's confidence soared. He bellowed, launching a powerful punch towards the black-clad figure. With a deafening crash, his fist connected, sending the figure reeling and causing him to spit blood. Witnessing this, the morale of the surrounding allies surged, and they intensified their onslaught. The black-clad figure gradually faltered, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. Just as he was on the verge of defeat, he suddenly threw his head back and howled to the heavens, his body beginning to swell as dark energy surged wildly within him. This is bad. Sister Ye's face paled, and she exclaimed in alarm. Hongyang whipped around, his eyes narrowing at the terrifying energy emanating from the black-clad figure. Get away! Chapter 18. Resources secured, renowned among outer sect. The golden light abruptly dimmed as Hongyang urgently cried out, "Spread out! Find cover!" The power of the figure's self-detonation exceeded their wildest imaginations, as the dark energy surged forth like a flood unleashed, consuming everything in its path. Wu Zhe reacted swiftly, pulling the still-dazed Sister Yi to safety behind a massive rock. Brother Song shielded Zhu Xiaodi, darting into a low thicket. Hongyang, relying on his formidable physique, braved the oncoming wave of energy, desperately searching for the nearest shelter. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked the ground, sending tremors through the earth, uprooting trees and sending dust and debris swirling into the air, blotting out the sun. Even hidden behind their cover, they could still feel the devastating force. The boulder trembled, and debris flew everywhere as Wu Zhe tightly embraced Sister Yi. Using his body to shield her from the onslaught, Brother Song protected Zhu Xiaodi beneath him, enduring the howling winds and the relentless battering of branches. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, but eventually, the energy fluctuations began to subside, and the dust settled. The surroundings lay in ruins, a scene reminiscent of a cataclysm. Coughing, Wu Zhe peeked out from behind the boulder, his face smeared with dirt, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "Sister Yi, are you all right?" Sister Ye's complexion was pale as she shook her head. "I'm fine, just a little shaken." Brother Song crawled out from the thicket, but Zhu Xiaodi lay unconscious, his face ashen and his breath faint. "Zhu Xiaodi!" Brother Song exclaimed in distress, hastily checking his injuries. At that moment, Hongyang emerged from the rubble, his clothes in tatters and his body covered in wounds, yet he seemed unconcerned with his own injuries. Striding directly towards the spot where the resources had been stored. "Hongyang, how are you?" Sister Yi asked with concern. Hongyang offered no reply, merely inspecting the resources with meticulous care. Seeing this, Wu Zhe and Brother Song were taken aback. They had not anticipated that, in such dire circumstances, Hongyang's foremost concern would be the safety of the resources. "Hongyang, you?" Wu Zhe began but hesitated. Hongyang lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute. "These resources were preserved through our utmost efforts. We cannot afford any mishaps." He carefully unwrapped the package, inspecting the spiritual herbs, ores, and elixirs within, only letting out a sigh of relief once he confirmed their safety. "Fortunately, they are all intact." He then turned his gaze towards the unconscious Zhu Xiaodi, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features before he approached the package once more. Hongyang's attention shifted back to Zhu Xiaodi. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a steady tone. "Brother Song? How is Zhu Xiaodi's condition?" Brother Song's brow furrowed, his expression grave, not optimistic. "He has sustained severe internal injuries and requires immediate treatment. There are healing elixirs among these resources. Let us give him some." Hongyang instructed, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Wu Zhe and Sister Yi finally grasped Hongyang's intent. He was not cold-hearted. Rather, he understood the importance of priorities. Only by safeguarding the resources could they hope to treat Zhu Xiaodi. After consuming the elixirs, Zhu Xiaodi's complexion improved slightly, and his breathing gradually steadied. Hongyang finally exhaled, instructing, "Brother Song, take good care of Zhu Xiaodi." Wu Zhe, Sister Yi, and I will escort the resources back to our residence. The ravaged earth bore deep scars, telling the tale of the fierce battle that had just transpired. The three took turns bearing the heavy bundles of resources, struggling along the treacherous mountain path. Along the way, they encountered attacks from demonic beasts and the prying eyes of other disciples. Yet they overcame each challenge with skill. Hongyang's powers erupted time and again, showcasing astounding might, while Wu Zhe's wit and Sister Ye's composure proved invaluable. Upon finally returning to their residence, they were met with astonished and admiring gazes from the outer sect disciples. Though ragged and battered, they had successfully completed their mission, bringing back precious resources. "They have returned." They truly brought back resources. A chorus of awe erupted from the crowd. "Incredible. They actually defeated the black-clad figure and preserved the resources. Hongyang and Wu Zhe are simply remarkable. Truly the cream of the crop among the newly admitted outer sect disciples." Various expressions of admiration flooded in, and the tales of Hongyang and his companions quickly spread throughout the outer sect, becoming a hot topic of conversation. They had not only accomplished what seemed an impossible task, but had also displayed extraordinary courage and strength. Hongyang surveyed the excited crowd around him, feeling no pride, only silently placing the resources down before walking over to Brother Song, inquiring with concern. "How is Zhu Xiaodi?" Brother Song smiled and shook his head. "He is fine now. Thanks to the healing elixirs you brought back." Only then did Hongyang feel a sense of relief. His gaze swept over the crowd, eventually resting on an inconspicuous corner where a figure stood quietly observing them. Eyes filled with complexity. "Elder Wu has arrived," Sister Yi whispered. Elder Wu approached slowly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group before landing on Hongyang. "I have heard that you returned with the lost resources and repelled the black-clad figure." His voice was deep and authoritative, laced with a hint of barely perceptible admiration. Hongyang stepped forward, respectfully responding. Reporting to Elder Wu, "We were fortunate to complete the task." He did not embellish the truth, simply stating the facts. Elder Wu nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. "Well done. Your courage is commendable, and your strength is impressive. Especially you, Hongyang." He pointed at Hongyang, his tone carrying a note of affirmation. "Your ability is quite unique, with immense potential." This unexpected praise left Hongyang somewhat taken aback, and he quickly lowered his head, humbly deflecting the compliment. Beside him, Wu Zhe and Sister Yi felt an overwhelming sense of pride, knowing that Hongyang's efforts had finally been acknowledged. "Given the outstanding performance of your mission, I have decided to grant you some additional training resources as a reward." Elder Wu produced several small bags from his sleeve and handed them to Hongyang, wishing for them to continue striving and contribute even more to the sect. Hongyang received the bags with both hands, his heart brimming with excitement. These additional training resources were undoubtedly a timely boon, enabling them to enhance their strength more rapidly. The news spread like wildfire throughout the outer sect. Those who had previously sought to seize their resources now wore expressions of anger and envy, resentment festering within them. Why should it be? They were merely lucky, so why should they receive the elder's reward? A burly disciple exclaimed indignantly. "Exactly, we also contributed. Why have we not received a reward?" Another disciple echoed in agreement. They dared not openly defy the elder's decision and could only vent their frustrations in private. However, the reputation of Hongyang and his companions had spread like wildfire among the outer disciples. They had become the focal point of attention, and no one dared to provoke them lightly. Those who had once mocked Hongyang and Wuza for their humble origins now lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak. They understood that Hongyang and Wuza were no longer the weaklings who could be bullied at will, but rather formidable newcomers brimming with potential. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays bathed the mountain peaks, cloaking the entire sect in an aura of mystique. Hongyang, Wuza, and Sister Yi stood outside their residence, gazing into the distance, their hearts filled with aspirations for the future. Just as they reveled in their victory, the sect suddenly announced the impending outer sect arena competition. This news struck like a thunderbolt among the outer disciples. "An arena competition?" Hongyang murmured, a flicker of gravity crossing his gaze. Wuza patted him on the shoulder and said solemnly, "It seems our challenges are only just beginning." As night fell and stars twinkled in the sky, Hongyang and Wuza stood in the preparation room, surrounded by other contestants. The air was thick with tension, as if a conspiracy was brewing. Chapter 19. The arena unveiled. The first display of brilliance, the morning light streamed through the window, illuminating Hongyang and Wuza's faces. Having spent the night awake, the bloodshot eyes of the two were unmistakable, yet their spirits soared with exhilaration. The outer sect arena competition presented an opportunity for them to prove themselves, a stepping stone to greater heights. The atmosphere in the preparation room was as heavy as stagnant water. Some contestants were resting their eyes, others engaged in hushed conversations, while many scrutinized their opponents with glances laced with disdain and hostility. The appearance of Hongyang and Wuza undoubtedly disrupted this delicate balance. Whispers buzzed around the room like flies, mostly mocking their humble origins and questioning their abilities. "Look, those two from the servant quarters dare to participate in the arena competition. They are truly overestimating themselves," a sharp voice jeered from a corner. Indeed, who knows what stroke of luck allowed them to mingle with the outer sect? They'll probably be eliminated in the first round. Another voice chimed in. Sister Xian approached them, her brow furrowed. It seems many do not hold you in high regard. This competition may prove challenging. Wuza clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. We fear no challenge. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall bury it. Hongyang patted Wuza's shoulder, a slight smile gracing his lips. Do not worry. We will surely surprise them. Yang Xiaodi rushed in, his face a picture of concern. Brother Hong, Brother Wuza, I've gathered some information. In this competition, someone has deliberately arranged for Brother Mo to face Brother Hong in the first round. He is notorious among the outer disciples for his treachery. Adept at using hidden weapons and poisons, Hongyang and Wuza exchanged knowing glances. It was evident that someone was scheming behind the scenes. Thank you for the warning, Yang Xiaodi. Hongyang replied gratefully. Be careful, brothers. I will look into more information. Yang Xiaodi said before hastily leaving the preparation room. A resounding bell tolled. The arena competition officially commenced. Hongyang took a deep breath, striding confidently towards the stage. His opponent was none other than Brother Mo. Dressed in dark attire, Mo's face was grim, his eyes glinting with malice. He scrutinized Hongyang, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, isn't this Hongyang, the one who crawled out from the servant quarters? What, do you wish to compete for a spot among the outer disciples? You should know your place. Hongyang ignored Mo's provocation, merely offering a faint smile. Brother Mo, let the arena speak for itself. Spare me the trivialities. And let us begin. Mo, incensed by Hongyang's calm demeanor, let out a cold snort and suddenly brandished a gleaming dagger. Boy, today you shall witness my prowess. He lunged at Hongyang with ferocity, the dagger slicing through the air toward Hongyang's face. Gasps erupted from the audience, many even closing their eyes in anticipation of the impending bloodshed. Yet, the expected scene of carnage failed to materialize. Hongyang deftly sidestepped the lethal strike. Brother Mo, your moves are rather klitschy. I expected something more novel, Hongyang quipped lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. Mo's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated Hongyang evading his attack so effortlessly. Laughter erupted from the audience, piercing Mo's pride like 1,000 needles. Do not get complacent, Mo bellowed in humiliation. He swung the dagger again, this time with even greater ferocity, each strike aimed at Hongyang's vitals. The dagger gleamed in the air, slashing like a viper's tongue, instilling fear in onlookers. Although Hongyang continually evaded, the speed of Mo's attacks began to wear him down. Indeed, Mo was treacherous, targeting all the vulnerable spots. Sister Shun watched from the sidelines, her heart racing in fear for Hongyang. Will Brother Hong be all right? Yang Xiaodi asked anxiously. Fear not. Brother Hong's strength far exceeds our expectations, Sister Shun reassured, though her heart remained heavy with unease. On the arena, Mo's assaults grew increasingly frenzied, akin to a rabid dog, relentlessly intent on bringing Hongyang to his end. Numerous small wounds had appeared on Hongyang's body, blood trickling from them. Seems this servant-born fellow is not as formidable as I thought. Ultimately, he cannot withstand my attacks. Mo sneered, his eyes gleaming with triumph. In that moment, Hongyang abruptly ceased his evasive maneuvers. What? Have you surrendered? Mo assumed Hongyang had run out of strength, raising his dagger to deliver a fatal blow. Brother Mo, your performance ends here, Hongyang replied, a sly smile playing on his lips. Just as Mo's dagger was about to pierce Hongyang's chest, Hongyang sprang into action. His speed was astonishing, like a flash of lightning, and he appeared behind Mo in an instant. What? Mo barely registered the shift before a resounding thud echoed through the arena as Brother Mo let out a pained cry, his body hurtling through the air like a cannonball before crashing heavily outside the ring, rendering him unconscious. The audience fell into a stunned silence, all taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, the arrogant Brother Mo lay motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless creature. His followers stared in disbelief, their faces pale as if they had seen a ghost. They could hardly fathom that the once dominant Brother Mo could be so swiftly defeated by Hongyang. Brother Hong, he actually triumphed. young brother Yang exclaimed, bursting with excitement. Sister Shun's face lit up with a radiant smile. She understood that Hong Yang's true abilities were far beyond what had been displayed. He had been concealing his true strength, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a decisive blow to his adversary. Elder Fong's eyes flickered with surprise as he stroked his beard, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, this young man possessed considerable talent. Hong Yang strolled to the edge of the ring and offered a subtle smile to Wu Zhe below, a silent exchange conveying everything. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe, victory. The referee announced the results of the match with authority. As Hong Yang and Wu Zhe descended from the platform, they were met by Sister Shun and young brother Yang. Brother Hong, you were incredible, young brother Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, Hong Yang, your extraordinary abilities were truly unexpected. Sister Shun praised. Just a stroke of luck, Hong Yang replied modestly with a smile. Suddenly, Elder Fong's voice pierced through the air, calling for the next round of matches. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe turned their gaze toward him. Noticing the elder holding a battle chart, his expression turning serious. Hong Yang, your opponent is Elder Fong paused, his gaze growing grave. Lei Gang. Chapter 20. A formidable foe approaches the arena. Abilities break through adversity. Lei Gang. A notorious figure among the outer disciples, was said to be on the brink of entering the inner disciples' threshold. His robust physique resembled that of an iron tower, and the fierce glint in his tiger-like eyes exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Merely standing there, he radiated an oppressive presence that stifled the air. Lei Gang. How could it be him? Young brother Yang's face drained of color, his voice trembling slightly. This is utterly unfair for brother Hong. Sister Shun's brows furrowed tightly as she cast a glance at Elder Fong, hesitant to voice her thoughts. Elder Fong, however, stood impassively, seemingly well aware of the match's outcome. A chill raced from Hong Yang's feet to his head, as he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Lei Gang's strength far surpassed that of the average outer disciple. This match appeared to be a meticulously orchestrated trap. Lei Gang strode confidently onto the stage, each step resonating like a hammer on the audience's hearts, the weighty thuds reverberating through their nerves. He cast a scornful glance at Hong Yang, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Boy, I hear you've been quite the sensation lately. Today, let me teach you a lesson about the true meaning of limits. His followers jeered from the sidelines. Brother Lei, teach this kid a lesson. Show him who the real boss of the outer disciples is. With Brother Lei's prowess, this kid is as good as dead. The atmosphere brimmed with oppressive tension, taunts and jeers rising in a cacophony. As if Hong Yang had become a lamb awaiting slaughter, as the gong sounded to mark the start of the match, Lei Gang lunged at Hong Yang like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. His speed astonishing that a punch tore through the air, creating a piercing whistle. Hong Yang barely evaded the blow, yet felt a heavy pressure in his chest, the force of Lei Gang's strike making it difficult to breathe. For the next few minutes, Hong Yang found himself entirely on the defensive, subjected to a relentless barrage of attacks from Lei Gang. Each punch carried immense power, while Hong Yang's strikes against Lei Gang felt like mere pinpricks, failing to inflict any real harm. What further disheartened Hong Yang was the referee's apparent blindness to Lei Gang's numerous violations. On several occasions, Lei Gang employed techniques beyond what was permitted for outer disciples. Yet the referee feigned ignorance, reinforcing Hong Yang's suspicion of foul play in this match. Wu Zhe clenched his fists in frustration from the sidelines, his face ashen, powerless to intervene. Sister Shun attempted to speak several times, but was held back by young brother Yang, forced to watch helplessly as Hong Yang was battered by Lei Gang. With a powerful punch, Lei Gang sent Hong Yang staggering back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lei Gang approached menacingly, a sinister grin plastered on his face, as if victory was assured. Boy, concede already. You are no match for me. Just when everyone believed Hong Yang was on the verge of defeat, he suddenly ceased resisting, standing tall with determination, his gaze locked onto the referee as he declared, I wish to file a complaint. Hong Yang's voice, though not loud, echoed like thunder throughout the arena. The crowd fell into an astonished silence, all staring at him in disbelief. Even the once arrogant Lei Gang stood frozen, momentarily taken aback. A complaint? What are you complaining about? Elder Fong's brow furrowed. his tone laced with impatience. I contend that this match is unfair. Lei Gang has repeatedly employed techniques beyond the permissible limits for outer disciples. Yet the referee has turned a blind eye. Pray tell, Elder Fong, does this not reek of collusion? Hong Yang's voice rang clear and strong, each word resonating with conviction. Elder Fong's expression shifted slightly. He instinctively glanced at the several stewards beside the ring. The stewards, who had previously worn expressions of confidence, now appeared flustered, their eyes darting nervously, unwilling to meet Elder Fong's gaze. Nonsense. Brother Lei's attacks were entirely within the rules. You simply lack the skill. A follower of Lei Gang shouted loudly. Exactly. A loss is a loss. Seeking excuses is truly disgraceful. Another follower chimed in, joining the chorus of mockery. The jeers around them resumed, but this time, they lacked their previous confidence, instead tinged with a sense of panic and unease. Elder Fong's gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on Hong Yang. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Do you have any evidence to support your claim regarding the alleged violations? Hong Yang smiled slightly, pointing to the recording crystal at the edge of the ring. The entire match has been documented. Elder Fong need only consult the recording crystal to uncover the truth. The recording crystal is a special artifact employed by the sect to chronicle matches. Capturing every detail with clarity, Elder Fong was well aware of the crystal's existence but had not intended to scrutinize it closely. However, under Hong Yang's insistence, Elder Fong found himself compelled to reassess the match. He approached the recording crystal and began to meticulously review the match footage. As the scenes replayed, Elder Fong's expression darkened significantly. Lei Gang's numerous infractions were laid bare before the audience. The once boisterous followers of Lei Gang fell silent, their voices stifled in fear, unwilling to utter another word. Elder Fong's face turned ashen, his gaze piercing through the stewards, filled with fury. The stewards, now pale as ghosts, understood that their deception had been uncovered. Elder Fong, one of the stewards, stammered, attempting to explain, but was cut off by Elder Fong's thunderous reprimand. Silence. You lot have some audacity. How dare you engage in favoritism and deceit during the sect's grand competition? Just as Elder Fong was poised to announce the consequences, Lei Gang suddenly sprang into action. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he seized the moment of Hong Yang's distraction. Launching a brutal attack, "Boy, perish!" Lei Gang roared, his fist slicing through the air, aimed squarely at Hong Yang's chest. Hong Yang! Both Wu Zhe and Sister Shin exclaimed in horror. In a critical moment, a surge of powerful energy erupted from Hong Yang's body, enveloping him in a golden radiance. The golden light illuminated the arena like the rising sun, casting away the shadows. Hong Yang's previously slender frame now appeared imbued with boundless strength. His eyes shone with a golden gleam, a formidable aura emanating from him that stunned the spectators. Lei Gang's fist was mere inches from Hong Yang's chest, but suddenly met an invisible barrier, halting its advance entirely. The malevolent expression on Lei Gang's face froze, replaced by sheer disbelief. What is this power? Lei Gang stammered, his voice trembling slightly. Hong Yang's lips curled into a confident smile. This is my strength. Before he could finish speaking, Hong Yang unleashed a powerful punch, the golden light surging forth like a roaring dragon, crashing into Lei Gang's abdomen. Bang! A resounding impact echoed through the arena as Lei Gang's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string. Crashing heavily outside the ring, blood spewing from his mouth, unconscious. Silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was left in a state of shock at the astonishing scene before them. Just moments ago, the arrogant Lei Gang had been vanquished by a single blow from Hong Yang. Hong Yang, Hong Yang, Hong Yang. After a brief moment, Wu Zhe was the first to regain his composure, leaping onto the stage and fervently cheering Hong Yang's name. Soon after, the entire audience erupted in a frenzy, applauding Hong Yang's remarkable performance, moved by his indomitable spirit. Hong Yang, you are truly extraordinary. Shin Shiji took to the arena, her eyes brimming with admiration. Hong Yang smiled and nodded, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. In the moment of crisis just passed, his latent powers had awakened once more, granting him a formidable surge in strength that enabled him to deflect Lei Gang's lethal strike. He understood that this victory was not mere chance, but rather the fruition of his relentless efforts. Elder Fong regarded Hong Yong with a complex expression, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had initially thought Hong Yong merely an ordinary disciple, only to discover that he possessed such extraordinary potential. In this contest, Hong Yong emerges victorious. Elder Fong declared the outcome, his tone tinged with respect. The few stewards who had engaged in covert manipulation were already terrified, hastily retreating from the arena to avoid Elder Fong's scrutiny. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe descended from the stage, basking in the adoring gazes of the crowd. "Brother Hong Yong, you were incredible. You defeated that fellow Lei Gang with a single punch." Yang Xiaodi exclaimed excitedly, his face alight with admiration. "It was merely luck." Hong Yong replied modestly with a smile. Wu Zhe clapped Hong Yong on the shoulder, saying meaningfully, "Hong Yong, the power you unleashed just now seemed rather extraordinary." Hong Yang's gaze sharpened slightly before he regained his composure. "We'll discuss it later." Upon returning to their lodgings, Shin Shiji spoke sternly to Hong Yong and Wu Zhe. "Although we have won this time, the upcoming matches are likely to be even more challenging. The stewards who dared to play tricks in public must have someone backing them. We must tread carefully and advance step by step." Hong Yong nodded, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes. "Do not worry, Shiji. We will not surrender easily." As the night deepened, Hong Yong sat cross-legged on his bed, silently channeling his powers. Golden light swirled around him, as if harboring boundless energy. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual presence, as though someone were watching them from the shadows. Hong Yang's eyes snapped open, and he gazed out into the pitch-black night sky, whispering, "Who goes there?" Chapter 21. The arena's triumphs resound, their renown echoes through the sect outside. Only the rustling leaves in the wind answered him. Is it an illusion? Hong Yong furrowed his brow, closing his eyes again. But he could not find peace. That sensation of being observed clung to him, instilling a sense of unease. The following day, the arena matches resumed. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe fought their way through, showcasing astonishing prowess. However, they also noticed that their subsequent opponents seemed to be influenced by certain stewards, attacking with ferocity and aiming for lethal blows. "These fellows are relentless," Wu Zhe muttered, narrowly evading a fierce strike from his opponent. He bore several new wounds, his clothes torn. Hong Yong was not faring much better, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Seems we are being targeted." Hong Yong scoffed, repelling his foe with a punch. "But to force us to concede easily? Not a chance." Each match was fought with extraordinary difficulty. Their stamina gradually waned, and their injuries multiplied. Facing a burly man ranked 5th among the outer disciples, Hong Yong took a heavy punch head-on, feeling as though his insides had shifted. Yet he gritted his teeth and refused to fall. Hong Yong. Wu Zhe called out in concern, "I'm fine." Hong Yong wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. This is just the beginning. He and Wu Zhe stood back to back, vigilantly watching their adversaries. Below, Shin Shiji clenched her fists, her expression filled with worry. How much longer can those two hold on? Yang Xiaodi, beside her, was so tense he had forgotten to breathe. Elder Fong stroked his beard, his brow furrowed. He vaguely sensed something amiss in the matches, yet could not pinpoint concrete evidence. "These two lads are truly tenacious," he murmured to himself. By evening, Hong Yong and Wu Zhe finally secured a hard-fought victory in their last match. Bruised and barely able to stand, they had triumphed. "We did it." Hong Yong leaned against Wu Zhe, speaking weakly. Wu Zhe managed a strained smile. "Indeed, we did." As night fell, Hong Yong and Wu Zhe returned to their lodgings, weary. Shin Shiji rushed to them, tending to their wounds. "Tomorrow is the finals," Hong Yong said, a glint of determination in his eyes. Wu Zhe clenched his fists, whispering, "Tomorrow, let us show them our true colors." Shin Shiji meticulously bandaged their injuries, her concern palpable. "In tomorrow's finals, your opponents will be formidable. Do not overexert yourselves." Hong Yong grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Do not worry, Shiji. We are well aware." Wu Zhe nodded, his eyes shining with resolve. The next day, the final arena match commenced amidst a sea of spectators, the atmosphere even more fervent than in previous days. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the cold-faced master of the inner disciples, Li Han, who wore dark attire and exuded an air of formidable pressure. Begin! With Elder Fong's command, Li Han launched the first attack, his form shifting like a specter, his sword radiating deadly light aimed directly at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's vital points. Prepared, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe moved in perfect synchrony. As if they were one. Hong Yang's fiery power erupted in a blaze, forming a barrier of searing flames that intercepted Li Han's sword energy. Simultaneously, Wu Zhe's ability, Phantom Mirage, activated, causing his figure to split into several, making it difficult for Li Han to discern his true self. What is this? The audience erupted in astonished murmurs, never having witnessed such a peculiar combination of abilities. Li Han was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by the duo's synergy. Seizing the opportunity while Li Han was distracted, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe counterattacked. Hong Yang's flames morphed into a roaring fire dragon, charging towards Li Han, while Wu Zhe, like a wraith, flitted around Li Han, incessantly harassing him. Li Han, struggling to cope, gradually found himself at a disadvantage. His expression darkened as he inwardly cursed. These two fellows have hidden their strength. As the match reached a fever pitch, the audience's enthusiasm soared to its zenith. They waved their banners and shouted Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's names, the entire arena ablaze with fervor. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe, go! Amidst the deafening cheers, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe grew ever more emboldened. Their cooperation was flawless, driving Li Han back at every turn. It's time to end this, Hong Yang bellowed, as his fiery power erupted anew. Now even more potent, Wu Zhe's form transformed into a streak of lightning, launching a surprise attack from behind Li Han. Li Han's face paled. He realized defeat was imminent. He wished to concede, but it was too late. With a thunderous crash, Li Han was sent flying by the combined strike of Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Crashing heavily outside the arena, a profound silence fell over the crowd, all stunned into stillness. Moments later, an eruption of cheers reminiscent of a tidal wave filled the air. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe, you are the strongest. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged triumphant smiles, their eyes alight with joy. Elder Fong stepped to the center of the arena, announcing, in this outer disciple arena competition, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe are co-champions. As night enveloped the world in quietude, Hong Yang sat cross-legged on his bed, feeling the surge of power within him. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual energy. Wu Zhe, do you feel it? Li Han's defeat had settled the dust. Elder Fong's booming voice resonated throughout the arena. In this outer disciple arena competition, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe are co-champions. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, the sound deafening. Standing on the arena, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe basked in the radiant glow of their glory, savoring the sweetness of victory. Xin Shiji made her way through the throng, rushing to the two, her eyes slightly reddened with emotion. You did it! Incredible! Yang Xiaodi danced with excitement, shouting, Brother Hong, Brother Wu, you are our idols. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the night deepened, Hong Yang sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing his techniques and feeling the torrent of spiritual energy coursing within him. Suddenly, a wave of peculiar energy rippled through his body, like a slumbering dragon slowly awakening. He opened his eyes wide, brilliance shining forth. Simultaneously, in the adjacent room, Wu Zhe experienced a similar transformation, feeling a powerful force surging within him. His veins swelling, his abilities stirring restlessly. Hong Yang, do you sense it? Wu Zhe's voice rang clear in the stillness of the night. Yes, this is a new awakening of abilities, Hong Yang replied, his tone infused with excitement and disbelief. It turned out that in the heat of battle, their latent potential had been fully unleashed, leading to the birth of new powers. Hong Yang's fiery cataclysm had evolved into the devastation of heaven and earth. The flames more intense, the power surpassing its former might. Wu Zhe's Phantom Mirage had transformed into the ever-changing Mirage, his speed heightened, his form even more elusive. The next day, the final showdown of the sect's grand competition officially commenced. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's opponent was none other than the exceptional elder disciple, Xiao Yi. Renowned for his formidable prowess, Xiao Yi had already made a name for himself in the sect. Hailed as a rare genius seen once in a century, faced with such a formidable adversary, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe felt no fear. Instead, their fighting spirit soared. They understood that this was a tough battle and the best opportunity to prove their strength. Begin! With a commanding shout, Xiao Yi took the initiative, unleashing a fierce sword aura that surged towards Hong Yang and Wu Zhe like a tempest. Unfazed, the duo exhibited remarkable synergy, their newfound abilities erupting instantaneously. Flames of apocalyptic intensity engulfed the arena, incinerating Xiao Yi's sword aura entirely. Shadows darted around him like phantoms, rendering his defenses futile. Xiao Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such formidable prowess from these two outer disciples. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he remained incapable of withstanding the relentless onslaught from Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Ultimately, amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe triumphed over Xiao Yi with undeniable superiority. Emerging as the ultimate victors of the sect's grand competition, the news spread like wildfire, sending the entire sect into a frenzy. The names of Hong Yang and Wu Zhe resonated throughout the heavens, their renown echoing in the outer sect. That night, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe stood side by side atop the mountain, gazing into the distance. Just as Hong Yang was about to speak, a wave of intense foreboding washed over him. Sending chills down his spine, Wu Zhe's expression changed abruptly. "Be careful." Before he could finish, a dark figure descended from the heavens, bearing an oppressive aura that was suffocating. The figure landed, raising a cloud of dust. An elderly man clad in a black robe, with a sinister visage, slowly lifted his head, his cold gaze sweeping over Hong Yang and Wu Zhe like a serpent poised to strike. "Your good fortune has come to an end," he rasped, his voice reminiscent of a night owl's haunting call, chilling to the bone. "Who are you?" Hong Yang's heart raced, sensing the unfathomable depth of the old man's aura, far surpassing any foe they had encountered before. "The one who shall take your lives," the old man sneered coldly, his form flickering as he lunged towards Hong Yang like a wraith. His speed was so swift that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. "Heavenly flames, annihilate the world." Hong Yang reacted swiftly, flames erupting forth to form a barrier in an attempt to thwart the old man's assault. However, upon contact, the flames vanished as though swallowed by an abyss. "Child's play," the old man scoffed disdainfully, effortlessly passing through the wall of fire, his claws aimed directly for Hong Yang's throat. In a moment of peril, Wu Zhe appeared like a lightning bolt, positioning himself before Hong Yang. In an instant, his form splintered into dozens of illusions, making it difficult for the old man to discern the real one. The old man's strike missed, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Interesting, but this is where it ends." He formed a series of intricate seals with his hands, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that distorted the very fabric of space around him. The demon god descends. The old man howled to the heavens, a suffocating aura enveloping the mountaintop. Chapter 22. Unmasking the conspirator. The arena reveals its edge. The old man's overwhelming presence rendered Hong Yang and Wu Zhe nearly breathless. In this life-and-death moment, a clear voice rang out. "Elder Fong, cease your attack." Sister Shun had appeared atop the mountain, her tone unwavering, her gaze piercing. Elder Fong halted, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. "What do you mean?" "Shin girl, Elder Fong, you have been deceived by treacherous individuals. These two are not spies of the demon clan, but disciples of our sect." Sister Shun pointed emphatically at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Elder Fong's brow furrowed, clearly skeptical. "They both exude demonic energy. What they wield is not demonic energy, but a rare variant of abilities. I have witnessed their powers with my own eyes. I speak not in jest." Sister Shin argued passionately. Elder Fong hesitated. Though he was righteous, he was also prone to being easily misled. Previously, he had received reports suggesting that Hong Yang and Wu Zhe were spies of the demon clan, infiltrating the sect with malicious intent. Thus, he had acted to test them, not realizing he was on the brink of a grave mistake. Ultimately, under Sister Shun's insistence, Elder Fong withdrew his attack, averting a crisis. Although Hong Yang and Wu Zhe were left shaken, they had now begun to make their mark within the sect. In the subsequent arena matches, they advanced through numerous challenges with their exceptional teamwork and formidable abilities, ultimately securing a commendable ranking. However, Both Hong Yong and Wu Zhe understood that this was merely the beginning. Those scheming against them would not rest, and the forthcoming battles would undoubtedly be more perilous. Indeed, their next opponent, Lei Gang, wielded mid-tier outer sex strength, far surpassing any adversaries they had faced thus far. As he took the stage, he made no effort to conceal his animosity towards Hong Yong and Wu Zhe. "I've heard you two have been quite the sensation lately," Lei Gang sneered, malice glinting in his eyes. "Let me witness your prowess today." Before his words had fully settled, Lei Gang charged at them like a rampaging tiger. His fists swung wildly, accompanied by a gale of ferocity. Each strike carried the weight of destruction, as if he aimed to crush them entirely. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe, refusing to be complacent, immediately retaliated. Hong Yong unleashed a torrent of flames, attempting to erect a barrier against Lei Gang's assault, while Wu Zhe employed his agile movements, seeking out Lei Gang's vulnerabilities. However, Lei Gang's strength exceeded their expectations. His ferocious attacks and blinding speed left Hong Yong and Wu Zhe struggling to keep up, gradually tipping the scales against them. After several near-catastrophic encounters, they bore the marks of battle. "It seems you two are nothing special." Lei Gang cackled triumphantly, intensifying his onslaught. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe found themselves nearly bereft of breath, their bodies increasingly battered. In this critical moment, Yang Xiao secretly approached the edge of the arena. Passing a note to Hong Yong, Hong Yong swiftly scanned the note, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. "So that's how it is," he murmured. A cold smile crept across his lips, determination igniting within him. "Wu Zhe, prepare for the counterattack." The note detailed Lei Gang's attack patterns. After each powerful strike, there would invariably be a brief moment of vulnerability as he recharged his strength. Previously, they had been overwhelmed by Lei Gang's ferocity and had overlooked this detail. With Yang Zhao's intelligence, they now had the opportunity to retaliate. Understood. Wu Zhe's eyes ignited with newfound hope. As Lei Gang launched another fierce assault, his fists raining down upon them like torrential rain. The two feigned defeat, retreating strategically while covertly gathering their strength, awaiting the perfect moment to strike back. Indeed, after a flurry of relentless attacks, Lei Gang's movements displayed a fleeting pause. "Now, Inferno devours the heavens." Hong Yong roared, unleashing the flames he had meticulously gathered, transforming them into a roaring fire dragon that surged towards Lei Gang. Simultaneously, Wu Zhe darted like a bolt of lightning, positioning himself behind Lei Gang. A glint of cold steel flashing in his hand as he thrust a sharp dagger towards Lei Gang's exposed back. Caught off guard, Lei Gang was struck by Hong Yang's flames, letting out a pained scream. Before he could comprehend the situation, Wu Zhe's dagger had already pierced his back. Staggering, Lei Gang nearly fell to the ground, his eyes wide with horror, unable to fathom that these two perceived as insignificant had managed to injure him. Below the stage, Brother Imo, witnessing Lei Gang falter, felt an uneasy dread wash over him. He discreetly retrieved a concealed weapon, launching it towards Hong Yong. This weapon, small as a needle, was laced with deadly poison. Should it strike, it would spell certain doom. However, Brother Mo's actions were swiftly noticed by Sister Shan. "Hong Yong, watch out! A hidden weapon!" she shouted. Anticipating the threat, Hong Yong summoned an invisible barrier before him, deflecting the weapon back. "Ah!" A cry of agony erupted as the weapon struck Brother Mo's thigh, causing him to clutch the injury and writhe in pain on the ground. The crowd erupted in astonishment, all eyes turning towards Brother Imo. Elder Fong's expression darkened as he approached Brother Imo, inquiring, "What transpired here?" Brother Imo, pale and trembling, stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Elder Fong snorted coldly, "Take him away." Two disciples immediately advanced, carrying Brother Imo off the stage. Elder Fong surveyed the arena, his voice grave. "The competition is hereby paused." He approached Hong Yong and Wu Zhe, his sharp gaze sweeping over the entire assembly, an invisible pressure causing the air to thicken. "Who was it? Who incited such despicable actions?" he demanded, his voice echoing like thunder across the arena. With a ghostly pallor, Brother Imo, clutching his bleeding thigh, shakily pointed at another outer disciple below the stage. His face ashened. "It was him. Brotherly instructed me to do this." He said that, Before he could finish, Elder Fong shot a glance, and 2 law enforcement disciples pounced into the crowd, dragging Brotherly forth. Brotherly turned ashen, struggling desperately yet finding himself ensnared like a trapped animal, unable to move. "I didn't do anything. I know nothing," he shouted hoarsely, yet the fear in his eyes betrayed him. On the arena, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged glances, shock and understanding reflected in their eyes. It became apparent that this entire ordeal was a conspiracy against them. Despicable. Hong Yang clenched his fists, fury igniting the flames within his gaze. The power of his abilities surged like boiling magma, relentless in its flow. A searing aura emanated from him, warping the air around them. Wu Zhe inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to attune to the burgeoning energy within him. His perception sharpened, rendering the surroundings vividly clear in his mind. Even the subtle energy fluctuations in the air were discernible. "It seems we have been underestimated," Wu Zhe declared, opening his eyes, a glimmer of determination shining within. The dagger in his hand emitted a soft, resonant hum, as if yearning for battle. During the brief intermission of the competition, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe sat cross-legged, seizing the opportunity to regain their composure. They channeled their unique abilities, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy, mending their injuries, and enhancing their prowess. Hong Yang's fiery powers became more refined, amplifying his strength significantly. Wu Zhe's speed and perception also saw remarkable improvement. As Lei Gang observed the transformations occurring in both competitors, a flicker of unease arose within him. He had initially believed the match to be a foregone conclusion, yet unexpected developments had transpired. Watching Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, his eyes brimmed with apprehension. Elder Fong inquired briefly before escorting Brotherly and Brother Amo away, assuring that a thorough investigation would ensue. Returning to the stage, he announced the resumption of the match. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe slowly rose, their gazes brimming with confidence and combat fervor. They understood that the true battle had only just begun. A faint smile crept onto Hong Yang's lips, revealing a chilling grin. "Lei Gang, the game is over." Wu Zhe sheathed his dagger, fists clenched, producing a cracking sound. "Now, allow me to demonstrate what true power entails." Lei Gang, observing the two, felt a surge of fear that prompted him to instinctively take a step back, his throat tightening as he managed to utter a single word. "You, fight!" With a thunderous roar, Hong Yang unleashed his fiery abilities, transforming into a blazing streak of crimson light, surging toward Lei Gang with the intensity of an inferno. Wu Zhe flickered like lightning, his dagger gleaming ominously as it struck at the vulnerabilities in Lei Gang's defenses from an inconceivable angle. Lei Gang's expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly attempted to defend himself. Hong Yang's assault was overwhelming, the flames searing through his protective aura with a sizzling sound. Wu Zhe's dagger was relentless, striking with the precision of a viper. Lei Gang retreated step by step, multiple wounds marring his body. The earlier bravado had vanished, replaced by profound dread. Just as Hong Yang and Wu Zhe prepared to deliver the final blow to Lei Gang, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. At the edge of the arena, the previously silent Sister Shin suddenly changed her expression, exclaiming, "Be careful." Almost simultaneously, a formidable pressure descended from above, enveloping the entire platform. Elder Fong's expression altered abruptly as he looked up, spotting a middle-aged man clad in black, with a sinister demeanor, hovering in the air, gazing down at the crowd, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Elder Fong, this match ends here." Chapter 23. Countering a strong foe. Renown spreads far and wide. As soon as the black-clad man's words fell, the overwhelming pressure dissipated. Elder Fong's brow furrowed deeply as he inquired sternly, "Who are you? Why do you interfere in the outer disciples' competition?" The black-clad man scoffed, "I am Duan Fei, an elder of the Inner Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. Lei Gang is my designated disciple. How can I allow you outer disciples to humiliate him at will?" Elder Fong's expression darkened, ready to retort, but Duan Fei waved his hand dismissively. "No need for further words. This match shall restart. If Lei Gang wins, he will be directly promoted to an inner disciple." With that, he vanished into thin air. On the arena, a glimmer of joy flickered in Lei Gang's eyes. He understood this was his sole opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. his gaze turning malevolent. "Himph, consider yourselves fortunate. However, I am certain I will win this match." As the competition resumed, Lei Gang abandoned his previous arrogance, adopting a defensive counterattack strategy. Thick, earthy energy enveloped him like a colossal turtle shell, safeguarding him securely. No matter how fiercely Hong Yang's flames scorched or how keen Wu's dagger was, they could not breach his defenses. "This fellow has grown wise." Sister Shin furrowed her brows slightly, murmuring, "It seems he intends to stall for time." "Depleting our stamina," Wuza assessed coolly. Contrary to Lei Gang's expectations, Hong Yang and Wuza did not rush into offense. Instead, they began to engage in a sparring session of their abilities on the stage. Hong Yang's flames transformed into dragons and phoenixes, swirling magnificently in the air. Wu's dagger flashed like a specter, gleaming with icy brilliance, complementing the flames. The duo worked in perfect harmony, a blend of offense and defense, igniting the arena with dazzling displays of fire and steel. Seeing this, Lei Gang's heart swelled with delight. He believed Hong Yang and Wuza were merely posturing, squandering their energy in vain. A cold smile crept across his lips as he maintained his defensive stance. Awaiting the moment they would exhaust themselves, however, he remained oblivious to the fact that everything was unfolding according to Hong Yang and Wu's plan. They appeared to be sparring, but in truth, they were lulling Lei Gang into complacency while secretly amassing their strength. Waiting for the opportune moment. "What are they doing?" Elder Fong watched the two on the stage, his brow furrowed in confusion. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his expression shifted slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Hong Yang and Wuza. Murmuring to himself, could it be that they— Elder Fong's complexion grew increasingly grim as he began to doubt whether Hong Yang and Wuza were actually engaging in a passive display. Surrounding spectators began to murmur, some even jeering, finding the match lackluster. "What nonsense is this? Are these two merely acting? Indeed, they are wasting our time. I'd rather be home asleep." As Lei Gang listened to the surrounding jeers, his pride swelled further. He thought his strategy had borne fruit. Hong Yang and Wuza were left with no options but to feign a delay. A sneer of disdain appeared on his lips as he thought, "Foolish. Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Such delusions. Just as Lei Gang let down his guard, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Hong Yang raised his hands high, flames erupting like a volcanic eruption, transforming into a colossal fire dragon that roared towards Lei Gang. Simultaneously, Wu's figure morphed into a streak of lightning, his dagger gleaming as it aimed for Lei Gang's throat. Not good. A surge of dread washed over Lei Gang as he realized he had been outwitted. In a panic, he managed to gather his energy to shield his vital points. However, the ferocity of Hong Yang and Wu's assault was too swift. He barely had time to mount an adequate defense. Boom! The fire dragon collided violently with Lei Gang's protective energy, resulting in a deafening explosion. Lei Gang's body flew back like a puppet with its strings severed, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. Blood spewing from his mouth. Wu's dagger followed closely behind, leaving a deep gash across Lei Gang's chest. Puff! Lei Gang coughed up another mouthful of blood, his complexion paling to that of a ghost. He struggled to rise but found his body numb and utterly devoid of strength. The arena fell into a profound silence, all spectators stunned by this sudden turn of events. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Elder Fong's eyes. He finally grasped Hong Yang and Wu's intent. They were not engaged in a passive display but rather quietly accumulating strength, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow to Lei Gang. What a clever stratagem of subterfuge! Elder Fong couldn't help but marvel. Sister Shan's lips curled into a faint smile, aware that Hong Yang and Wuza had triumphed once more. Young Yang excitedly waved his fists, shouting, "Brother Hong is magnificent! Brother Wuza is powerful!" Lei Gang lay on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. Through clenched teeth, he spat, You? Lei Gang's eyes blazed with rage, his furious roars echoing throughout the arena. "You despicable scoundrels! How dare you resort to trickery?" He struggled to rise, his energy surging violently, launching a more frenzied assault, like a cornered beast fighting for survival. The wind of his punches howled, imbued with lethal intent, bearing down upon Hong Yang's face. Wuza, appearing like a specter, flanked Lei Gang's side, his dagger slicing through the air with a chilling shimmer, targeting Lei Gang's ribs. Lei Gang hastily attempted to block, but exposed himself to an opening. Seizing the moment, Hongyang unleashed a fiery punch, his flames coiling around his fist like a meteor crashing down, striking Lei Gang squarely in the chest. Puff! Lei Gang spewed another mouthful of blood, staggering backward. Already injured, he found himself struggling to withstand the combined onslaught of Hongyang and Wuza. His movements became increasingly erratic, rife with openings. The duo, in perfect sync, unleashed their relentless assault, showing no mercy. Hongyang's flames burned with fierce intensity while Wuza's dagger struck like lightning, their combined efforts completely suppressing Lei Gang. Bang! Hongyang delivered a powerful blow, sending Lei Gang flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, struggling a few times but failing to rise again. The arena erupted into a thunderous cheer. Brother Hong is magnificent, Brother Wuza is powerful. Young Yang leapt with excitement, his face alight with admiration. Sister Shen approached Hongyang and Wuza, a smile gracing her features as she commended. Well done, Elder Fong stroked his beard, a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes. This lad is indeed remarkable, he proclaimed. In this match, Hongyang and Wuza emerged victorious. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting pure joy. Once again, they triumphed over formidable foes, their renown destined to resound far and wide. However, at that moment, a chilling voice emerged from the crowd. Humph! Winning a mere arena match has made you so arrogant. It is truly laughable. Hongyang and Wuza simultaneously turned to the source of the voice. A man clad in black, with a sinister countenance, approached slowly, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. You are Hongyang, he stated ominously. The man in black sneered, we are here to take your lives. His words pierced the jubilant cheers from the arena like an ice pick. An aura of deathly intent swiftly enveloped the scene, stifling the air. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged a glance, the gravity of the situation mirrored in each other's eyes. This man in black exuded a deep, unfathomable aura, clearly far superior to the likes of Lei Gang. Take our lives? Is that so? Hongyang replied with a cold smirk, flames of his unique powers flickering at his fingertips. Just based on your presence? Behind the man in black, two more figures emerged, similarly cloaked and ominous, their chilling energy palpable. The three formed a triangle, encircling Hongyang and Wuza with murderous intent. Such bravado, one raspy voice chimed in, akin to the hoot of a night owl. But today, you shall undoubtedly perish. If you wish to kill us, you should first consider whether you possess the capability. Wuza brandished his dagger, its cold gleam reminiscent of a venomous serpent, instilling dread. Elder Fong, witnessing the unfolding confrontation, paled and stepped forward, exclaiming, the arena match has concluded. You shall not cause trouble here. The man in black coldly retorted, Elder Fong, this is a private grudge between us and them. It concerns the sect not, so please refrain from interfering. Elder Fong's brow furrowed deeply. He recognized the formidable strength of the three, realizing that Hongyang and Wuza would likely struggle to withstand their assault. Just as he hesitated, Sister Shin suddenly interjected, Elder Fong, there is no need for concern. I have faith in them. Her gaze was resolute, imbued with unwavering trust. Elder Fong was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly. Stepping aside, the three men in black disregarded Elder Fong, their focus now solely on Hongyang and Wuza as they slowly advanced. The air was thick with the scent of impending violence, a clash on the brink of erupting. Attack, commanded the man in black, and the trio lunged simultaneously. Chapter 24. Ascending to the pinnacle of the arena, glory in abundance. The three advanced like phantoms, the gusts of wind howling, each strike aimed to kill. The black-clad assailants launched a ferocious offensive, their palm winds slicing through the air, targeting Hongyang's face. Hongyang sidestepped the attack, while Wuza's dagger, like a striking viper, slashed through the sleeve of another black-clad figure. Childish tricks, scoffed the leader of the black-clad men, his aura surging violently. A powerful pressure radiated from him, indicating he was a disciple of the inner sect, a master of the chi condensation realm. Elder Fong's expression shifted dramatically, It was evident that someone was manipulating events from the shadows, intent on eliminating Hongyang and Wuza. Lei Gang was defeated by you too. I shall see what you are truly capable of. Before he could finish, the black-clad man darted towards Hongyang like a bolt of lightning. Hongyang barely perceived a flicker before a tremendous force struck him, sending him flying and crashing heavily onto the stage. Hongyang, Wuza cried out, brandishing his dagger to confront the black-clad assailant. The other two black-clad figures struck simultaneously, their moves ruthless and their coordination impeccable, surrounding Wuza. Though agile, Wuza found it increasingly difficult to fend off their onslaught. Soon sustaining several wounds, struggling to rise, Hongyang felt his blood surge violently, a trickle of crimson escaping his lips. Wiping the blood away, fury ignited within his gaze. Wuza, be careful, he shouted. Charging forward once more, the two stood back to back, resolutely defending against the trio of black-clad attackers. Yet their opponents were too powerful, and they gradually found themselves on the defensive, their bodies marred with injuries. It appears you are doomed today. The leader of the black-clad men sneered, gathering a brilliant sphere of light in his hand, a potent energy wave distorting the very air around them. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged a decisive glance, both filled with a grim resolve. They understood that should they endure this strike, they would either perish or be left in ruins. Just as the moment of crisis arrived, Hongyang suddenly felt a peculiar force surging within him, an unprecedented strength coursing through his body. He lifted his head abruptly, his eyes shimmering with golden light. What is this sensation? The golden radiance flickered and vanished, yet Hongyang's aura surged dramatically, an invisible pressure emanating from him that forced the attacking black-clad men back several steps. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the torrent of power within, a confident smile gracing his lips. So this is it. This is my newfound ability. This recently awakened power, known as shockwave, allowed him to unleash powerful shockwaves from his core, capable not only of striking enemies but also of disrupting their chi flow. The leader of the black-clad men's expression changed abruptly. He sensed an inexplicable pressure, his own chi becoming chaotic. What is happening? He questioned, his eyes filled with trepidation as he glanced at Hongyang. Seizing the opportunity, Wuza's figure darted like a specter, his dagger slicing through the air, targeting the weaknesses of the black-clad men with precision. Though his strikes lacked the overwhelming force of Hongyang's, they were swift and relentless, proving nearly impossible to defend against. Damn it! The leader of the black-clad men bellowed, forcibly suppressing his chaotic chi as he charged at Hongyang once again. However, Hongyang was no longer the same. He evaded the attack effortlessly, countering with a dual strike, unleashing two shockwaves in an instant. Boom! Two of the black-clad men were struck by the shockwaves, their bodies convulsing violently as they spat blood and were sent flying. Only you remain. Hongyang's gaze was piercing as he fixed his attention on the leader of the black-clad men, advancing step by step. The leaders Hongyang and Wuza exchanged a knowing smile as they accepted the jade tokens and rewards. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, their cheers ringing in their ears. Those who had once belittled them, even scheming to bring about their downfall, could only depart in shame, too intimidated to voice any dissent. Standing shoulder to shoulder on the arena, Hongyang and Wuza gazed down at the jubilant crowd, their hearts brimming with ambition and determination. In a hushed tone, Wuza spoke, "We must remain cautious." Hongyang nodded, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. It was time. He clenched the jade token tightly, a wave of powerful energy coursing through him. As night fell, the sect was shrouded in silence. Hongyang sat cross-legged in his chamber, quietly channeling his internal energy. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual disturbance. His eyes snapping open as he turned to the window. It's begun. The following morning, sunlight bathed the sect square, illuminating the two spirited youths. Hongyang and Wuza stood side by side, receiving thunderous congratulations from the outer disciples. Senior Sister Shun approached them, a look of admiration gracing her features. "Congratulations, now, prepare for the inner sect assessment." Wuza nodded. "The inner sect assessment is the true challenge." Hongyang clenched his fists, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. "I will give it my all." The inner sect assessment demanded not only formidable strength, but also a profound understanding and application of the sect's techniques. Hongyang specialized in the fierce sun palm, embodying unyielding strength and dominance, while Wuza mastered the frost technique, enigmatic and unpredictable. They trained diligently day and night, honing their skills through mutual sparring. Yang, their junior, gathered intelligence on the content and rules of the inner sect assessment. Days later, the inner sect assessment commenced in a secretive realm located in the sect's rear mountains, rife with unknown dangers and challenges. Upon entering the realm, Hongyang and Wuza were enveloped by an ancient, mysterious aura. Dense fog obscured their vision, rendering them unable to see their hands in front of their faces. Activating his ability, Hongyang pierced through the mist, catching a glimpse of an ancient altar in the distance. "Be cautious. This place is treacherous," Wuza whispered, his dagger glinting ominously in his hand. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, accompanied by haunting wails echoing from the fog. "What is that?" Hongyang scanned their surroundings, seeing nothing that's here. Before Wuza could finish, a shadow lunged from the mist, aiming for Hongyang's face. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, like a malevolent specter. Hongyang reacted swiftly, unleashing the fierce sun palm, the scorching wind forcing the shadow back. The shadow let out a piercing scream before vanishing into the fog. "This realm is indeed not simple," Hongyang remarked. The two advanced cautiously and finally reached the altar, which was inscribed with ancient runes radiating a mysterious light. Suddenly, the altar illuminated, a beam of light shooting skyward and enveloping them. After a moment of disorientation, Hongyang and Wuza found themselves back at the sect. "Congratulations to both of you for passing the inner sect assessment." Elder Fong's voice resonated. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged glances, joy reflected in their eyes. They had finally become inner disciples. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges awaited them. After claiming victory in the arena, Hongyang and Wuza rose to prominence among the outer disciples. Yet they also became targets. New challengers soon emerged. "We've heard you're quite formidable. We wish to test our mettle." A group of mid-tier outer disciples approached with an intimidating presence. Clearly, they had come prepared. Knowing Hongyang and Wuza's strength, they intended to engage in a war of attrition, hoping to exhaust them through continuous combat. Observing this, senior sister Shin stepped closer, whispering to them, "They aim to wear you down. Be cautious. Fear not. We know our limits." Hongyang replied confidently. Wuza nodded, a glint of determination in his eyes. The leader of the group, named Li Chong, was a cunning and treacherous mid-tier disciple. "Who among you will face us first?" Li Chong taunted. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged a glance, smirking slightly. "No need for formalities. We shall face you together," Hongyang declared boldly. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The mid-tier disciples had anticipated victory through their numbers and strategy. But they had not expected Hongyang and Wuza to be so audacious as to take on many with just two. Li Chong, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter. "Very well, if you seek your doom, we shall oblige." He waved his hand, and his comrades encircled Hongyang and Wuza. "Attack!" Li Chong commanded, charging forward. The other disciples followed suit, unleashing a torrent of strikes upon Hongyang and Wuza. Yet, the two remained unperturbed. Hongyang's fierce sun palm thrust forth, the searing wind repelling the surrounding disciples. Wuza, nimble as a wraith, darted among them, his dagger flashing with lethal precision, each strike finding its mark. Their synergy was impeccable, seamlessly blending offense and defense, successfully repelling the onslaught of mid-tier disciples. Senior sister Shun observed the battle, surprise flickering in her eyes. "They are stronger than I had anticipated." Yang, their junior, clenched his fists in excitement. "Go, Hongyang, go Wuza." In the thick of battle, Hongyang suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. "It seems someone is losing patience," Wuza murmured, glancing towards a figure beyond the fray. Their actions were undeniably provocative, inciting even greater fury among their opponents. "You dare challenge us?" Li Chong roared, rallying his comrades for a renewed assault. They were convinced that two early-stage disciples could not withstand the combined might of so many mid-tier adversaries. As the battle erupted, their foes surged forth, a tempest of strikes raining down. Just when it seemed Hongyang and Wuza would be overwhelmed, An astonishing scene unfolded. Wu waved his hands, conjuring a translucent blue barrier that enveloped him and Hong Yang. Attacks struck the barrier, rippling harmlessly, unable to penetrate its defenses. What is this? The besieging disciples gasped, bewildered by such an uncanny form of protection. Now's our chance. Hong Yang's eyes sparkled with clarity. Seizing the moment, he unleashed the full force of his fierce sun palm. The scorching wind roared forth like a dragon of flame, sending several nearby disciples flying. The spectators were left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. How is this possible? Yang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Wu's defense, Hong Yang's offense. What a perfect partnership. Senior Sister Shan's admiration was evident, though she remained vigilant. Knowing this was merely the prelude, Li Chang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such resilience from these early-stage disciples. Gritting his teeth, he urged his comrades to intensify their assault. Break through this shell. The onslaught grew fiercer, and Wu's barrier began to show signs of cracking. Yet, he remained composed, expertly controlling his energy output to maintain the integrity of the shield. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from Hong Yang. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, as if he were a phoenix reborn from flames. A tempest of energy surged within him, amplifying his strength and exponentially increasing the power of his fierce sun palm. What is happening? Wu was taken aback by Hong Yang's transformation. The figure beyond the fray also displayed a look of astonishment. Hong Yang let out a mighty roar, striking forth. This blow was more potent and more searing than any before. As the palm wind surged, the very air seemed to ignite. Several disciples who failed to evade were struck by the overwhelming force, screaming as they were sent hurtling away. Li Chang's countenance shifted dramatically. An unprecedented sense of peril gripping him. Retreat, he shouted, attempting to withdraw. But it was too late. Hong Yang's figure darted forward like lightning, flames blazing in his eyes. You? Li Chang's terrified gaze met Hong Yang's, his words dying on his lips. Hong Yang's fierce sun palm, imbued with destructive power, slammed into Li Chang's chest. Li Chang was struck as if by a thunderbolt, blood spattering from his lips as he was hurled backward, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. His fate uncertain. The remaining disciples were engulfed in terror, astonished that the seemingly secure situation had flipped in an instant. The terrifying aura emanating from Hong Yang instilled fear in their hearts. What is happening? How has Hong Yang's power surged so dramatically? Senior Sister Shan furrowed her brow, keenly aware of Hong Yang's transformation, her eyes filled with curiosity. As the crowd pondered, Hong Yang's aura surged once more, a wave of scorching heat enveloping the arena. His eyes blazed crimson, resembling a war god reborn from the flames. Is this a second awakening of his abilities? The figure observing from the outskirts could no longer contain his astonishment. A second awakening. These 4 words struck like thunder, reverberating in the ears of the crowd. The second awakening of abilities. How many practitioners longed for such a realm? It signified a qualitative leap in strength and heralded boundless possibilities. After his second awakening, Hong Yang experienced a meteoric rise in power. His speed, strength, and reflexes ascended to an entirely new echelon. His solar palm now wielded greater might than ever before, each strike infused with the ferocity of apocalyptic wrath. His opponents were thrown into utter disarray. Their proud, coordinated assaults crumbled before Hong Yang, rendered childish play and easily dismissed. They began to scatter, each fighting for their own escape from this terrifying battlefield. Now you wish to flee? Too late. Hong Yang scoffed coldly, his figure weaving through the throng like a phantom. Every palm strike accompanied by a disciple's anguished cry as they fell to the ground. Wu seized the opportunity, lowering his defensive barrier to join the fray. Although his abilities had not undergone a second awakening, his synergy with Hong Yang was impeccable. Together, they became 2 razor-sharp blades, utterly shredding their adversaries' formations. Below the arena, Yang Xiaodi stood, eyes wide with excitement as he beheld the godlike figures of Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, fists clenched in fervor. Brother Hong, Brother Wu, you are incredible. Sister Shan's eyes sparkled with admiration, though she remained grounded, knowing this was merely the beginning, and that the forthcoming challenges would be even more formidable. On the arena, the battle drew to a close. The last opponent was sent flying by a single palm strike from Hong Yong, crashing heavily outside the ring. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe stood side by side, surveying the crowd with an air of triumph. Their bodies were splattered with blood, yet they exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance. Elder Fong, emerging from his astonishment, proclaimed the results. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe are victorious. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Hong Yong, what manner of monster are you? Li Chong, sprawled on the ground, struggled to lift his head, eyes filled with fear and resentment. Hong Yong approached Li Chong, looking down from his elevated stance, a chilling smile curling at his lips. Monster? You shall soon discover what a true monster is. He turned his gaze toward the horizon, his eyes deep and penetrating, as if peering through the void to glimpse a more distant future. The challenge is ahead, Wu Zhe murmured as he stepped beside Hong Yong. Hong Yong offered no reply, his fists clenched, flames of battle igniting in his eyes. They are coming. Below the arena, the cheers were deafening. Yang Xiaoti's face flushed with excitement, yearning to leap onto the stage to celebrate alongside his two brothers. Sister Shun, however, maintained her composure, her beautiful eyes glinting with wisdom. While this victory was anticipated, it also prompted a re-evaluation of Hong Yang's power post-awakening. Elder Fong stroked his beard and announced that Hong Yong and Wu Zhe advanced to the next round. Just as the crowd reveled in their triumph, a figure slowly ascended the stage. This individual was tall and handsome, yet exuded a chilling aura. Clad in the garb of an outer sect disciple, he emanated a formidable presence that surpassed that of his peers, unmistakably at the late stages of outer sect cultivation. Congratulations to both junior brothers on your resounding victory, he sneered, a cold smile playing on his lips as his disdainful gaze swept over Hong Yong and Wu Zhe. However, your performance ends here. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe exchanged glances, sensing the gravity in each other's eyes. The overwhelming pressure made them acutely aware that the true challenge was just beginning. Hong Yong stepped forward, flames surging around him, brimming with combat spirit. You wish to halt our progress? Let us see if you possess the ability. Wu Zhe shed his previous demeanor of ease, conjuring a cerulean halo of water, the moisture in the air rapidly converging towards him. Poised to transform into a lethal weapon. Overreaching, the disciple scoffed, a pitch-black longsword suddenly materializing in his hand. Chapter 26. Confronting a formidable foe, renown resounding through the outer sect, the obsidian sword danced through the air. Its blade's aura chilling, enveloping the entire arena in an instant. This aura was not merely a sharp edge but possessed a bizarre binding force. The air felt as if it had solidified, leaving Hong Yong and Wu Zhe feeling heavy and sluggish. What sort of ability is this? Hong Yang's heart sank as the once blazing flames within him began to wane. Attempting to channel his power, he found the flow of energy within him sluggish, as though mired in quicksand. Wu Zhe fared no better. The mist surrounding him crystallized into ice, paradoxically binding his movements. His brow furrowed, a serious glint in his eyes. This is the sealing ability, capable of suppressing an opponent's energy flow. It is exceedingly troublesome. From below, Sister Shin's expression shifted. She murmured, "This is bad. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe's movements are being restricted. We must find a way to break this." Yang Xiaoti, filled with anxiety, clenched his fists, whispering fervently, "Brother Hong, Brother Wu, you must win." On the arena, the enigmatic disciple chuckled coldly. "Now you realize my might? Surrender, and you may suffer less pain." Hong Yong gritted his teeth, straining against the shackles, yet found himself unable to escape this binding force. A sense of helplessness surged within him. Were they truly destined to falter here? Wu Zhe's situation was somewhat more favorable. Through his deft control over the water element, he managed to move, albeit unable to launch a counterattack. He dodged the mysterious disciple's sword energy while contemplating their next move. "Don't waste your efforts." The mysterious disciple sneered, "Before my sealing ability, all your struggles are futile." Just then, Elder Fong's voice rang out. "The match continues. No illicit means may be employed." The disciple smirked at the elder's words. "Rest assured, Elder, I am not violating any rules. This is merely my ability." Elder Fong frowned slightly. While he found the disciple's ability peculiar, he could not definitively declare it against the rules. After all, abilities were diverse and some unique powers could indeed suppress an opponent. The mysterious disciple swung his sword again, the blade's aura shadowing Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. Just as it seemed they were on the verge of defeat, Hong Yang suddenly recalled a novel application of his ability he had discovered during training. His eyes gleamed with resolve as he thought, "Perhaps I can try this." "Wu Zhe, cover for me," Hong Yang called out. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his attention on the turbulent flames in his dantian. Previously during training, he had stumbled upon a phenomenon. When the flames reached their zenith, they generated a peculiar pulse that seemed capable of penetrating all barriers. Wu Zhe understood immediately. The mist coalesced into an ice shield, blocking the mysterious disciple's relentless sword energy. He knew Hong Yang was going all in, and he had to buy him time. Merely a trivial skill, the mysterious disciple scoffed, intensifying his assault, the sword energy raining down like a tempest upon Wu Zhe. Wu Zhe struggled to defend himself, sustaining multiple lacerations from the sword energy, his garments stained with blood. Yet he persevered, his gaze resolute, devoid of fear, filled only with unwavering conviction. The mysterious disciple, witnessing Wu Zhe's tenacity, felt a flicker of irritation. He had anticipated dispatching these outer sect disciples with ease, yet found himself expending far more effort than expected. He escalated his attacks, the binding force within the sword energy growing stronger, causing Wu Zhe's movements to slow further and his wounds to multiply. At the critical moment, a brilliant light erupted from Hong Yang's body. The flames within him erupted like a volcano, a powerful wave of energy sweeping across the arena. The binding force shattered like thin paper. Hong Yang felt a lightness in his body, regaining his freedom. "I did it." A glimmer of determination flashed in Hong Yang's eyes. He had finally broken through the restraints, elevating his powers to a new dimension. The mysterious disciple was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He had not anticipated Hong Yang's rapid breakthrough. Realizing the impending danger, he attempted to retreat. But it was already too late. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe locked eyes and simultaneously unleashed their most potent strikes. Inferno devastation, Hong Yang roared, the blazing flames coalescing into a fire dragon, charging toward the mysterious disciple. Frostbound expanse, Wu Zhe's deep voice echoed, the surrounding air plummeting in temperature as countless ice spikes rained down upon the disciple. The mysterious disciple's expression shifted dramatically in a panic. He swung his sword to defend himself. However, the fiery onslaught of Hong Yang and the icy barrage from Wu Zhe intertwined seamlessly, creating a cataclysm of fire and ice that engulfed him entirely. The searing flames scorched his protective energy, while the piercing ice spikes penetrated his defenses, eliciting a pained scream from him. With a thunderous crash, the mysterious disciple was propelled from the arena, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. He struggled to rise but found himself utterly drained, left to writhe in pain upon the earth. Silence engulfed the arena. All were astonished by this scene. They had never imagined that Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, previously overwhelmed by the mysterious disciple, could so swiftly turn the tide and secure such a decisive victory. Moments later, a deafening cheer erupted, resonating like a mighty wave throughout the martial arena. "Hong Yang, Wu Zhe, Hong Yang, Wu Zhe." The audience erupted in fervent cheers, their eyes brimming with adoration and reverence. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe stood side by side on the stage, basking in the rapturous applause, their faces adorned with confident smiles. Elder Fong ascended the platform and declared, "In this contest, the victors are Hong Yang and Wu Zhe." The two cupped their hands in salute and descended from the stage. Sister Shun approached, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Well done. You were simply magnificent." Young Brother Yang squeezed his way forward, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Brother Hong, Brother Wu Zhe, you are my idols. I aspire to be as formidable as you." Hong Yang chuckled, patting Yang's shoulder. "With diligent training, you too can achieve greatness." Wu Zhe then turned to Sister Shan, inquiring, "Sister Shan, do you know the origins of that mysterious disciple?" She shook her head. "I am uncertain, but the techniques he employed do not appear to belong to our sect." Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged a glance, a flicker of curiosity igniting within them. Who could this enigmatic disciple be? What brought him to the arena of the outer disciples? What were his intentions at that moment? A young man clad in the garb of an inner disciple approached, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Hongyang and Wuza, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Well done, my junior brothers," he remarked. "I am Li Xian, an inner disciple, and I would like to request a friendly spar with you, if you would be so kind." Hongyang and Wuza exchanged smiles, undaunted by Li Xian's imposing presence. A spar? Why not? Hongyang boldly accepted, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Wuza nodded slightly, a powerful confidence simmering beneath his calm exterior. This unexpected challenge sparked a flurry of conversation among the surrounding disciples. To the outer disciples, inner disciples were akin to towering mountains, awe-inspiring and distant. Li Xian's appearance undoubtedly elevated the contest to a new zenith. "Indeed, my junior brothers are remarkable youths, their audacity commendable." Li Xian's smile deepened. Though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, however, the divide between inner and outer disciples is vast. Before he could finish, a formidable pressure, like a mountain descending upon them, enveloped Hongyang and Wuza. This pressure far surpassed that of the earlier mysterious disciple, causing the onlookers to struggle for breath as they instinctively recoiled. Sister Shen furrowed her brows, worry etched on her face as she glanced at the two on the stage. Young brother Yang clenched his fists, too tense to even breathe. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming force, Hongyang and Wuza remained steadfast, like two blades piercing the heavens. Flames surged around Hongyang, as if he intended to incinerate the pressure, while a chilling aura enveloped Wuza, forming an indomitable wall of ice. With unwavering resolve, they spoke in unison. "Let us battle." Elder Fong observed this scene, stroking his beard, internally remarking, "How intriguing, truly intriguing." Chapter 27. The glory of the arena fades. A new path awaits, flames and ice intertwined, defying Li Xian's oppressive force. The surrounding disciples watched in astonishment. How could two outer disciples withstand an inner disciple's might? Elder Fong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he waved his hand, causing Li Xian's pressure to dissipate abruptly. "Indeed, my young friends possess considerable skill, but the trials of the outer arena are far from over." No sooner had Elder Fong spoken than a robust disciple leaped onto the stage. Clad in black attire, his gaze sharp as a blade, surrounded by a violent, earthy glow. "I am Huang Yin, an outer disciple, and I seek your guidance." Huang Yan's voice boomed like thunder, causing the arena to tremble. As he took the stage, an even greater aura than Li Xian's erupted, the earthy glow enveloping the entire arena. The air felt thick, as if Hongyang and Wuza were mired in quicksand, their movements rendered sluggish. "So powerful," young brother Yang gasped, while Sister Shun's expression grew grave. Huang Yan's strength was nearing the pinnacle of the outer disciples, far surpassing their previous opponent. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged a glance, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The pressure was nearly suffocating. "Wuza, it seems we must reveal our true capabilities," Hongyang whispered, a sly grin creeping onto his face. "This suits me perfectly," Wuza replied, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The two instinctively retracted their auras, their steps faltering as if they were about to collapse at any moment. "What is this? Are you unable to endure?" Huang Yin sneered at them. "Very well, let us conclude this swiftly and save time." He formed a seal with his hands, the earthy glow intensifying, the ground quaking as massive stone pillars erupted from the earth, hurtling toward Hongyang and Wuzi. "Be careful," Sister Shen couldn't help but call out. However, just as the pillars were about to strike, a peculiar smile blossomed on Hongyang and Wuzi's faces. "Now," Hongyang intoned softly, "It begins," Wuza continued. They spoke in unison, igniting Hongyang's body in brilliant crimson flames, akin to a phoenix reborn from the ashes, while Wuza was enveloped in a thick layer of frost, resembling a god of winter. The two opposing forces did not clash individually. Instead, they merged in a remarkable manner, forming an even more potent and tempestuous energy storm. This was the culmination of their painstaking research into the dual ability technique, ice and fire extremes. Their earlier display of weakness had merely been a ruse to lure the enemy in. and Huang Yan's overconfidence provided them with the perfect opportunity to amass their strength. At this moment, the long-bottled energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, surging toward Huang Yan. The disdain on Huang Yan's face froze instantly, replaced by disbelief and terror. He had never anticipated that these seemingly fragile outer disciples harbored such terrifying power. In a desperate reaction, he summoned all his earth-based spiritual energy, conjuring a thick earthen wall before him, attempting to withstand the sudden assault. Yet, the might of ice and fire extremes exceeded his wildest imagination. The energy storm, a fusion of flames and ice, tore through the earthen wall with ease, engulfing Huang Yan in a torrent of ferocious power. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated as the arena quaked violently, dust and debris swirling. The spectators below held their breath, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. As the dust settled, Huang Yan emerged, disheveled and battered. His black attire lay in tatters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and fear. He could hardly believe that he had been defeated by two outer disciples, and so utterly. How is this possible? Huang Yan muttered, disbelief written across his face. Hongyang and Wuza stood side by side, though drained. Their faces radiated the joy of victory. It seems our gamble paid off. Hongyang chuckled, wiping the blood from his lips. Indeed, Wuza nodded. Now, it's our turn to accept the next challenge. He paused, directing his gaze toward Elder Fong at the edge of the stage. Elder Fong regarded the pair before him, his expression a mix of complexity. Taking a deep breath, he slowly announced, in the outer arena competition, Hongyang and Wuza emerge victorious. Elder Fong's voice echoed across the arena, resonant and firm, declaring the final outcome of this tumultuous contest. The crowd erupted. Cheers surged like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming the entire platform. Those who had previously mocked Hongyang and Wuza, eagerly awaiting their downfall, now stood agape, disbelief etched upon their faces. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged a smile, each finding solace and pride in the other's eyes. They understood that this victory was not merely a personal triumph. It was a testament to their mutual trust and camaraderie. Excellent, 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 a deep voice resonated from the high platform. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, exuding authority, Master Lei Zhan of the Outer Sect. Lei Zhan approached Hongyang and Wuza, his gaze filled with admiration. You two have demonstrated remarkable strength and courage in the outer arena competition, bringing honor to our sect. He paused before continuing. I hereby declare Hongyang and Wuza the ultimate victors of this outer arena contest, awarding you each 100 high-grade spirit stones and the opportunity to select a technique from the second level of the scripture repository. High-grade spirit stones, the second level of the scripture repository. Such rewards were the fervent dreams of outer disciples. The envious gazes from the crowd seemed as though they could melt Hongyang and Wuza. Those who had once made their lives difficult now lowered their heads, unwilling to meet their eyes. They could scarcely fathom that these two former servants, once considered insignificant, had ascended to such heights in such a brief span. After receiving their rewards, Hongyang and Wuza expressed their gratitude to Lei Zhan and turned to descend the stage. Young brother Yang had been waiting eagerly, rushing up to them, chattering excitedly with admiration in his eyes. Sister Shin also approached, her gaze toward Hongyang and Wuza revealing a hint of unspoken pride, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Congratulations to you both, she said, thanks to Sister Shan's guidance. Hongyang sincerely remarked. Indeed, without Senior Sister Shan's tactical guidance, our victory would not have come so easily, Wuza concurred. Senior Sister Shan smiled faintly, saying nothing further, merely patting Hongyang on the shoulder before turning to depart. As he watched her retreating figure, an inexplicable feeling surged within Hongyang. He sensed that Senior Sister Shan harbored some unspoken concern, yet he could not articulate it. Come, we must prepare ourselves for the inner sect assessment. Wuza broke the silence, giving Hongyang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Hongyang nodded, inhaled deeply, and fixed his gaze resolutely on the horizon. He understood that their triumph in the outer sect arena was merely a modest milestone on their path of cultivation. Far greater challenges awaited them in the future. Inner sect, Hongyang whispered, a glimmer of anticipation mingled with a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within. "Let us go," Wuza said, taking the lead with purposeful strides. Hongyang followed closely, and the two of them walked side by side, their figures gradually vanishing into the crowd. On the second floor of the Sutra Pavilion, an array of martial arts manuals exuded a faint aura of spiritual energy. Ultimately, Hongyang chose a fire-based technique titled Flame of the Sky, while Wuza selected a manual known as Phantom Steps. The two seated themselves cross-legged, absorbing the essence of their chosen techniques, their strength once again advancing. Days later, the long-awaited day of the inner sect assessment finally arrived. After bidding farewell to young Xiaodi and exchanging a nod with senior sister Shen, Hongyang and Wuza resolutely embarked on the flying vessel bound for the assessment site. As the vessel soared through the air, the undulating mountains below gradually diminished from view. Gazing at the surging sea of clouds beneath him, Hongyang's heart brimmed with ambition. "Inner sect, here I come." Wuza's lips curled into a confident smile. Being invincible in the outer sect is merely the beginning. The true challenge is just commencing. The flying vessel descended slowly, revealing a deep forest shrouded in mist. Upon entering the mysterious forest of the inner sect assessment, Hongyang and Wuza became vigilant, as a chilling atmosphere pervaded the surroundings. Chapter 28. Entering the inner sect assessment, Perils of the Forest. Mist swirled, ancient trees towered above, and a sinister aura filled the air, sending chills down their spines. As Hongyang and Wuza stepped into this enigmatic forest, their nerves were on edge, as if every tree concealed unknown dangers. Before Hongyang could finish his sentence, Wuza raised a hand to signal him to silence, his sharp gaze locked ahead. From behind the bushes, several furtive figures flitted past. Hongyang recognized one of them as Brother Hu, with whom they had an unresolved conflict, and a cold smirk crept across his lips. "It seems someone wishes to surprise us." "Be cautious," Wuza whispered. "The inner sect assessment is fraught with peril. We must be wary of both beasts and human intentions." And no sooner had he spoken than a low, menacing growl echoed from all directions, sending shivers down their spines. They beheld pairs of eerie green eyes flickering in the mist, and then a pack of shadow wolves, their bodies entirely black, surged from the thickets, encircling them. Behind them, Luo Xiaodi turned pale with fear. Trembling uncontrollably, so many wolves, the shadow wolves, swift and agile, lunged at the trio like bolts of black lightning. "Protect yourselves," Hongyang shouted, wielding his steel long knife with precision. The true energy of the flame of the sky transformed into raging flames, forcing back the oncoming shadow wolves. Wuza executed the phantom steps, moving like a ghost through the pack, his dagger glinting coldly, each strike aimed with deadly accuracy at the wolves' vital points. However, the sheer number of shadow wolves proved overwhelming. Relentlessly pouring forward, Hongyang and Wuza, back to back, gradually felt their strength waning. From his hiding spot, Brother Hu's face twisted into a sinister grin. "Ha! Let you be arrogant. Let us see how you meet your end." Yet, before he could finish, he saw Hongyang and Wuza exchange a knowing smile, a glimmer of confidence shining in their eyes. Hongyang's palms danced, crimson flames swirling around him, coalescing into a magnificent fire phoenix that emitted a resounding cry, its scorching breath sweeping through the vicinity. Simultaneously, Wuza's figure became ethereal, blending into the environment, only the dagger in his hand radiating a ghostly blue light. "Flame of the sky," Hongyang roared, the fire phoenix soaring high, embodying an overwhelming force as it dove down, instantly consuming the charging shadow wolves. "Phantom strike." Wuza's figure flickered amidst the pack, his dagger like the scythe of death, reaping lives with each precise blow. The clash of flames and cold light painted a brutal yet magnificent tableau. In an instant, the first wave of shadow wolves fell into a pool of blood. Brother Hu, hidden in the shadows, was left dumbfounded. He had thought victory was assured, only to discover that these two had such formidable trump cards. However, the shadow wolves were not to be underestimated. They quickly adjusted their tactics, no longer charging blindly. They dispersed, launching surprise attacks from all directions, biding their time. "Be careful," Hongyang warned. Despite their heightened vigilance, the speed of the shadow wolves was overwhelming, leaving them no room for defense. One shadow wolf seized the opportunity, lunging at Wuza from the side, its sharp claws leaving several bloody gashes on his arm. "Damn it!" Wuza groaned in a split second. Hongyang darted forward, positioning himself in front of Wuza, and thrust his palms outward, unleashing a blinding white light that illuminated the entire forest like a miniature sun. The shadow wolves recoiled in fear of the intense light, emitting a chorus of uneasy growls. After the brief flash of brilliance, Hongyang's complexion paled, clearly drained from the exertion. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. "Just a minor injury," Wuza replied, clutching his wound and scanning the surroundings, his brow furrowed. "These creatures are more troublesome than we anticipated." Hongyang surveyed the area, his eyes suddenly narrowing as they fell upon a large tree not far away. Something seemed amiss there. "Wuza, look over there," he whispered, pointing toward the tree. "Notice the color of the soil around the roots. It differs from the surrounding earth. Moreover, there are faint scratches on the trunk, as if made by human hands." Following Hongyang's gaze, Wuza indeed spotted the anomalies. He crouched down for a closer inspection, his expression growing increasingly grave. "It's a trap, and not just one," he murmured. "That scoundrel who has set an ambush here." A glint of coldness flashed in Hongyang's eyes, yet his lips curled into a smirk. "Since he has delivered it to us, we shall gladly accept." The two exchanged a knowing glance, their intentions understood. Hongyang feigned ignorance of the trap, calling out loudly, "Wuza, let us head that way." As he spoke, he moved toward the trap's direction. Wuza played along, feigning panic, exclaiming, "Wait, there seems to be some commotion over there." His voice trembled slightly, as if he had genuinely detected danger. Brother Hu, lurking in the shadows, felt a surge of delight. These two fools have indeed fallen for it. He watched Hongyang and Wuza closely, awaiting the moment they would stumble into the trap. The pack of shadow wolves also sensed the movement of Hongyang and Wuza, growling excitedly as they lunged forward. "Now!" Hongyang's eyes shone with determination. He abruptly changed direction and darted to the side. Wuza followed closely, their speed akin to that of lightning streaking through the forest. Unaware of the impending danger, the shadow wolves plunged headlong into the trap. Triggering the mechanism, a thunderous roar erupted as the ground suddenly collapsed, and dozens of shadow wolves fell into a deep pit, their anguished howls piercing the air. Witnessing this scene, Brother Hu's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that his own trap would be used against the shadow wolves by these two. "Damn it!" He gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged triumphant smiles, seizing the moment of chaos among the shadow wolves to launch a fierce counterattack. Flame of the sky, phantom strike, fire and cold light intertwined, creating a harrowing yet splendid scene of death. The remaining shadow wolves, sensing the tide turning, whimpered and fled. "It's done." Wuza exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hongyang nodded, but his gaze remained fixed ahead, his expression growing increasingly serious. "Wait," he said in a low voice. "Look over there." He pointed toward an area enveloped in a faint glow, a peculiar energy swirling in the air. "It seems to be some sort of restriction." Following Hongyang's gaze, Wuza's expression also turned grave. "Be careful." Hongyang unsheathed his long sword, cautiously approaching the area bathed in the glow. "Something feels off here." The ethereal luminescence shimmered like a dream. Yet it exuded an inexplicable chill. Holding his sword aloft, Hongyang proceeded with utmost caution, the sword tip flickering with crimson flames, illuminating the path ahead. The surrounding trees appeared distorted and eerie under the glow, as if they might transform into monstrous predators at any moment. Wuza followed closely behind, his dagger glimmering with a ghostly blue light, his eyes sharp and vigilant to the slightest movement around them. "This restriction seems to be part of an ancient formation." Hongyang spoke in a low voice, his tone tinged with gravity. He could sense that the prohibition contained a formidable fluctuation of energy, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual to establish. Wu Zhe nodded, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding environment, his brow furrowed in concern. "Be cautious. I sense there may be additional traps here." No sooner had he spoken than a sudden, peculiar sound emanated from beneath their feet. Crack! The faces of Hongyang and Wu Zhe changed dramatically, and they leaped backward almost in unison. Before their eyes, The ground where they had stood collapsed instantaneously, revealing a bottomless, pitch-black chasm. A chilling wind surged from the depths of the cavern, mingling with a nauseating stench of decay. That was close. Hong Yong broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for Wu Zhe's timely warning, they would likely have plummeted into the abyss. Wu Zhe's expression grew solemn, his eyes fixed intently on the chasm as he spoke in a low voice. It seems someone is intent on preventing us from passing this trial. A flicker of cold light flashed in Hong Yang's eyes as he sneered. Then let them see that we are not so easily ensnared. Suddenly, a cool voice echoed from a distance. Junior brothers, do you require assistance? Following the sound, Hong Yong and Wu Zhe beheld a woman clad in a flowing white gown, perched upon a tree not far away, looking down upon them. The woman was strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of aloof elegance. She was none other than Ling Shui, a disciple of the inner sect. Hong Yong offered a faint smile and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior sister Ling." But before he could finish, Ling Shui's expression abruptly changed, and she shouted towards them, "Be careful!" Hong Yong and Wu Zhe were taken aback, hardly having time to react before they felt a powerful gust of wind surge from behind them. Chapter 29. The danger of breaking traps. The awakening of extraordinary powers. Ling Shui's warning came too late. A fierce wind, laden with dust, swept towards Hong Yong and Wu Zhe. The two reacted swiftly, each employing their agility to evade the onslaught. Hong Yong rolled to the side just in time, while Wu Zhe narrowly dodged the menacing gale. Unfortunately, Luo Xiaodi, who had been trailing behind them, was not so fortunate. He cried out as the wind struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. Luo Xiaodi, Hong Yong and Wu Zhe exclaimed in unison. As the dust settled, a figure emerged from behind the tree, wearing a sinister grin. "Brother Hu, heh, I didn't expect you to be so alert, but this is merely an appetizer." Brother Hu scoffed, forming hand seals as the surrounding trees began to twist and contort, transforming into sharp wooden spikes that shot towards Hong Yong and the others. Approaching that mysterious prohibition, a wave of inexplicable unease surged within Hong Yong. He felt as if the very air around them had solidified, as if something unseen was lurking in the shadows. Watching them, Wu Zhe sensed the anomaly as well, whispering to Hong Yong, "Be cautious. There may be more traps nearby." No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath them trembled violently, and sharp stone pillars erupted from the earth, aiming directly at them. Luo Xiaodi, caught off guard, found himself on the verge of being impaled by one of the stone pillars. In a split second, Wu Zhe yanked him aside, but sustained a gash on his arm in the process. "Damn it!" Wu Zhe exclaimed, clutching his wound, his face pale. Brother Hu stood at a distance, laughing triumphantly. "Ha ha, how does it feel? My traps are quite impressive, aren't they? This is my meticulously crafted 10,000 arrows piercing the heart formation, designed specifically to deal with you." Rather than retreating in panic as Brother Hu anticipated, Hong Yong charged directly towards the area with the most stone pillars. "Hong Yong, are you out of your mind?" Wu Zhe cried out. Hong Yong remained silent, a glimmer of determination in his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips, amidst the chaos of stone pillars. He spotted an unusual glow. He lunged forward, reaching for the light. Hong Yong did not retreat in the manner Brother Hu had envisioned. Instead, he boldly advanced into the heart of the stone pillars. They erupted from the ground like mushrooms after rain, their sharp tips gleaming ominously. Yet Hong Yong moved through the stone forest with the grace of a fish in water, using the pillars as cover to seek out the core mechanism of the trap. Madman! He is undoubtedly a madman. Brother Hu watched in disbelief as Hong Yang's audacity transformed his previously assured grin into an expression of shock. Meanwhile, as Wu Zhe dodged the assaults of the stone pillars, the pain from his injured arm heightened his senses. Suddenly, a surge of extraordinary energy coursed through him, and he felt as though he had merged with the environment around him, a feeling of mastery washing over him. Is this a new extraordinary ability? Wu Zhe thought, filled with delight. He focused his mind, and to his astonishment, the surrounding stone pillars ceased their relentless emergence, slowly retracting to carve out an escape path for him. He swiftly pulled the injured Luo Xiaodi to safety. Hong Yong weaved through the stone forest, keenly detecting a peculiar energy fluctuation. He abruptly halted before an unassuming stone pillar, which was slightly darker in hue and etched with strange patterns. "This is it." Hong Yong was resolute, channeling all his strength into a single, powerful punch directed at the stone pillar. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as the pillar shattered, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that caused the surrounding pillars to topple like a line of dominoes. The entire trap beginning to collapse. From a distance, Brother Hu, witnessing his meticulously crafted trap being dismantled, clenched his teeth in fury, his face draining of color. How could this be? How did he find the core mechanism? As the dust settled, Hong Yong emerged from the ruins, his gaze sharp and fixed on Brother Hu, a cold smile curling at his lips. "A mere trick, and you dare to flaunt your skills?" Brother Hu's expression darkened. He realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. "Why you wait?" Brother Hu seethed in anger, knowing the trap could no longer contain Hong Yong and Wu Zhe. He decided to reveal his true colors and confront them personally in a flash. He lunged at Hong Yong like a leopard, his fists slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh. Hong Yong had anticipated this. Pressing forward rather than retreating, and countered with a punch of his own. The fists collided with a resounding thud, shockwaves erupting and scattering debris in all directions. Brother Hu was taken aback by the sheer force of Hong Yang's strike. His heart racing in disbelief. At that moment, Wu Zhe joined the fray, his newly awakened abilities allowing him to sense the shifts in the environment and predict Brother Hu's attack trajectories. He moved with agility, darting around Brother Hu like a specter, striking intermittently to disrupt his rhythm. "Hong Yong, to your left," Wu Zhe called out. Hong Yong understood instantly, sidestepping Brother Hu's strike while delivering a kick to his abdomen. Brother Hu grunted and staggered backward. "Good teamwork." Hong Yong praised Wu Zhe with a glance, their synergy evident as they faced off against Brother Hu. Nearby, Luo Xiaodi watched in fervent admiration, pumping his fists and cheering loudly. "Go! Brother Hong Yong! Go, Brother Wu Zhe!" Under the relentless assault from the two, Brother Hu's fury escalated. Yet he found himself unable to prevail. He had anticipated resolving the matter effortlessly with his own strength. But he had underestimated their tenacity, especially Hong Yang's overwhelming power, which far exceeded that of an ordinary outer sect disciple, and Wu Zhe's mysterious ability to predict his strikes unnerved him. "Damn it!" Brother Hu roared, launching a ferocious counterattack, his fists raining down like a tempest upon Hong Yong and Wu Zhe. The duo remained vigilant, pouring every ounce of energy into their defense, standing back to counter Brother Hu's relentless barrage. At that moment, Hong Yong felt a surge of powerful energy rising within him. His extraordinary ability awakened once more. A fierce light ignited in his eyes as he shouted, "Break for me." A tremendous wave of energy erupted from within Hong Yong, dispersing Brother Hu's attacks. Brother Hu was thrown back several steps, his face paling as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe exchanged a glance, seizing the opportunity to launch a combined offensive. With a resounding crash, Brother Hu was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. It's over. Hong Yong dusted off his clothing and approached Brother Hu, looking down at him with an air of superiority. "Next time you attempt any underhanded tricks, you shall bear the consequences." With that, Hong Yong and Wu Zhe disregarded Brother Hu entirely and turned towards the trial tower. The towering edifice loomed before them. Exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura, the entrance slowly opened, as if welcoming their arrival. "Let us go," Hong Yong said to Wu Zhe. "Let's see what awaits us inside." Luo Xiaodi gazed at their departing figures. Filled with admiration, clenching his fists, he vowed silently, "One day, I too shall become as powerful as Brother Hong Yong and Brother Wu Zhe." He then limped over to Brother Hu, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes as he picked up a stone. The trial tower stood majestically, its surface engraved with ancient runes, radiating a mysterious and potent energy. The entrance resembled the jaws of a colossal beast, patiently awaiting the arrival of challengers. As Hong Yong and Wu Zhe approached the tower, they felt an invisible pressure enveloping them, not emanating from the tower itself, but rather from the immense power contained within it. "Let us go." Hong Yong inhaled deeply, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. "Let's see what lies within." The two individuals exchanged a glance, devoid of hesitation, and stepped into the tower in an instant. The scene before them transformed, placing them within a vast hall. At the center of the hall sat an elderly man with white hair. His eyes tightly closed, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority. This venerable figure was none other than the guardian of the first level of the trial tower, Ling Shuzi's phantom. He slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with intensity, and fixed his gaze upon Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, his voice resonating throughout the hall like a resounding bell. "Challengers, state your names." Hong Yang stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Outer sect disciple." Hong Yang Wu Zhe followed closely, stating solemnly, "Outer sect disciple, Wu Zhe." Ling Shuzi's phantom nodded slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Excellent, commendable courage. Now, let us commence." Before his words had fully dissipated, a formidable wave of energy surged through the entire hall, causing the air to feel as though it had solidified. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe were immediately engulfed by an immense pressure that nearly rendered them breathless. "What kind of power is this?" Wu Zhe's complexion shifted. Hong Yang's fighting spirit surged, and he cautioned, "Be careful." Before he could finish, Ling Shuzi's phantom abruptly vanished. In the next moment, he materialized before Hong Yang and struck out with a palm. The force of the palm sliced through the air with a roar, akin to a landslide. Hong Yang barely had time to raise his arms in defense before he was hurled away by the tremendous force, crashing heavily against the wall and spitting out blood. "Hong Yang!" Wu Zhe exclaimed in alarm, his figure darting forward to shield Hong Yang while simultaneously unleashing his own abilities. A curtain of water appeared seemingly from nowhere, intercepting Ling Shuzi's phantom's subsequent assault. The water curtain trembled violently, rippling with waves, yet ultimately failed to fully withstand the attack, shattering into fragments. The residual force sent Wu Zhe staggering backward, numerous wounds appearing on his body. "How powerful!" Wu Zhe thought in astonishment. Despite Ling Shuzi's phantom being merely a projection, his strength surpassed that of outer sect disciples and likely reached the level of inner sect disciples. Hong Yang struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fighting spirit intensifying. "Wu Zhe, let us attack together." They exchanged a determined glance and launched their assault in unison. Hong Yang's abilities ignited into blazing flames, transforming into a roaring fire dragon as it charged towards Ling Shuzi's phantom. Meanwhile, Wu Zhe manipulated the water, forming sharp blades that struck from the side towards Ling Shuzi's phantom. Unperturbed by their combined attack, Ling Shuzi's phantom waved his hands, unleashing gusts of wind that obliterated both the fire dragon and the water blades. "Trivial techniques," he scoffed, advancing once more with lightning speed. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe were unable to track his movements. Forced into passive defense, bang, bang, they were struck repeatedly, their injuries worsening as blood flowed incessantly. Beside them, Luo Xiaodi watched in terror, feeling utterly powerless, silently praying, "This cannot continue. We are no match for him," Wu Zhe gasped. Hong Yang gritted his teeth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "We must find a way to discover his weakness." Suddenly, Hong Yang recalled a technique he had grasped while battling the shadow wolf in the forest. He lifted his gaze to Ling Shuzi's phantom, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. "Perhaps I can give it a try." He remembered how that cunning creature had utilized speed and shadows to its advantage. Although Ling Shuzi's phantom was formidable, his attack patterns were rigid and predictable. A bold idea began to take shape in Hong Yang's mind. Taking a deep breath, he focused his fiery abilities into his fists, abandoning a head-on confrontation. Instead, he mimicked the shadow wolf's combat style, becoming elusive and ghost-like as he darted around Ling Shuzi's phantom, searching for the optimal moment to strike. "Trivial techniques, daring to show off in front of me." Ling Shuzi's phantom sneered disdainfully, intensifying his palm winds to force Hong Yang out. However, Hong Yang's speed was astonishing, akin to a wisp of smoke, weaving through the intervals of attack as he sought the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, he seized upon a fleeting opening in Ling Shuzi's phantom's defenses, launching his fists like cannonballs directly at the phantom's chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and Ling Shuzi's phantom was actually pushed back several steps. Though it was merely a few steps, it was enough to leave everyone in shock. The Guardian, long considered invincible, had been repelled by an outer sect disciple. How is that possible? Ling Shui, who had been observing coldly, displayed a trace of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Elder Zhao stroked his beard, revealing a hint of appreciation. Ling Shuzi's phantom steadied himself, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, no longer underestimating Hong Yang. He began to treat him with the seriousness he deserved. His attacks grew fiercer, his speed quickening, descending upon Hong Yang like a tempest. Hong Yang, watch out! Wu Zhe's heart tightened upon witnessing this. He understood that while Hong Yang's technique was effective, the gap in strength was too great to endure for long. Without hesitation, he resolutely positioned himself in front of Hong Yang, bracing against Ling Shuzi's phantom's palm. Wu Zhe coughed up blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Wu Zhe! Hong Yang's eyes widened in agony, a surge of rage swelling within him. Yet, at that moment, an extraordinary power erupted from Wu Zhe. He gradually stood, his wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate, his aura growing even more potent. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe. His voice resonated deeply. I feel as though I have awakened once more. The luminous energy coursing through Wu Zhe solidified, forming an extraordinary barrier of energy around him. This barrier was not merely defensive. It continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, converting it into pure power to replenish Wu Zhe. His once pale complexion rapidly regained its rosy hue, and his eyes sparkled with newfound strength. This is life absorption? Elder Zhao exclaimed, immediately recognizing Wu Zhe's newly awakened ability. This rare power could absorb the life energy from the environment, not only granting incredible restorative abilities, but also enhancing one's strength in battle. Now is the moment. Hong Yang seized the opportunity, unleashing the full force of his fiery powers. His fists blazed with an inferno, resembling two scorching meteors racing through the sky, aimed directly at Ling Shuzi's phantom. Wu Zhe too sprang into action, the energy barrier around him contracting into a sharp energy blade that sliced towards Ling Shuzi's phantom with blinding speed. The two formidable forces collided, and even Ling Shuzi's phantom found it challenging to withstand. He hastily attempted to defend but was already at the end of his tether. Hong Yang's fiery punches tore through his defenses, creating a gaping wound. Wu Zhe's energy blade followed closely behind, perfectly piercing into the breach. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as a visible crack appeared on Ling Shuzi's phantom's energy form, which let out a pained howl as its figure began to waver. Now! Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged a knowing glance, their hearts synchronized as they unleashed their most powerful strike. Hong Yang's fiery ability coalesced into a massive fireball, radiant like a miniature sun, carrying an overwhelming force as it hurtled towards Ling Shuzi's phantom. Wu Zhe concentrated all his energy into the energy blade, transforming it into a dazzling beam of light, akin to a sword piercing through the darkness. Aimed straight at the phantom's core, boom! A thunderous explosion erupted within the trial tower, radiating blinding light and powerful energy waves. As the brilliance faded, Ling Shuzi's phantom had vanished, leaving only a scattering of starlight in the air. We did it! Luo Xiaodi exclaimed, jumping in excitement. Elder Zhao stroked his beard, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Congratulations, you have passed the trial tower's test. From this day forth, you are inner sect disciples. The hall erupted with fervent cheers as Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with joy and pride. Ling Shui's gaze lingered on the two, her expression now tinted with admiration, the corners of her mouth curving upwards slightly. The new challenges for inner sect disciples have only just begun, Hong Yang murmured, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Elder Zhao presented them with jade tokens symbolizing their inner sect disciple status. The tokens warmed to the touch and emanating a subtle aura of spiritual energy. Hong Yang accepted the token, feeling the energy coursing through it, his heart swelling with ambition. Wu Zhe meticulously examined the intricate patterns on his token, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaodi watched them with envy, his eyes brimming with admiration. Brother whose expression was dark, his fists clenched tightly, nearly embedding his nails into his flesh, Ling Shui observed coldly. Her curiosity toward the two newly promoted inner sect disciples piqued. Inner sect disciples enjoyed superior training resources and guidance, yet the competition was equally fierce. Elder Zhao's tone grew serious. Do not become complacent. You must remain diligent. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe nodded respectfully, indicating their understanding. After bidding farewell to Elder Zhao, the two walked side by side towards the inner sect area. The majestic palaces, rich spiritual energy, and the impressive inner sect disciples all contributed to their sense of wonder. Brother Yang, look over there. Wu Zhe suddenly pointed towards a towering peak that pierced the clouds, excitement lacing his voice. That seemed to be the legendary One Dao Peak, where only the most elite disciples of the sect were permitted to train. Hong Yang followed Wu Zhe's gaze, and a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. One day, we shall stand upon the Dao summit. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through from behind. Quite the audacity, considering you two have just entered the sect. As he spoke, a young man clad in resplendent attire, exuding arrogance, positioned himself before them, his eyes scanning them with disdain. Chapter 31. The beginning of entry into the inner sect, gaining a special opportunity. The jade token at his waist shimmered with the brilliance of a core disciple. Behind him trailed several similarly domineering disciples, clearly rallying around him. This man was none other than Brother Hu had harbored resentment towards Hong Yang and Wu Zhe since the outer sect assessment. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged wary glances, each perceiving a hint of caution in the other's eyes. Brother Hu had persistently targeted them during the outer sect assessment, and now with his ascension to the inner sect, their animosity had evidently deepened. What is so impressive about inner sect disciples? Hong Yang retorted defiantly, the indomitable spirit within him fully awakened. Inner sect disciples have also ascended step by step. None were born superior. Humph, sharp-tongued. Brother Hu sneered, I am Hu Yidao. Remember this name. Today, I shall demonstrate the chasm that exists between the inner and outer sects. A chasm? I beg to differ. Wu Zhe stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Hong Yang. Brother Yang, allow me to handle this. Wu Zhe, be cautious. Hu Yidao is no weakling. Hong Yang cautioned. He understood that while Wu Zhe was clever, his strength was still somewhat inferior to Hu Yidao's. Wu Zhe nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. Rest assured, Brother Yang. I know my limits. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Hu Yidao, are you bullying newcomers again? The crowd turned toward the sound, and they beheld a woman in a flowing white gown approaching gracefully, her visage enchanting, her demeanor aloof, the jade token at her waist signifying her status as an inner sect disciple. Senior Sister Ling Shui. Upon seeing her, Hu Yidao's arrogance diminished significantly, and a sycophantic smile crept onto his face. I was merely sparring with my junior brothers, nothing more. The woman named Ling Shui coldly snorted, her gaze landing upon Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Are you the newly promoted inner sect disciples? Indeed, Senior Sister, Hong Yang replied respectfully. Now that you've entered the inner sect, focus on your cultivation and disregard such trivial provocations. Ling Shui stated, before turning to leave. Hu Yidao watched Ling Shui's retreating figure, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes, before pivoting back to Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Consider yourselves fortunate. I shall spare you today. However, you would do well to be cautious in the future. With that, Hu Yidao departed with his entourage. Brother Yang, let us also take our leave, Wu Zhe suggested. Hong Yang nodded. And the two continued towards the periphery of the inner sect area. The surrounding scenery captivated them. Majestic palaces, dense spiritual energy, and the inner sect disciples, all exhibiting an air of grandeur. Brother Yang, look over there! Wu Zhe suddenly pointed towards a distant grove shimmering with an unusual radiance, excitement lacing his voice. It seems something intriguing lies within. Hong Yang followed Wu Zhe's finger, curiosity glinting in his eyes. They exchanged a knowing glance and, in unison, made their way toward the grove. Wait! A voice suddenly emanated from within the grove. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe halted, alertly scanning the direction of the voice. A young man clad in a green long robe emerged from the grove, his jade token indicating he too was an inner sect disciple. He regarded Hong Yang and Wu Zhe with a hint of contempt. This area has already been claimed by me. You two newcomers should scram. This inner sect disciple, named Feng Han, had attained initial stage inner sect strength, slightly surpassing Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. He had long been aware of the grove's unusual glow and speculated that it might conceal some form of opportunity. Fong Han formed seals with his hands, and a powerful wave of energy emanated from him. The surrounding space began to distort, and Hong Yong and Wu Zhe felt an invisible force constricting them, making it difficult to breathe. They found themselves confined within a narrow space, the trees around them transforming into bars of a cage, ensnaring them tightly. You two think you can stake a claim to this opportunity? Truly overestimating yourselves, Fong Han sneered, his eyes brimming with disdain. Wu Zhe refrained from attempting to break free. He knew that confronting Fong Han head-on would only lead to their disadvantage. He closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the elemental fluctuations in the surrounding space. Though this space was sealed by Fong Han's abilities, it was not entirely impenetrable. Fleeting wisps of weak elemental energy darted through the cracks like tiny fish. Wu Zhe took a deep breath, feigning difficulty in breathing, his body trembling slightly, his complexion paling. He intentionally displayed weakness, hoping to lower Fong Han's guard. Seeing Wu Zhe's demeanor, Fong Han felt even more pleased. He believed Wu Zhe was on the verge of collapse, so he relaxed his control over the space, preparing to humiliate these two oblivious newcomers. Just then, Wu Zhe suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, and an extraordinary wave of energy radiated from him, resonating with the elemental fluctuations of the surrounding space. "Brother Yang, now is the time," Wu Zhe shouted. Hong Yang had long been poised to strike. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing within him, he clenched his fists tightly, a searing aura erupting from his being. Boom, boom. Hong Yang's fists thundered forward, unleashing an unparalleled force akin to a volcanic eruption. This was not any power he had previously mastered, but a brand new energy imbued with ferocious impact. Golden red light erupted from his fists, instantly tearing apart Fong Han's restraints, launching him like a kite severed from its string. Crashing violently against a sturdy tree trunk before crumpling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The sudden turn of events rendered the surroundings silent. Fong Han, an initial stage inner sect expert, had been utterly vanquished by a mere outer sect disciple. How could this be? The onlooking inner sect disciples gaped in disbelief, their expressions stupefied. They had anticipated that these newcomers would be thoroughly taught a lesson by Fong Han, only to find the outcome was entirely contrary. Ling Shui stood at the back of the crowd, a trace of astonishment flickering in her cool gaze. She regarded Hong Yang with keen interest, a slight smile gracing her lips. These two seemed to be more intriguing than I had imagined. Wu Zhe was also somewhat taken aback. He knew Hong Yang would break through Fong Han's barrier, yet he hadn't expected it to be executed so decisively. He retracted his hand seals and approached Hong Yang, whispering, "Brother Yang, your new ability is quite formidable." Hong Yang clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within, a confident smile forming at the corners of his lips. It appears that life in the inner sect shall not be dull after all. Fong Han struggled to rise from the ground, his face pale, his eyes filled with fear and resentment. He could hardly believe he had been defeated by one he deemed an insignificant insect. "You two will pay for this," he spat venomously before fleeing in a disheveled state, clutching his chest. Among the crowd, a petite outer sect disciple squeezed through, none other than Luo Xiaodi. He looked at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe with admiration, excitement bubbling in his voice. "Brother Yang, Brother Zhe, you're incredible." Hong Yang patted Luo Xiaodi on the shoulder, grinning. "This is just the beginning." He lifted his gaze toward the grove shimmering with an unusual glow, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Having overcome Fong Han's obstruction, this mysterious area was finally theirs to explore. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe stepped into the grove, leaving behind a throng of astonished inner sect disciples. Ling Shui's gaze lingered on Hong Yang's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable light. She gently raised her hand, caressing the jade pendant at her waist, murmuring, "Hong Yang is quite intriguing." She turned and vanished into the crowd. Within the grove, Hong Yang surveyed the extraordinary sights around him, murmuring to himself. Wu Zhe too sensed the grove's peculiarity. The air was imbued with a unique energy wave. Invigorating his spirit, he reached out to touch a tree trunk, a warm energy flowing into his body through his fingertips, leaving him feeling utterly at ease. It seems we have indeed discovered a treasure trove, Wu Zhe remarked, excitement dancing in his eyes. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from the depths of the grove. The footsteps drew nearer, and a woman in a white robe slowly stepped into view. It was Ling Xue. She regarded Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, a hint of a smile breaking her otherwise icy facade. It appears that your luck is quite favorable, having stumbled upon this spiritual essence land. Wu Zhe narrowed his eyes, casually inquiring, "Spiritual essence land?" Ling Xue nodded slightly. "This place is rich in spiritual energy, beneficial for cultivation, and serves as a treasure trove for inner sect disciples." However, she paused, casting a sweeping gaze around. Not just anyone can access this location. As the last echoes of his voice faded, several figures erupted from the thicket, encircling Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. The leader among them was none other than Fong Han, whom Hong Yang had previously defeated. A malevolent grin twisted his features, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Did you ever think we'd meet again, kid?" Hong Yang responded with a cold chuckle. "A defeated foe dares to seek death." Behind Fong Han, another figure sneered, "Arrogant. You merely got lucky in that one encounter. Do you truly believe yourself invincible?" Hong Yang's gaze sharpened, a formidable aura radiating from him. "Then let's put that to the test." Ling Xue observed the tense standoff, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes as she gently caressed the jade pendant at her waist. Murmuring to herself, "This is becoming increasingly intriguing." Suddenly, the resounding chime of a bell reverberated throughout the inner gate, accompanied by a vast surge of energy waves emanating from afar. Ling Xue's expression shifted, her gaze fixed on the distance. "This heralds the opening of the Tianyuan secret realm." Fong Han and his companions exchanged astonished glances. "The Tianyuan secret realm?" Hong Yang turned to Wu Zhe, inquiring softly. Wu Zhe's eyes flickered, and he spoke slowly. "Legend has it that the realm is replete with countless treasures." Even. Chapter 32. Resource Contest. Victory amidst peril. The sound of the bell continued to echo, the news of the Tianyuan secret realm's opening sweeping through the inner gate like a tempest. Countless disciples were ignited with greed and desire, eagerly rubbing their hands together, ready for action. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged glances, both recognizing the fierce battle intent reflected in each other's eyes. The allure of an opportunity to break through their current limits was one they could not resist. "Let us go," Hong Yang commanded, and the two swiftly darted towards the direction of the Tianyuan secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was situated atop a perilous peak, now teeming with people. As Hong Yang and Wu Zhe landed, they felt numerous hostile gazes fixated upon them. Most of these inner gate disciples surpassed their strength, including several formidable mid-stage and even late-stage warriors. "Hemph! Two newly promoted inner gate disciples dare to contest for the opportunities of the Tianyuan secret realm?" Sneered a burly disciple, his face lined with brutish features. "I in the face of opportunity. All are equal," Wu Zhe retorted calmly, showing no fear. The entrance to the Tianyuan secret realm was enveloped in a faint golden glow, within which strange flowers and herbs could be discerned, exuding a rich spiritual essence. Yet, surrounding this luminescent barrier were dense, intricate runic restrictions, pulsating with a menacing light. The power of these restrictions is formidable. A moment's carelessness could result in severe injury, cautioned a fair-skinned female disciple, whose cool demeanor was unmistakable. It was Ling Xue. Hong Yang nodded slightly, acutely aware that these restrictions were not mere inanimate objects. They shifted in position and intensity with the passage of time. To enter the secret realm, one must identify the weak points of these restrictions and seize the opportune moment. That moment, a furtive figure slipped from the crowd. It was Brother Hu, whom Hong Yang had previously reprimanded. His eyes glinted with malice as he stealthily crushed a jade talisman in his hand. An imperceptible wave of energy radiated outward, causing the surrounding restrictions to undergo violent upheaval. The previously stable passage became chaotic in an instant. Sharp energy blades manifesting out of thin air, hurtling toward Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. "Despicable!" Wu Zhe shouted furiously, tugging Hong Yang aside to evade the onslaught. "Heh, kid, meet your end?" Brother Hu cackled ominously. Ling Xue's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Just as Hong Yang and Wu Zhe struggled to defend against the onslaught of the restrictions, a mid-stage inner gate disciple suddenly attacked, flames blazing from his palms, resembling a deity of fire as he lunged at Hongyang. "Hongyang, watch out!" Wuza cried out in alarm. Hongyang's pupils constricted. The inferno surged forth, its searing presence striking him like a blow. He could feel the heat singeing his skin. This mid-stage disciple's strength was indeed formidable. Not daring to take the blow head-on, he retreated just in time to narrowly escape the lethal strike. The flames swept past him, leaving a charred mark in their wake, the acrid scent of singed air lingering. "Hongyang!" Wuza exclaimed, panic flooding his voice. He conjured a wall of ice, raising it just in time to shield Hongyang from the raging flames. "I'll assist you." The two stood back to back, warily observing the predatory inner gate disciples surrounding them. They understood well that direct confrontation was not a viable strategy. Hongyang's mind raced, formulating a plan. "Wuza, target the weak points of the restrictions with your ice spikes." In an instant, Wuza comprehended the strategy, quickly crafting several sharp ice spikes and launching them at the shimmering runic restrictions. Bang, bang, bang. The ice spikes collided with the restrictions, producing deafening explosions. The surrounding energy fluctuations intensified, transforming the already unpredictable passage into a chaotic maelstrom. Akin to an enormous meat grinder. Caught off guard, the inner gate disciples, who had been lurking for an opportunity, were suddenly engulfed by the explosive power of the restrictions, their cries of agony echoing through the air. The burly disciple, unable to evade in time, was struck by an energy blade, blood gushing from his wounded arm. "Damn it!" he bellowed, yet he dared not act recklessly again. Seizing the opportunity, Hongyang and Wuza deftly navigated through the restrictions, moving like agile fish, cleverly leading the energy blades meant for them toward their attackers. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of distress, as many inner gate disciples found themselves wounded by the restrictions. Their situations dire. Lingxue observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. These two new inner gate disciples not only possessed considerable strength, but also displayed astute, strategic thinking. Utilizing the power of the restrictions to counterattack, truly impressive. Seeing numerous competitors eliminated, Hongyang and Wuza exchanged a triumphant smile, gradually edging closer to the entrance of the Tianyuan secret realm. Closer, ever closer, they could almost feel the dense spiritual essence emanating from within. Just as they were about to step into the secret realm, a sharp sword aura sliced through the air, targeting the back of Hongyang's heart. "Be careful," Lingshua's icy voice rang out. Hongyang spun around, only to see a cold-faced inner gate expert clad in black, gripping a long sword, his gaze fixed on them with lethal intent. "The Tianyuan secret realm is no place for lowly fish like you to meddle," the black-clad expert declared, his tone frigid, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. A surge of powerful energy erupted within Hongyang, his eyes shimmering with golden light. "Is that so?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, Hongyang radiated a dazzling golden glow, a tremendous pressure sweeping through the air, causing it to feel as though it had solidified. His once black hair now stood on end, resembling flames of gold. As he appeared like a celestial deity descending to earth, exuding an overwhelming presence. The black-clad expert's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of unprecedented oppression washing over him, causing his sword to tremble slightly in his grasp. "What kind of power is this?" he exclaimed, horror-stricken. This force transcended that of an inner gate disciple, instilling within him a sense of trepidation. A cold smirk crept across Hongyang's lips, and in a blink, he appeared before the black-clad expert like a wraith. With a clenched fist, he gathered the golden light and unleashed a formidable punch. Boom. The resounding impact sent the black-clad expert hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. Crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, utterly devoid of combat capability. This sudden turn of events left all present in stunned silence. They had never witnessed such overwhelming power before. Could this truly belong to a newly promoted inner gate disciple? Lingshua's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. These two youths had continuously exceeded her expectations. Hongyang paid no heed to the astonishment surrounding him, seizing Wuza's hand as they swiftly slipped into the Tianyuan secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm gradually closed, isolating the onlookers outside. Inside the realm, the spiritual essence was dense, resembling a paradise. Hongyang and Wuza quickly located their target for this resource contest, the Tianyuan fruit. This rare spiritual fruit could significantly enhance a cultivator's prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, they secured the Tianyuan fruit for themselves. Outside the realm, the inner gate disciples injured by the restrictions, along with the black-clad expert whom Hongyang had sent flying, could only watch helplessly as the entrance closed, their hearts filled with resentment and envy. Brother who gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with bitterness. Hongyang, Wuza, you will pay for this. Lingxue regarded the sealed entrance with a slight smile. Her curiosity piqued. Who exactly are these two? She turned and vanished into the night. Upon emerging from the secret realm, Hongyang and Wuza found Luo Xiaodi anxiously awaiting their return. Seeing them safe, Luo Xiaodi was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Hong brother, Wuza brother, it's wonderful that you're unharmed. Hongyang patted Luo Xiaodi on the shoulder, smiling. Don't worry, we're fine. He held out the Tianyuan fruit, offering it to Wuza. Here, you take this. Wuza shook his head. No, you should keep it. Your abilities require more energy to sustain. Before Hongyang could respond, a commotion erupted in the distance as a group of individuals approached with menacing intent. Leading them was the previously defeated black-clad expert, his gaze as cold as a serpent's, fixed on Hongyang and Wuza. You dare to seize my Tianyuan fruit? Today, you shall pay the price. The Tianyuan fruit was earned through our strength. Hongyang's voice resonated like a thunderclap, commanding the attention of all present. Golden light swirled around him, his formidable aura compelling the black-clad masters to involuntarily retreat a step. Wuza stood beside Hongyang, calmly surveying the situation, his hands quietly gathering energy. Luo Xiaodi, hiding behind the two, though gripped by fear, displayed unwavering determination in his gaze, showing no sign of retreat. The black-clad master sneered, strength? Merely a stroke of luck. Today, I shall show you what true power really is. With a commanding shout, he led his followers in a rush towards Hongyang and Wuza, surrounding them completely. Blades flashed and killing intent surged. Hongyang and Wuza stood back to back, unperturbed. Hongyang clenched his fists, the golden light surging forth as if a war god had descended. Come on, let me see what you are capable of. Wuza's eyes glinted sharply as the energy in his hands transformed into lethal blades. Weaving through the crowd, the battle was on the brink of erupting, each strike aimed to kill. Just then, a cold voice rang out, "Stop!" Everyone turned to see Lingxue gracefully descending from the air, her garments billowing like a celestial maiden. She cast her gaze over the crowd before finally fixing it on Hongyang and Wuza, declaring, "This conflict ends here." The black-clad master, though sullen, dared not defy Lingxue's command, casting a fierce glare at Hongyang and Wuza before retreating with his subordinates. Lingxue approached Hongyang and Wuza, a slight smile gracing her lips. "It seems I underestimated you," she remarked, pausing for effect, her gaze deepening. The Tianyuan fruit is not so easily obtained. After Lingxue's departure, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. Luo Xiaodi peered out from behind, his face alight with admiration. "Honggu, Wuza-gu, you are incredible. Even senior sister Lingxue regards you with newfound respect." Hongyang chuckled, patting his shoulder. "This is nothing. There will be even greater feats for you to witness in the future." Wuza, however, restrained his smile, a flicker of concern crossing his features. What did Lingxue mean by that? The Tianyuan fruit, could there be more to it? In the following days, the names of Hongyang and Wuza spread throughout the inner sect. Defeating external masters as mere servant disciples and acquiring the Tianyuan fruit was undoubtedly big news. Invitations poured in like snowflakes, some beckoning them to join various factions, others inviting them to feasts, and even some female disciples expressing their admiration. Hongyang welcomed all, reveling in the lively atmosphere, while Wuza remained more cautious, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Indeed, trouble soon arrived. Several inner sect disciples obstructed their path, led by a hulking man named Shirhu, whose face was marred by brutish features. He was flanked by several formidable disciples, each bearing a menacing gaze. "I hear you two are quite impressive. Even the external masters are no match for you." Shihu derided. Today, my brothers and I wish to test your mettle. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged glances, both understanding that this was a deliberate provocation. They wasted no words and immediately took their stances, ready to engage in combat. Humph, refusing to drink the toast, you'll have to suffer the consequences, Shihu sneered, launching the first attack. His fists struck like iron hammers towards Hongyang, exuding a powerful aura. The others followed suit, unleashing a barrage of diverse abilities, enveloping Hongyang and Wuza in lethal assaults. This is a trap, Wuza gasped, realizing they had been lured to a secluded spot devoid of any witnesses, as they fought back with all their might. It became evident that their opponents were significantly stronger, gradually gaining the upper hand. They sustained numerous injuries, bloodstains marring their garments. Luo Xiaodi watched anxiously from the sidelines, powerless to assist, his fists clenched tightly in frustration. Wuza Gu, we can't continue like this. We'll wear ourselves out. Hongyang gritted his teeth, golden light flickering across his body as his abilities surged. Wuza's expression grew grave as he scanned their surroundings, suddenly spotting a dense thicket nearby. Hongyang, let us retreat into the woods. The inner sect experts' attacks rained down like a tempest, their abilities intertwining to form deadly strikes. Shihu's fists howled through the air, each blow resonating with the force of collapsing mountains. His disciples showed no mercy, unleashing their powers. Ice spikes, fireballs, and lightning, all resembling a dazzling display of fireworks, yet concealing lethal peril. Initially, Hongyang and Wuza were severely overwhelmed. Despite their enhancements from the trial tower, they found themselves outmatched by the seasoned inner sect disciples. Multiple wounds marred Hongyang's body, blood soaking through his clothing. Wuza fared little better. A bolt of lightning had scorched his left arm, leaving it charred and numb. Luo Xiaodi, heart racing, clenched his fists until his nails dug into his flesh, utterly helpless. Ha! With such meager abilities, you dare to be arrogant within the inner sect? Shihu laughed maniacally, his eyes brimming with disdain. Today you will learn what true strength is. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged glances, devoid of fear, their eyes glinting with cunning. They remained calm, silently gathering their strength. Pretending to falter, they retreated step by step, enticing their foes to draw near. Seeing this, Shihu and his companions grew ever more arrogant, believing victory was assured, and their onslaught intensified. In that moment, Hongyang and Wuza sprang into action. Now, Hongyang roared, his golden light blaring forth, an overwhelming force erupting from within him. His fists struck like two blazing meteors, crashing down upon Shihu. Simultaneously, Wuza moved as well. His injuries appeared to vanish in an instant, a strange energy emanating from him. He blinked, appearing like a ghost behind Shihu, brandishing a sharp dagger that he plunged into Shihu's back. This was the special ability they had obtained in the trial tower, Hongyang's explosive golden body and Wuza's shadow kill. The explosive golden body significantly enhanced strength and defense for a brief period, while shadow kill instantaneously boosted speed and stealth, combined with a lethal dagger strike capable of delivering a fatal blow. Shihu and his cohorts were utterly unprepared for such a trump card. Caught off guard, they were struck down by the overwhelming force and fell to the ground. Shihu, pierced by Wuza's dagger, let out a pained scream as blood gushed forth. In the distance, several inner sect disciples who had come to spectate gasped in shock. They had initially believed Hongyang and Wuza were merely fortunate to defeat external disciples, but it was now evident that their strength far exceeded expectations. Those who had intended to suppress them now hesitated, daunted by the display. Ling Xue observed from afar, a complex glimmer in her eyes as she silently remarked, "It seems I have indeed underestimated them." With that, she turned and vanished into the night. Shihu's anguished scream echoed, abruptly silenced, as if a rooster had its throat grasped. He looked down at the dagger in disbelief, blood staining his garments, terror and resentment filling his gaze. The other inner sect disciples were equally stunned, unable to comprehend that these newly admitted disciples possessed such formidable prowess. Explosive golden body, shadow kill. How can this be? One disciple exclaimed, disbelief evident in his tone. Hongyang withdrew his glowing fists, standing tall like a descending war god. Wuza slowly retracted his dagger, his gaze icy, resembling a midnight assassin. Luo Xiaodi leaped with excitement, fists pumping as he cheered, Hongyang Gu Wuza Go. You are amazing! The inner sect disciples watching from a distance exchanged glances, their previous contempt and disdain evaporating, replaced by profound respect. Those who had planned to intimidate Hongyang and Wuza now silently retracted their ambitions. Wary of acting rashly at that moment, a clear voice pierced the air. Congratulations to both of you. Your strength is indeed remarkable. The crowd turned to see Ling Xue approaching with a faint smile. She stood before Hongyang and Wuza, nodding slightly. I am Ling Xue. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Hongyang and Wuza returned the gesture, cupping their fists in respect. Senior sister Ling Xue, we have long admired your name. Ling Xue's presence was an undeniable acknowledgement of Hongyang and Wuza's strength, signifying their solid foothold within the inner sect. Following the inner sect assessment, they successfully passed and became official inner sect disciples. Elder Zhao regarded Hongyang and Wuza with a hint of admiration. Not bad. You both possess great potential. I hope you will continue to strive within the inner sect and not disappoint the sect's expectations. Hongyang and Wuza respectfully replied, we shall do our utmost to bring glory to the sect. The news spread like wildfire, and the names of Hongyang and Wuza became known throughout the inner sect. With their formidable strength and exceptional courage, they earned the respect of all brother who lurked in a corner. His complexion ashen, his heart brimming with jealousy and resentment. He had initially sought to use this opportunity to humiliate Hongyang and Wuza, but instead, he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot, as the night deepened. Hongyang and Wuza stood side by side atop the mountain, gazing down upon the entire sect. We have finally established our footing within the inner sect, Wuza remarked with a sense of wonder. Hongyang nodded, but a flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The competition within the inner sect is far more brutal, and we must face many more challenges. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind them, and a deep voice resonated through the night air. Junior brothers, the sect leader requests your presence. The grand hall of the sect leader exuded an air of solemnity, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire space. As Hongyang and Wuza stepped inside, they felt as though their very breaths were constricted. Atop the high seat sat an elderly man with white hair and piercing eyes that seemed to see through all. He was Lingxiao Zhenren, the sect leader of Zuantianzong, and the grandfather of Ling Xue. Lingxiao Zhenren cut to the chase. You two possess extraordinary talent. It is indeed a fortune for our sect. The situation within the inner sect is complex, with various factions intertwined. You may choose whom to align with. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged knowing glances, their intentions already formed. They were unwilling to be manipulated or entangled in an endless struggle for power. Stepping forward, Hongyang clasped his fists and said, Sect leader, my brother and I have just entered the inner sect. We wish to devote ourselves to cultivation and enhancing our strength, and have no desire to join any faction at this time. Lingxiao Zhenren narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly surprised by their response. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Very well, your mindset is indeed commendable. However, the inner sect is rife with peril. You must exercise caution. Before he could finish speaking, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall, and a disciple rushed in, kneeling before Lingxiao Zhenren. Reporting to the sect leader, elderly of Qinglong Peak requests an audience, claiming urgent matters to discuss. Lingxiao Zhenren's brow furrowed slightly, and he calmly instructed, Let him in. Elderly entered the grand hall with a grave expression, whispering a few words into Lingxiao Zhenren's ear. The color drained from Lingxiao Zhenren's face as he abruptly stood. What did you say? Chapter 34. Initial camp selection and the dawn of conspiracy. The news brought by elderly struck like thunder in the hall. Lingxiao Zhenren's expression turned grim as he waved his sleeve, saying, You two may withdraw for now. We shall discuss this matter later. Hongyang and Wuza dared not ask further. Bowing as they exited the hall, upon leaving, they sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The once bustling square had fallen into a heavy silence. With disciples hurrying by, their faces grave, it seems something significant has occurred, Wuza murmured. Hongyang nodded, a feeling of unease lingering within him. Upon returning to their quarters, before they could catch their breath, several inner sect disciples arrived to pay their respects. They represented various factions within the inner sect, each extending olive branches to Hongyang and Wuza, promising various benefits in hopes of enticing them to join their ranks. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. They only wished to focus on their cultivation, not to become embroiled in this ceaseless struggle for power. After politely rejecting several suitors, a tall figure appeared at the entrance. It was He Shixiang, a member of the Qin family, his demeanor haughty, accompanied by a few thuggish lackeys, each exuding an intimidating presence. He Shixiang cast a sidelong glance at Hongyang and Wuza. Sneering, "Junior brothers, you are quite the sensation lately, even attracting visits from several elders. However, I advise you to heed my words. Some individuals are not to be trifled with." Hongyang frowned slightly and replied coolly, "What do you mean by that, He Shixiang?" "Humph, let us not beat around the bush," He Shixiang retorted with a cold laugh. "Anyone the Qin family has set their sights on is as good as ours. Those who know their place will join us willingly. Otherwise," he deliberately paused, a glint of threat flashing in his eyes. Wuza stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Hongyang. "Is the Qin family truly that formidable?" "We brothers do not yield to threats." "Very well," He Shixiang replied, his anger morphing into a mocking grin. "Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do not blame me for being merciless." With a wave of his hand, his lackeys surged forward, their aggression palpable. Hongyang and Wuza stood resolute, ready for confrontation. Just then, a clear voice rang out, "He Shixiang, what do you think you are doing?" Ling Xue appeared at the door, her gaze icy as she regarded He Shixiang. His expression shifted, and he quickly subdued his men, bowing slightly. "Ling Shimi, I was merely sparring with these two junior brothers, with no ill intent." Ling Xue snorted dismissively, ignoring him as she approached Hongyang and Wuza, her concern evident. "Are you both all right?" Hongyang shook his head, smiling. "All is well, just a minor inconvenience." Ling Xue glanced at He Shixiang, her voice steadied at He Shixiang. "I hope you refrain from harassing them in the future." He Shixiang's expression darkened, but he dared not retort, merely casting a fierce glare at Hongyang and Wuza before turning to leave. Ling Xue watched his retreating figure, a flicker of worry crossing her features. "Be cautious," she said softly. "The Qin family will not let this go easily." Hongyang clenched his fists, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Let them come. We fear them not." In the subsequent days, an unnatural calm enveloped the atmosphere. Yet Hongyang and Wuza felt the oppressive weight of an impending storm. Many factions grew distant upon witnessing the Qin family's stance, leaving them feeling isolated. One day, while Hongyang was deep in cultivation, he unexpectedly received an anonymous letter. Upon opening the envelope, he found a few cryptic words. "Tonight at the hour of the rat, meet at the forbidden area of the back mountain." Hongyang's expression shifted. A sense of foreboding rising within him, he turned to Wuza. He handed the anonymous letter to Wuza, the gravity of the situation evident on his face. "I sense a trap." Wuza's expression grew serious as he read the note. The forbidden area of the back mountain was off limits to ordinary disciples. The intent behind this letter was undoubtedly sinister. The Qin family was aggressive, while other factions remained aloof, leaving them ensnared in a quagmire, struggling to advance. The sensation of being isolated was uncomfortable, yet they had no regrets about refusing to align with any faction. Just as they pondered their next move, Elderly made a discreet visit. He brought valuable intelligence regarding the various factions within the inner sect and subtly conveyed his support for the two. While the Qin family held significant power, they had also made many enemies, and their unity was far from absolute. Other factions, each with their own agendas, were in a state of observation. "You need not rush to take sides. It is wise to watch and wait," Elderly advised, his presence undoubtedly providing a much-needed boost to their morale and clarity regarding the current situation. At least, they were not alone in their struggles. After Elderly's departure, Hongyang and Wuza meticulously analyzed the intelligence they had received. The inner sect's dynamics were intricate, with factions intermingling, and a single misstep could lead to becoming mere pawns. While the Qin family appeared formidable, their foundation was shaky, eager to recruit new disciples to bolster their ranks. Other factions, each with their own loyalties, were quietly amassing strength, biding their time. "We cannot afford to remain passive," Wuza declared resolutely, We must take the initiative to break this stalemate. Hong Yang nodded in agreement. This anonymous letter may present an opportunity, or it may be a trap, but we must investigate. The forbidden area of the back mountain was fraught with danger, yet it might also conceal the key to shattering the deadlock as night fell. The back mountain was shrouded in an eerie silence. Following the instructions in the letter, Hong Yang and Wu Ze stealthily entered the forbidden area. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the moonlight. And a strange aura permeated the air. The two advanced cautiously, remaining vigilant to their surroundings. Suddenly, Hong Yang felt a surge of energy within him, a potent sense of danger washing over him. "Be careful," he exclaimed, yanking Wu Ze behind a massive tree just as a sharp sword energy zipped past them, embedding itself deep within the trunk. "Who goes there?" Hong Yang shouted, conjuring a blazing orb of fire in his hand. From the darkness, several figures emerged, exuding a palpable aura of hostility. "Heh? It seems you truly dared to come," a chilling voice echoed. "Then prepare to pay with your lives." Hong Yang clenched his fists, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the energy within him surged once more, even more potent than before. An unprecedented sense of power coursed through him, as if he were on the verge of breaking free from his confines. He turned to Wu Ze. I feel as though I am about to break through." Before he could finish his sentence, the energy within him erupted like a volcano, enveloping him in a searing blaze that shot skyward like a pillar of fire. The sudden change took the hidden assailants by surprise. They had not anticipated Hong Yang achieving a breakthrough under such circumstances. A flicker of joy crossed Wu Ze's eyes, for he understood the significance of Hong Yang's newfound power. "Greater strength means more possibilities," he shouted. "Hong Yang, do not hold back. Unleash your power." Hong Yang let out a long howl towards the sky, flames swirling around him like a roaring fire dragon. He felt an unprecedented surge of power, as if he could command everything. The opportunity for a breakthrough was fleeting. He had to seize this moment to elevate his extraordinary abilities to new heights. The firelight painted half the sky red, illuminating the faces of the lurking enemies. Their eyes brimmed with shock and greed, as they drooled over Hong Yang's breakthrough strength. "This kid's extraordinary powers are astonishing. If only we could seize them." One of them whispered. "First, eliminate them," commanded the leader, and several figures launched a simultaneous assault, their fierce attacks descending upon Hong Yang and Wu Ze like a torrential downpour. Wu Ze moved like a wraith, weaving effortlessly through the onslaught, his hands flashing with cold light, each strike precise and lethal. Though he lacked Hong Yang's formidable powers, his exquisite agility and fierce attacks allowed him to contend with the foes. Overestimating yourselves," sneered the leader, his sword slicing through the air, unleashing a sharp sword aura aimed directly at Wu Ze's face. In a critical moment, Hong Yang flickered and positioned himself in front of Wu Ze, conjuring flames into a shield that deflected the sword aura. "If you wish to harm my brother, you must first pass through me." After his breakthrough, Hong Yang's strength surged, and the ferocity of the flames became even more terrifying. He brandished his blazing fists like a god of war, forcing the enemies to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, within the inner sect, various factions were closely monitoring the commotion in the forbidden area of the back mountain. Qian Wanshan, the head of the Qian family, wore a dark expression. He had not anticipated that Hong Yang and Wu Ze would dare to enter the forbidden area, let alone that Hong Yang would break through under such circumstances. "These two brats truly do not know the meaning of danger," Qian Wanshan scoffed. "Since they are seeking death, let us grant their wish." He turned to his companion, "Brother He," and instructed, "Make arrangements. They must die in the forbidden area. They cannot be allowed to return alive." Brother He left at once, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Ling Shui stood at a distance, watching the flames soaring into the sky from the back mountain. Her heart filled with worry. She was aware of the perilous nature of Hong Yang and Wu Ze's journey, but she believed they would surely turn misfortune into fortune. "Hong Yang, Wu Ze, you must return safely," she whispered in prayer. The battle in the forbidden area persisted, with Hong Yang and Wu Ze standing back to back, facing an ever-increasing number of enemies, unafraid. "It seems tonight will be a night of slaughter." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Hong Yang's eyes as the flames blazed fiercely in his grasp, illuminating the entire night sky. Wu Zhe's lips curled into a cold smile. Let them witness the might of our brotherhood. Suddenly, a crisp, cold voice rang out from a distance. Stop! Ling Shue's appearance momentarily halted the Qian family's henchmen. Upon receiving the news, Qian Wanshan's expression darkened further. This girl has also involved herself? He sneered. It seems these two truly possess some skills to attract her attention. With a sinister smile, he murmured to Brother He a few words, and the latter immediately understood, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. Brother He returned to the back mountain, feigning to dissuade the crowd, promising to handle the matter fairly in front of Ling Shue. Although Ling Shue felt suspicious, she had to temporarily relent due to Brother He's status and his pretense. After Ling Shue departed, Brother He revealed a treacherous smirk. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe, your good fortune has come to an end. Let you enjoy a few days of pride. During the sect's grand competition, it will be your demise. He turned to his subordinates and commanded, spread the word that Hong Yang and Wu Zhe are hoarding treasures in the forbidden area with the intent of rebellion. Meanwhile, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe returned to their quarters, utterly unaware of the impending danger. Hong Yang clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. Wu Zhe, we are now inner sect disciples. We must work even harder from here on out. Wu Zhe nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Indeed, we must quickly enhance our strength to face the challenges ahead. Pausing as if struck by a thought, he continued, Hong Yang, I heard that the sect has recently issued a high-difficulty mission. Chapter 35. Crisis in the Task. Conspiracies gradually unfold. This mission offers substantial rewards, yet it is fraught with danger. For years, no one has dared to accept it. They sought to prove themselves while also acquiring richer resources to bolster their strength. The Sunset Mountain Range, Wu Zhe stated, is said to have once been the battleground of ancient deities, with lingering energy fluctuations that still instill dread. He frowned at the mission scroll. Yet Hong Yang was brimming with excitement. What is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. As long as we brothers unite, what can intimidate us? His eyes blazed with fervor, as if he could already envision himself standing atop the pinnacle. The two packed their bags, equipped with the essentials, and resolutely embarked on their journey to the Sunset Mountain Range. As they entered the depths of the mountain range, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped the air. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, casting an ominous shadow around them. The distant roars of unknown beasts only heightened the terror. The restrictions here were even stronger than anticipated. Wu Zhe sensed the chaotic energy fluctuations surrounding them. His expression grave, they proceeded cautiously, every step taken with utmost care. The entrance to the ancient ruins lay hidden within a secluded valley, surrounded by restrictions that spread like a spider's web, ready to trigger at the slightest misstep. Hong Yang activated his extraordinary ability, the Breaking Illusion's golden eye, its golden light flickering as he discerned the changes in the surrounding restrictions. Under his guidance, Wu Zhe utilized the Phantom Step, skillfully evading lethal energy beams. Upon entering the ruins, the sight before them left them awestruck. The crumbling walls were etched with ancient runes that emitted a faint glow. The air was thick with a long-dormant essence, as if time had paused here. Be cautious. The restrictions here are even more intricate, Hong Yang cautioned. The two held their breath, slowly advancing. Suddenly, the runes on the ground ignited, and powerful energy beams shot forth from all directions. Not good, Hong Yang shouted, pulling Wu Zhe to dodge. Despite their swift reactions, they were still grazed by several beams, leaving tiny wounds on their bodies. The power of these restrictions surpasses our expectations, Wu Zhe muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just then, a strange sound echoed from deep within the ruins. The eerie noise grew nearer, accompanied by the clanking of metal clashing. Out from the depths of the ruins surged a horde of grotesque puppets, their hollow eyes and stiff movements radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent. The Qian family. They are the Qian family's puppets. Wu Zhe recognized the origin of these puppets at a glance, his face paling. The Qian family was a powerful clan within the sect, historically at odds with the lineage of elderly, which included Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, constantly targeting them. It appears this mission is a trap. The puppets were formidable, each possessing strength comparable to inner sect disciples. They brandished their weapons, rushing furiously towards Hongyang and Wu Zhe. Damn it! Hongyang roared, swinging his sword as he engaged in battle with the puppets. His swordsmanship was fierce, each strike accompanied by a sharp whoosh, yet he struggled to inflict substantial damage upon the resilient puppets. Wu Zhe adeptly maneuvered, evading the puppets' assaults with remarkable speed, darting like a wraith among them. However, the sheer number of puppets was overwhelming, and he gradually felt outmatched. Wounds began to appear on his body, blood staining his clothes. Hongyang and Wu Zhe found themselves in a grueling struggle. At that moment, a golden light suddenly flashed in Hongyang's eyes. The breaking illusion's golden eye evolved once more. He could briefly see through the puppets' weaknesses. Wu Zhe, aim for their joints, Hongyang shouted. The golden light in his eyes rapidly locking onto the nearest puppet's vulnerable spot. Wu Zhe understood immediately, his sword transforming into a streak of lightning as he accurately pierced the puppet's joint. With a crack, the puppet's movement slowed significantly. Hongyang seized the opportunity, driving his sword through the puppet's chest. The puppet collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into a heap of scrap metal. Good! Hongyang exclaimed excitedly, activating the breaking illusion's golden eye again, directing Wu Zhe to target the weaknesses of the other puppets. The two coordinated seamlessly, like two sharp blades dancing through the sea of puppets one by one. The puppets were destroyed, crashing to the ground with dull thuds. However, the number of puppets seemed endless, continuously surging from the depths of the ruins. Hongyang and Wu Zhe's stamina gradually waned, their injuries multiplying. Just then, a cold voice echoed from the entrance of the ruins. Stop! Hongyang whipped around, and there stood a familiar figure. Ling Shui. Her gaze was firmly locked onto Hongyang, clad in white. She resembled a fairy amidst the snow, standing gracefully at the entrance of the ruins. Her beautiful eyes held deep concern, fixed on Hongyang as he fought valiantly. Feeling her caring gaze, warmth surged within Hongyang, and an immense power coursed through him. He felt as if he were tireless, his sword dancing with renewed vigor, each strike vanquishing a puppet. Schwerer, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. In a desperate bid to slay the puppets, Hongyang shouted anxiously. Ling Shui remained silent, merely flipping her delicate hand to reveal a crystalline ice sword that materialized in her grasp. With a lightness of being akin to drifting snow, she gracefully entered the fray. The chilling aura emanating from her caused the puppets to freeze and shatter into fragments wherever the ice sword passed. With Ling Shui's involvement, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The trio formed an unbreakable triangular formation, backs against one another, systematically dismantling the remaining puppets. At long last, the final puppet fell, and tranquility returned to the depths of the ruins. The three stood breathless, their garments drenched in blood and sweat. We must depart from here swiftly, Wu Zhe cautioned, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. However, just as they prepared to leave, a sinister voice echoed from ahead. Leaving? I fear it won't be that simple. Following the sound, they beheld Brother He, flanked by a group, blocking their path. A treacherous smile danced upon Brother He's lips, his eyes glinting with malice. What do you mean, Brother He? Hongyang inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. What do I mean? Of course, I mean to send you on your way. Brother He laughed maniacally. This is all part of the Qin family's scheme. You shall obediently meet your demise. Hongyang and Wu Zhe exchanged knowing glances, the realization dawning upon them that this mission had indeed been a trap. The Qin family had long since laid an ambush, awaiting their self-imposed entrapment. Ling Shui tightened her grip on the ice sword, her voice cold and resolute. The Qin family? You possess quite the audacity. Brother He scoffed disdainfully. Humph. Do you truly believe that the three of you can contend with the Qin family? How laughably presumptuous. With a wave of his hand, his disciples advanced, encircling Hongyang, Wu Zhe, and Ling Xu. An intense battle was imminent. Brother He grinned ominously. Rest assured, I shall make your deaths a quick affair. He slowly drew his long sword, its tip aimed directly at Hongyang. Prepare to perish. The blade gleamed with a sharpness that radiated intent to kill. Hongyang let out a cold laugh, unfazed by Brother He's provocation. The Qin family? Merely a troop of buffoons. A surge of power coursed through him, igniting a searing aura that enveloped him in a crimson shield. Wu Zhe, undeterred, flickered, conjuring several afterimages while positioning himself protectively behind Ling Shui. A sharp dagger appearing in his hand, its glint instilling dread. If you wish to move against us, you must first prove your capability. Ling Shui's ice sword emitted a melodic chime, the temperature plummeting around them, forming a barrier of frost. Oh, you think you mere lackeys can obstruct our path? Brother, his expression darkened at this. You invite punishment for defiance. Attack. With his command, his followers surged forth, weapons glinting ominously as they bore down on the trio. Hong Yang's gaze sharpened, a battle cry escaping his lips. Come forth! Clenching his fists, flames erupted, a fiery gale roaring forth as he struck. A deafening crash resounded as several disciples were sent flying. Wu Zhe darted through the crowd like a specter, his dagger claiming a bloom of blood with each precise strike. Ling Shui wielded her ice sword, freezing everything in her path, causing foes to collapse in defeat. The three formed a formidable triangle, carving a bloody path through the encirclement. Brother He's countenance darkened, a tempest brewing within him. He stepped forward, his long sword emanating blinding light. Everyone, retreat. A powerful pressure surged forth, causing the crowd to scatter, revealing Brother He's imposing figure. His gaze was icy, fixated on Hong Yang. A cruel smile playing on his lips. It seems that we can no longer avoid serious measures. He slowly raised his long sword. Its tip pointed at Hong Yang, a powerful energy radiating from him. Chapter 36. Breaking the deadlock. Rising to prominence with a sweep of his long sword, Brother He unleashed a fierce sword aura, propelled by the might of thunder and wind. Aimed directly at Hong Yang's face, a mere display of petty skills. Hong Yang scoffed, flames igniting once more to form a wall of fire that consumed the sword energy entirely. Yet, Brother He's assault did not wane. Flashes of sword light cascaded like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with formidable energy, forcing Hong Yang and Wu Zhe into a relentless dance of evasion. With such trivial abilities, you dare to boast before me? Brother He's taunting voice echoed in the air. You insignificant insects will never escape the Qian family's grasp. Wu Zhe's eyes turned steely as his dagger transformed into a silver streak, aimed directly at Brother He's throat. Brother He merely chuckled derisively, sidestepping the attack and countering with a palm strike that sent Wu Zhe staggering back. You overestimate yourselves? He mocked. Do you truly believe that your meager strengths can challenge the Qian family's dominion? Such delusions? Ling Shui swung her ice sword, attempting to freeze Brother He's movements, but he easily countered her efforts. Little girl, your ice merely tickles. Brother He's laughter grew increasingly arrogant, his offensive intensifying. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe stood back to back, fending off Brother He's relentless barrage, their bodies gradually bearing the marks of battle. The Qian family's influence loomed large, and Brother He's prowess far surpassed theirs. This conflict appeared to be an insurmountable challenge. Yield now. You cannot possibly defeat me. Brother He's tone dripped with mockery. Submit quietly, and perhaps I may spare your lives in your dreams. Hong Yang roared, flames erupting anew, his power surpassing its previous limits. The Qian family's oppression was intolerable, and he would never yield. Wu Zhe gritted his teeth, enhancing his speed, his dagger striking with the precision of a venomous serpent. Ever seeking Brother He's weaknesses, even in the face of overwhelming odds, they would not abandon their resistance. Just as the three found themselves entrenched in battle, Hong Yang's gaze caught a glimpse of the ancient ruins nearby. A flicker of insight igniting within him. Wait! Hong Yang, not blinded by rage, experienced a moment of clarity amidst the consuming flames of his wrath. Ignoring Brother He's taunts, a subtle, imperceptible smile graced his lips. The ancient ruins! He suddenly recalled Elder Li's earlier hints. The area surrounding the ruins was laden with formidable restrictions, their power immeasurable. If utilized correctly, Wu Zhe, follow me, Hong Yang shouted, darting towards the direction of the ruins. Wu Zhe understood immediately and followed closely. Ling Shui, seeing this, swiftly joined, her ice sword dancing to obstruct Brother He's pursuit. Trying to flee, Not so easy, brother, he sneered, accelerating in hot pursuit. Confident in his superiority, he viewed the two younger ones merely as cornered beasts, certain they could not escape his grasp. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe deliberately slowed their pace, luring brother He into the core of the ruins' restrictions. The air began to warp around them, an overwhelming sense of pressure permeating the space. Yet brother He remained oblivious, continuing his arrogant chase. Be careful. Ling Shui's warning echoed through the AT that moment. Hong Yong abruptly turned, his flames surging forth with explosive intensity, a pillar of fire shooting skyward, triggering the ruins' restrictions. A blinding light erupted from the ruins, a powerful wave of energy radiating outward. Brother He, caught off guard, was struck head-on by the force of the restrictions, letting out a pained cry as he was propelled backward, landing heavily on the ground, utterly disheveled. What is happening? Brother He struggled to rise, his face a mask of horror. Only then did he realize he had stumbled into a perilous domain. The power of the ruins' restrictions far exceeded his expectations. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe exchanged glances, a spark of determination igniting within them. The opportunity had arrived. Now, it was their turn. Hong Yang's voice turned icy, resonating with the chill of the abyss. The flames in his hand blazed more fiercely than ever. As if eager to consume all in their path, Wu Zhe's dagger glimmered coldly under the moonlight, poised like a viper ready to strike. Brother He gazed in terror at the encroaching duo, his voice trembling, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Hong Yang's flames roared forth like a wild dragon, the searing tongues licking at brother He's protective aura, producing a hissing sound. Wu Zhe's form flickered like a wraith, the sharp dagger tracing arcs of cold light through the air, each attack finding the weak points in brother He's defenses with pinpoint accuracy. The bravado that once characterized brother He had dissipated, leaving him akin to a cornered animal, desperately avoiding the onslaught of the two. He could scarcely believe that these once insignificant juniors he had deemed mere ants possessed such formidable strength. What terrified him further was that the restrictions of the ruins continued to unleash powerful energy fluctuations, disrupting his movements and rendering him even more vulnerable. Impossible. How can you? Brother He's face was a canvas of disbelief. The prowess he had taken pride in now seemed utterly inadequate before Hong Yong and Wu Zhe. The Qian family's lackey, your schemes end here. Hong Yong's voice was as cold as ice, a declaration of judgment. He Shixiang let out a blood-curdling scream as he was struck by the flames of Hong Yong. His protective true energy shattered in an instant, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Zhe lunged forward, his dagger striking like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at He Shixiang's throat. Stop! A furious roar echoed from afar as several figures rushed toward them. Humph! Consider yourself fortunate, Wu Zhe scoffed, retracting his dagger. He was well aware that the Qian family wielded significant power within the inner sect, and it was unwise to completely sever ties with them here. He Shixiang, in a state of disarray, scrambled to his feet, casting a resentful glance at both Hong Yong and Wu Zhe before fleeing without a backward glance. With the Qian family's scheme thwarted, Hong Yong and Wu Zhe remained vigilant, knowing this was merely the beginning. They continued to delve deeper into the ruins, seeking out its mysteries, in the depths of the ruins. They stumbled upon a hidden chamber. The door to the chamber was adorned with ancient runes, emanating an aura of enigma. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Together, they deciphered the chamber's restrictions and slowly pushed open the door. A rich surge of spiritual energy enveloped them, revealing a trove of dazzling treasures within the chamber. Precious cultivation resources and manuals, all radiating a brilliant glow. We've struck gold, Wu Zhe exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. A smile broke across Hong Yong's face as he declared, "It appears our good fortune has only just begun." He picked up a manual, his gaze sparkling with ambition. Wu Zhe approached a wall etched with peculiar runes. Reaching out to touch it, a strange energy coursing into him. The chamber was suffused with spiritual energy, and treasures glimmered like stars. Hong Yong stowed the manual away, and the two shared a knowing smile. Laden with triumph, upon their return to the inner sect, The disciples who had once mocked them now stood in stunned silence. They returned not only proof of their completed mission, but a mountain of cultivation resources. How is this possible? He Shixiang's face drained of color as he stared, incredulous, at the amassed treasures. Elderly stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Clearly, they are the disciples I have chosen. When the news reached the ears of Master Sun, he too nodded in approval. The names of Hongyang and Wu Zhe resonated throughout the inner sect, becoming the focal point of discussion. Ling Xue's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her gaze toward the two now tinted with respect. However, as they rose to prominence, they also attracted the attention of more powerful factions, and the undercurrents began to stir. At the celebratory feast, Hongyang raised his cup and whispered to Wu Zhe, "These resources are sufficient for us to establish our own faction." Ambition gleamed in his eyes. Wu Zhe set down his cup, nodding sagely. "We cannot continue to fight alone. Only by possessing our own power can we secure a foothold in the inner sect." He paused, casting his gaze toward the peak of the sect, contemplating even greater heights. Once this idea took root, it burned within them like wildfire. They were determined to create their own faction, a force capable of facing any challenge. The news spread through the inner sect like wildfire, inciting a flurry of reactions. What? Hongyang and Wu Zhe wish to form their own faction? They've only just entered the inner sect. How dare they be so audacious? Truly, they are unaware of their own limitations. The inner sect is not like the outer sect with its trivial squabbles. Without sufficient strength and backing, forming a faction is akin to courting death. Sitting among the disciples, He Shixiang wore a sneer of disdain as he listened to the surrounding gossip. They are overstepping their bounds. With just the two of them, they think they can stand in the inner sect? Such delusions, he thought bitterly. Just wait and see. The Qin family will not let them off easily. These taunts and doubts reached the ears of Hongyang and Wu Zhe. Hongyang chuckled dismissively. Let them talk? Their mouths are their own. We shall focus on our own endeavors. Wu Zhe, however, analyzed the situation calmly. Most inner sect disciples are allied with various family factions. It will likely be difficult to win their support. I understand, Hongyang replied, confidence flickering in his eyes, but we possess resources that others lack. The spoils from this mission are enough to attract a number of promising disciples to join us. Thus, they set their plans into motion. Using their bountiful resources as bait, they extended invitations to capable yet unanchored disciples of the inner sect. However, the process did not unfold as smoothly as they had envisioned. Though many disciples were tempted by the abundant resources, a greater number hesitated, daunted by the power of the Qin family. Hong Shixiang, Wu Shixiang, I am grateful for your invitation, one hesitant disciple said, but I cannot join your faction. Hongyang and Wu Zhe exchanged solemn glances, each sensing the weight of the other's concern. Is it the Qin family that holds you back? Wu Zhe inquired calmly. The disciple lowered his head, silent, but his silence spoke volumes. Such encounters continued to occur, significantly slowing their recruitment efforts. It seems the influence of the Qin family is greater than we anticipated, Hongyang remarked somberly. Wu Zhe approached the window, gazing at the distant peaks, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If diplomacy fails, he suddenly turned, then we must resort to force. Force? Hongyang raised an eyebrow, knowing Wu Zhe was not one to act rashly. What do you have in mind? Wu Zhe's lips curled into a cold smirk. Isn't the Qin family relying on their numbers? We shall strike until they dare no longer impede us. Hongyang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, his blood racing. Yes, that is indeed the way. Rather than groveling, we shall carve out our own reputation with our fists. Just as the two were strategizing, several figures appeared outside their courtyard. Leading them was a burly young man with a resolute face, flanked by two slightly younger youths. Hong Shixiang, Wu Shixiang, we wish to join your faction. The burly youth proclaimed emphatically. Hongyang and Wu Zhe were taken aback, then exchanged excited glances. This was a fortuitous opportunity. Are you not afraid of the Qin family? Wu Zhe probed cautiously. The burly youth laughed heartily, exuding confidence. What is the Qin family to us? We have long viewed them with disdain. We have seen your courageous deeds in the last mission. His companions nodded vigorously, their eyes shining with admiration. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. Their efforts had not been in vain, for they had found recognition. Excellent, welcome aboard. Hong Yang stepped forward, clapping the burly youth on the shoulder. With their new members, their faction finally began to take shape. In the following days, more valiant disciples approached them, eager to join, which greatly encouraged Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. They gathered these individuals together, generously sharing the resources they had acquired from the secret realm, and began formulating a development plan. With these resources, our strength will surely soar, exclaimed a newly joined disciple, brimming with excitement. Hong Yang nodded, about to respond when he suddenly felt a surge of peculiar energy within him. Instinctively, he clenched his fists. An unprecedented sense of power flooding through his body. Has my extraordinary ability awakened again? The others sensed the change in Hong Yang, their expressions shifting to astonishment. Hong Shixiang, you? Hong Yang slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light glimmering within them. I feel, he paused, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, even stronger. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the surging power, akin to a slumbering dragon ready to emerge from the earth. The reawakening of his extraordinary ability filled him with vigor. As if he could shatter the boulders before him with a single punch, he opened his eyes, radiating confidence, a smile playing on his lips. I feel even stronger. The new members, initially engrossed in discussions about future developments, were now rendered speechless by Hong Yang's transformation. They could sense the formidable aura emanating from him, instilling both awe and excitement. The burly youth's face flushed with enthusiasm. Hong Shixiang, have you broken through again? Hong Yang nodded, providing no further explanation. Our immediate priority is to enhance our overall strength. In contrast to Hong Yang's exuberance, Wu Zhe remained notably composed. He refrained from hastily broadcasting news of their new faction, instead leading the new members to the inner sect's training grounds. Rather than boast, we should first bolster our own strength. Only by possessing sufficient power can we establish a foothold in the inner sect. Wu Zhe spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his unwavering conviction was unmistakable. The inner sect's training grounds, brimming with abundant spiritual energy, served as the optimal locale for disciples to enhance their prowess. Wu Zhe intended to distribute the resources acquired from the secret realm among everyone and personally guide their cultivation. With meticulous thought, he devised tailored training regimens based on each individual's characteristics, striving to maximize their potential for growth. Under Wu Zhe's tutelage, the enthusiasm of the new members for cultivation surged, and their strength visibly escalated. Initially, some inner sect disciples who had mocked Hong Yang and Wu Zhe for their audacity began to reassess this emerging faction upon witnessing their earnest dedication to training. In a lavish courtyard belonging to the Qian family, brother he was reporting the situation to the head of the Qian family. Father, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe have indeed managed to rally some individuals to form their own small faction. The Qian family patriarch frowned slightly, scoffing, a mere rabble, hardly a cause for concern. However, Hong Yang's reawakened abilities require our attention. Investigate thoroughly to ascertain the nature of his powers. Yes, father, brother he replied, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes as he departed. Simultaneously, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's faction continued to develop quietly yet robustly. They resembled a seed, quietly taking root and sprouting within the fertile soil of the inner sect. Ling Shui approached Hong Yang, her cool visage tinged with worry. Hong Yang, do you truly believe that your low-profile approach will allow you to evade the Qian family suppression? Hong Yang gazed at the darkening sky in the distance, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. The Qian family will soon make their move. He turned to Wu Zhe. What do you think? Wu Zhe merely smiled faintly. We shall wait. Brother he of the Qian family sneered coldly, thinking that Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's subtlety could deceive the heavens. Such delusions. He had already reported the news of Hong Yang's reawakened abilities to the family head. The Qian family would not remain idle. Hong Yang, do you believe you can escape the Qian family's retribution by hiding? Just wait. The real spectacle is only beginning. In the inner sect's training grounds, the members of Hong Yang's faction exhibited remarkable progress, subtly radiating an aura of burgeoning strength. Ling Shui's concerns were not unfounded. The Qian family's influence was deeply entrenched, making evasion a formidable challenge. Yet Hong Yong remained unfazed, as if everything was under his control. The Qian family? Merely a troop of clowns, he declared, his eyes flashing with a resolute brilliance, an aura of condescension enveloping him. Wu Zhe maintained his composure. The corners of his mouth curling into a barely perceptible arc, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Master Sun sat high above in the sect's grand hall, observing the undercurrents among the inner sect disciples. He was keenly aware of Hong Yong and Wu Zhe's rise, as well as the Qian family's predatory gaze. Twirling his beard, a glimmer of profound insight passed through his eyes. The inner sect is on the brink of transformation. Elderly, standing beside him, stroked his long beard and smiled knowingly. In times of chaos, heroes are indeed needed. Chapter 38. The new task of the inner sect. Crisis revisited the following morning. The task release area of the inner sect was bustling with activity. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe stood side by side, their gazes fixed upon the striking red S-rank task. Exploration of the Nether Valley. The rewards were astonishingly generous. Not only vast quantities of cultivation resources, but also fragments of legendary ancient artifacts. However, the accompanying danger was equally high. It was said that a vast majority of those who entered did not return alive. The Nether Valley, Wu Zhe murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. This place is ominous. Rumored to harbor the restless souls of ancient ferocious beasts, and even spatial rifts that could ensnare the unwary in another dimension. Yet Hong Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, a fervor igniting within him. What is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. Besides, have you forgotten our abilities? He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him. This task might just allow us to break through again. They exchanged a glance, understanding unspoken between them. Resolutely, they accepted the task, disregarding the astonished or worried gazes of those around them as they strode away from the task release area. The Nether Valley lay deep within the forbidden area of the sect's back mountain. Its entrance was shrouded in a thick veil of black mist, chilling winds swirling ominously, instilling a sense of dread. The moment they stepped into the valley, an enigmatic force enveloped them. Hong Yong felt a flash before his eyes, and the connection with Wu Zhe was abruptly severed. The surroundings twisted and blurred, the once clear path vanished, replaced by a fog-laden wasteland. Wu Zhe! Hong Yong shouted, but only the echo of his voice reverberated in the empty valley. A chilling premonition surged within him. They had fallen into an ambush. Almost simultaneously, a horde of grotesque creatures surged forth from the mist, emitting piercing, discordant howls as they lunged at Hong Yong. These creatures were covered in black scales, their claws sharp as hooks, exuding a nauseating stench. Hong Yong recognized them instantly as the shadow magic wolves raised by the Qian family, notorious for their savagery and bloodlust. The Qian family has indeed made their move. Hong Yong sneered, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Fearlessly, he charged forward, golden light erupting from his fists. Damn it, the Nether Valley is indeed bizarre. Hong Yong fought while retreating, but suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way, plunging him downward. A trap? He thought, panic surging through him, but it was too late to react. In the distance, Ling Shui's figure flickered. Hong Yong, hold on, she whispered, drawing her sword, its cold light glinting. Hong Yong found himself in a desperate battle. The shadow magic wolves not only possessed incredible speed, but were also recklessly fearless, relentlessly surging towards him, encircling him completely. The eerie atmosphere of the Nether Valley further suppressed his strength, rendering him powerless. Damn the Qian family for resorting to such despicable tactics, Hong Yong roared, his fists swinging as golden light erupted like exploding fireworks, obliterating several wolves into fragments. Yet he quickly realized that this approach was futile. The number of wolves was overwhelming and continually increasing. Suddenly, he felt a disturbance beneath his feet, and Hong Yong instinctively leaped back, narrowly avoiding a bottomless pit. The pit emanated a chilling aura, as if it were a gateway to hell. This Nether Valley is indeed fraught with peril. Hong Yang's heart sank. He knew he had to find a breakthrough quickly, or he would inevitably be worn down here. Just then, he sensed a strange power stirring within him, as if a slumbering dragon was awakening. This force swiftly spread throughout his body, making him feel incredibly light. and the surrounding scenery began to blur. Is this a new ability? Hong Yang thought, elation flooding through him. He realized it was an opportunity for breakthrough. As this power erupted, his body gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing into thin air. The shadow magic wolves lost their target, wandering aimlessly, letting out low growls of confusion. Meanwhile, Hong Yang utilized his invisibility to silently maneuver around the pack, gathering a radiant orb of light in his hands. Die? He shouted, the light bursting forth like a sharp blade, instantly piercing through the bodies of several wolves. As his invisibility faded, Hong Yang's figure reappeared, prompting the surrounding wolves to emit terrified howls as they lunged at him. However, Hong Yang was no longer the passive boy he had been moments ago. The newly awakened abilities endowed him with enhanced power and speed. He darted through the wolf pack like a phantom, each strike imbued with lethal intent. At that moment, a piercing gaze broke through the mist. Observing the fierce battle, he truly is formidable, Ling Shui murmured, her expression complex. Hong Yang resembled a war god, wreaking havoc among the wolves. His newly awakened invisibility allowed him to come and go as he pleased, each appearance accompanied by the wolves' anguished cries. The light in his hands was akin to the scythe of death, reaping vibrant lives. The scent of blood filled the Nether Valley. A figure clad in white emerged through the mist, gracing the battlefield. Ling Shui, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, stood there, her beautiful eyes glimmering with concern as they fixated on Hong Yang, who was weaving through the wolves. The inner sect rules strictly prohibited disciples from entering task areas independently. Yet she had come, unable to quell her worries or bear to watch him face danger alone. Upon seeing Ling Shui's arrival, warmth enveloped Hong Yang's heart. He understood that this seemingly aloof girl harbored a unique concern for him deep within her heart. He fought with renewed vigor, pouring all his emotions into the battle. He truly is strong, Ling Shui whispered, her eyes inadvertently revealing deep affection. Gripping her sword tightly, she prepared to join the fray. Meanwhile, in another perilous location, Wu Zhe had also broken free from his predicament. Utilizing his exceptional wit and unique abilities, he deftly navigated the enemy's traps, successfully turning the tide against them. Keeping Hong Yang in his thoughts, he hurried towards Hong Yang's direction as soon as he overcame his challenges. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe's voice pierced through the mist. Hearing his name, Hong Yang looked up to see Wu Zhe rushing towards him. They exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding unspoken. Ling Shui, you are here too, Wu Zhe noted, acknowledging Ling Shui with a slight nod. Ling Shui softly acknowledged, her gaze lingering on Hong Yang. Once the trio converged, they embarked on a joint exploration of the perilous Yaming Valley. With their keen insights, they swiftly discerned the crux of their mission, a rare Yaming flower flourishing on the precipice of a steep cliff. However, they concurrently recognized that this could very well be yet another trap set by the Qian family. The area surrounding the Yaming flower was ensnared with concealed formations. Even the slightest misstep could trigger them, plunging them into an abyss from which there was no return. It seemed the Qian family was resolute in their intent to annihilate them. Hong Yang's eyes gleamed with icy resolve, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Wu Zhe surveyed their surroundings, his brow furrowed in concern. This formation is enigmatic and unpredictable. We must tread carefully. I shall not let the Qian family escape unscathed. Ling Shui's tone was frigid, her sword humming as if in response to her determination. Hong Yang inhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering. The Yaming flower is ours for the taking. We shall shatter the Qian family's nefarious schemes. He took a bold step forward, approaching the treacherous cliff. Wait! Wu Zhe suddenly interjected, grasping Hong Yang's arm. He pointed toward the shadow lurking beneath the Yaming flower, almost imperceptible. What is that? The shadow was slender like a serpent, concealed among the treacherous rocks below the Yaming flower, nearly undetectable unless one looked closely. The Yaming viper, Ling Shui exclaimed, her fair visage paling instantly. The Yaming viper is extremely venomous and astonishingly swift. Even inner disciples dare not provoke it lightly. It coexists with the Yaming flower, safeguarding this precious spiritual herb like a natural barrier, isolating it from the outside world. How malicious are the Qian family's intentions? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Hong Yang's eyes. The Qian family had not only set up formations, but also employed the Yaming Viper to guard the Yaming flower, clearly intending to ensure their demise. Yet, Wu Zhe suddenly chuckled, a glint of cunning in his smile. It appears the Qian family has underestimated us. He produced a jade slip from his robes, inscribed with peculiar runes. Hong Yang and Ling Shui regarded him with curiosity. This is the method I devised to unravel the formation based on the topography and spiritual energy flow of Yaming Valley. He then revealed a vial of pale green powder, a specially concocted snake repellent powder. Sufficient to tame that small serpent, he smiled confidently, scattering the powder towards the Yaming Viper's hiding place. As the powder wafted through the air, an extraordinary fragrance permeated the surroundings. The Yaming Viper, concealed among the rocks, began to stir restlessly, and then an astonishing scene unfolded. The Yaming Viper undulated its body, gradually slithering out from its rocky lair, gliding towards Wu Zhe. It flicked its tongue, its gaze strangely imbued with a hint of deference. Success! Wu Zhe's lips curled upwards. He extended his hand, gently caressing the head of the Yaming Viper. The creature nuzzled against him, as if a docile pet. Hong Yang and Ling Shui stood transfixed. This is utterly inconceivable. Wu Zhe turned to Hong Yang, confidence radiating from his eyes. Now, it is time for us to claim the Yaming flower. He advanced toward the cliff, extending his hand. Chapter 39. Turning the tide and ascending to new heights. Wu Zhe cautiously plucked the Yaming flower, its azure petals emitting a faint glow in his grasp. The Yaming Viper coiled obediently at his feet, resembling a loyal guardian. Hong Yang and Ling Shui snapped back to reality, their faces alight with joy. As expected, Hong Yang scanned the area. The Qian family's men had long been lurking here, waiting to seize the Yaming flower after they retrieved it, intending to ensnare them all. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen figures clad in black emerged from the thickets. Surrounding them menacingly, these individuals exuded a chilling aura, their murderous intent palpable, clearly elite enforcers of the Qian family. Senior brother He, what is the meaning of this? Ling Shui demanded coldly, recognizing the leader of the black-clad figures as the same senior brother He who had previously harassed them at the mission hall. Senior brother He sneered. What do you think it means? It means to kill and plunder. A treasure like the Yaming flower is not something scum like you can possess, just based on your prowess. Hong Yang responded with disdain, flames surging around him, a searing heat radiating outward. Humph, don't think you can become complacent just because you managed to defeat a few of Qian Yang's useless lackeys. Senior brother He's glare was venomous. Today, none of you shall leave here alive. The black-clad figures surged forward, blades flashing and killing intent saturating the air. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe stood back to back. Unyielding. Wu Zhe unleashed his power, enveloping them in a protective green light that deflected the assailant strikes. Hong Yang swung his flaming sword, the scorching blade energy roaring forth like a fire dragon, forcing back the encroaching black-clad figures. Although their cooperation was seamless, the black-clad enforcers proved far superior to their previous adversaries. The battle was fiercely intense, and both Hong Yang and Wu Zhe bore wounds. Wu Zhe's protective barrier began to crack, the situation growing dire. Suddenly, a sharp blade of energy shot in from afar, sending several black-clad figures tumbling. A cool voice echoed. The Qian family dares to commit murder within the sect. Such audacity. Elder Li's figure appeared before them, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the black-clad figures, a formidable pressure emanating from him. Senior brother He paled, caught off guard by Elder Li's sudden arrival. Elder Li, this is a private matter between the Qian family and them. I implore you not to interfere. Senior brother He feigned composure. Elder Li scoffed. A private matter? To brazenly commit murder within the sect. Disregarding sect rules, is that merely a private matter? He turned to Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Well done. You have exposed the Qian family's conspiracy. From here on, I shall take charge. Before Elder Li finished speaking, he darted into the throng of black-clad figures. His strikes were swift and lethal, and several black-clad figures collapsed to the ground in an instant. Realizing the tide had turned, Senior brother He shot a furious glance at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, then turned to flee. Think you can escape? Elder Li snorted coldly, unleashing a blade of energy that sliced through the air. He withdrew his gaze, turning to Hong Yong, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. You have performed admirably. But remember not to become arrogant. The path of cultivation is long and fraught with challenges. With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the stunned remnants of the Qian family. The corpse of senior brother he lay nearby, eyes wide open in death. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe stood back to back, breathing heavily, their bodies marred with injuries, yet their gazes shone with remarkable brightness. Though the battle had been perilous, it only fortified their resolve. The number of inner disciples observing grew, their whispers filling the air. Most had come merely to spectate, yet they were taken aback by the breathtaking confrontation they had just witnessed. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe, once inconspicuous inner disciples, had displayed such formidable prowess, vanquishing the Qian family's elite enforcers. These two individuals truly concealed their strengths. Indeed, they had been hiding their capabilities all along. It seems we have all underestimated them. The murmurs were laced with admiration and trepidation. The Qian family wielded immense power within the inner sect, often acting arrogantly. Now, having been soundly disciplined by Hong Yong and Wu Zhe, the onlookers felt a sense of clandestine satisfaction. As the echoes of battle began to fade, Hong Yong and Wu Zhe sensed a surge of power swelling within them. This time, it felt more potent than ever before. Wu Zhe, I feel, Hong Yong began, but before he could finish, a tremendous energy erupted from within him. The air around him twisted as flames morphed into a roaring fire dragon, coiling above his head. Simultaneously, Wu Zhe underwent a transformation. The green glow surrounding him intensified, and the flora nearby seemed to respond, growing wildly to form an indomitable green barrier. Is this the awakening of our powers? The observing disciples gasped in astonishment. The awakening of powers is an exceedingly rare occurrence. To witness it unfold in the midst of battle, and simultaneously in two individuals, was beyond comprehension. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe exchanged confident smiles, their eyes brimming with certainty. They understood that at this moment, they had undergone a metamorphosis, emerging even stronger. The Qian family, this is merely the beginning. Hong Yang's voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through all present. Now, allow you to witness true power. Wu Zhe's voice was cold and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. The two struck simultaneously, flames and green light intertwining like two meteors streaking across the night sky, hurtling towards the remaining masters of the Qian family. Suddenly, Sun Zhongmin spoke up, a complex glimmer flashing in his eyes. The remnants of the Qian family's forces, as fragile as autumn leaves in the wind, crumbled swiftly under the combined might of Hong Yong and Wu Zhe. The meticulously crafted schemes of the Qian family ultimately dissolved into nothingness. Moreover, they exceeded the task assigned by Elder Li, seizing a substantial trove of cultivation resources and several precious artifacts. Upon their return to the inner sect, the names of Hong Yong and Wu Zhe resonated throughout. Once obscure, they had risen to prominence in a single battle, becoming the focal point among the inner disciples. They triumphed against the odds, showcasing both wisdom and valor, and not only earned the respect of their peers, but also compelled various factions within the inner sect to reassess their capabilities. An increasing number of inner disciples expressed their willingness to follow them, heralding the quiet emergence of a new power. Ling Shui, witnessing the triumphant return of Hong Yong and Wu Zhe, was filled with joy and pride. She approached Hong Yong directly, a rare gentle smile gracing her usually cold visage, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. "You did it," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "I always knew you could." Hong Yong gazed at Ling Shui, a warm surge swelling within him as he grasped her hand, feeling their shared warmth. Words were unnecessary. Upon hearing of the events, Sun Zhongmin greatly praised Hong Yong and Wu Zhe's performance. He summoned them, bestowing generous rewards while subtly suggesting that the future of the inner sect required fresh blood like theirs. The death of senior brother he had significantly diminished the Qian family's influence within the inner sect. The head of the Qian family was furious yet powerless, fully aware that Hong Yong and Wu Zhe had Elder Li's backing, making it unwise to act hastily. He could only bide his time, amassing strength for the right moment. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe were not blinded by their victory. They understood that this was merely the first step of a long journey. In the days that followed, they diligently cultivated, continually enhancing their own strength. They utilized the seized resources to assist their followers in elevating their cultivation levels, solidifying their influence. What should we do next? Wu Zhe inquired softly, gazing at the starry sky outside. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Yang's eyes sparkled with determination. Though the Qian family lies dormant for now, they will surely not rest easy. We must prepare thoroughly to confront the challenges ahead. He approached the table, unfurling a map of the inner sect, his finger resting on a marked location labeled as a forbidden area. Perhaps there we will find the answers we seek. At that moment, a loud knock echoed through the air, interrupting Hong Yang's train of thought. Entering was Ling Shui, her expression grave as she handed Hong Yang a gilded notice. This was sent by a messenger from Zhang Min's son, stating that the inner sect has issued a new mission. Hong Yang took the notice, unfolding it to reveal a frown forming on his brow. The mission's objective pointed directly to the perilous realm of the Yuming ghost domain. Rumored to be so treacherous that even elder-level cultivators dared not tread lightly, Wu Zhe approached Hong Yang, his expression turning serious as he read the contents of the notice. "It seems this is not merely a test of our strength," he said in a somber tone, but rather a selection process aimed at emerging forces. Ling Shui looked at them with concern. "This mission is far too dangerous." Perhaps, Hong Yang interrupted her, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "How can we know we are not capable if we do not try? Besides," he added with a confident smile, "I am curious to see what truly lies within this Yuming ghost domain." He clenched his fist tightly, a fierce wave of energy emanating from him, causing the teacups on the table to rattle. Just then, a booming voice called from outside, "Junior Brother Hong, Junior Brother Wu, the Zhangmin requests your presence." Chapter 40. The initial formation of power and the impending trial. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged a glance, both recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. The summons from the Zhangmin came swiftly, indicating that the expedition to the Yuming ghost domain was more critical than anticipated. Upon entering the Zhangmin's grand hall, they saw Sun Zhangmin seated upon his throne, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembled inner disciples. "The journey to the Yuming ghost domain is fraught with danger. You must proceed with caution," he pronounced, his voice authoritative and resonant within the hall. "This mission will be conducted in teams, each consisting of 5 members. As soon as he finished speaking, murmurs filled the hall. The composition of the teams was of utmost importance. A well-formed group not only enhanced the efficiency of mission completion but also ensured the safety of its members. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe naturally gravitated towards one another, with Ling Shui following closely behind. "Junior Brother Hong, Junior Brother Wu, it is an honor to finally meet you," a greasy voice interjected. "Senior brother," he approached with a sycophantic smile. "I have long admired both of you. May I accompany you on this mission?" 2 disciples trailed behind him, their eyes flickering with ill intentions. Hong Yang furrowed his brow, having already discerned that senior brother he was affiliated with the Qian family. His arrival likely bore ill tidings. "You flatter us, but our team still requires 2 more members, so I wonder. I have 2 suitable disciples who will undoubtedly aid you." "Senior brother," he interjected, shoving the 2 behind him forward. One was a frail youth with a pallid complexion, while the other was a burly man, his face thick with muscle. Both averted their gazes, too intimidated to meet Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's eyes. Wu Zhe, sharp-eyed, immediately noted the weak youth's unstable aura, clearly indicating a shaky foundation, while the burly man, despite his imposing appearance, had a wandering gaze, suggesting ulterior motives. "We appreciate your good intentions," but Wu Zhe began to decline, only to be interrupted by Hong Yang. "Since senior brother he is so eager, let us proceed together." A knowing smile played on Hong Yang's lips as he sought to uncover the true nature of senior brother he's intentions. Once the team was confirmed, Sun Zhangmin detailed the specifics of the mission. The Yuming ghost domain lies in the extreme north of the continent, a realm filled with ominous energy and rampant ghostly beings. Not to mention the presence of ancient ferocious beasts. The goal of this mission is to venture deep into the ghost domain to locate a spiritual herb known as Yuming grass. After receiving the mission, the 5 departed the Grand Hall. Senior brother he promptly donned a new facade, Speaking in a mocking tone, Junior Brother Hong, Junior Brother Wu, I hope you won't be a hindrance during our time in the ghost domain. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe chose to ignore his provocation, merely offering faint smiles. Ling Shui approached Hong Yang, whispering, "Be cautious of Senior Brother He. I have a feeling he harbors ill intentions." Hong Yang patted her shoulder reassuringly, indicating that she should remain calm. He understood that this was just the beginning. The true trial lay ahead. The group arrived at the teleportation array, preparing to journey to the Yuming ghost domain. Just then, Hong Yang sensed an unusual aura and abruptly turned to survey the woods behind them. Come out! In a flash of white light, the five vanished from their location. Yuming ghost domain. Howling winds whipped through the air. Black mist hung heavily, and a bone-chilling cold permeated the atmosphere. Gnarled trees reached skyward like ghostly claws, while the ground was strewn with ominous white bones, sending shivers down their spines. Is this truly the Yuming ghost domain? The burly man gulped, his voice trembling. The frail youth's face had turned ghostly pale, his legs shaking uncontrollably, nearly toppling over. Senior Brother, he feigned calm, clearing his throat. What is there to fear? It's merely an accumulation of ominous energy. As cultivators, we should have no fear of such things. Yet the tightly clenched fists and slightly quivering lips betrayed his inner dread. Even Ling Shui furrowed her brow, the sinister ambience of the Yuming ghost domain far exceeding her expectations. Typically, during such situations, Hong Yang would rise to the occasion, using his impassioned words to rally their spirits. However, this time, he remained unusually silent, brow furrowed as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Wu Zhe approached him, asking quietly, "What's wrong?" Hong Yang pointed to some barely perceptible patterns on the ground. "These are restrictions." "Restrictions?" Wu Zhe followed his gaze and indeed found the ground covered in intricate, winding patterns, barely visible unless one looked closely. "These restrictions are the real danger." Hong Yang's voice was grave and somber. A slight misstep could trigger them, with dire consequences. His calm demeanor influenced the others, prompting Ling Shui to also scrutinize the environment for potential threats. Even the burly man and frail youth suppressed their fears, cautiously trailing behind the group. Hong Yang knelt, meticulously examining the restrictions on the ground. His fingers gently brushed over the patterns, sensing the energy fluctuations contained within. After a moment, he lifted his head, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. "I understand," he murmured. "These restrictions are arranged according to a specific pattern. If we can discern the pattern, we can pass through safely." In the ensuing hours, Hong Yang led the group with utmost caution, carefully maneuvering through the intricate restrictions. With each step he took, meticulous calculations ensured that no barriers would be triggered. Several times, Senior Brother he attempted to deliberately create chaos, but was deftly thwarted by both Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, cleverly diffusing the situation. He harbored a deep-seated resentment, yet dared not act upon it. Suddenly, a foul wind rushed towards them. A deafening roar echoed across the heavens and earth as a horde of grotesque beasts surged forth from the depths of the forest. Their crimson eyes and exposed fangs radiating an oppressive aura of malevolence. "Ready for battle? Stand firm," Hong Yang commanded in a low voice, as a flash of light emanated from his hand. The acrid wind swept through the air, and the thunderous roars of the beasts shattered the eerie tranquility of the netherworld. From the depths of the black mist, a tide of ferocious beasts emerged, their blood-red eyes and sharp fangs exuding a suffocating sense of dread. Their numbers far exceeded expectations, and their formidable strength plunged Hong Yang's team into a bitter struggle. Senior Brother he and his cohorts, already harboring ulterior motives, feigned attacks while covertly disrupting the formation. A frail youth was cornered by a beast, trembling in fear and collapsing, while a brawny man, though valiant, found himself outnumbered and perilously challenged. Ling Shui's sword radiated like snow, exuding an icy chill, yet even she struggled to fend off the multitude of beasts. "Cursed fate!" Hong Yang roared, his fists igniting with fierce flames, as a scorching wave surged forth, incinerating several beasts to ashes. "Wu Zhe, provide cover." Wu Zhe, understanding the urgency, darted across the battlefield like a wraith, delivering precise strikes with azure wind blades to the beast's vulnerabilities. Granting his teammates a moment to breathe at tea times, he appeared beside Ling Shui, intercepting lethal blows, while rescuing the two troublesome teammates from the beast's clutches, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor amidst the chaos. The surrounding factions, initially observing with detached indifference, were taken aback as they witnessed Hongyang's team, though outnumbered, holding their ground. Indeed, Hongyang and Wuza possess some skill, murmured the leader of one faction. Just then, a colossal beast, akin to a small mountain, emerged slowly from the black mist. Its body was enveloped in tough scales, emanating a terrifying pressure that rendered the onlookers breathless. Not good. It's the Netherworld Ghost Wolf, Ling Xue exclaimed, her complexion paling. The Netherworld Ghost Wolf was among the most powerful beasts within the realm, its strength comparable to that of an elder-level human cultivator. Faced with such a formidable foe, even Hongyang and Wuza felt an immense strain. At that critical juncture, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within Hongyang, his eyes shimmering with golden light as an invisible wave radiated outward, enveloping the entire team. What is happening? Wuza gasped, feeling the surge of power within him, turning to Hongyang in astonishment. A smile graced Hongyang's lips. It seems the time has come to reveal my true strength. With a brilliant flash of gold, his extraordinary abilities awakened once more, imbuing all his teammates with newfound strength. Even the two mischief-makers felt an unprecedented surge of power. Attack! With a single command from Hongyang, the group surged forward like tigers unleashed, unstoppable in their momentum. The precarious situation shifted instantaneously. Although the Netherworld Ghost Wolf was formidable, it began to falter under the collective onslaught of the team. Ultimately, with a heart-wrenching howl, its massive form collapsed to the ground. Senior brother He and the others, witnessing this spectacle, felt a mix of shock and dread, no longer daring to entertain any treachery. Hongyang retracted the golden light, surveying his surroundings with a profound gaze. "Let us proceed," he declared, stepping forward as his figure vanished into the black mist. Wuza followed closely, a flicker of concern in his eyes as he muttered. This power seems somewhat unstable. Deep within the netherworld, ominous winds howled, and the cries of tormented souls echoed incessantly. Hongyang and his companions fought valiantly, cutting through obstacles as they delved deeper. After witnessing Hongyang's earth-shattering prowess, senior brother He and his cohorts surrendered completely, no longer daring to play tricks, instead striving to perform admirably, fearing that falling behind would lead them to become fodder for the beasts. A hint of a smile graced Ling Xue's icy countenance as she gazed at Hongyang, her eyes reflecting admiration and a barely perceptible tenderness. She wielded her long sword, its brilliance akin to snow, cleaving the advancing beasts asunder. Hongyang, resembling a battle deity, radiated golden light. Each blow he struck bore the force of a tempest, causing the beasts to fall lifelessly in his wake. "Hongyang, your abilities are growing increasingly formidable," Wuza remarked as he fended off the beast's attacks, though a shadow of concern lingered in his brow. He keenly sensed that while Hongyang's powers were potent, they appeared somewhat unstable, akin to a double-edged sword that could backfire at any moment. "Ha, I owe it all to your cooperation, Wuza," Hongyang laughed heartily, exuding a sense of camaraderie. Oblivious to Wuza's unease, he unleashed a punch, transforming golden flames into a fiery dragon that roared forward, incinerating a swath of beasts into ash. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the area. The howling winds ceased, and the roars of the beasts vanished. A chill ran through the group, an ominous foreboding settling in. Hongyang halted, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "Be wary. Something feels amiss here." As soon as his words left his lips, the ground trembled violently, and a colossal shadow began to rise from the depths, blotting out the light and emanating an oppressive aura that stifled the air. "What is that?" "Senior brother," he cried out in terror. Hongyang squinted, focusing on the immense shadow, a sense of foreboding weighing heavily in his heart. He sensed an unprecedented power, far surpassing any beast he had previously encountered. "It seems the true trial is only just beginning," Wuza whispered, tightening his grip on his weapon. Hongyang inhaled deeply, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "Wuza, protect Ling Xue." He stepped forward, the golden light surging around him like a blazing sun, illuminating the darkened realm. Grasping Ling Xue's wrist, A warm current flowed into her, empowering her. Chapter 41. A turn of events amidst constraints. The golden light surged like a tidal wave, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The colossal shadow emitted a thunderous roar before its massive form crashed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Hongyang withdrew the golden flames, his face slightly pale, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. "We did it!" Wuza exhaled in relief upon seeing the result. Lingshue's gaze fell upon Hongyang, concern flickering in her eyes before she swiftly concealed it. In the following days, the team ventured deeper into the netherworld, hunting beasts and gathering materials necessary for their task. Hongyang and Lingxue exhibited remarkable synergy, repeatedly turning peril into safety. However, their occasional interactions, be it a shared glance or an inadvertent touch, did not go unnoticed by the other disciples, who discreetly spread rumors within the group. The inner sect had stringent rules prohibiting early romantic entanglements among disciples to prevent distractions in cultivation. These whispers reached Hongyang and Lingxue, weighing heavily on them. To shield Hongyang's reputation and the mission, Lingxue began to deliberately distance herself from him. She became increasingly reticent, her exchanges with Hongyang limited strictly to what was necessary for their objectives. Hongyang sensed the shift in Lingshue's demeanor, his heart aching in turmoil, yet he felt powerless to remedy the situation. He understood her concerns but could not suppress his feelings for her. During one mission, distracted by his thoughts, he nearly fell into a trap, narrowly saved by Wu's timely intervention. "Hongyang, what's the matter? You seem distracted lately," Wuza inquired with genuine concern. "It's nothing," Hongyang replied, forcing a smile that failed to mask the melancholy in his eyes. Lingxue stood nearby, observing Hongyang with a complex mix of emotions, yet ultimately chose silence, turning away. "Senior brother," he observed this unfolding drama with a sinister smile. Approaching a few team members, he whispered, "Did you see that? Hongyang is completely preoccupied with romantic entanglements. How can he focus on the mission? If this continues, we will all be dragged down by him." He paused, adding, "Can we really trust such a leader?" The group exchanged hesitant glances, uncertainty clouding their expressions. "Senior brother," his cold gaze swept over Hongyang, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Some people, with a beauty by their side, forget all about their sect's duties at this rate. Even the netherworld beasts might be melted by their affection." He deliberately raised his voice to ensure it reached the ears of nearby disciples. Those who already harbored discontent towards Hongyang began to whisper among themselves. "Senior brother, he is right. Such romantic distractions could jeopardize our mission," remarked a stout disciple. "Indeed, our lives are in his hands." Another disciple followed suit, fanning the flames of discord. As the morale of the group dwindled and divisions began to emerge, Wu Zhe refrained from directly countering brother He. He understood that engaging in a dispute with a petty individual like brother He would only squander precious time and complicate matters further. Approaching a massive rock, he pointed to some peculiar patterns etched upon its surface and remarked, "Esteemed colleagues, do these markings not resemble an ancient script?" Instantly, the collective attention was drawn to the unusual designs, which indeed appeared to be remnants of a long-lost civilization. Could these be ancient runes? One disciple exclaimed in astonishment. "It is said that ancient runes harbor immense power. If deciphered, they may yield extraordinary benefits." Another disciple's eyes glimmered with avarice. Brother He's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Wu Zhe's timely diversion. However, he soon regained his composure and sneered, "What a charade! These patterns are merely common motifs found in the ghost realm. What is so remarkable about them?" Ignoring brother He's derision, Wu Zhe continued to scrutinize the markings, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. "If I am not mistaken, these runes are likely the key to a treasure map." Pausing for effect, he added mysteriously, "Legend has it that deep within the ghost realm lies the lair of an ancient powerhouse, replete with countless treasures and formidable techniques." This revelation struck the group like a thunderclap, igniting fervent desire in their gazes, even causing those who had previously harbored grievances against Hongyang to forget their discontent, their eyes now brimming with longing. Hongyang inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within him, and approached the rock, examining the runes with unwavering determination. "Wu Zhe, you are indeed correct. These runes must conceal some secret. I shall unveil it. As night descended, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the ghost realm. Hong Yang sat cross-legged before the rock, hands forming seals, a golden radiance enveloping him. He immersed himself entirely in the study of the runes, as if the surrounding world had ceased to exist. Minutes turned into hours, and beads of sweat formed on Hong Yang's brow. Yet he showed no inclination to relent. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips. I found it. He sprang to his feet, conjuring a sphere of golden flame that surged towards the runes on the rock. With a resounding crash, a fissure erupted in the rock, revealing a pitch-black entrance. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged glances, excitement flashing in their eyes. "It appears our adventure has only just begun," Wu Zhe intoned meaningfully. The night in the ghost realm was fraught with chilling winds and the distant roars of feral beasts, heightening the sense of foreboding. Hong Yang sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his golden aura flickering rhythmically like a breath. His entire being was absorbed in the ancient runes, seeking a breakthrough. "Brother," he observed coldly from the side, a sneer playing on his lips. "What a farce!" He silently scoffed, convinced that Hong Yang was merely putting on a show. As time ticked by, the surrounding disciples gradually lost their patience, murmuring amongst themselves. Even Ling Shui displayed a hint of concern. She understood the immense pressure Hong Yang was under, yet his current state left her feeling uneasy. Suddenly, Hong Yang's eyes flew open, radiating brilliance. "I found it," he exclaimed, his voice resonating with triumph as golden light surged forth, transforming into a blade that pierced the heart of the runes on the rock. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the rock shattered, revealing a deep and mysterious passage before them. The entrance of the passage. An eerie purple glow flickered ominously, and a powerful aura of restriction emanated from within, suffocating those nearby. "Indeed, there is a passage." Wu Zhe's eyes glinted with excitement, but soon his brow furrowed. The restriction would likely be challenging to overcome. "Brother," he let out a derisive laugh. "What a ruse. I wager there is nothing within this passage, merely a trap." Hong Yang paid no heed to Brother He's scornful remarks, inhaling deeply as he formed seals once more, golden light swirling around him, forming a peculiar pattern. This was his unique ability, the light of breaking restrictions. The golden radiance clashed with the purple aura, producing a cacophonous friction. The surrounding space began to warp, as if it might collapse at any moment. Hong Yang gritted his teeth, channeling his powers with all his might. The golden light intensified, ultimately engulfing the purple restriction entirely. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the restriction shattered, and the entrance to the passage swung wide open. A dense surge of spiritual energy erupted from within, invigorating all who stood before it. The crowd was left dumbfounded. They never anticipated that Hong Yang would genuinely break the restriction. Brother He's face turned a shade of pale fury. His meticulously crafted scheme once more unraveled, filling him with resentment and rage. Hong Yang was the first to step into the passage, followed closely by Wu Zhe and Ling Shui. Inside, the passage was brimming with various precious cultivation resources and treasures, radiating dazzling light. The onlookers were awestruck, their breaths quickening in excitement. "This is nothing short of a treasure trove," one disciple exclaimed. "Hong Yang, you are truly remarkable," another added, brimming with enthusiasm. Hong Yang smiled modestly, emerging from the passage to behold the bounty before them. A surge of elation swelling within him, Wu Zhe patted Hong Yang on the shoulder, his gaze profound. "These resources are sufficient for us to ascend to a higher level." Hong Yang chuckled heartily, patting his bulging storage bag. However, Wu Zhe furrowed his brow, scanning the crowd and keenly sensing an undercurrent of tension. As expected. "Brother," he spoke up with a veiled tone. "Brother Hong, since you discovered this passage, it is only natural that you take the lion's share of the resources. However, we have risked our lives alongside you. We cannot simply walk away empty-handed, can we?" Several disciples behind him echoed his sentiment, avarice glimmering in their eyes. Ling Shui, witnessing this, let out a cold snort, her sword half drawn, exuding a chilling aura. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Yet, Hong Yang remained unperturbed, responding with a nonchalant smile. Brother He, you are overthinking it. I, Hong Yang, am no one to covet trifles. He turned to Wu Zhe, his eyes inquiring. Wu Zhe understood the unspoken message, stepping forward with a thin booklet in hand. According to the sect's regulations and the contributions made during this mission, I have drafted a distribution plan. He paused, scanning the crowd before finally resting his gaze on Brother He. Brother He, do you have any objections? Brother He's expression darkened, ready to lash out, but he was interrupted by Elderly, who had appeared behind the group unbeknownst to them. Elderly stroked his beard and spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. I believe Wu Zhe's distribution plan is quite acceptable. It is fair and just. Does anyone have any further objections? His deep voice carried an undeniable weight. Silence fell over the group, and Brother He, now ashen-faced, dared not voice another word. With the resource distribution concluded, the crowd dispersed, yet Ling Shui approached Hong Yang, hesitating to speak. Sister Ling Shui, what troubles you? Hong Yang inquired with concern. Ling Shui bit her lip, ultimately shaking her head. It's nothing. She turned to leave, leaving Hong Yang in a state of perplexity. Wu Zhe patted Hong Yang's shoulder. Some matters cannot be rushed. His gaze held a depth of meaning as he watched Ling Shui depart, a subtle smile playing on his lips. You rascal. Chapter 42. The inner sect's reputation rises. A new journey begins. You rascal. Always keeping secrets. Hong Yang chuckled, playfully punching Wu Zhe as he turned to head back to his quarters. Although this mission had been fraught with peril, the rewards were plentiful, not only yielding numerous rare resources but also establishing significant prestige among the inner sect disciples. Upon returning to his quarters, Hong Yang sat cross-legged, commencing the refinement of the spiritual herbs he had acquired. The rich spiritual energy coursed through his body, continuously strengthening his meridians and bones. He understood that to secure his position within the sect, he must relentlessly elevate his strength. Meanwhile, Wu Zhe meticulously compiled a detailed report of the mission to submit to the sect. His diligence and attention to detail were among the reasons he was held in high regard by the elders. As news spread, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's fair handling of the mission spoils stirred considerable excitement within the inner sect. Many disciples began to view them with newfound respect. Even those who had previously harbored animosity began to alter their attitudes. However, not all welcomed their rise. The Qian family, a complex faction within the sect, felt threatened by Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's success. These little brats have thwarted my plans. Qian Tongtian, the head of the Qian family, seethed, smashing his teacup in fury. They must be eliminated. Otherwise, they will pose endless trouble. Young Master Qian Duo offered a sinister smile. Father, I have already made arrangements. They have amassed considerable spoils on this mission. They will surely let their guard down, making it the perfect opportunity for us to strike. Thus, as Hong Yang and Wu Zhe made their way back to the inner sect, the Qian family laid a trapped eye in the dense thicket. A palpable aura of menace lingered. Dozens of cloaked figures lurked in the shadows, each exuding formidable strength, clearly elite members of the Qian family. They occupied advantageous terrain, awaiting Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's party to unwittingly enter their encirclement. Brother He, are we truly going to proceed with this plan? In the midst of the team, a disciple hesitantly posed a question. Brother He cast a cold glance at him. Spare me the chatter. Who dares to defy young Master Qian's orders? At that moment, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe appeared ahead, laughing and chatting, oblivious to the impending danger. Attack! At Brother He's command, the hidden figures in black surged forth, their blades flashing menacingly, swiftly surrounding Hong Yang and his companions. Not good! Their in ambush. Wu Zhe's expression shifted as he swiftly drew the long sword from his back. Heh! Only now do you realize? It's too late, Brother He sneered, his long knife aimed directly at Hong Yang. Prepare to meet your end? Ling Shui stepped protectively in front of Hong Yang, her sword glinting with a cold light. If you wish to harm him, you must first pass through me. The clash of blades and the roar of battle filled the air. The elite forces of the Qian family attacked like a tempest, fierce and relentless. Caught off guard, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's team fell into a desperate struggle. A few disciples were unable to evade and were instantly marked with bloodstains. Collapsing in agony, damn it! Hong Yang's eyes blazed with fury as he witnessed his companions injured. a tempest of wrath surging within him. Clenching his fists tightly, a torrent of violent energy surged through his body. Golden light flickered around him, warping the air. Hong Yong, stay calm. We must break through, Wu Zhe shouted, fending off the enemy attacks. He understood that if they remained trapped, they would inevitably be worn down. I know. Hong Yong gritted his teeth, a glimmer of resolution flashing in his eyes. With a fierce swing of his fist, the golden fist shadow surged forth like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, sending several black-clad figures flying. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as the golden light surrounding Hong Yong grew even more dazzling. His speed and strength surged tremendously, each attack delivering a devastating blow. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Zhe moved like lightning, weaving through the enemy ranks. His long sword danced like a spirit serpent, each strike precise, always finding the enemy's weaknesses. The inner disciples watching the fierce battle were captivated. They had never witnessed such formidable power nor such seamless coordination. Is this truly an inner disciple? What kind of terrifying strength does Hong Yong possess? And that Wu Zhe, his swordsmanship is simply extraordinary. The relentless assault of the Qin family's elite began to falter. Fear creeping into their hearts, they had not anticipated that these seemingly inconspicuous inner disciples would wield such formidable strength. Brother He's face turned ashen as he realized he had underestimated Hong Yong and Wu Zhe. Grinding his teeth, he was filled with bitterness. Kill them. Eliminate them. However, his orders failed to ignite the fighting spirit in his subordinates. They were already intimidated by the overwhelming prowess of Hong Yong and Wu Zhe. Their hearts filled with dread at that moment. A cold snort echoed from afar. The Qin family has quite the audacity to commit murder within the sect. Elder Li's figure appeared before the crowd. His gaze piercing, exuding immense pressure. Brother He's complexion changed dramatically. Elder Li stepped forward, instantly arriving at the heart of the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force sent the surrounding black-clad figures flying. You two have done well. Elder Li regarded Hong Yong and Wu Zhe, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Thank you, Elder Li, for your assistance. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe bowed respectfully. Elder Li nodded slightly. Turning his gaze to Brother He, Qin family, you had better provide me with an explanation. The Qin family, humiliated, saw Brother He escorted away by Elder Li for investigation. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe returned to the inner sect, laden with spoils and glory. This battle solidified their status within the inner sect. News of their triumph spread like wildfire, and disciples marveled at their strength and courage. Have you heard? Hong Yong and Wu Zhe actually defeated the Qin family's elite. Indeed, it's said that the Qin family suffered heavy losses, and Brother He was taken away by Elder Li. These two are truly remarkable. The inner sect is bound to undergo a transformation. An increasing number of disciples sought to join Hong Yong and Wu Zhe's ranks. Their influence rapidly expanding, emerging as a force not to be underestimated within the inner sect. Even some disciples formerly aligned with other powers began to stir, eager to pledge allegiance to them. Various factions within the inner sect, including those once dismissive of them, were compelled to reassess their presence, viewing them with newfound respect. Ling Shui gazed at the triumphant Hong Yong, admiration gleaming in her eyes. Casting aside the inner sect's rules, she resolutely approached him, her gaze filled with adoration and affection. She gently took Hong Yang's hand, softly saying, "You are truly remarkable." Hong Yong felt the warmth of her palm, a surge of warmth filling his heart. Looking at the once aloof and proud woman now gazing at him with such tenderness, he was profoundly touched. All of this is the result of our collective effort. Hong Yong gazed deeply into Ling Shui's eyes, his affection so intense it seemed capable of melting the ice. Just as they relished their victory, sect leader Sun summoned them. Hong Yong, Wu Zhe, your recent performances have been commendable. The inner sect needs talents like you. Sect leader Sun's voice was authoritative and resonant, carrying the weight of a leader. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe respectfully bowed. Thank you for your praise, sect leader. However, the peace within the inner sect was merely temporary. Sect leader Sun paused, his gaze turning profound. Recently, we have discovered a mysterious relic, which may harbor immense treasures, but is also fraught with unknown dangers. I hope you can venture forth to explore and bring back valuable information for the sect. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged glances, understanding that this was yet another daunting task. We shall not fail our mission. Sect leader Sun nodded in satisfaction, then handed them an ancient jade slip. This contains the location of the relic and some pertinent information. Study it carefully. As they accepted the jade slip, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe felt an ancient and mysterious aura wash over them. They sensed that this expedition to the relic would be an unprecedented adventure. Remember, sect leader Sun's voice resonated once more. This relic is extraordinary. You must exercise utmost caution. Hong Yang clenched the jade slip tightly, determination gleaming in his eyes. We will. Wu Zhe patted Hong Yang's shoulder, a confident smile gracing his lips. Let us go. A new adventure begins. They turned to depart, leaving behind sect leader Sun's meaningful gaze. I hope you can return alive, he whispered softly. With the jade slip in hand, a chilling sensation coursed through them as they meticulously studied its contents, discovering that the relic was no ordinary cave, but remnants of a battlefield from an ancient godly war. Not only did it contain powerful residual divine energy, but it also potentially concealed lost artifacts. The two were ablaze with excitement. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the artifact in hand, the world is mine. Hong Yang laughed heartily, his eyes shimmering with a thirst for power. Wu Zhe, however, remained more cautious, his brow furrowed. Opportunities come hand in hand with dangers. This relic is likely not so simple. He glanced at Ling Shui, concern evident in his gaze. Ling Shui, sensing Wu Zhe's gaze, revealed a determined expression on her cool face. No matter if the path ahead is fraught with peril, I will fight alongside you. Before their departure, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe distributed the spoils to the disciples who had followed them, further solidifying their power. Seeing the admiration and trust in the eyes around him, Hong Yang felt a surge of heroism and declared loudly, Let us set forth. Our target is the lost relic of the godly war. Their group departed the sect in a grand procession, embarking on an unknown adventure. Meanwhile, other factions within the inner sect received word of the relic and began dispatching their elite disciples, setting the stage for a covert battle for treasures. Deep within a desolate mountain range, the ancient relic's entrance emanated a chilling energy. Hong Yang gazed at the tightly shut stone door, feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression. Whispering, this place. Chapter 43. Entering the relic and facing the initial crisis deep within the desolate mountains, the ancient relic's entrance loomed like the maw of a colossal beast, radiating an unsettling energy. The closed stone door was adorned with strange runes, seemingly whispering secrets of antiquity. Hong Yang stared at the stone door, a sense of inexplicable pressure washing over him, causing him to instinctively clench his fists. Around them, disciples from various factions had gathered, each clad in different garb, eyeing one another warily, the atmosphere taut like a drawn bowstring. I assented that Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. What, do you wish to partake in a share of the spoils? A mocking voice rang out, and Hong Yang turned to see Brother Zhang from the Wang family, flanked by a group of arrogant Wang disciples. Brother Zhang approached Hong Yang with a disdainful smile. The treasures within this relic are not for insignificant characters like you to covet. Hong Yang shrugged indifferently, responding with a smile, fortune favors the worthy. It remains to be seen who will ultimately claim the prize. Such bold words, Brother Zhang's expression darkened. With your meager strength, do you truly believe you can rival our Wang family? You must be dreaming. Wu Zhe stepped forward and coldly remarked, Is the Wang family truly formidable? Let us not forget who was trampled beneath our feet during the last sect competition. As soon as these words left his lips, a wave of hushed whispers erupted around them. The previous sect competition had witnessed the unexpected rise of Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, who, like dark horses, triumphed over numerous formidable foes, including several experts from the Wang family, a tale that still ignites spirited discussions to this day. Brother Zhang's countenance darkened, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Last time, it was mere luck on your part. This time, it won't be so easy. He glared vehemently at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe before sweeping away with a flourish of his sleeve, leaving behind a parting remark. We shall see. Beside them, Ling Shui observed Brother Zhang's departing figure, her brow slightly furrowed. The Wang family seems to have come prepared this time. We must be cautious. However, Hong Yang laughed heartily, unconcerned. What is there to fear? When the soldiers arrive, I shall meet them. When the waters come, I shall build a dam. His gaze swept around, landing on the entrance to the ruins, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Let us venture forth and uncover the secrets hidden within this ancient relic. He took the lead towards the stone door, with Wu Zhe and Ling Shui following closely behind. At that moment, the runes on the stone door suddenly illuminated. Hong Yang, unfazed, laughed again, saying, "Let us see what unfolds." His nonchalant demeanor garnered quiet nods of approval from some neutral disciples nearby, who found his poise commendable. Conversely, the expressions of the Wang family members grew increasingly grim, as though they had swallowed something foul. Brother Zhang clenched his teeth in frustration, wishing nothing more than to trample Hong Yang beneath his feet. Just then, the runes on the stone door blazed with intensity, and a deep rumble echoed through the air as the heavy stone door gradually opened, revealing a dark and profound passage. An ancient and mysterious aura wafted forth, instilling a sense of reverence. "The ruins have opened," someone shouted, igniting a frenzy among the surrounding disciples as they rushed to enter. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe, and Ling Shui exchanged glances before stepping into the passage. Inside the ruins, the light was dim, and the air was thick with a damp, earthy scent. The walls of the passage were adorned with various peculiar patterns, seemingly narrating tales from antiquity. Just as Hong Yang and the others had not ventured far. A series of mechanical clicks sounded, followed by countless laser arrows shooting forth from hidden compartments in the walls, cascading down like a torrential downpour. "Be careful," Hong Yang shouted, but many disciples, taken by surprise, were struck by the arrows, screaming in anguish. Chaos ensued, with many panicking and fleeing in all directions. Yet, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe were prepared. They quickly reacted, with Wu Zhe deftly pulling Ling Shui behind a large stone block for cover. Meanwhile, Hong Yang let out a furious roar as his extraordinary abilities erupted within him, forming a dazzling golden energy shield that blocked the majority of arrows. "Zhao Xiaodi, protect Ling Shui," he shouted over the barrage. Zhao Xiaodi nodded vigorously, positioning himself firmly in front of Ling Shui, not daring to relax for an instant. Amidst the turmoil, Sister Lu observed everything with a cold gaze, silently calculating her next move. She had initially intended to use the Lin family's disciples to trip up Hong Yang and his companions during the chaos, but seeing their organized response without revealing any significant weaknesses, she temporarily suppressed her ambitions. After a fierce rain of arrows continued for a while, it finally began to subside. Hong Yang dispelled the energy shield and surveyed the area, noting that many disciples had been injured, with some already lying in pools of blood. The air was thick with the stench of blood, inducing nausea. "It seems this ruin is far from benign," Wu Zhe murmured gravely. Hong Yang's gaze sharpened as he peered deeper into the passage, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "This is merely the beginning." Suddenly, a chilling roar emanated from within the depths of the passage. The deafening sound, laden with an ancient malevolence, reverberated through the dark corridor. Hong Yang's eyes blazed with intensity, the golden energy shield swirling around him like a celestial deity, radiating an imposing presence. "Do you think such trivial traps can harm me?" he scoffed, his bravado evident. Wu Zhe remained more vigilant, his eyes scanning the surroundings for the best cover and escape routes. He tugged at Ling Shui, speaking in a low voice, "Stay close to me. This ruin is far more perilous than we anticipated." Ling Shui gazed at Hong Yang with concern. The golden light illuminated his resolute features, warming her heart in the face of danger. Hong Yang appeared increasingly reliable, making her instinctively want to lean on him. Hong Yang offered her a reassuring glance, conveying unspoken support. Zhao Xiaodi mirrored Hong Yang's movements closely behind Ling Shui, gripping a short sword tightly, his eyes alert to the slightest disturbance. Having been saved by Hong Yang once, he was filled with gratitude and loyalty, vowing to protect Ling Shui at all costs. In the midst of the chaos, Sister Lu's eyes shimmered with calculation. Hong Yang's formidable presence instilled a sense of apprehension within her, prompting her to temporarily shelve her initial plan to take advantage of the confusion. With a cold huff, she commanded the Lin family disciples behind her, "Stay alert. Do not fall victim to any underhanded schemes." After the rain of arrows, The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, and some injured disciples moaned in agony. Hong Yang approached Ling Shui, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" He inquired. "I am fine," Ling Shui replied, shaking her head, her eyes filled with admiration for Hong Yang. "Humph, merely a display of petty tricks," Brother Zhang sneered disdainfully, his eyes brimming with jealousy and animosity. The Wang family disciples behind him wore similarly grim expressions. Clearly displeased with Hong Yang's performance, "Be cautious. This ruin is fraught with the uncanny." Elder Chen's voice rang out from behind, his expression grave, clearly aware of the dangers lurking within the ruins. Just as they believed they had found a moment of safety, the chilling roar echoed once more from the depths of the passage, accompanied by heavy footsteps that grew ever closer. "Prepare for battle," Hong Yang shouted, a flash of golden light illuminating his hand as a magnificent golden sword materialized. Its blade aimed directly at the dark passage ahead. The frigid aura surged forth like a tide, bringing with it a suffocating sense of oppression. The golden sword hummed with energy, its brilliance intensifying as if sensing the impending threat. Wu Zhe furrowed his brow, a shimmering dagger appearing in his hand, his stance low as he braced for any sudden developments. Ling Shui instinctively inched closer to Hong Yang, gripping her long whip tightly. A flicker of concern flashing in her cool eyes, Brother Zhang scoffed. "What are you trying to portray? It's nothing but a few parlor tricks." Sister Lu, however, remained on high alert, a glint of shrewdness passing through her beautiful eyes as if she were devising a plan. Elder Chen's expression turned serious, stating, "Everyone be cautious. This aura is anything but ordinary." Zhao Xiaodi gripped his short sword tightly, his palms slick with sweat, yet his gaze remained resolute, showing no sign of retreat. In the darkness, a massive shadow began to emerge, accompanied by a chilling scraping sound, drawing ever nearer. "Something's amiss," Wu Zhe suddenly called out, hurling the dagger towards the ceiling of the passage. The dagger vanished into the darkness without the anticipated sound of impact, as if it had been consumed by some unseen force, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 44. Trapped in a perilous mechanism, uncovering the hidden conspiracy in the instant the dagger vanished, a low rumble resonated from the depths of the passage, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The group warily stared ahead, witnessing a massive stone door slowly materialize at the end of the previously empty corridor. The door was adorned with intricate runes, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. As the door opened, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, causing the group to feel momentarily breathless. What lay before them was a vast circular chamber, its metallic walls shimmering with a reflective sheen, and the air thrumming with visible energy waves. "This is a gravity chamber," Elder Chen exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm, and no sooner had he spoken than the group felt as though a mountain had descended upon them, rendering movement extraordinarily arduous. Several weaker disciples collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Even Hong Yang and Wu Zhe struggled, each step feeling as if they bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Ling Shui's face turned pale as she bit her lip, valiantly resisting the immense pressure weighing upon her. Hong Yang took a deep breath, channeling his powers, the golden light swirling around him, counteracting the oppressive force. "Everyone, hold on, this is merely the first hurdle." His voice, albeit strained, resonated with strength, offering great encouragement. Wu Zhe too summoned his abilities. Though slightly unsteady, he stood firm. "Hong Yang is right. We will surely prevail." A resolute light flickered in his eyes. Zhang, the senior brother, wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated the presence of such formidable gravitational mechanisms within the ruins. Initially, he intended to seize this opportunity to humiliate Hong Yang, yet he found himself ensnared and utterly disheveled. He shot a venomous glare at Hong Yang, harboring unspoken resentment. Meanwhile, Sister Lu observed the surroundings with an inscrutable demeanor, her beautiful eyes glinting with cunning. This sudden emergence of the gravity chamber might present an opportunity for her. Although Elder Chen possessed formidable strength, he too was affected by the oppressive gravity, rendering him somewhat immobile. He surveyed the area, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Zhao, the junior disciple, steadfastly trailed behind Hong Yang, his gaze unwavering, showing no signs of retreat. At that moment, Zhang's senior brother stumbled, his body tilting precariously toward Hong Yong. "Watch out!" he bellowed. With an exaggerated gasp, he lunged toward Hong Yong, malice practically radiating from his eyes. "Hong Yong, be careful," he feigned panic. As if he had genuinely lost his footing, however, Hong Yong had already seen through his ruse. He deftly evaded Zhang's assault with a swift movement. Thud! Zhang crashed heavily to the ground, his mouth filled with dust. A stifled wave of laughter rippled through the onlookers, unable to mask their mockery of Zhang's clumsy performance, even under the weight of gravitational forces. Enraged and humiliated, Zhang's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not retaliate. Merely rising in disgrace and casting a fierce glare at Hong Yong, Wu Zhe had been meticulously observing the environment, his keen eyes discerning the trajectory of the rune energy flowing along the walls of the gravity chamber. Suggesting a potential pattern, he pointed to an inconspicuous spot on the wall and said to Hong Yong, "Look there. The weak point of the gravitational source may lie in that location." Following Wu Zhe's indication, Hong Yong indeed noticed that the energy fluctuations surrounding that small point were comparatively subdued. A surge of unprecedented power surged within him, golden abilities radiating outward, enveloping him in a luminous aura. This marked yet another awakening of his extraordinary powers. A formidable wave of energy emanated from Hong Yong, causing the surrounding disciples to feel a sudden palpitation. Hong Yong concentrated the awakened energy into a beam of light, aiming directly at the weak point on the wall. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated as the gravity chamber shook violently, the runes on the walls flickering erratically. Subsequently, the pressure on everyone diminished drastically, allowing their breaths to flow freely. "We did it," Zhao exclaimed with excitement, his gaze towards Hong Yong brimming with admiration. The other disciples also cast admiring glances, acknowledging the formidable prowess displayed by Hong Yong and Wu Zhe. Even the usually aloof Ling Shui revealed a fleeting hint of unnoticeable appreciation in her eyes. Elder Qian stroked his beard, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Meanwhile, Sister Lu, concealed amidst the crowd, observed the scene with a flicker of malice in her eyes. Zhang's plan had crumbled, much to her discontent. She discreetly whispered a few words to a disciple from the Lin family beside her. His expression changed, and he promptly vanished into the crowd. A cold smile crept onto Lu's lips as she murmured, "Hong Yong, this is merely the beginning." She retrieved a delicate vial from her sleeve, gently uncapping it, releasing an intriguing fragrance into the air. Elder Chun suddenly caught a whiff of something unusual in the atmosphere. He swiftly lifted his head, casting a wary glance toward Lu's direction. Wait, before he could complete his sentence, an even more potent and intoxicating aroma enveloped the space, leaving everyone dizzy. Hong Yong, alert, held his breath, the golden glow of his abilities swirling around him, resisting the bizarre scent. "This fragrance is problematic," he shouted. Almost simultaneously, a series of rumbling sounds echoed from the depths of the ruins, and the ground began to tremble violently. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically as they steadied themselves, casting uncertain glances at one another. "What is happening?" Ling Shui's brows knitted together, her usually cool voice tinged with concern. Wu Zhe, who had been silently observing, noticed the runes on the walls of the ruins beginning to flicker erratically, seemingly on the verge of collapse. "This is bad. The structural integrity has been compromised. Someone has been tampering with it." Zhao's face turned pale as he recalled the Lin family disciple lurking near Sister Lu earlier. Suddenly realizing the implications, he pointed at Lu, his voice trembling. "It's her. I saw someone from the Lin family secretly damaging the support columns." Lu's expression shifted, but she quickly regained her composure, feigning surprise. "What are you talking about? How could I possibly do such a thing?" Zhao attempted to speak further, but Elder Qian interrupted him. His face darkened, his piercing gaze sweeping over Lu and the surrounding Lin family disciples as he barked, "The Lin family has some audacity. How dare you cause destruction within the sect's ruins?" His overwhelming aura descended upon the Lin family members, causing them to tremble in fear, too intimidated to speak. The disciples from other factions, witnessing this, began to retreat, their eyes filled with apprehension. They had not expected the Lin family to act so recklessly, and their respect for Hong Yong and his companions grew even greater. At that moment, the dome of the ruins began to collapse, massive stones plummeting from above, a palpable sense of danger permeating the air. "Everyone, be careful, quickly retreat," Hongyang commanded, and the crowd swiftly employed their skills to dodge the falling debris, fleeing toward the exit. Hongyang and Wu Zhe shielded Ling Shui and Zhao, battling their way backward amidst the chaos. Just as they were about to escape the peril, a strange, chilling cry echoed from the depths of the ruins. "Jie jie jie." The sound was sharp and piercing, sending chills down their spines. Hongyang abruptly turned, his gaze fixed on the source of the sound, a hint of gravity in his expression. "What is that?" The thunderous roar gradually subsided, and the swirling dust began to settle, as Hongyang and his companions stumbled out of danger. The Lin family disciples, cowed by Elder Qin's wrath, fell silent, no longer daring to stir trouble. The group pressed deeper into the ruins, an air of ancient mystery enveloping them. The walls flanking the passage were adorned with weathered murals, intricately carved with peculiar runes, seemingly recounting ancient legends. Wu Zhe scrutinized the surroundings, his brow furrowed. "The architectural style of these ruins appears to be unlike any sect we are familiar with." Before he could finish, the eerie cry resounded again, clearer and more shrill than before. "Jie jie." Hongyang clenched his fists, the golden light of his abilities flickering around him like a blazing flame. "Be cautious," he murmured, positioning Ling Shui and Zhao behind him. The unsettling cry grew closer, an acrid, sweet scent permeating the air, inducing nausea. Suddenly, a white figure emerged gracefully from the depths of the passage, landing lightly on the ground. It was a phantom spirit fox. Its fur was pure white, save for the tip of its tail, which was stained a vivid crimson, resembling blood. Its elongated, cunning eyes sparkled with mischief, as if able to pierce through the hearts of men. It cast a disdainful glance over the gathered group, a peculiar smirk playing on its lips. "Jie jie, I didn't expect anyone to reach this place." The voice of the phantom spirit fox was sharp and piercing, laced with an alluring undertone. As it spoke, a flash of red glimmered in its eyes, and an invisible wave of energy radiated outward. The scenery around them abruptly transformed. The passage vanished, replaced by a blood-red sky. The earth cracked and molten lava surged forth, as if the apocalypse had descended. Zhao shrieked in terror as he beheld a multitude of grotesque demons rushing toward him, collapsing to the ground in fear. Trembling uncontrollably, Zhang's senior brother fared no better, his mind conjuring images of his family's annihilation, his eyes wide with horror as he let out a haunting scream. Even the usually composed Ling Shui turned pale, her delicate frame quaking slightly. Before her stood the scene of her abandonment in childhood, drowning her in solitude and dread. Wu Zhe's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed his consciousness being tugged in different directions, the shifting images blurring the line between reality and illusion. He clenched his teeth, fiercely resisting the encroachment of the illusion. "This is an illusion," Wu Zhe managed to force out a few hoarse words. Hongyang's situation was somewhat better. The golden light within him flickered erratically, warding off the invasion of the illusion. Yet, he too could feel the formidable strength of the illusion, his awareness gradually dimming. The phantom spirit fox observed the struggles of the group with a glimmer of amusement in its eyes. It glided gracefully, as if savoring a fine performance. "Jie jie, give up your resistance. Become my meal willingly." The voice of the phantom spirit fox echoed like an incantation, relentlessly eroding their will. Before Hongyang, an image of Wu Zhe lying injured on the ground, blood staining the earth, emerged. Wu Zhe, with a thunderous roar. Hongyang was engulfed by a surge of intense anger and resentment. He sensed a formidable power awakening within him. A golden radiance erupted from his being, akin to the rising sun, dispelling the surrounding blood-red mist. His eyes blazed with brilliance, and with a fierce shout that resonated like thunder, he proclaimed, "Break!" The chilling illusion shattered like glass as the crimson sky, cracked earth, and grotesque demons vanished without a trace. The onlookers awoke from their stupor, gazing in astonishment at the familiar passage, finally realizing they had been ensnared in an illusion. "Hongyang, you actually shattered the fox demon's illusion," Ling Shui exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with surprise. her tone laced with uncontainable admiration. Others also cast reverent glances towards Hong Yong. Even Zhang, who had always been antagonistic towards him, was compelled to acknowledge his prowess. The fox demon, witnessing its illusion being dismantled, flashed a flicker of anger in its scarlet eyes. It emitted a piercing shriek, its snow-white fur bristling, and in an instant transformed into a white shadow. Lunging at the crowd, "Be careful. Its speed is extraordinary," Wu Zhe warned, drawing his gleaming sword, positioning it before the others. The demon's claws sliced through the air, aiming directly at Wu Zhe's face. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Yong summoned the golden energy surging in his fists and struck at the demon's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the fox demon was pushed back a few steps. Yet it remained unscathed, growing even more ferocious. It darted agilely among the crowd, striking with deadly precision. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe executed a seamless collaboration, one on the offensive while the other defended, neutralizing the demon's onslaught. The disciples from surrounding factions watched the fierce battle unfold, captivated and secretly marveling at the strength of Hong Yong and Wu Zhe. "These two fellows are truly impressive," a man in blue muttered. "Indeed, to contend with the fox demon so evenly, they are certainly no ordinary individuals," a woman concurred. The battle raged on, with both sides locked in a fierce struggle, unable to gain the upper hand. Just then, a glint of realization flickered in Hong Yang's eyes. He seemed to sense something that Wu Zhe, to the left, draw its attention. Hong Yong commanded. Wu Zhe understood immediately, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes that forced the fox demon to veer left. In that fleeting moment, Hong Yong inhaled deeply, his fists clenched tightly as golden energy coalesced within them, radiating like a miniature sun. "Now," determination flashed in his eyes. "Heavenly break," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the passage like a thunderclap. The force of his fists, imbued with all his extraordinary power, crashed into the fox demon's chest with devastating might. The demon emitted a heart-wrenching shriek as its pristine fur was consumed by golden light. It careened backward like a kite with its string severed, crashing heavily to the ground and struggling briefly before falling still. The blood-red mist that had pervaded the passage dissipated, revealing a stone platform at the center of the ruins. Upon the platform lay a jade ruby, its surface gleaming with a gentle radiance, a treasure. The disciples watching from the sidelines glimmered with greed, restless with anticipation. Zhang and Liu exchanged a glance, both eyes reflecting an unyielding determination to claim it. "Wait!" Elder Qin's voice rang out, a powerful pressure enveloping the area. "This ruin belongs to our sect. Anyone who dares to claim the treasure for themselves shall face dire consequences." His words doused the fervor of the covetous disciples, who, though greedy, dared not defy the elder's command. Hong Yong and Wu Zhe approached the stone platform, bowing respectfully to Elder Chen. "This treasure is rightfully yours, earned through your perilous efforts," Elder Chen acknowledged, his gaze imbued with appreciation. "Hong Yong, your dismantling of the illusion and your valiant battle against the fox demon is commendable. Wu Zhe, your steady composure and seamless coordination is also praiseworthy." As Hong Yong grasped the jade ruby, its warmth flooded through him, a powerful energy coursing into his being, filling him with elation. He was overwhelmed with excitement. This jade ruby was undoubtedly a peerless treasure, though the surrounding disciples felt envy. They could only watch as Hong Yong secured the artifact. They silently lamented that Hong Yong and Wu Zhe's strength was indeed extraordinary, and with this treasure, their standing within the sect would only solidify further. Cheers erupted, and Hong Yang's prestige soared to its zenith among the crowd. Ling Shui gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Xiao, the younger disciple, looked at Hong Yong with adoration, silently vowing to train harder and become as formidable as him in the future. Upon returning to the inner sect, Hong Yong presented the jade ruby to Wu Zhe. The artifact emitted a soft glow, and a peculiar energy rippled through the room. Wu Zhe's expression sharpened as he seemed to recognize something, his eyes widening in disbelief. This energy resembles the Qinkuan power described in ancient texts. Could this be the legendary treasure capable of altering fate and defying the heavens? Hong Yong was equally astonished. He tightened his grip on the jade ruby. Feeling the surging energy within, a sense of ambition igniting within him. If so, then we. Before he could finish, the door burst open, and Zhang, accompanied by several inner sect disciples, stormed in with a menacing aura. Hong Yang, hand over the treasure if you know what's good for you. Zhang's face contorted with malice, his eyes glinting with greed. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The disciples behind him brandished their weapons. Radiating hostility, Hong Yang let out a cold laugh, tucking the jade ruyi into his robe. You want the treasure? Let us see if you have the capability. As his words fell, a wave of immense energy erupted from him, causing the air in the room to feel as if it had solidified. Wu Zhe's gaze sharpened, a glinting dagger appearing in his hand. Chapter 46. In the maze of peril, breaking the treacherous plot again, energy surged around Hong Yang, instantly reducing the room's furniture to dust. Zhang and his companion's expressions shifted dramatically, evidently unprepared for Hong Yang's overwhelming strength. Altogether, Zhang gritted his teeth, leading the charge. In an instant, swords clashed and energies collided, transforming the room into chaos. Wu Zhe moved with ghostly agility, his dagger striking like a viper, each thrust aimed at the enemy's vital points. Hong Yang, fortified by his extraordinary powers, withstood the onslaught from several disciples. Showing no signs of faltering in the heat of battle, Hong Yang seized an opening, delivering a powerful blow that sent Zhang staggering back, seizing the chance to bolt for the exit, with Wu Zhe closely behind. Their thoughts of returning to the inner sect with the treasure had barely settled when they found themselves within the labyrinth's confines. As they stepped into the maze, a chilling aura enveloped them, dense fog obscuring their vision. Be cautious, Hong Yang warned, sensing a strange force disrupting his sense of direction. Wu Zhe nodded, gripping his dagger tightly as he scanned their surroundings. The maze was eerily silent, only their breaths echoing in the stillness. This maze seems peculiar, Wu Zhe murmured, my sense of direction is completely disoriented. Hong Yang sensed the same disturbance, attempting to perceive the environment with his powers, only to find that the maze seemed to block all exploration. The figures of their companions flickered in the mist before vanishing entirely. Ling Shui, Zhao. Hong Yang called out loudly, but only his own voice reverberated back. Met with silence, Wu Zhe's expression grew grave. It appears we have been separated. Damn it! Hong Yang cursed inwardly, realizing this was a scheme by the Wang and Lin families. They had intentionally lured them into the maze, using its power to scatter them and strike them down one by one. Hong Yang, look! Wu Zhe suddenly pointed ahead, where a stone door emerged faintly through the mist. Let's go. Hong Yang decisively led the way towards the door. However, just as they neared, a powerful pull suddenly yanked them in another direction. What is happening? Hong Yang struggled against the force, yet it proved futile. Hong Yang, hold on to me, Wu Zhe shouted, grasping Hong Yang's arm. The two were swept away by the pull, rapidly navigating through the maze. The scenery around them whirled by, disorienting them. Suddenly, the force dissipated, and they tumbled heavily to the ground. Hong Yang struggled to rise, only to find the mist had thickened even more, while Wu Zhe lay motionless. Wu Zhe, a sinking feeling gripped Hong Yang, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. Wu Zhe? Hong Yang lunged beside Wu Zhe, checking for his breath. Fortunately, he had merely lost consciousness. He let out a sigh of relief, retrieving a medicinal pill from his bosom and placing it into Wu Zhe's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and a gentle wave of energy flowed into Wu Zhe's body, gradually restoring the color to his face. Hong Yang supported Wu Zhe, sitting cross-legged, channeling his extraordinary abilities to heal him. The interference forces permeating the maze grew increasingly potent, as if countless invisible hands were tugging at his consciousness, attempting to drag him into an endless abyss. Hong Yang grit his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, his formidable willpower acting as an indomitable barrier, keeping the disruptive forces at bay. His abilities shimmered, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, dispelling the surrounding fog and illuminating a small area. This radiance not only banished the mist but also alleviated the fears harbored in the hearts of those present. The once panicked Zhao Xiaodi spotted Hong Yang's figure, as if he had found a steadfast anchor, and hurriedly ran over. Hong Yang Gu, it's wonderful. You're safe. Zhao Xiaodi exclaimed with excitement. Hong Yang nodded, his gaze resolute and composed. Everyone, remain calm. Although the interference forces in this maze are formidable, as long as we maintain our resolve, we shall surely overcome. His words served as a tonic, gradually soothing the other team members. Ling Shui emerged from the mist, looking at Hong Yang with a flicker of admiration in her eyes. Hong Yang, it's truly a relief that you are unharmed. Ling Shui's voice remained icy, yet a subtle concern tinged her tone. Zhang Shixiang and Lu Shiji concealed themselves in the shadows, their expressions darkening as they witnessed this scene. Their plan had been to exploit the maze's forces to scatter Hong Yang and his companions, then strike them down one by one. To their surprise, Hong Yang proved to be remarkably resilient, unaffected by the maze's powers, and instead had become a pillar of strength for the other disciples. Damn it! Why is this brat so troublesome? Zhang Shixiang seethed through clenched teeth. Do not fret. We still have an opportunity, Lu Shiji replied. A glint of malice flashing in her eyes, the maze was fraught with peril. And with a slight nudge, she approached several disciples who had been scattered by the mist, feigning urgency. Have you seen Hong Yang and the others? They seem to know the way out. We must hurry to find them. Zhang Shixiang chimed in. Yes, Hong Yang surely knows how to escape. If we follow them, we will be safe, however. Among the misled disciples, a few were astute enough not to easily trust Zhang Shixiang and Lu Shiji, instead observing them in secrecy and uncovering their plot. Zhang Shixiang, Lu Shiji, one disciple hesitated, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Lu Shiji's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes sharpening instantly. Before Lu Shiji's smirk could fully manifest, it froze on her face. The disciple's suspicion transitioned into certainty as he raised his voice. You do not intend to lead us to find senior brother Hong Yang at all. You seek to lead us into danger. This proclamation echoed like thunder within the maze, igniting doubt in the hearts of the other disciples. They retreated, warily eyeing Zhang Shixiang and Lu Shiji. Zhang Shixiang's face turned ashen with rage, fuming. Nonsense. We are doing this out of goodwill to help you find a way out. And you dare slander us? Slander? Hong Yang's voice emerged from the mist, laced with irony. I believe it is you who harbors ulterior motives. Hong Yang, along with Wu Zhe, Ling Shui, and Zhao Xiaodi, emerged from the fog. Stepping forth, witnessing their conspiracy unravel, members of the Wang and Lin families chose to discard their pretense. Zhang Shixiang let out a sinister laugh. Since you have discovered our intentions, do not blame us for being impolite. With a single command, disciples from the Wang and Lin families surged forward, their spiritual energy surging, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Hong Yang scoffed, just as I wished. He clenched his fists, his extraordinary powers surging. Resembling a war deity, Wu Zhe moved with agility, weaving through the maze like a wraith, launching attacks from unexpected angles. Though Zhao Xiaodi was somewhat weaker, he displayed commendable combat prowess under the protection of Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Phantom steps, Wu Zhe called out, his form splitting into multiple afterimages, leaving the disciples of the Wang and Lin families bewildered, unable to discern reality from illusion. He cleverly utilized the maze's geography to set traps, ensnaring his opponents in a web of confusion. Nearby, some neutral disciples could not help but commend their tactics. What an exquisite footwork! Wu Zhe Shixiang is truly formidable. Thunderous fury. Hong Yang roared, lightning crackling around his fists, as arcs of electricity surged forth like rampaging dragons, striking the enemies. The disciples from the Wang and Lin families screamed in agony, retreating in disarray. Zhang Shixiang and Lu Shiji wore grim expressions, astonished by the ferocity of Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's strength. Just as both sides reached a stalemate, the maze suddenly trembled violently, stones raining down from above. Elder Chen's voice echoed from a distance, tinged with fear. Not good. The maze is about to collapse. Ling Shui seized Hong Yang's arm. We must leave, quickly. The ground quaked violently, debris cascading like rain, and the maze teetered on the brink of collapse. Hong Yang's eyes flashed with determination. Withdraw. He grasped Ling Shui, with Wu Zhe following closely behind, and Zhao Xiaodi hurriedly trailing them. Zhang Shixiang and Lu Shiji turned pale, their previous confidence evaporating, now solely focused on escape. A deafening roar reverberated as the walls of the maze began to warp and twist, the ground cracking open with gaping fissures. Hong Yong felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was not merely the threat of the maze's collapse, but rather the looming activation of some dreadful mechanism. Not good. There are other traps in this maze. Wu Zei's expression turned grave as he keenly sensed a dangerous aura permeating the air. Hong Yang's powers surged wildly, and he pushed Ling Xue towards Wu Zei. Take her away first. Ling Xue's eyes flickered with concern, but she recognized that this was not the moment for sentimentality. Wu Zei swiftly encircled Ling Xue's slender waist, his toes lightly touching the ground, propelling them toward the exit. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Zhang Shixiang and Lu Shiji disregarded their own safety, blocking their path. Zhang Shixiang's face contorted with rage, his eyes gleaming with madness. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Suddenly, a black talisman materialized in his hand, emanating a chilling energy. Not good. It's an explosive talisman, Zhao Xiaodi exclaimed in alarm. Hong Yang's expression hardened, a profound sense of danger surging within him as he turned to glance back into the depths of the maze, where a ghostly blue light flared to life. Chapter 47. In the face of despair. Powers awaken unexpectedly. The eerie blue luminescence intensified, as if a colossal beast were awakening. Hong Yang's inner alarm bells rang fiercely. He knew they had to escape quickly. The tremors of the maze escalated, and dark weapons shot forth from the walls. Poison needles, flying darts, and spinning blades rained down like a torrential storm. Several disciples caught off guard were struck by the hidden weapons, collapsing to the ground with cries of anguish. Be careful! Wu Zei shielded Ling Xue, nimbly dodging the oncoming projectiles. Yet peril still loomed. A hint of worry crossed Ling Xue's cold visage as she gripped Wu Zei's arm tightly, unwilling to loosen her hold for even a moment. Zhang Shixiang and Lu Shiji were also thrown into chaos by the sudden barrage of weapons, having lost focus on obstructing Wu Zei and Ling Xue. Zhang Shixiang's explosive talisman had not yet been activated when a poison needle struck his arm, causing him to cry out in pain, the talisman clattering to the ground without detonating. Damn it! Zhang Shixiang clutched his wound, his expression twisted with fury. Hong Yang's situation was equally dire. Despite his efforts to evade, he was still grazed by several darts, blood staining his clothing. Clenching his teeth, he bore the pain while anxiety surged within him. Zhao Xiaodi, hiding behind Hong Yang, cried out in terror, Hong Shixiang, what should we do? Hong Yang scanned their surroundings, searching for an escape route. The maze's exit was blocked by fallen stones, leaving them trapped like fish in a barrel. At that moment, Hong Yang felt a peculiar energy surging from within him, heightening his senses to an extraordinary degree, as if time itself had slowed. He could clearly discern the trajectory of every dart, even sensing the energy fluctuations attached to them. This realization ignited something within Hong Yang. An unprecedented sensation welled up inside him. He abruptly reached out, seizing a flying poison needle, then flicked his wrist, sending the needle hurtling back. Thud! The poison needle struck Zhang Shixiang's other arm with precision, causing him to scream and collapse to the ground. What is happening? Sister Lu gazed in terror at the unfolding scene, unable to comprehend how Hong Yang had accomplished such a feat. Disregarding her astonishment, Hong Yang seized another dart, rebounding it back with precision, striking Sister Lu in the thigh. She collapsed to the ground, groaning in anguish. Zhao Xiaodi stood agape, unable to believe his own eyes. Hong Yang inhaled deeply, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It seems I have awakened a new ability, he murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the maze, the eerie blue light intensifying, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. The blue radiance surged forth, producing a deafening sound akin to the roar of an ancient beast. The overwhelming energy wave swept through, causing the onlookers' garments to flutter violently. In that critical moment, Hong Yang felt an unprecedented force surging within him. His senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree, and everything around him appeared to slow down. The projectiles hurtling towards him, which would have seemed lightning fast to an ordinary person, now appeared in slow motion. Crystal clear to his perception. This precognition? Hong Yang's heart swelled with joy as he realized he had awakened a new ability. No longer a passive evader, he moved like a phantom, each dodge perfectly timed. As if he had foreseen the trajectory of the darts, he could even sense the faint energy fluctuations attached to the projectiles, discerning their potency and toxicity. Impossible! Brother Zhang clutched his injured arm, staring incredulously at Hong Yang. The very Hong Yang who had just moments ago struggled to evade, now moved with effortless grace, capable of counterattacks. A poisoned needle shot forth, and without flinching, Hong Yang reached out, rebounding it with even greater speed, striking Brother Zhang in the other leg. Zhang let out a scream, rendered completely immobile. Sister Lu's face turned pale with fear. She had intended to launch a surprise attack amidst the chaos, only to find that Hong Yang's gaze had already locked onto her. A spinning blade whistled through the air, and Hong Yang flicked his finger, redirecting it straight towards Sister Lu's face. She shrieked, clumsily rolling backwards just in time to evade a fatal blow, her face ashen with terror. "Brother Hong, you are incredible!" Zhao Xiaodi exclaimed from behind Hong Yang, his eyes brimming with admiration. The other surviving disciples cast looks of reverence his way. This was no longer mere early-stage inner door prowess. He was truly a phenomenal genius capable of turning the tide. Hong Yang paid no heed to their astonishment. His gaze was resolute as he surveyed the depths of the maze. The eerie blue light continued to swell, heralding the brewing of an even more formidable energy wave. He sensed that the true danger was only just beginning. "Everyone, follow me," Hong Yang commanded in a deep voice, imbued with undeniable authority. His figure flickered as he dashed deeper into the maze. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaodi followed closely, and the other disciples summoned their courage to pursue in the depths of the maze. The eerie blue light coalesced into a colossal sphere, radiating a heart-stopping energy wave. On the surface of the sphere, a grotesque visage faintly emerged, as if a demon from the depths of hell was gazing at the intruders. Hong Yang halted, his gaze fixed intently on the sphere. A wave of intense unease washing over him, he sensed that this force far surpassed his current capabilities. "It appears the true test has only just begun," Hong Yang murmured, tightening his grip on his sword. Suddenly, Ling Xue's voice reached him from behind. "Hong Yang!" Ling Xue looked at him with concern, her eyes filled with deep affection. She approached his side and softly said, "You must be careful." Feeling her care, a warm current surged within him. He grasped her hand tightly and nodded resolutely. Ling Xue's presence acted as a powerful tonic, strengthening his resolve to protect everyone and safeguard this hard-won tranquility. The eerie blue sphere pulsated like a massive heart, each throb accompanied by a suffocating pressure. Hong Yang took a deep breath and led the group cautiously forward. The maze's passage was intricate and laden with traps. Even the slightest misstep could trigger a lethal mechanism. Whoosh! A barrage of projectiles struck again, this time more ferocious and swift than before. Tio Hong Yang. The world seemed to slow down once again. Utilizing his precognitive ability, he anticipated the trajectories of the darts, guiding the others in a nimble evasion. Under his leadership, they moved in perfect harmony, as if they were a single entity, neutralizing the barrage of attacks one by one. The members of the Wang and Lin families, however, were far less fortunate. Previously emboldened by their numbers, they now bore the brunt of severe losses, their faces covered in grime as they floundered helplessly. Brother Zhang clutched his injured arm, his face ashen and filled with resentment. Sister Lu trembled in a corner, her expression one of sheer terror. They could do nothing but watch as Hong Yang led the others to safety, their hearts brimming with bitterness and fear. "Brother Hong, you are amazing," Zhao Xiaodi shouted, his eyes sparkling with admiration. The other disciples cast him looks of awe. Hong Yang's strength and composure instilled in them immense confidence and courage. "Everyone be cautious. The real danger lies ahead," Hong Yang warned, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Under Hong Yang's guidance, they successfully traversed the most dangerous regions of the maze. The members of the Wang and Lin families, thoroughly terrified, cowered in corners, afraid to show their faces, watching helplessly as Hong Yang and his companions pressed on. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, a mysterious door loomed ahead. This door, forged from an unknown metal, was adorned with ancient runes that exuded a mysterious and powerful aura. Behind it, something seemed to be stirring, a palpable sense of dread pervading the air. Hong Yang paused, his gaze fixed intently on the door, a strange premonition rising within him. He cautiously extended his hand towards the door. "Wait!" Ling Xue suddenly grasped his arm. "Hong Yang, hold on!" Her delicate hand felt icy against his skin, and her voice trembled slightly. An inexplicable chill seeped from the door, causing even Ling Xue, an exceptional talent among the inner disciples, to feel a pang of trepidation. Hong Yang tightened his grip on Ling Xue's hand, sensing the cold sweat in her palm, offering her a reassuring glance. "I understand, but we must enter," he replied firmly, his tone brooking no dissent. Behind him, Wu Zhe stepped forward, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the door as he solemnly said, "Indeed, we've come this far. There is no reason to retreat. Fortune favors the bold." He drew his sword, its blade glinting with a chilling light, a fierce sword intent emanating from him. Brother Zhang and Sister Lu lingered at the back of the group, pale and trembling. Having witnessed Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's valiant exploits, they were now filled with dread at the prospect of what lay beyond the door. Elder Chun stroked his beard, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes as he cautioned, "Exercise caution. What lies beyond this door may be formidable." Hong Yang took a deep breath, releasing Ling Xue's hand, and slowly reached out towards the mysterious door. Chapter 48. The treasure revealed. Glory returns triumphant. Hong Yang's fingers lightly brushed against the cold surface of the door. An intense surge of energy coursing through him, causing him to instinctively step back. The multitude of runes writhed as if alive, emanating a heart-stopping aura. Hong Yang furrowed his brow, focusing on the intricate patterns, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Those previously inscrutable runes became clear, as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the hidden truth beneath. "I know how to open it," Hong Yang exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement and disbelief. He extended his hand once more, touching several key runes in the order that had emerged in his mind. As the final rune illuminated, the entire door began to tremble. Emitting a low rumble, the surrounding air warped, a powerful energy wave radiating outward. He actually opened it. Brother Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. Sister Lu stood frozen, shock and envy evident in her expression. Ling Xue's eyes sparkled with surprise as she hurried to Hong Yang's side, softly asking, "How did you do that?" "I don't know," Hong Yang replied, shaking his head, as if he had suddenly grasped the concept. He was at a loss for words, the sensation akin to having an innate ability to decipher these runes. Elder Qian stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with insight as he regarded Hong Yang meaningfully, slowly saying, "It seems you have quite a few secrets, my boy." The rumbling grew louder as the door slowly swung open, revealing a pitch-black passageway. A chilling aura emanated from its depths, sending shivers down their spines. Wu Zhe tightened his grip on his sword, taking a deep breath as he declared, "Let us go and see what lies within." Hong Yang nodded slightly and was the first to step into the passage. Wu Zhe and Ling Xue followed closely behind, and even the originally timid Zhang Xixiang and Lu Shiji were driven by curiosity to enter as well. Zhao Xiaodi stayed right behind Hong Yang, his eyes brimming with admiration and trust. The passage was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's own hand. An eerie silence enveloped the group, interrupted only by the faint echo of their footsteps. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from the depths of the passage. "What was that sound?" Zhao Xiaodi asked nervously, his voice trembling. Hong Yang immediately became alert and whispered, "Be careful." The rustling grew closer, accompanied by a foul stench that assaulted their senses. Suddenly, pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life along the walls of the passage, dense and terrifying. Small creatures resembling spiders, yet adorned with bat-like wings and glinting sharp fangs, surged forth from the darkness, lunging toward the group. "Watch out!" Hong Yang shouted, delivering a powerful punch that unleashed a golden energy, transforming into a roaring dragon that obliterated the first few creatures. A fresh surge of energy coursed through him. It was the newly awakened power of dragon flame. Wu Zhe moved with agility, his sword dancing like the wind, its gleaming edge slicing through the approaching creatures one by one. Zhao Xiaodi, Use your earth-based powers to create a defense, he commanded calmly, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Zhao Xiaodi immediately understood, pressing his hands against the ground, where a yellowish glow surged forth, raising a sturdy earthen wall that shielded them from the majority of the creature's attacks. Lingxue, not to be outdone, wielded her ice-blue whip, exuding a frigid aura that froze several creatures attempting to circumvent the wall into ice sculptures. Zhang Xixiang and Lu Shiji, though reluctant, had no choice but to exert their full strength against such ferocious adversaries. The battle was fiercely intense. Hongyang's dragon flame power was overwhelmingly potent, leaving a trail of ashes in its wake. Wu's precise commands maximized the group's combined strength. At last, after a grueling fight, the final creature was vanquished. Breathing heavily, the group bore various wounds, yet their eyes sparkled with the light of victory. At the end of the passage, a massive stone platform emerged before them, upon which a dazzling gem quietly floated. Indeed, the legendary treasure, the Qingkuan Pearl. Upon sighting the pearl, Zhang Xixiang and Lu Shiji exchanged glances, a glimmer of greed flashing in their eyes as they seemed to conspire. This treasure belongs to our Wang family, Lin family. They both exclaimed almost in unison, lunging toward the pearl. Impudent. Elder Chen's thunderous voice rang out, a powerful aura instantly enveloping the two, freezing them in place. The treasures of this relic naturally belong to the sect. How dare you attempt to claim them for yourselves? Elder Chen's gaze was piercing, his tone brooking no argument. Hongyang and Wuza approached the stone platform, reaching out to retrieve the Qingkuan Pearl. As it came into their hands, its warmth surged through them, a powerful energy flooding their bodies, leaving them feeling invigorated. Holding the Qingkuan Pearl, Hongyang sensed the immense power contained within. A smile gracing his lips, he turned to Wuza, his eyes filled with confidence and determination. Let us go, Hongyang declared. We're heading back. The moment he grasped the pearl, a wave of warmth washed over him, an unprecedented sense of power filling his limbs. The gem's luminescence illuminated the entire stone chamber, casting a glow upon Hongyang's youthful and resolute visage. At that moment, he seemed to become the center of the world, an aura of kingship emanating from him. Zhang Xixiang and Lu Shiji's faces fell, their initial greed replaced by fear. Elder Chen nodded in approval, his gaze at Hongyang filled with satisfaction. Hongyang, Wuza, your contributions during this relic exploration are invaluable, Zhao Xiaodi exclaimed excitedly, his fists clenched, eyes sparkling with admiration. Hong Xixiang, Wuza Xixiang, you are truly remarkable. Even the usually aloof Lingxue could not conceal her excitement, stepping beside Hongyang to gaze at him earnestly, her eyes brimming with affection. She then gently embraced him, whispering in his ear, "You are amazing." The surrounding disciples smiled warmly, blessing their budding relationship, as a sense of warmth and joy filled the air. Hongyang patted Lingxue's back, cherishing her tenderness and attachment. His heart swelling with happiness and contentment, he turned to Wuza, and they exchanged knowing smiles, their camaraderie palpable. The group retraced their steps, and the previously ominous rustling in the passage now seemed to cheer for their victory. Upon returning to the inner gate, the news had already spread, and the disciples waiting there erupted into a thunderous cheer. The names of Hongyang and Wuza echoed through the air, their deeds celebrated, cementing their status as heroes in the hearts of the inner disciples. In that moment of triumph, Hongyang's prestige within the sect soared to unprecedented heights, inspiring awe and reverence among his peers. Elder Chen presented the Qingkuan Pearl to the sect master, who was greatly pleased and immediately announced generous rewards for Hongyang and Wuza, promoting them to core disciples. During the lively celebration banquet, Hongyang and Wuza became the focal points of attention. Amidst the clinking of cups, Hongyang raised his glass, his gaze deep and distant. Wuza, he paused, a meaningful smile creeping onto his lips. What secrets does the Qingkuan Pearl truly conceal? This Qingkuan Pearl is certainly extraordinary, Wuza mused, toying with the exquisite jade pendant gifted by the sect master, which contained pure spiritual energy. I feel my powers within stirring, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. Hongyang laughed heartily, raising his glass and downing its contents. Seems the benefits of this treasure extend far beyond what we have witnessed. After the banquet of celebration, Hongyang and Wuze were officially conferred as core disciples, elevating their status once more in their spacious cave dwelling. The abundant spiritual energy was invigorating, instilling a sense of serenity. Hongyang sat cross-legged, channeling his internal methods as the energy from the Qinkuan Pearl gradually melded into his being. His powers surging like a raging river, unstoppable. Meanwhile, Wuze immersed himself in his own cultivation, experiencing a significant enhancement in his abilities. However, the tranquil days did not last long. A few days later, a piece of news shattered this brief calm. Hongyang opened the cave door to find Wuze standing outside, his expression grave. "Something has happened," Wuze whispered. "A new relic has emerged." Hongyang frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Clenching his fists, a powerful energy surged through him. "Let us go." Chapter 49. Returning to the relic site, crisis strikes again. "A new relic," Hongyang repeated, an inexplicable restlessness churning within his chest. Just as he had ascended to the rank of core disciple and had yet to fully enjoy the resources available to him, a new challenge had arrived. Wuze nodded, his expression growing more serious. "TS said that this relic is even more perilous than the last. The sect only permits disciples of the inner gate and above to enter." Hongyang scoffed. "Danger? Am I, Hongyang, afraid of danger? It's the perfect opportunity to test my newly gained powers." The two hurried to the sect's plaza, where many inner disciples had already gathered, including Ling Xue, whose snowy white attire and cool demeanor made her stand out among the crowd. Noticing Hongyang and Wuze's arrival, she gave a slight nod. However, alongside friendly faces were also malevolent glares. Zhang Shixiang from the Wang family and Lu Shiji from the Lin family stood together, their eyes fixed on them with a chilling intent. "Oh, aren't these the two newly promoted core disciples?" Zhang Shixiang sneered. "What, are you back so soon to compete for resources with us inner disciples?" Hongyang retorted without hesitation. "Zhang Shixiang, we are merely here to fulfill our sect duties. Unlike some who hide beneath the wings of their families, too afraid to face challenges alone." Zhang Shixiang's expression darkened, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. "Hongyang, don't be too arrogant. This time, the relic is no laughing matter. Be careful how you enter, lest you find it hard to leave." Lu Shiji stifled a laugh. "Zhang Shixiang is right. Some people simply overestimate themselves, thinking that a bit of strength makes them invincible." Hongyang and Wuze exchanged a glance, both filled with fighting spirit. They understood that the Wang and Lin families had long harbored resentment toward them, and this relic expedition would likely not be without their interference. Elder Chen appeared in the center of the plaza, his demeanor grave as he announced the rules for the upcoming relic exploration, emphasizing its inherent dangers. With a command from Elder Chen, everyone stepped into the teleportation array, heading toward the mysterious relic. After the familiar sensation of spatial distortion, Hongyang and the others found themselves on a desolate plain. The air was thick with an ancient and mysterious aura, evoking an inexplicable sense of oppression. "Be cautious," Wuze warned quietly. "Everything here feels off." Hongyang nodded, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. Just then, he felt the ground beneath him give way. "Wait!" Hongyang shouted in desperation, but it was already too late. He felt the ground beneath him give way, and he plummeted rapidly downward. With a thunderous roar, the earth collapsed, and a raging inferno erupted from the depths, instantaneously forming a wall of fire that trapped Hongyang, Wuze, Ling Xue, and several nearby disciples within its confines. The scorching wave of heat hit them head-on, leaving everyone drenched in sweat and struggling to breathe. "Damn it! It's a flame trap!" Brother Zhang stood outside the firewall, wearing a smug grin of schadenfreude. Sister Lu stood beside him, a glint of malice flickering in her eyes as she discreetly signaled to several disciples of the Lin family. The Lin family disciples understood the cue, quietly dispersing to prepare for an ambush against the trapped Hongyang and his companions amid the chaos. However, their furtive movements did not escape the keen gaze of Zhao Xiaodi, ever vigilant towards the Wang and Lin families. Zhao Xiaodi immediately discerned their intentions upon witnessing their furtive behavior. "Ah, there are traps over there too. Members of the Lin family, be careful," Zhao Xiaodi suddenly yelled, pointing towards the direction of the Lin family disciples. Startled by the unexpected shout, One of the Lin family members inadvertently stepped onto a protruding stone slab in their panic. With a click, the ground collapsed once more, and a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, enveloping several of the Lin family disciples. Although it was not a lethal trap, the sudden turn of events elicited a wave of laughter from the onlookers. Sister Lu's face turned ashen as she shot a fierce glare at Zhao Xiaodi. She never anticipated that this inconspicuous little disciple would thwart her plans. Meanwhile, Brother Zhang laughed heartily, mocking, "Sister Lu, it seems your Lin family members aren't that impressive after all, to trigger such a simple trap." Sister Lu suppressed her fury, letting out a cold snort as she ignored Brother Zhang's taunts. The priority now was to find a way out, not to engage in internal strife. Trapped within the wall of fire, Hong Yang furrowed his brows. The temperature of the flames was escalating, and everyone was on the brink of collapse. Ling Shue's complexion also turned pale, yet she maintained her composure, striving to uphold her protective spiritual energy. "This is not a sustainable situation," Wu Zhe said anxiously. "We must find a way to break out." Just then, Hong Yang suddenly sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from the flames. He closed his eyes, concentrating and attuned himself to the flow of this energy. With a sudden realization, Hong Yang opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. "I know how to escape." He tightly shut his eyes again, taking a deep breath as a strange wave of energy surged from within him, rapidly spreading into the surrounding flames. It was as if he could see the movement of the flames. Perceiving the weak points in their energy, Tio the northeast, 3 zhang away, there lies the most vulnerable spot in the flames. Hong Yang's eyes flew open, his tone resolute. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhe wasted no time. Seizing a massive boulder nearby, channeling his spiritual energy into it, and hurling it towards the direction indicated by Hong Yang, boom! Deafening sound echoed as the boulder struck the fire wall like a cannonball, causing the flames to writhe and sending sparks flying into the air. Where the boulder impacted, the fire dimmed considerably, revealing a passageway. "Quickly! Let us dash out!" Hong Yang bellowed, leading the charge into the opening. Wu Zhe, Ling Shui, and Zhao Xiaodi followed closely behind, and the group streamed out, successfully escaping the encirclement of flames. Outside the firewall, Brother Zhang and Sister Lu's expressions darkened. They had not anticipated that Hong Yang would so easily unravel the flame trap. Especially Brother Zhang, who was filled with jealousy and resentment. He had originally planned to eliminate Hong Yang under the guise of this incident, only to see him once again evade danger. Sister Lu was equally indignant, gritting her teeth as she muttered under her breath, "That damn Hong Yang. Why is he so lucky?" Ling Shui, having escaped the peril, walked over to Hong Yang with concern, retrieving a pristine handkerchief from her storage pouch to gently wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. Her gaze filled with tenderness. "Are you all right?" Hong Yang felt a warm surge within him at Ling Shui's gentleness, offering a faint smile as he shook his head. "I am fine. I'm sorry to have worried you." Observing the intimate interaction between the two, Brother Zhang and Sister Lu's expressions grew even more grim. They understood that Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's strength was rapidly increasing, making them no longer easy targets. After a brief moment of rest, the group continued deeper into the ruins. The air was thick with an ancient and mysterious aura, and the surrounding walls were inscribed with bizarre runes that emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed from deep within the ruins, the ground trembling slightly as if something was lurking ahead. Wu Zhe gripped his weapon tightly, watching the front with vigilance. Hong Yang too felt a powerful sense of oppression. His expression grave as he slowly drew his long sword, cautioning, "Stay alert." The roar grew nearer, reverberating in their ears. Hong Yang's gaze sharpened, the sword in his hand shimmering with light. Ready for battle, Wu Zhe remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings and prepared to support at a moment's notice. Ling Shui and Zhao Xiaodi also stood ready, not daring to let their guard down. Brother Zhang and Sister Lu's faces drained of color, a flicker of fear crossing their eyes. Although they harbored grudges against Hong Yang, in such circumstances, they could only temporarily set aside personal grievances to confront the unknown danger together. Elder Qian spoke in a grave tone. "Everyone, be cautious. There is likely a powerful guardian beast hidden within this ruin." No sooner had he spoken than a massive shadow slowly emerged from the darkness. The group focused their eyes, gasping in shock. It was a colossal beast covered in black scales, resembling a giant lizard, with blood-red eyes radiating a chilling ferocity. It opened its cavernous mouth and unleashed an ear-splitting roar, a foul stench assaulting their senses. Hong Yang's heart sank. The oppressive aura exuding from this beast far surpassed any foe they had encountered before. This is bad. It's the black scale demon lizard. Elder Chen's expression changed dramatically. This creature's strength is at least at the late inner door stage. Just as everyone braced for battle, the surroundings suddenly shifted. Hong Yang rubbed his eyes, realizing that everything around them had become a blur. What on earth is happening? Chapter 50. The Secrets of the Maze. Perils abound. The roar of the black scale demon lizard abruptly ceased, replaced by a profound silence. A thick fog had inexplicably spread, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Hong Yang rubbed his eyes, bewildered. What the hell? Are we playing instant transmission? The scene around them had transformed entirely. They were no longer in a cramped passage, but rather in an expansive square, with countless paths extending from its edges, resembling a gigantic spider web, a colossal maze. Oh no, are we really in a maze? Wu Zhe could not help but scoff. This setting is so cliché. The fog permeating the maze resembled dense cotton, limiting everyone's vision to just a few meters. In such low visibility, they quickly lost their sense of direction. Which way do we go? I can't even tell east from west. Zhao Xiaoti's voice quivered slightly. Ling Shui furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of concern seeping into her cool tone. This fog is rather strange. My spiritual sense cannot penetrate it. Brother Zhang and Sister Lu's faces grew even grimmer, evidently startled by the sudden change. Everyone, remain calm, Hong Yang said in a deep voice. Let us hold hands and move together. We must not fall behind. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe led the group at the forefront, carefully navigating the path with their keen senses. It seemed as though the paths within the maze were constantly shifting. They could clearly remember walking straight, yet after just a few steps, they found themselves back where they started. What the hell? Is this maze alive? Wu Zhe couldn't help but curse. Hong Yang's brow furrowed in concern. The strangeness of this maze exceeded their imaginations, suggesting that it was more than just a simple case of getting lost. Hong Yang, look, Wu Zhe suddenly pointed ahead, his tone laced with trepidation. Following Wu Zhe's finger, Hong Yang gazed ahead to see an eerie smile materialize on the maze's walls, a terrifying visage that seemed to mock their ignorance and fear. The smile flickered and vanished, with the wall reverting to its normal state. Am I seeing things? Zhao Xiaoti's voice trembled even more. No. You're not. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged a knowing glance, both sensing that the actions of senior brother Zhang and senior sister Lu were rather peculiar. As they remained vigilant, observing their surroundings, they continued to follow the group. After a brief distance, Wu Zhe suddenly halted, pointing at a mark on the wall and exclaiming, Hong Yang, look, there's a mark here. Upon closer inspection, Hong Yang discerned that it was an arrow etched into the wall with a sharp instrument. Is this a signpost? Zhao Xiaoti inquired, puzzled that it should be. Senior brother Zhang quickly replied, it appears we have finally found the correct direction. Yet, Hong Yang felt an unsettling disquiet. He scrutinized the markings and noticed that the etchings were quite new, and the technique appeared rather crude, unlike what one would expect from the builders of the maze. Something feels off, Wu Zhe murmured quietly. This mark raises suspicions. Hong Yang nodded in agreement, deciding to play along and see what tricks senior brother Zhang and senior sister Lu were up to. Since there's a signpost, let us follow it. Hong Yang feigned ignorance. Thus, the group proceeded in the direction indicated by the mark. Senior brother Zhang and senior sister Lu trailed at the back of the line, their faces betraying a sinister smile. They had stealthily inscribed misleading marks on the walls, intending to lead Hong Yang and the others into a trap. However, unbeknownst to them, Wu Zhe had already seen through their scheme. Deliberately, he led the group in the wrong direction, while the members of the Wang and Lin families stealthily followed from behind, eager to seize the opportunity for an ambush. Just as they were gloating over their perceived success, the ground beneath them suddenly collapsed, and the members of the Wang and Lin families plunged into a small quicksand pit, their cries of despair echoing from the depths. Senior brother Zhang and senior sister Lu's expressions changed dramatically as they looked at Wuza in horror. Why, you knew all along? Wuza sneered. Such trivial tricks, yet you dare to show off in front of me. At that moment, Hongyang felt a sudden wave of trepidation. Wait. The surge of anxiety was so intense that it momentarily stole his breath. Wait, he shouted, grabbing Wuza, who was about to step forward. An inexplicable force surged from within him, rapidly spreading like a tide. His eyes flickered with a glimmer of golden light, and the mist before him seemed to part as if pushed aside by an invisible hand, revealing a hidden path obscured by the fog. Wow, Hongyang, are you on some sort of cheat? Wuza exclaimed, unable to restrain his astonishment at the extraordinary scene. This is just ordinary clairvoyance. It's like a built-in GPS. With little time to explain, Hongyang pulled Wuza and Lingxue towards the newly revealed path. Lingxue clung tightly to Hongyang's arm, feeling the warmth and strength radiating from him, and her previously trembling body gradually calmed. Hongyang gently patted her hand, offering a reassuring glance. Behind them, senior brother Zhang and senior sister Lu stood dumbfounded. They watched helplessly as Hongyang and the others circumvented the quicksand trap and advanced towards the correct direction, while their own incompetent allies continued to wail in the pit, resembling a group of lambs awaiting slaughter. This is impossible. Senior brother Zhang ground his teeth, his face filled with bitterness. He could not comprehend how Hongyang had discovered this concealed path. Senior sister Lu's face had turned pale. She had initially thought to eliminate Hongyang and Wuza through deceit, but now it seemed she had shot herself in the foot. With the Wang and Lin families suffering significant losses, she knew she would face dire consequences upon returning. As Hongyang and the others traversed the path, the mist gradually dissipated, and the surroundings became clear. Just when they thought they were nearing the exit of the maze, Lingxue suddenly cried out, Hongyang, look! Her exclamation sent a jolt of alarm through Hongyang and Wuza. Following her gaze, they noticed that the previously open corridor had been shrouded in shadow. The shadow writhed ominously, as if it were a living entity, sending chills down their spines. What in the world is that? Wuza instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon, realizing the maze was fraught with peril. This plot twist is even more dramatic than the melodramatic soap opera I'm following. Hongyang heightened his alertness, feeling his innate powers stir within him. He activated an enhanced version of his clairvoyance, attempting to pierce through the shadow, only to find that it seemed to absorb his abilities, obscuring his vision. Interesting. A cold smile crept onto Hongyang's lips. This maze was becoming increasingly intriguing. He was determined to uncover the secrets hidden within that shadowed. That moment, senior brother Zhang and senior sister Lu caught up from behind. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their expressions shifted dramatically. What is that thing? Senior brother Zhang's voice trembled, clearly shaken. Having endured considerable hardship in the quicksand pit, the sight of the eerie shadow filled him with dread. Senior sister Lu feigned composure, stating, Don't be afraid. We have a large group. What is there to fear? Yet her clenched fists betrayed her unease. Elder Chen approached, his expression grave as he scrutinized the shadow. He spoke in a low voice, Everyone, be cautious. There may be something powerful lurking within that shadow. Zhao Xiaodi, trembling at the back of the crowd, whispered to Hongyang, Hong brother, let us retreat. Hongyang patted his shoulder, offering reassurance, Don't worry. I'm here. He turned to Wuza and Lingxue, saying, Let us charge together and end this swiftly. Just then, the shadow began to dissipate, revealing the creatures hidden within. Wait. Lingshua's voice quivered as she pointed to the area where the shadow had faded. What is that? Chapter 51. The final battle at the ruins, triumph and glory as the shadow receded. A group of ghostly green lights gradually coalesced, ultimately revealing their ghastly forms. Creatures resembling wolves, yet significantly larger than ordinary wolves. Their bodies cloaked in ethereal blue scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Most chilling were their eyes, which burned like ghostly flames, emanating a disquieting chill. What on earth is that? It looks too abstract. Senior brother Zhang exclaimed, instinctively stepping back. These creatures were far from harmless. As soon as they manifested, they launched a ferocious assault. Their speed was astonishing, akin to bolts of ghostly blue lightning, as they lunged at the group. Even more terrifying was the fact that their attacks possessed illusory effects. Some of the weaker disciples, caught off guard, immediately fell victim to the onslaught. "Ah, there are monsters. The monsters are going to eat us." One disciple shouted, wildly swinging his sword at his companions. "Junior brother, have you lost your mind?" "It's me," the attacked disciple cried in terror. The scene erupted into chaos, the previously orderly formation descending into utter disarray. "Stay calm. Don't be fooled by their illusions," Elder Chen shouted, powerful waves of spiritual energy emanating from him, forming a protective barrier around the surrounding disciples to shield them from the onslaught of illusions. However, the sheer number of illusory beasts and their ferocious attacks posed a significant challenge, even for Elder Chen. "This is not good. We can't continue like this," Wuza furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. Hongyang also recognized the severity of the situation, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Wuza and Lingxue, saying, "Prepare to unleash our ultimate move." With a grin, Hongyang's eyes sparked with determination. No sooner had he spoken than a peculiar wave of energy erupted from within him, rippling outward and enveloping the entire battlefield. Those disciples who had been ensnared in the illusions and were attacking wildly gradually regained their clarity, awakening as if from a nightmare, gasping for breath. "What just happened? I think I saw my grandmother calling me home for dinner." "Me too. I thought I had crossed over." This was Hongyang's newly awakened ability, the Light of Awakening, capable of instantly dispelling illusions, truly the nemesis of all illusions. "Wuza, it's your turn," Hongyang shouted to Wuza. Understanding the cue, Wuza immediately directed the group to form a defensive formation. "Shield warriors in front, attackers follow closely, and healers, be ready to treat. Don't let me down," he commanded, skillfully maneuvering through the ranks, wielding his sword deftly, slicing through several illusory beasts attempting to breach the defenses. The illusory beasts let out furious roars, attacking the defensive formation with even greater ferocity. The two sides were locked in a fierce struggle. The illusory beasts managed to breach the lines multiple times, injuring some team members, staining the ground with blood. "Hold firm, brothers. Victory is within reach," Hongyang encouraged his comrades while wielding his blade. The flickering light of his sword resembling flashes of lightning, cleaving the illusory beasts as they flew. During the battle, Hongyang keenly identified the weakness of the leader of the illusory beasts, an ethereal blue scale on its neck that appeared slightly dimmer than the others. "Wuza, cover me. I'm going to take down that leader." Hongyang let out a loud shout. Wuze immediately understood his intent. With a swift movement, he dashed before the leader of the phantom beasts, his sword transforming into numerous afterimages, diverting the attention of the other phantom beasts. "Come on, you little brats, Grandpa's right here." Taking advantage of the distraction, Hongyang inhaled deeply, channeling all his into his long knife, which instantly erupted with radiant light. He leaped fiercely, bringing his blade down with tremendous force towards the neck of the phantom beast leader, Wu. The leader emitted a piercing scream, its massive body crashing to the ground. With the fall of their leader, the remaining phantom beasts were thrown into disarray, allowing Hongyang and his companions to pursue and eliminate them all. "Phew, it's finally done." Hongyang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he glanced at Wu Zhe, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. At that moment, Elder Chen approached, patting Hongyang's shoulder with an appreciative gesture. "Well done, young lad. This time, it was thanks to you and Wu Zhe. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." "It was nothing, Elder Chen," Hongyang replied modestly with a smile. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from afar as Zhang Shixiang and Lu Shiji arrived with a group, their eyes glinting with greed. Zhang Shixiang sneered, "It seems you've had quite the harvest. Oh, look who it is. The great heroes Hongyang and Wu Zhe. It appears you've struck gold." His gaze greedily swept over the crowd, finally landing on a treasure box in Hongyang's hand that emitted a faint golden glow. Lu Shiji, unable to hide her yearning, sweetly suggested, "Why don't we share the treasures found in this relic? Everyone deserves a piece, right?" As she spoke, she exchanged glances with the disciples from the Wang and Lin families, who promptly understood and encircled Hongyang and Wu Zhe, their eyes filled with predatory intent. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Dream on, Wu Zhe snorted coldly, his sword humming ominously. Ready for battle. At that moment, Elder Chan stepped forward, his demeanor calm as he surveyed the crowd, eyeing the exploration of relics. Each relies on their own abilities. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe fought valiantly to eliminate the phantom beasts, thus the treasures rightfully belong to them. Do you dare to lay claim without consulting me? As a respected elder of the sect, Chen's authority was formidable, his words. The disciples from the Wang and Lin families dared not act recklessly, their bravado diminishing. Though Zhang Shixiang was reluctant, he understood that Elder Chen was not to be trifled with and shot a fierce glare at Hong Yang and Wu Zhe before retreating with his group. Lu Shiji, though discontented, masked her emotions well, casting a lingering glance at Hong Yang before departing with the Lin family. With the crisis averted, cheers erupted among the crowd. Elder Chen chuckled, patting Hong Yang's shoulder. Well done, lad. The treasures within that box are indeed remarkable. As Hong Yang opened the box, he beheld a gem radiating with multicolored light, a powerful energy pulsating from it, evoking awe. Wow! What treasure is this? Incredible! Zhao Xiaodi exclaimed in astonishment. Elder Chen explained, this item is known as the seven-colored divine pearl, containing immense energy that can enhance one's cultivation and break through bottlenecks. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged smiles. This expedition had not only yielded a priceless treasure, but also allowed them to deliver a resounding blow to the Wang and Lin families. Truly a double blessing. Ling Shui, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped into Hong Yang's embrace, her eyes filled with admiration. Hong Yang, you are amazing. The surrounding disciples applauded and cheered, their respect for Hong Yang and Wu Zhe palpable. Their reputation soared within the inner sect. Clearing his throat, Elder Chen announced, all right, everyone, gather your belongings and prepare to return to the inner sect. The group collected their spoils, ready to head back. Just then, Hong Yang felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He turned to Wu Zhe, who had also grown serious. Zegu, do you sense it? Wu Zhe nodded, an unsettling feeling in the air, as if something was approaching. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from afar, the ground trembling beneath them. Not good. Elder Chen's expression changed dramatically. It's an ancient, ferocious beast. In the distance, mountains crumbled, clouds of dust billowing as a colossal beast slowly came into view. Its body was covered in black scales, gleaming with a metallic sheen, and its crimson eyes shone like blood-red lanterns, radiating a chilling ferocity. What on earth is that? It's even more formidable than the phantom beasts we encountered in the relic. Zhao Xiaodi trembled in fear, his legs turning to jelly. Elder Chen's face turned ashen as he gravely declared, that's the ancient ferocious beast, the sky-swallowing giant python. How could it be here? The creature opened its gaping maw, emitting a thunderous roar, a foul stench assaulting their senses. Run! Quickly! Elder Chen shouted, taking to the skies on his sword, racing towards the inner sect. The others quickly followed suit, showcasing their abilities as they fled for their lives. Hong Yang grabbed Ling Shui's hand, sprinting at full speed. Wu Zhe followed closely behind, his sword slashing through the air, unleashing waves of sword energy to fend off the sky-swallowing giant python's attacks. Zegu, this creature is too powerful. We won't escape. Hong Yang yelled as they ran. Stay calm. I have a plan. Wu Zhe's eyes sparkled with determination as he produced a talisman glowing with a mysterious light. This is a life-saving talisman given to me by my master. It can save us in critical moments. He threw the talisman into the air, which transformed into a beam of golden light. Enveloping the three of them, the attacks from the sky-swallowing giant python struck the golden light, completely thwarted. Incredible! Zegu, you truly are my lucky star. Hong Yang exclaimed in excitement. With the protection of the talisman, their speed increased, allowing them to swiftly distance themselves from the sky-swallowing giant python and return to the inner sect. Upon landing, they found the inner sect square bustling with people, a lively scene unfolding. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Hong Yang asked in confusion. Idiot. Today is the day of the inner sect competition. Ling Shui shot him an exasperated look. Hong Yang suddenly recalled, having been so engrossed in the exploration of the relic that he had forgotten such an important event. The inner sect competition? This is bound to be exciting. Hong Yang rubbed his hands together, exhilaration evident on his face. Wu Zhe patted his shoulder, saying meaningfully, "There will indeed be excitement, but we must also be prepared. This inter-sect competition will likely be no simple matter." Hong Yang paused, about to inquire further, when a resounding voice echoed across the square. "The inter-sect competition begins now." Chapter 52. The competition begins anew. Malicious intent approaches. The inter-sect square was abuzz with activity, colorful banners fluttering as the annual inter-sect competition officially commenced. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, having faced life and death trials together, stood confidently at the center of the arena. Radiating self-assurance, they exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken camaraderie palpable. Zhe, this time in the competition, let us team up and aim for a top 3 finish, Hong Yang said, eager and ready. Top 3? That's a narrow aspiration. If we're going for it, let us aim for first, Wu Zhe replied, a determined gleam in his eyes. A throng of spectators surrounded them, with many disciples whispering among themselves, pointing at the duo. "Look, aren't those Hong Yang and Wu Zhe? I heard they found quite a few treasures in the relic." "Humph, treasures or not, this competition is filled with experts. Just making it into the top 10 would be commendable." "Heh, I've heard rumors that someone rigged the draw, so their opponents are bound to be formidable." Soon, it was time for the drawing of lots. Hong Yang approached the drawing box, inhaling deeply before reaching inside to pull out a slip of paper. Upon opening it, his expression shifted dramatically. Wu Gang. "How unlucky can I get?" Hong Yang gasped in disbelief. Wu Gang was a standout among the inter-sect disciples, boasting tremendous strength and family backing, renowned for being a tough opponent. Wu Zhe also completed his draw and, upon seeing Hong Yang's expression, felt a knot form in his stomach. "Who did you draw?" "Wu Gang," Hong Yang replied, exasperated. Wu Zhe clapped him on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "Don't panic. We'll face whatever comes our way. Have we ever backed down?" The two returned to their positions, receiving glances of schadenfreude from those around them. Sun Shiji couldn't resist taunting. "Oh, look who it is, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Why do you both look so glum? Did you draw some fearsome opponents?" Hong Yang ignored her, merely offering a cold smile. That moment, Elder Feng announced the groupings. As expected, both Hong Yang and Wu Zhe faced off against strong inter-sect disciples. "It seems someone is intent on making things difficult for us," Wu Zhe murmured. Hong Yang, instead of complaining, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is getting interesting. I'm eager to see what tricks they have up their sleeves." He turned to Wu Zhe, a spark of determination in his eyes. "Gu, get ready to unleash our full potential." Wu Zhe smiled faintly and nodded. In the inner gate square, the atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Facing this blatant injustice, Hong Yang not only refrained from complaining but instead laughed heartily, his voice resonating throughout the venue. "Ha ha ha. It seems even the heavens wish to see the true mettle of Hong Yang. A little challenge makes things far more interesting." This unexpected optimism ignited the fervor of his supporters, their cheers rising like a tidal wave, deafening in their intensity. Meanwhile, those who had gathered to witness his downfall wore expressions of bewilderment, sensing that the script was veering off course, as the gong signaling the start of the match sounded. Hong Yang's first opponent, a hastily trained fighter renowned for relying on family elixirs, immediately charged at him with a menacing presence, as if ready to shatter mountains with a single punch. The onlookers gasped, murmuring, "Hong Yang is surely doomed." Yet, the following scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. In the face of this seemingly fierce assault, Hong Yang moved with an agility akin to a specter, effortlessly evading the attack and even mocking his opponent with a playful grimace. "Is that all? Your speed is slower than a snail, and your strength lighter than cotton. How dare you show your face here?" Before his words could fully settle, he lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a fluid series of strikes that left his adversary utterly defenseless, culminating in a decisive kick that sent the opponent flying off the stage. The arena fell into a stunned silence. "The sound of a pin dropping could be heard." "Is that it?" someone murmured, as if still processing the spectacle. Hong Yang dusted himself off and gracefully inclined his head towards the audience with a smile. "Thank you for your hospitality. I hope I didn't embarrass myself." Wu Zhe, observing Hong Yang's clean and decisive performance, wore a smile of admiration. Not bad at all, my brother. You've been keeping your talents hidden. Just as Hong Yang was about to respond, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. As he turned to address Wu Zhe, a sharp, sardonic voice interjected from the side. Humph, it's merely luck. What is there to be proud of? Do you really believe yourself to be a master? How laughable. Without needing to glance back, Hong Yang recognized the voice belonged to Sister Sun, a notorious figure known for her jealousy and disdain for others' success. He chose to disregard her, continuing his conversation with Wu Zhe. This dismissal irked Sister Sun more than any rebuttal could, her face flushed in anger, resembling a ripened tomato, itching to confront Hong Yang. Meanwhile, Wu Zhe's match commenced against a burly opponent, clearly a powerhouse. As the match began, the giant launched a ferocious assault, the wind from his punches howling with ferocity, making Wu Zhe appear to be on the back foot. Struggling against the onslaught, it's over for Wu Zhe, the crowd lamented, sensing the overwhelming might of the brute. Even Brother Zhou, their steadfast supporter, felt a bead of sweat forming. However, just when everyone believed Wu Zhe was on the verge of defeat, he erupted with newfound vigor. A strange light enveloped him, transforming his previously beleaguered form into one of incredible agility, moving with astonishing speed. What just happened? The audience gasped in astonishment. It turned out that under immense pressure, Wu Zhe had awakened a new ability. He shifted from defense to offense, his strikes sharp and relentless, catching his opponent off guard. The giant's earlier advantage evaporated, and he found himself on the receiving end of a beautiful spinning kick that knocked him out of the competition. Impressive! Zegu is magnificent! So cool! The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Wu Zhe swaggered off the stage, raising an eyebrow at Hong Yang. So, brother, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Hong Yang chuckled, pulling him into an enthusiastic embrace. You, my friend, are remarkable, truly keeping your talents under wraps. They exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Yet, Elder Feng approached with a grim expression. Next up, Hong Yang versus Wu Gang. The announcement fell like a boulder into a still pond, sending ripples of shock through the crowd. What the hell? Wu Gang? This is outrageous. Brother Zhou couldn't help but curse. Wu Gang was a standout disciple among the inner gate, powerful and well-connected, backed by an influential uncle within the sect. Truly a formidable combination of privilege and strength. This was a challenge of hellish proportions. Sister Sun, reveling in the chaos, covered her mouth with a smirk, her eyes glinting with derision. Oh, this will be entertaining. Wasn't he someone quite arrogant earlier? Why the silence now? Hong Yang maintained a stoic facade. But turmoil brewed within. He understood that someone was deliberately targeting him and Wu Zhe. He had sensed Sister Sun's earlier jibes were laced with ulterior motives, and it now seemed evident that a larger scheme was at play. Wu Zhe placed a reassuring hand on Hong Yang's shoulder, whispering, "Be careful, brother. Wu Gang is no pushover. He will surely resort to underhanded tactics during the match." Hong Yang nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Fear not. I will meet force with force. I shall not cower." He ascended the stage with measured steps, an invisible pressure enveloping the arena. Wu Gang stood poised on the platform, a smirk gracing his lips. His gaze filled with provocation. Elder Feng announced the commencement of the match, but Wu Gang did not rush into action, instead leisurely stretching his muscles while casting a disdainful glance at Hong Yang. Reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. "Hong Yang, I hear you've been rather impressive lately," Wu Gang remarked in a mocking tone, "but to me, you are merely a jester." Hong Yang retorted with a cold laugh. "Whether I am a jester or not will be determined in the match." Wu Gang's expression darkened, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he produced an object from his robes and tossed it onto the ground. Was that a protective talisman? Hong Yang furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "This talisman was specially sought for me by my uncle," Wu Gang said with a sinister grin. "It is said to withstand any attack." He paused, gazing at Hong Yang with a mischievous glint. "Do you think that's true?" Chapter 53. In the midst of conundrums, the counterattack breaks through. Brother Zhou leaped up in excitement, wishing fervently to rush onto the stage and cheer for Hong Yang. Even the usually composed Ling Shui couldn't help but cover her mouth, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment and joy. Hong Yang cast her a reassuring glance before turning to Wu Gang. A confident smile playing on his lips that was merely a warm-up. Hong Yang's voice, though not loud, resonated with power, commanding the attention of the entire arena. With the golden light protecting him, both his speed and strength were significantly enhanced. He no longer evaded but took the initiative to strike, his fists and feet like the wind. Each blow lethal, bang bang bang. A series of attacks left Wu Gang with no means to counter. The talisman, reputed to withstand all assaults, now appeared dim and lifeless. This is impossible. Wu Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. My talisman. Hong Yang let out a cold laugh. Your talisman is but a joke before me. He delivered a punch to Wu Gang's abdomen, eliciting a pained scream as Wu Gang was sent flying, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. Wu Gang is out of bounds. Elder Feng's voice trembled as he announced the outcome. Unable to fathom how, despite his prior advantage, he could not prevent Hong Yang's victory. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Supporters of Hong Yang embraced one another in celebration of this hard-won triumph. Ling Shui's face also lit up with a radiant smile, knowing that Hong Yang had once again achieved the miraculous. Standing on the stage, Hong Yang reveled in the applause of the crowd. Yet his gaze wandered to the distance where Wu Zhe was fiercely battling his opponent. Zegu, you must not falter, Hong Yang murmured softly. After winning the match, his attention shifted to Wu Zhe's arena. There, Wu Zhe's opponent, a shifty-eyed scoundrel, employed underhanded and vicious tactics, targeting low blows. This fellow was clearly bribed, aiming to incapacitate Wu Zhe with every move. What the hell? This is utterly despicable, Brother Zhou couldn't help but scoff. Is this guy here for a joke? Fighting yet acting like he's just scratching an itch? Sure, keep it down, Ling Shui cautioned, lest Elder Feng overhear. On the stage, although Wu Zhe was somewhat outmatched in strength, he compensated with his wits. When his opponent launched a low kick, Wu Zhe swiftly executed a counter, landing a blow right on the opponent's face. Oh my goodness, my nose! The scoundrel wailed, clutching his face as blood gushed forth. Resembling a die house in chaos, is that all you've got? You think you can take on my Zegu? Hong Yang laughed heartily from below. Zegu, show him your skills. Wu Zhe wasted no time, unleashing a flurry of punches like a tempest, leaving his opponent utterly defenseless. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through Hong Yang, signaling an evolution of his abilities. Wow, this feeling is exhilarating. Hong Yang clenched his fists, sensing the unstoppable energy within him. Although Wu Gang had been defeated, he remained defiant, shouting from the sidelines. Elder Feng, this kid must have cheated. He definitely employed some forbidden technique. Elder Feng, who was struggling to find an excuse, immediately chimed in. Precisely. Hong Yang, you must clarify this, or your qualification for the competition will be revoked. Hong Yang scoffed. Clarify? That's merely a waste of time. If you disagree, come at me. Before he finished speaking, Hong Yang's figure flickered, instantly appearing before Wu Gang, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Wu Gang flew like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, unconscious. The arena fell into a stunned silence, everyone taken aback by Hong Yang's sudden outburst. Elder Feng's face turned ashen. In full view of the crowd, he had no choice but to reluctantly declare, Hong Yang wins. Zegu, it's done? Hong Yang shouted towards Wu Zhe. Wu Zhe responded with an okay gesture and executed a beautiful spinning kick, sending his opponent tumbling off the stage. KO. The two exchanged smiles, their unspoken camaraderie evident. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared. Master Zhangmin, what brings you here? Elder Feng's voice trembled slightly. Master Li stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the entire arena before settling on Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. He nodded slightly, his tone inscrutable. You two young friends possess commendable strength. You flatter us, Master. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe offered a respectful bow, outwardly humble yet internally cautious. This old fox's sudden appearance surely harbored ulterior motives. I hear you faced some troubles during the competition? Master Li cast a meaningful glance at the pale-faced Elder Feng, who was drenched in cold sweat. Just a minor friction, Nothing to worry about. Hong Yang casually brushed off, though his mind raced with suspicion regarding this old man's intentions. Ah, young people, a bit of friction is quite normal, Master Li said with a smile. However, during the sect's grand tournament, the aim is to select exceptional disciples. Do not let it harm the camaraderie. You speak wisely, Master. The two bowed again, internally rolling their eyes. What else with this old man pretending to be a good Samaritan? Next, the competition will enter an even more intense phase. I hope you both continue to strive and bring glory to the sect. After Master Li concluded, he turned and departed, leaving behind a thought-provoking silhouette. What is that old man up to? Hong Yang gazed at Master Li's retreating figure, whispering, no idea, but it certainly bodes ill. Wu Zhe frowned. I have a feeling something significant is about to happen. The two exchanged a serious glance, the weight of foreboding reflected in their eyes. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning. What the heck is going on? Hong Yang looked up. Bewildered, is this a heavenly tribulation? Wu Zhe's expression shifted dramatically. Someone is about to undergo a tribulation. Just then, a voice echoed from afar. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe, come out and face your doom. Following the voice, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe beheld a menacing figure clad in black robes, exuding a terrifying aura. Wu Tian. Hong Yang's pupils constricted as he recognized the newcomer's identity. Wu Tian, Wu Gang's brother. A standout among the core disciples, his strength unfathomable. He actually broke through to the tribulation stage. Wu Zhe gasped, this is serious trouble. Heh, did you expect this? Today, I shall avenge my brother. Wu Tian sneered, gathering a bolt of black lightning in his hand. Prepare to die. Zhe Gu, get ready to fight. A glint of madness flashed in Hong Yang's eyes. Today, I'll show this old man what true strength looks like. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Wu Zhe was equally spirited, two glimmering daggers appearing in his hands. At that moment, Ling Shui suddenly appeared, standing before them. You two go first. I will hold him off. Shui air, you? Hong Yang felt a warmth in his heart, but was also filled with worry. No more talking, hurry and go. Ling Shui insisted firmly. I can hold him for a while longer. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged a decisive glance. Go. They turned and sprinted away into the distance. Want to run? Not so easily, Wu Tian roared, preparing to pursue them. Your opponent is me? Ling Shui stepped in front of Wu Tian, conjuring an ice crystal sword, freezing the space around them. Hong Yang, do you feel that? Wu Zhe asked while running. Yes, I can feel it. Hong Yang's expression turned grave as a powerful force began to awaken. Chapter 54. The Pinnacle Duel for Glory. The arena of the inner sect competition was now akin to a bubbling cauldron. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe stood back to back, panting heavily, their bodies drenched in blood. A circle of defeated opponents surrounded them, the eyes of the disciples from various sects regarding them akin to those of feral beasts. I can't believe these two brutes are still standing, someone exclaimed incredulously. Indeed. How long has this been going on? They are tougher than a boss, another disciple echoed. Moments ago, they had barely escaped Wu Tian, only to find themselves ensnared in a new onslaught. Elder Feng had clearly witnessed Sister Sun secretly sabotaging them, but chose to turn a blind eye, instead warning Hong Yang and Wu Zhe against maliciously speculating about their fellow disciples. How much has that old man gained? Wu Zhe spat, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Forget about him. Let us just fight. The fire of battle ignited in Hong Yang's eyes as his power surged, countering the incoming attacks one by one. Twin dragons playing with pearls. The two executed a perfect tandem, one like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, the other like a dragon emerging from the sea. Tearing through the encirclement. Damn. Why are these two so hard to deal with? One disciple shouted, clutching his chest after being sent flying by Hong Yang, his face filled with frustration. Don't let them escape. Everyone, charge. Another disciple yelled as they closed in once more. Just then, Elder Feng's voice rang out again. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe, you two have repeatedly violated the competition rules and disrupted the order of the match. 50 points will be deducted. What? The supporters of Hong Yang and Wu Zhe in the audience erupted in outrage. This is utterly unfair. They were clearly the ones being attacked. How did it turn into a disruption of the competition? Brother Zhou was so furious that he was practically hopping up and down. Ling Shui's countenance also darkened, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a chilling light. It seems that maintaining a low profile is no longer an option. Hong Yang murmured, a powerful aura radiating from him, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. Sensed Hong Yang's transformation and sheathed his dagger, gradually coalescing a dazzling orb of light in his hand. What is happening? The observing Master Li suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with astonishment. Waves of energy surged around Hong Yang, his eyes flashing with golden light. An unprecedented strength awakened within him. What the hell? The disciples surrounding them hastily retreated, their faces etched with terror. In an instant, Hong Yang's figure flickered, darting through the crowd like a wraith. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed as those who had just been flaunting their might were sent flying like ragdolls, crashing heavily onto the ground and groaning in pain. A one-hit kill? Some could hardly believe their eyes. This guy cheating? Another disciple could not help but curse. Even Master Li, who had been calmly observing, narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of interest flashing through them. This lad is rather intriguing. Meanwhile, Wu Zhe also displayed astonishing prowess. He moved with the agility of a nimble monkey on the stage, the sphere of light in his hand flickering unpredictably. His opponent was ensnared in confusion, unable to find their bearings. This kid is as slippery as an eel. How do I even hit him? The opponent was exasperated but utterly helpless. Seizing an opening, Wu Zhe unleashed the orb, which erupted in blinding light, crashing down upon his adversary. Boom! A deafening roar resounded as the opponent was blown away, crashing heavily at the edge of the stage, unable to rise for quite some time. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Impressive! Zegu is magnificent! Brother Zhou exclaimed excitedly, waving his fists, wishing he could join in the fray. Elder Feng's expression turned exceptionally grim. He had not anticipated that Hong Yang and Wu Zhe possessed such hidden strength. With a darkened face, he was about to announce new rules when Master Li's voice rang out. Elder Feng. The match continues. Startled, Elder Feng quickly responded. Yes, Master. As the dust settled, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe stood side by side, gazing down at the crowd with an air of superiority. They were drenched in blood, yet their spirits soared like a rainbow, resembling two war deities. This is merely the beginning, Hong Yang said with a slight smile, revealing a hint of confidence. Wu Zhe dusted off his clothes and remarked nonchalantly, the real show is still ahead. With the dust settled and the smoke cleared, in the finals of the inter-sect competition, Hong Yang and Wu Gang stood off against each other like two ferocious beasts, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Wu Gang's face was grim, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He never expected that the lowly servant disciple he once regarded as an ant could now stand on the same stage as him vying for the championship. Hong Yang, don't think you can be arrogant just because you've won a few matches by chance. Wu Gang ground his teeth, proclaiming, today, I will show you what true strength is. A disdainful curve appeared at the corner of Hong Yang's mouth. A defeated foe dares to bark here? Bring it on, let me see what tricks you still have up your sleeve. Before his words faded, Wu Gang launched the first attack. His figure moved like lightning, enveloped in powerful spiritual energy, as he hurled a punch at Hong Yang. Hong Yang remained unflinching, meeting it with a punch of his own. Bang! Their fists collided, emitting a thunderous sound that made the stage tremble. Wu Gang's expression shifted. He felt as though his fist had struck an indomitable iron plate. A tremendous recoil jolting through his arm, rendering it numb. Meanwhile, Hong Yang stood firm, as steady as a mountain. Is that all? Hong Yang taunted. It seems your recent seclusion hasn't yielded much progress. Enraged, Wu Gang unleashed a flurry of techniques, all of which Hong Yang effortlessly countered. In contrast, Hong Yang grew increasingly formidable. He transformed the unjust treatment he had suffered into strength, each punch carrying a devastating momentum that forced Wu Gang to retreat step by step. What the hell? Yang Gu is defying the odds, Brother Zhou shouted excitedly. Hit him! Hit him! Ling Shui's eyes flickered with a hint of worry, but more so with pride and admiration. She knew that Hong Yang would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Finally, under the relentless assault from Hong Yang, Wu Gang could no longer withstand it. spitting out a mouthful of blood before crashing heavily onto the stage. The faces of Wu Gang's family turned ashen. They could hardly believe that he had been so thoroughly defeated. The bribed judges turned pale, realizing that their fate was sealed. Master Li slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over the entire arena, declaring solemnly, "In the inner sect competition, Hong Yang is victorious." A thunderous applause and cheers erupted, echoing Hong Yang and Wu Zhe's names to the heavens. Elder Feng's face turned pale. He knew his time was up. Sister Sun trembled in fear, never having imagined that she would fall at the hands of two servant disciples. As the dust settled and the smoke cleared, Master Li personally announced the results of the competition, with Hong Yang and Wu Zhe securing the top ranks. Those who had previously conspired against them received their just deserts. Hong Yang turned to Wu Zhe, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. Wu Zhe smiled slightly, their unspoken understanding palpable. Master Li's booming voice resonated throughout the martial arena. In the inner sect competition, Hong Yang takes first place, and Wu Zhe takes second. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, the cheers deafening, as if they might lift the sky itself. Those who had previously looked down upon Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, even secretly scheming against them, now wore expressions more wretched than if they had swallowed a fly. Elder Feng's face turned ghostly white, trembling all over. The bribery scandal had been exposed, and severe punishment awaited him from the sect. Sister Sun cowered among the crowd, shaking in fear, dreading retribution from Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Yang Gu, Zhe Gu, incredible! Brother Zhou rushed over, embracing the two excitedly, jumping for joy. "I knew you could do it." "This is a direct launch." Ling Shui approached Hong Yang, a gentle smile breaking through her cool demeanor. "Congratulations." Hong Yang chuckled, scratching his head. It was merely a small feat, nothing extraordinary. With that, he turned to Wu Zhe, and they exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding unspoken. After the match concluded, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe were celebrating their victory in the rest area, relishing the hard-earned tranquility. Suddenly, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe appeared silently before them. A deep voice whispering in their ears, "Gentlemen, my master requests your presence." Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged glances, a hint of wariness rising within them. Who is this mysterious person? And who is their master? "Who is your master? What business do they have with us?" Hong Yang inquired in a low voice. The mysterious figure smiled slightly. "My master holds a distinguished position, and it is inappropriate to disclose further. As for why my master seeks you, you will find out soon enough." With that, he gestured for them to follow. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe pondered for a moment, deciding to follow and see what was in store. "Wait!" Wu Zhe suddenly halted, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the mysterious figure. "Let me be clear. We are not just anyone who can be summoned at will if your master does not provide a reasonable explanation." Wu Zhe left the statement unfinished. But the implied threat was unmistakable. The mysterious figure chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, my master will not disappoint you." With that, he turned and departed, his figure quickly vanishing into the night. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged another glance, both filled with confusion and curiosity. "Let us go," Hong Yang murmured. "We'll find out soon enough." They followed the mysterious figure through numerous courtyards until they arrived at a quaint, ancient-style pavilion. The mysterious figure pushed open the large door, and a rich spiritual aura rushed forth, refreshing and invigorating. Inside the pavilion, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful demeanor sat cross-legged, meditating. "You've arrived?" The elder slowly opened his eyes, his gaze settling on Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. A mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Gentlemen, how pleasant to see you again." Chapter 55. A sudden threat. Resolute determination. The elder spoke slowly, his voice low and resonant. "Gentlemen, how have you been lately?" Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged glances, both recognizing a hint of wariness in the other's eyes. This elder exuded an unfathomable aura, clearly a formidable expert. "Thanks to your esteemed presence, we are doing quite well," Hong Yang replied respectfully. "May I ask what brings you to seek us?" The elder smiled slightly. "There is no need for you to be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to request a small favor from you both." "What kind of favor?" Wu Zhe inquired. The elder stroked his beard and replied slowly. I have heard that both of you possess exceptional talents and extraordinary strength. I would like to ask you to intentionally lose in the upcoming sect competition. Hongyang and Wu Zhe were taken aback. Intentionally lose. What does that mean, senior? What do you mean by that? Hongyang frowned and asked, why should we intentionally lose? The elder chuckled. The reason is simple. There are those who do not wish for you to win. Who? Wu Zhe pressed for clarification. The elder shook his head. I cannot disclose that information. In any case, if you both comply, I assure you that you will receive substantial rewards. Hongyang and Wu Zhe fell into silence, perplexed by the identity of the schemer intent on thwarting their victory. After the match, as they celebrated their hard-won triumph in the resting area, basking in the adulation of the crowd, Hongyang boldly downed a large gulp of spiritual spring water and exclaimed, Zij, we can consider the position of inner sect disciple secure. Wu Zhe, seldom displaying such ease, nodded in agreement, saying, as long as we maintain this momentum. The core disciple status is within our grasp. However, this jubilant atmosphere was short-lived. Lingxue rushed over, tears streaming down her face, her delicate frame trembling slightly. They threatened me, she stammered, her pallor evident, her eyes filled with dread. Hongyang's heart tightened as he hastily supported Lingxue, concern etched on his face. Shue'er, what's wrong? Who threatened you? Lingxue took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, and replied, They said if you don't deliberately lose in the next round. They will. Her voice broke, leaving her unable to continue. Seeing Lingxue in such distress filled Hongyang with compassion and ignited a fierce anger within him. Who dared to stoop so low as to threaten his beloved? He grasped Lingxue's hand tightly, his gaze steely. Shue'er, do not fear. Tell me, who is it? Lingxue trembled, her lips quivering, but ultimately refrained from uttering the name, clinging to Hongyang's hand as if it were a lifeline. They are formidable. Wu Zhe's expression darkened, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Yang Gu, we cannot back down. These scoundrels are utterly contemptible. Hongyang inhaled deeply, drawing Lingxue gently into his embrace, soothing her with a soft tone. Do not fear, Shui Eard, as long as I am here. No one can harm you. He patted her shoulder, his voice firm as iron. We cannot yield to malevolent forces. If we compromise this time, they will only grow bolder. I must win this match. Although Lingxue remained frightened, Hongyang's steadfastness kindled a flicker of hope within her. She clutched his hand tightly, as if it were her only salvation. Standing tall, Hongyang surveyed the surrounding disciples and proclaimed, Everyone, I believe you all know who I, Hongyang, am. I have risen from a mere servant disciple to this day through what? Through strength, through courage, through an unwavering spirit. His voice crescendoed, brimming with passion. Today, someone dares to threaten my friends. To threaten me. Do they think such tactics will make me submit? They are sorely mistaken. With a fierce swing of his fist, he exuded an aura of invincibility. Let me tell you all, I, Hongyang, will never bow to any threat. Not only will I participate in this match, but I will also win. I will make those lurking in the shadows, attempting to manipulate the contest, understand that I, Hongyang, am not to be trifled with. The surrounding disciples were captivated by Hongyang's fervor, erupting in supportive cheers. Well said, Brother Hong. We stand with you. Let us defeat those despicable villains. Brother Zhou, particularly animated, clapped Hongyang on the shoulder, exclaiming, Yang Gu, splendid. That's the spirit. We are all behind you. Sister Sun, amidst the crowd, wore a dark expression, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes. She shot Hongyang a venomous glare, muttering under her breath, Damn Hongyang. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant. Stealthily, she sent a message to Elder Foam. Plans have changed. Hongyang does not intend to forfeit the match. Hongyang felt a hostile gaze upon him, turning to find only Sister Sun hastily departing. He furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Zij, he said, patting Wu Zhe's shoulder. It seems this match will not be straightforward. Hongyang's declaration reverberated like thunder throughout the sect. The news spread rapidly, reaching every corner, including the ears of the villainous forces lurking in the shadows, intent on controlling the competition. Crash! A teacup was violently smashed to the ground, shards scattering everywhere. This brat has chosen to ignore the warning. A sinister voice echoed, laced with fury. Who does he think he is? A mere inner sect disciple daring to challenge our authority? Another voice chimed in, dripping with malice. Brother, it seems we must teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he might truly believe he can turn the tides. Humph. In this grand competition, I will ensure he loses everything, even his dignity. The ominous voice rang out once more, thick with murderous intent. A new conspiracy against Hongyang was quietly brewing. In the ensuing matches, Hongyang and Wuza faced an inner sect disciple named Zhao Kuan. Upon hearing of Hongyang's threats, Zhao Kuan secretly relished the prospect, believing Hongyang would be distracted and weaken. He resolved to end the match swiftly, launching a ferocious assault from the outset, targeting Hongyang's vital points. Let us see if you can maintain your bravado today, Zhao Kuan snarled, his face contorted, his fists glowing with brilliant spiritual energy, pouncing towards Hongyang like a descending tiger. Yet, Hongyang seemed to possess a sixth sense, effortlessly evading Zhao Kuan's onslaught. A confident smile playing on his lips, "Is that all you've got?" Wuza, observing Zhao Kuan's antics akin to a foolish jester, could not suppress his laughter. Yang Gu, this fellow seems to lack wit, attempting to take advantage of the chaos. Hongyang disregarded Zhao Kuan's taunts, slowly lifting his right hand, his index finger pointing at Zhao Kuan, his eyes glinting with icy determination. Are you ready to face my counterattack? As Hongyang's words fell, a formidable aura erupted from him, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening. The air around them seemed to freeze. An invisible pressure enveloping Zhao Kuan, rendering his breathing labored. By the heavens, Yang Gu is about to unleash his true power, Wuza exclaimed with excitement. Zhao Kuan's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated Hongyang's might would surpass that expected of an inner sect disciple. Alarmed, he attempted to retreat, only to find his legs immobilized, as though weighed down by lead. It's too late. Hongyang scoffed, his figure flashing, appearing before Zhao Kuan in an instant. He clenched his right fist and struck fiercely at Zhao Kuan's chest. Boom! The impact echoed, sending Zhao Kuan hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the arena, blood spilling from his mouth. Is this all you've got? Do you even deserve to boast? Hongyang sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Zhao Kuan. He turned to Wuza. Let us move on to the next round. Just then, a cool voice called out, Hongyang, Wuza, come here for a moment. The two turned towards the source to find Lingxue standing nearby. Her complexion somewhat pale. Lingxue, what is wrong? Why do you look so unwell? Hongyang inquired with concern. Lingxue took a deep breath and replied, I just received news that someone intends to harm you. Who? Who dares to lay a hand on us? Wuza's fury ignited at once. Lingxue hesitated for a moment before divulging, its sister's son and elder Feng. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged glances, a glint of cold resolve flashing in their eyes. It appeared their earlier suspicions were indeed correct. Someone was manipulating the grand competition from behind the scenes. Humph! It seems some individuals are truly courting disaster. Hongyang scoffed. Let us confront them. The three advanced towards sister son and elder Feng, a palpable air of menace surrounding them. Lingxue grasped Hongyang's arm, whispering, Be careful. Chapter 56. A match to reverse fortune. Unveiling a new path with concern etched in her gaze, Lingxue watched as Hongyang and Wuza stepped onto the arena. Their opponent, named Wei Chong, was ranked 5th among the inner sect disciples, his strength not to be underestimated. In previous matches, Wei Chong had emerged victorious with ease, never once exerting his full power. Now, standing opposite Hongyang, a smirk played on his lips, as if victory were already assured. As the match commenced, Wei Chong displayed strength far surpassing that of Hongyang's prior adversaries, his speed astonishing and his power formidable. Hongyang and Wuza dared not underestimate him. They coordinated their efforts, one attacking while the other defended, barely managing to withstand Wei Chong's onslaught. What kind of potent elixir has Wei Chong consumed? His strength has surged too dramatically, Brother Zhou exclaimed from the sidelines. Humph, it's likely he has indulged in too many drugs, Sister Sun remarked sarcastically, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Elder Feng, seated at the judging table, turned a blind eye to Wei Chang's rule violations, instead frequently warning Hongyang and Wu Ze, his bias glaringly evident. Just how much has that old fool been bribed? Brother Zhou muttered angrily. Under the relentless assault of their opponent and the referee's blatant injustice, Hongyang and Wu Ze found themselves in increasingly dire straits. After several exchanges, Hongyang bore multiple wounds, his garments stained with blood. Hongyang! Lingshue's heart raced, her fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly piercing her flesh. The audience below felt the tension. Murmurs of concern rippling through the crowd. It seems Hongyang might lose this time. Indeed, Wei Chang is too powerful, and the referee is unfair. Seeing Hongyang injured only emboldened Wei Chang, who unleashed a fierce punch toward Hongyang's chest. Taunting, with your level, do you truly think you can defeat me? You're utterly delusional. Hongyang forcefully endured the blow, stumbling back several steps as a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. He lifted his head, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Wei Chang, slowly uttering, "This is only the beginning." Contrary to Wei Chang's expectations of provoking him into a frenzy, Hongyang wiped the blood from his lips and revealed a chilling smile. "Only the beginning. It seems you are getting a bit too carried away." He ceased to engage in a direct confrontation and, like an elusive eel, evaded Wei Chang's attacks with a peculiar agility while surreptitiously searching for openings in his opponent's defense. As Wei Chang's punches met only air, his frustration boiled over, and he bellowed, "Is dodging all you can do?" Like a cowardly turtle, from the sidelines, Sister Sun joined in the taunts. "Exactly. What skill is there in merely avoiding? If you have the guts, face him head-on." Ignoring their jeers, Hongyang remained focused, keenly awaiting the opportune moment. Suddenly, he felt a surge of potent energy coursing through him, as if something was about to emerge from its cocoon. It was here. Hongyang's heart leaped with joy. A dazzling golden light erupted from him, illuminating the entire arena. This was a new ability. As the golden glow dissipated, Hongyang's aura transformed dramatically, akin to a sword unsheathed. Its edge glinting fiercely, a slight smile graced his lips, confidence radiating from his eyes. "Now, it is my turn." In an instant, he vanished from sight, his speed nearly imperceptible, and with a single punch, he struck Wei Chang squarely in the abdomen. A resounding thud echoed as Wei Chang flew back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily at the edge of the stage, blood spewing forth, struggling to rise. The audience fell into a stunned silence. Those anticipating Hongyang's misfortune left agape, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Even Elder Feng was taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the unfolding events. Calmly, Hongyang approached Wei Chang, looking down at him with a composed demeanor, and simply stated, "Thank you for the lesson." He then turned to Lingxue, offering her a warm smile. Lingxue sprang to her feet, her eyes shimmering with joy. Brother Zhou leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Incredible! Hongyang, you are amazing." Sister Sun's face turned ashen, rendered speechless. Elder Feng regained his composure and announced, "In this match, Hongyang is the victor." Descending from the stage, Hongyang approached Lingxue and gently grasped her hand. She gazed at him, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. At that moment, Wu Ze appeared on another stage, taking a deep breath as a flicker of concern crossed his features. "I hope," he murmured softly, "I hope everything goes smoothly." After Hongyang's victory, all eyes turned to the other arena, where Wu Ze faced his opponent, Shen Lang, a standout among the outer disciples, notorious for his cunning and treachery. As expected, Elder Feng conveniently took his place at the judging table. A nauseating smile plastered on his face, as if victory was assured to Wu Ze. "I hear you have a good rapport with that Hongyang fellow?" Shen Lang taunted while conjuring his powers to manipulate water. The moisture in the air rapidly condensed, forming serpentine water tendrils that slithered towards Wu Ze. With a disdainful chuckle, Wu Ze retorted, "What, trying to threaten me with this?" He was not easily intimidated. Activating his ability Mirage, his form split into several afterimages, causing the water serpents to miss their target. "With such a meager skill, you think you can play tricks? Go home and tend to your pigs." Shen Lang's expression darkened. Wu Ze's speed exceeded his expectations. "Don't get too cocky," The main event is yet to come. He intensified his powers, summoning more water serpents that moved with increasing velocity, nearly enveloping all of Wu Zei's escape routes. Simultaneously, Elder Feng began his theatrics. Wu Zei, pay attention to the rules. No malicious delay of time. He deliberately raised his voice, attempting to unsettle Wu Zei's focus. From the audience, Sister Sun chimed in, exactly, hiding and dodging. What kind of man is that? If you have guts, take it head-on. A perfect supporting act. However, Wu Zei remained unflustered, deftly avoiding the water serpents while covertly observing Shen Lang's movements. He understood that Shen Lang's abilities were energy-intensive and could not sustain such high-intensity offense indefinitely. All he needed to do was bide his time. At that moment, Shen Lang revealed a fleeting weakness. Due to his continuous exertion of energy, his aura momentarily faltered. Now, Wu Zei's eyes gleamed with determination. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, he accelerated with Mirage, breaking through the encirclement of water serpents and appearing before Shen Lang. Shen Lang's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. Thud! Wu Zei's kick sent Shen Lang flying, crashing heavily outside the ring. Is that all? The show is just beginning. Wu Zei dusted off his clothes, a look of disdain plastered across his face. Elder Feng's expression was one of utter disbelief. As if he had bitten into a fly, he had never anticipated Wu Zei would also emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Wei Chong, unwilling to accept defeat, suddenly erupted in fury, brandishing a dagger radiating a dark glow. Lunging towards Hongyang, die, a mere trick, Hongyang scoffed. His newly awakened ability, the Golden Shield, activated instantly, enveloping him in a golden barrier. The black dagger collided with the shield, producing a crisp sound as it was repelled. What? Wei Chong stared in disbelief at the scene before him. A glint of coldness flashed in Hongyang's eyes. Now, it is time to send you on your way. In a blink, he vanished, delivering a powerful punch. Wait! An elderly voice suddenly resonated. The crowd turned towards the sound, witnessing an elder clad in purple robes approaching, his gaze piercing as he leveled it at Hongyang. Young man, are you not afraid of shortening your life with such a ruthless strike? Hongyang internally scoffed. This old man was clearly here to defend Wei Chong. He clasped his hands respectfully, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. Elder, I acted purely in self-defense. I ask for your understanding. The elder stroked his beard. His gaze profound. Self-defense? Hmph. I see you intend to harm. Though Wei Chong may be inferior to you, he does not deserve death. Your actions are exceedingly arrogant. The elder's words ignited a retort from Wu Zei, who stepped forward to stand beside Hongyang. In the arena, blades and swords are blind, the outcome uncertain. Did Wei Chong not consider the consequences when he sought to take Hongyang's life? Pausing, a cold smile crept across his lips. Does the elder believe only my brother and I should perish, while Wei Chong remains unscathed, free to do as he pleases? His words resonated with gravity, striking at the elder's vulnerabilities. The elder's face flushed with embarrassment. Momentarily left speechless, he had intended to exploit the situation to suppress these two audacious youths, but found himself at a loss for words against Wu Zei's rebuttal. At that moment, Master Li approached. Attempting to mediate, Elder, please calm your anger. The youth are spirited. It is natural for them to be impulsive. I implore you to overlook this matter for the sake of my humble self. He then turned towards Hongyang and Wu Zei. Speaking earnestly, you two are exceptionally gifted. Your futures are boundless. Do not let your talents lead to arrogance and disregard for others. Remember, there are always greater heights beyond. Hongyang and Wu Zei exchanged knowing glances. Fully aware that this was merely formal rhetoric, they respectfully bowed, replying, We shall heed the Master's counsel. The elder snorted coldly, turning away in disdain, but not before casting a deep, ominous glance at Hongyang. A flicker of malice shining in his eyes. The real show has only just begun. Sister Sun lurked within the crowd, a sinister smile creeping across her face. Chapter 57. Victory in the Grand Competition. Honor accompanied by crisis. After Master Li's earnest admonitions, the Grand Competition resumed. Hongyang and Wu Zei surged ahead with relentless momentum, effortlessly dispatching their adversaries as if slicing through melons. Those hailed as once-in-a-century geniuses became mere stepping stones before them. Their elaborate techniques effortlessly dismantled by the duo, creating a remarkably comfortable spectacle in the audience. The cheers of infatuated fans reverberated incessantly, nearly lifting the roof off. Brother Zhou excitedly pounded his thigh, exclaiming, "Incredible! As expected of my brother." As the finals approached, the popularity of the two soared, marking them as the favorites to clinch the championship. This left Sister Sun, who lurked in the shadows, seething with frustration, her teeth clenched as she muttered curses under her breath. "Damn it! Why are these two such a handful?" Finally, the finals commenced, the air thick with tension. Upon their opponent's entrance, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe sensed something amiss. This was no ordinary match. It felt as though a disturbance had arrived to disrupt the event. A formidable aura surged forth, descending upon the two like the weight of Mount Tai, leaving them gasping for breath. Elder Feng feigned an air of authority as he proclaimed the commencement of the competition, yet discreetly signaled his opponent with a furtive glance. A sinister smile crept across the face of Senior Sister Sun, who lurked amidst the crowd, reveling in the impending drama. The oppressive force sent alarm bells ringing in the minds of Hong Yang and Wu Zhe. Wu Zhe whispered to Hong Yang, "Be cautious. This fellow appears rather sinister." Hong Yang nodded slightly, determination flickering in his eyes as he retorted, "What is there to fear? Let us just engage." The adversary made his move, his speed so blindingly swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Leaving behind only a fleeting shadow, "By heavens, how fast!" Brother Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. "This speed is hardly befitting an inner disciple. It's utterly outrageous." The opponent's onslaught was akin to a torrential storm. With a barrage of punches accompanied by fierce gusts of wind, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, refusing to falter, coordinated their efforts. One on the offensive, the other on the defensive, barely managing to withstand the relentless assault. Bang! Hong Yang absorbed a punch, feeling as though his very organs had been displaced, unable to suppress a spurt of blood. "Yangzi," Wu Zhe exclaimed, his heart tightening as he rushed to provide support. "Humph, overestimating your abilities," the opponent sneered, intensifying his assault. Though Hong Yang and Wu Zhe were battered and bloodied, their clothes stained crimson, they gritted their teeth and persevered, showing no signs of retreat. "These two are rather intriguing," remarked Sect Leaderly with a glint of appreciation in his eyes as he observed the match. "Good heavens, has that fellow taken some sort of enhancement? How can he be so fierce?" Brother Zhou muttered, his heart racing. Concealed within the crowd, Senior Sister Sun sported a look of triumph. "Humph, let us see how you meet your demise this time." Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Hong Yang and Wu Zhe, their wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate, their presence growing even more formidable. "What in the world?" Brother Zhou gasped, dumbfounded. They've awakened. They've actually unlocked new abilities in the midst of battle. Elder Feng's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged a glance, excitement coursing through them. "Yangzi, get ready to unleash your ultimate move. Let us do this." Old Wu, together, they unleashed a tremendous force, charging towards their opponent like two ferocious beasts. The adversary, caught unprepared, found himself utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Boom! With a resounding crash, the opponent fell heavily to the ground. Blood spewing from his mouth, lapsing into unconsciousness, a profound silence enveloped the arena, as if a pin drop could be heard. Moments later, thunderous cheers erupted, reverberating through the air. They've won. They've triumphed. Hong Yang, Wu Zhe. Incredible. Hong Yang and Wu Zhe exchanged triumphant smiles, their eyes brimming with pride. Ahem, Elder Feng cleared his throat, announcing, "In this grand competition, Hong Yang and Wu Zhe share the first place." The crowd turned towards Senior Sister Sun, whose face had turned a ghastly shade. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh as she muttered curses under her breath. "Damn it! Those two." Later that night, in a secluded courtyard on the sect's rear mountain, a chilling voice echoed through the darkness. "Lingxue, it has been far too long." Hong Yang and Wu Zhe stood side by side on the podium, basking in the adulation of the crowd. Sect leader Li, stroking his beard, wore a broad smile. These two have truly brought honor to our sect. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, in this competition, Hongyang and Wuza have demonstrated extraordinary prowess and unyielding spirit, meriting this recognition. Before his words could settle, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Elder Feng, what are you doing? All eyes turned to see Elder Feng, ashen-faced and trembling, clutching a piece of paper as if caught in a scandalous act. Elder Feng, you have accepted bribes and manipulated the competition. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Sect leader Li's expression darkened, his voice dripping with authority. Elder Feng collapsed to the ground, frantically bowing. Forgive me, master. I was momentarily foolish. With Elder Feng's confession, the nefarious machinations of senior sister Sun and her cohorts were laid bare. Toppling like a house of cards, the audience, taken aback by the swift turn of events, murmured in disbelief. What a revelation! It's truly ripe for the picking. With the truth unveiled, the reputations of Hongyang and Wuza soared, rendering them eternal legends. Ling Xue, exhilarated, leaped into Hongyang's embrace, her eyes shimmering with adoration. Yangzi, you were phenomenal. Hongyang held her tightly, savoring the warmth of the moment, his heart swelling with joy. Wuza chuckled in approval. Brother, you were impressive. At the celebratory banquet, laughter and clinking glasses filled the air, as Hongyang and Wuza became the center of attention, surrounded by their peers who raised their cups in jubilant toasts. Here's to you. Brother, let us drink, Brother Zhou said, his face flushed, lifting his glass high. Cheers! Hongyang and Wuza downed their drinks heartily. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in, pale and breathless. This is bad. The atmosphere of the banquet froze instantly, all eyes fixating on the panting disciple. He gulped nervously, stammering. Senior sister Ling Xue has been taken. What? Hongyang's cup shattered upon the floor, shards scattering. Wuza shot to his feet, his face darkened with fury. What happened? Who did this? The disciple, his expression sorrowful, replied, I don't know. I only saw a group of black-clad figures, their cultivation levels unfathomable, whisking her away in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a note. He trembled as he handed over the note. Hongyang snatched it, revealing bold characters. Core Disciple Selection Meeting, at the bottom. A blood-red skull insignia loomed ominously. Core Disciple Selection? Wuza's brow furrowed. Could this be a deliberate scheme against us? This is absurd. Just after winning the grand competition, we face this? Hongyang thought, feeling the tumult of life as highs and lows. Sect leader Li's face darkened ominously, slamming his palm upon the table, splintering it into fragments. How dare they wreak havoc in my Tianyuanzong? Launch an immediate investigation. Hongyang and Wuza locked eyes, their hearts ablaze with rage. Schwerer, wait for me. I will rescue you. Hongyang clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. Brother, we move. Wuza patted Hongyang's shoulder, their eyes gleaming with resolve. Just then, Sect leader Li delivered a stunning announcement. In response to this unexpected incident, the core disciple selection will be held earlier. His gaze swept across the assembly, commanding attention. All eligible disciples, prepare to proceed to the Spirit Sea. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The pace was relentless. Just as they were recovering from the excitement of the competition, they were thrust into the next challenge. A grueling schedule indeed. Hongyang and Wuza exchanged no words of hesitation, turning to leave. Wait! Sect leader Li called out, his tone laden with significance. This selection is extraordinary. Proceed with utmost caution. His voice was low, hinting at the greater perils that loomed ahead. Hongyang and Wuza did not look back, resolutely striding towards the exit, their silhouettes cast tall against the glow of the setting sun. Let us go, brother. Hongyang's voice resonated in the wind. It is time to showcase our true skills. Chapter 58. The Spirit Sea on the brink. Talents begin to unveil. The Spirit Sea shimmered like a vast sapphire embedded in the earth, its rich spiritual energy swirling like mist, exuding an aura of mystery and strength. Inner disciples gathered for the core disciple selection wore solemn expressions, a blend of anticipation for the impending trials and trepidation for the challenges that lay ahead. Hongyang and Wuza stood side by side, absorbing the potent energy radiating from the Spirit Sea, their spirits soaring with ambition. Brother, We must steal the show this time. Hongyang grinned, his teeth gleaming. Absolutely, Wuza replied, confidence sparkling in his eyes. Are you all ready? Elder Han's booming voice resonated. Enter the spirit sea. As his words fell, the crowd leapt into the water. The moment Hongyang plunged into the spirit sea, he felt a tempestuous surge of spiritual power crashing against him like a tidal wave. The other participants were similarly tossed about by this force, creating a scene of chaos. What is happening? Why is the spiritual energy so violent? Someone exclaimed in shock. Just then, Hongyang sensed an even more potent wave of energy barreling towards him. Alarmed, he quickly activated his techniques to shield himself, only to discover this energy was oddly malevolent, capable of piercing through his defenses. This is bad, Hongyang thought, realizing the sudden, fierce onslaught left him with no time to react. Hongyang, be careful, Wuza shouted from afar, having noticed Hongyang's predicament. Hongyang staggered back, pushed relentlessly by the overwhelming force, on the verge of being consumed by the depths of the spirit sea. Heh, little brat. Perish! A sinister voice hissed in his ear. Struggling to turn, Hongyang saw Brother Song not far away. A wicked grin plastered on his face. It was evident that this bizarre spiritual energy was the result of Brother Song's machinations. Damn it! Hongyang seethed with fury, yet felt utterly powerless to retaliate. The energy intensified, threatening to tear him apart. Hongyang! Lingshua's voice was imbued with concern. In this moment of dire urgency, Hongyang sensed an extraordinary power stirring within him. Brother, hold on, Wu Zhe's voice echoed from afar, tinged with determination. I am coming. An unprecedented force surged through Hongyang's being, and a dazzling golden light erupted from his form.